Alright, you and I are about to meet Lam Pham, a total delinquent who flunked out of college. Even so, he has a beautiful school queen girlfriend who refused to ever leave his side. Her father, a high ranking military commander, finds out and forces Lam Pham into the army just to teach him a lesson. Little does he know, Lam Pham will become a legend who shatters every record and leads elite special forces. 3 years later, he returns home covered in glory, leaving his future father in law completely speechless and stunned. Suddenly, Lam Pham gets a text without even looking. He knows it is from his girlfriend, Tieu Dung Ngu. This exact scene had played out in his dreams 1,000 times. Hide, my father is coming for you. It feels eerily familiar, but it was just a long nightmare. Lam Pham has finally woken up back in 12th grade. In less than 5 minutes, her father, the powerful commander, will personally show up at his front door. A legendary commander's daughter dating a low life delinquent, unacceptable Tiu Chien Kwok furiously pounds on the door. Lam Pham is already waiting in the living room. The second the door opens, the commander demands, "Are you Lam Pham?" He simply nods. Whatever Tiu Chien Kwok says next, Lam Pham is too dazed to hear a single word. In his past life, Tieu Dung Ngu joined the army while Lam Pham remained a useless, lazy drifter. He wasted his days drinking with bad crowds, always promising her a bright future he never intended to build. Once, while he was drunk and causing trouble, Tieu Dung Ngu nearly ruined her military career just to save him. Now pay attention here, because this is where Lam Pham decides to finally rewrite his tragic destiny. Because of his past mistakes, she died during a mission, leaving him drowning in a lifetime of pure regret. Tieu Chien Kwok's roar snaps him back to reality. Lam Pham lets out a long, heavy, determined sigh. Uncle Tieu, rest assured, even if it kills me, I am never letting Tieu Dung Ngu go. The commander is seeing red. This kid is absolutely fearless. How did his daughter end up with such a brat? I might not be worthy now, but don't judge a book by its cover. You cannot measure the ocean with a bucket. I have made my choice. Since she sacrificed everything for me, I am joining the army to protect her. Listening to this total nonsense, Tieu Chien Kwok is literally at a loss for words from pure anger. Surely give him my number. If he passes the physical, get him enlisted immediately. I want to see if you can actually survive the military. With that, the commander slams the door and leaves. At first, Lam Pham liked dreaming about her, but as things felt more real, he started to panic. Even as he said goodbye to Tieu Dung Ngu and boarded the troop train, he still could not believe it. He feels uneasy. If this isn't a dream, he is in huge trouble for offending such a powerful man. Seeing Tieu Chien Kwok at the recruit ceremony, his heart nearly stops. This is real. All of it. After a whole summer, he finally accepts. He has been reincarnated, and for a second, he just wants to give up. On the way back to the barracks, even the squad leader is confused about what just happened. Deputy Lee Yongjun mumbles, "Why would the commander personally visit our tiger regiment today?" Plus, his speech felt weirdly personal, like he was staring directly at us the whole time. Watch closely because everything changes right here when a mysterious mechanical voice suddenly echoes inside his head. Congratulations, host, on successful enlistment, awakening the divine military system right now. Starter gift pack is ready for collection. Seeing those floating words, Lam Pham blurts out a loud curse. That shout echoed like thunder. The squad leader and the other recruits all freeze and stare in shock. What is wrong with this kid? Cursing like that in front of everyone on the first day? Lucky for him, no officers caught him, or his 3 months of basic training would be a living hell. Back at the dorm, he activates the system to open his gift. Success. Physical strength has been significantly enhanced. Every time the host hits a physical limit, their body will instantly recover to peak condition. Learning Boost activated. The host's learning efficiency will now be multiplied by several times. The first day flies by. That night, the exhausted recruits fall into a deep, heavy, and silent sleep. Little do they know this is probably the last good sleep they will get since joining the army. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this wake up call, especially since he is still dead asleep. Alright, you and I are about to watch the laziest genius soldier get a rude awakening. Hey, who's pulling my leg here? What the heck? Lin Fan is bold, but Tran Bin is fuming. He's seen plenty of soldiers, but none as stubborn as this guy. I pulled it. You got a problem with that. Get off that bed right now, Lin Fan jumps. He hasn't mastered much over the years, but when it comes to oversleeping, he is a literal god. Darn it. First day of recruit training, and he already slept through the alarm. Because of Lin Fan's nap, the whole squad has to squat through the lecture. First mission today, learning the art of folding blankets. After the squad leader demonstrates, once everyone else is struggling, but Lin Fan's blanket is already looking like a perfect block of tofu. Tran Bing watches him closely. It's obvious the kid has already mastered the secret technique of the tofu fold. The deputy leader whispers to Tran Bin that this kid is a natural talent. Tranbin stays silent, but a small smile creeps onto his face. Just looking at Lin Fan's sharp observation skills proves he's a top tier soldier. His future in the army is looking bright. While the others are still dazed and confused, he finishes a blanket that looks incredibly professional. The other recruits who fail to meet the standard, yeah, they're heading straight for a push up punishment. While Tranbin is drilling the recruits, there is a knock at the door. It's none other than Regiment Commander Chu Trongjiang. Tranbin is confused. Why would the commander be looking for him this early in the morning? Commander Chu beckons him over and whispers something. Tranbin freezes, looking back and forth between Lin Fan and the boss. Commander, are you serious? The army chief personally singled out this kid for special treatment. Chu Zhang explains that it's to stop people from calling him a privileged brat. So the army chief wants you to be extra tough on him to forge him into a better soldier. Now watch how fast the vibe changes. Tranbin looks like he's ready to eat Lin Fan alive. While the others only do 10 push-ups before resting, Lin Fan is in trouble. Lin Fan has to do 100. Even if he's better than the rest, he isn't allowed to stand out. The army is a team. One person messes up, everyone pays. Lin Fan almost spits out his breakfast in shock. What the heck? One second everything is fine, the next the commander shows up and the mood completely flips. It has to be Xiao Zhangguo's doing. Lin Fan bangs out 30 push-ups without stopping counting them out loud as he goes. Tran Bin is impressed. This kid is definitely built different if the army chief is keeping an eye on him. By push-up number 40, Lin Fan's arms are shaking like crazy. Every rep takes an eternity. Lin Fan is reaching his limit and Tran Bin frowns, telling him to just quit if he can't handle it. Lin Fan's eyes light up. Pride? Who needs pride? He flops onto the ground, gasping that he's totally done for. Tranbin thought the kid would push through and do a few more reps to save face. What kind of man admits he's not good enough so easily? Well, Lin Fan is definitely a special case. Tranbin pauses and scoffs, saying he thought Lin Fan was actually going to be something special in this army. Guess you're just another loser. Hearing that, Lin Fan's temper explodes instantly. You and I both know Lin Fan isn't the type to take an insult lying down. He realizes Xiao Zhanguo is out to get him, and his stubborn side takes over. The more Xiao Zhanguo tries to crush him, the more determined he becomes to succeed. He isn't here for them, he's here for Xiao Dung Ngu. If he isn't strong, how can he protect her? Squad leader, if I don't finish these 100 push-ups today, I'm not a man. Tranbin chuckles. It's weird how Lin Fan gets so fired up whenever his manhood is questioned. By the 50th rep, his arms are fluttering like a butterfly's wings. His roommates are baffled. What's gotten into old Lin? Why does he suddenly have so much energy? Just as they're whispering, Lin Fan suddenly looks like he's been hit with a second wind. His arms go from shaking to rock solid, looking just as steady as when he first started. Tranbin has trained soldiers for years, but he's never seen anyone quite like Lin Fan. Usually people get tired. He's actually getting stronger with every rep. This isn't just willpower, this is something else entirely. While everyone is doubting him, a notification flashes in his mind. Congratulations, you've gained zero point 0.1 to your physique stats. His stats are rising even though he's exhausted. He grinds out every single one of those 100 push-ups. You and I just saw a monster in the making, always a bigger fish. The military is never short on elite talent, especially rookies with massive potential and top-tier physical stats. Let's dive in. Lin Fan isn't the strongest here, but you and I are about to see why he's the weirdest. He finished 100 push-ups so fast his superior Chen Bing has no clue how to react. 6 a.m. sharp. Morning exercise begins. Just as the squad prepares for their first physical training session, a notification rings in Lin Fan's head. A quest appears. Publicly challenge the company commander to a 3-kilometer race. Success reward. Retain all physical stat boosts gained during the mission. Failure penalty, zero point 0.5 reduction in physical stats. Refusal penalty, a full 1 point reduction. Lin Fan almost coughs up blood. Challenge the commander, is the system insane or is he? This quest is basically extortion. If his stats drop by 1, he'll be physically weaker than a stray dog. Finally, Lin Fan grinds his teeth and decides. Since Xiao Zhangguo already wants him crushed, he might as well strike first. Just as they're about to set off, Lin Fan suddenly shouts, "Report, report!" Wu Yongho, the commander of the first company, frowns and shifts his gaze toward Lin Fan. Most rookies might not know him yet, but every officer in the Tiger Regiment knows exactly who Lin Fan is. After all, he's the guy the general personally singled out for special treatment. It's hard to forget a name like that. Wu Yonghao intended to break him during training, but he didn't expect the kid to speak up first. Looking at that gaze, Wu knows the kid is up to something. "Commander, I want to challenge you. Now pay attention here." The entire training ground goes silent before exploding into chaos. Everyone's thinking it. This rookie is absolutely insane for challenging the commander. Seeing Lin Fan actually step up, Wu Yonghao is so angry he almost laughs. No wonder the general wants this kid handled. What kind of delinquent rookie tries this on day one and nobody? Challenging the company commander on his very first day of training. Challenge me, fine. I welcome anyone, but rules are rules. Before you step up, you better know your place. Win and we're good. But if you lose, Wu's eyes turn cold. The consequences will be severe. I'll give you one more chance. Withdraw now and apologize in front of everyone, and I'll let this slide. Lin Fan is panicking internally, but he refuses to let his momentum die. Words are out. Retracting now would be pathetic. If Xiao Zhangguo hears he backed down, his career is over. The general wouldn't even look at him. If he admits he's wrong now or quits the challenge, Xiao Zhangguo will despise him to his core. I'm not backing down. Fine, we'll race in front of everyone. I'll even have the battalion commander witness it personally. Hearing a rookie challenge the commander on day one, even the battalion commander finds it entertaining. Once he realizes it's Lin Fan, it actually makes sense. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fan steps onto the track beside Wu Yonghao. The battalion commander walks over. Use this spot as the starting line. The whistle blows and the race begins. Lin Fan's mind is racing, desperately calculating his moves. In this race, he doesn't just have to run, he has to win. There's no other option. As soon as the whistle sounds, Lin Fan bolts like it's a 100-meter sprint. Who starts a 3-kilometer race at full throttle? Chen Bing's face darkens. He thought Lin Fan had skill, but now he just looks like an idiot. Even the battalion commander is disappointed. No wonder the general wanted this kid disciplined. He challenges a commander but has zero experience in long distance running. It's pure, reckless chaos. Lin Fan manages to create a gap, but his speed is already starting to drop. You and I can see it. He's gasping for air while Wu Yonghao is closing in fast. It looks like a total disaster. Lin Fan is wheezing, and Chen Bing is so frustrated he can barely breathe himself. His roommates sigh. Without training, they know you can't sprint 3 kilometers. He won't even make it 500 meters. Wu Yonghao smirks. Winning this won't be honorable, but it'll definitely feel good. In all his years as commander, he's never met a soldier as arrogant as Lin Fan. Just as Wu plans the kid's punishment, Lin Fan, who was just struggling, suddenly accelerates. A moment ago, his steps were heavy and his breath was gone. How does he have this much energy left? Lin Fan realizes his strategy is working perfectly, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this crazy gamble ends. Vodong Hao is about to catch up to Lin Fan, but he's frowning. Where is this kid getting his energy from? Something's just not right here. Before, Lin Fan looked like he was genuinely exhausted, but if he wasn't faking it, then what we're seeing right now is just impossible. He was clearly at his breaking point with no strength left to run, but suddenly he just explodes with speed. It completely defies everything we know about normal human biology. Trust me, you and I are about to see this veteran commander lose his mind. Hao stops overthinking and keeps his pace, but soon Lin Fan starts flagging again. Behind him, Hao's steps are still light and steady. Just when everyone thinks Lin Fan is finished, he kicks it into high gear once more. Seeing this, Tran Bin and the others are stunned. It's like Lin Fan has an infinite gas tank. Every time he hits a wall, a mysterious surge of power brings him right back to his absolute peak state. This latest burst actually makes Hao angry. He can't believe this rookie can keep pulling this trick over and over. Hao accelerates too, sticking to Lin Fan like glue. Everyone expected a one-sided slaughter, but here's this random recruit running neck and neck with a veteran commander. Hao is certain now. There's no way this kid can pull off a third burst of speed. He isn't holding anything back anymore, focused entirely on hunting Lin Fan down. Now pay attention here, because Lin Fan is about to do the unthinkable. He pushes through for the third time. Every time Hao gets close, Lin Fan just goes faster. His physical stat actually climbs from 1.5 to 1.6. At 1.6, Lin Fan finds this 3-kilometer run easy. But for Hao trailing behind him, things are falling apart. In his desperate attempt to keep up, the commander's entire rhythm is ruined. By the end, Hao is running with bloodshot eyes. He's convinced this brat has been playing him the whole time. Lin Fan kept giving him the illusion that he could win, only to pull away whenever Hao got within striking distance. When the 3 kilometers end, Lin Fan crosses the line 300 meters ahead. The battalion commander's face turns pale. A company commander losing to a rookie. How's he ever going to command respect from these new recruits again? Lin Fan, this kid didn't give Vo Dong Hao even a shred of dignity. The news reaches the colonel's office fast. Hearing the report, Chu Trongjiang isn't even surprised. If Lin Fan wasn't this capable, the general wouldn't have scouted him. Before lunch, the phone rings. It's Xiao Zhangguo on the other end of the line. He expected Lin Fan to be struggling, but after hearing the morning report from Chu Trong, Jiang Xiaochango literally spits out his tea in pure shock. You and I can imagine his face when he hears this recruit actually beat a commander. I checked his background, he has zero prior training. Xiao Zhangguo can't just sit around anymore. Is this kid really as good as they say? He goes quiet for a second. I'll have to see him myself. Time flies, and a week later, Xiao Zhangguo finally arrives to check on Lin Fan. He spots Lin Fan in the crowd instantly. His posture is perfect, standing in sharp contrast to the other messy recruits. Chu Zhongjiang smiles and notes that while others take breaks, this kid never seems to tire. His instructor says he hasn't rested once today, standing perfectly still since the drill started without moving an inch. Xiao Zhangguo watches Lin Fan from a distance, observing him all morning. He looks for a single flaw, but Lin Fan is the top performer in every single category. During the anthems, he might not have the best voice, but his spirit and power are unmatched. In the mess hall, he follows every rule perfectly. By the time others are half done, he's already finished. If the general didn't know better, he'd think a veteran soldier had sneaked into the recruit rank. During the lunch break, while others head to the dorms, Lin Fan goes straight to the training ground. His roommates are losing it. If he keeps this up, the squad leader will make us all come out and train with him. Big brother, please, just take a single day off. Lin Fan pushes himself for one reason. In 4 years, Xiao Rongyu will die just 2 years after joining the service. She was a soldier who never let her gender hold her back. Within 2 years, she'll successfully make it into an elite female special forces unit. During a short break after passing her trials, the two of them will meet. And that's where we leave it for now, the moment Lin Fan gets into a drunken fight and she's wounded just to protect him. Let's jump into a story where a single injury changed everything, turning 10 teammates into only 9 survivors. If Xiao Rongyu had been healthy, she would have made it back, but that injury made her lose her grip. Now our main character Lin Fan is training like a madman. Xiao Zhangguo watches him closely, wondering if all this insane effort is just to stay by Rongyu's side. He doesn't need to risk his life like this. The old man can sense a deep obsession inside Lin Fan, but he has no idea where it comes from. Seeing Lin Fan push himself to the absolute brink, Django starts to see the kid in a slightly different light. Still, that doesn't mean he approves of Lin Fan being with his daughter. Not yet, anyway. He's used to elite families, and a common soldier just doesn't measure up. Before you know it, a full month has already passed by. During this time, the recruits undergo massive transformations, but Lin Fan's growth, that is on a whole different level. In just 30 days, his physical condition has reached heights that nobody could have possibly expected. Pay attention to his secret, it wasn't just talent, but pure relentless grind. While the others slept, he was always out there training. While they rested, he kept going. Soon his drive started making everyone else in the camp feel restless too. It started with him, but soon his entire squad was performing a whole tier above everyone else. As time flies, the competition heats up. Even after the sun goes down, the training grounds are still packed with recruits. Tomorrow marks the first monthly evaluation. The order is simple: everyone needs to rest and recover today. Every year, the top recruit in this trial is awarded a prestigious third class merit medal. To rookies like you, a third class medal might not seem like much, but in reality, getting even a single word of official praise is incredibly tough. When he hears the squad leader mention that medal, Lin Fan's eyes light up with pure determination. He needs every reward and medal possible to finally shut Xiao Zhangguo's mouth and prove his worth once and for all. Right then, the system rings in his head. A new mission: secure first place in the recruit training exams. Taking the top spot each month unlocks a special skill reward. The thought of a skill reward gets his heart racing. By the next morning after resting, Lin Fan's body is in peak condition. Today's monthly test is straightforward, a pure trial of physical stamina. Once the whistle blows, Lin Fan takes off like he's running a 100-meter dash. At first, everyone doubted this strategy, but look at him now. Wu Yonghao and the others are used to it. Lin Fan's form might not be pretty, but his times are blazing fast. After a month of non-stop training, even he hasn't checked his official time for the 3-kilometer run yet. I know what you're thinking. How long can this kid keep up a full sprint? Well, we're about to find out exactly where his limit lies. In the past, his pace would have dropped by now, but this time he's not slowing down at all. 2 laps in and his speed hasn't flickered once. Honestly, if his roommates were in any other squad, they'd be considered elite soldiers. But unfortunately, next to Lin Fan, these top-tier recruits look like they're crawling like snails. Chu Changjiang is secretly watching from his office. He's seen plenty of talent, but someone with this kind of raw speed is extremely rare. If his marksmanship is just as sharp as his running, and his talent stays this high, then his time in the Tiger Regiment is definitely on a countdown. This is the guy Xiao Zhangguo wanted to break, but instead of crushing him, the pressure is only making him stronger. Chango always respects true talent. No matter how much he pissed off the old man before, as long as he has real strength, Shango might just recruit him himself. At that point, Lin Fan will be the one picking which elite unit to join. As the finish line nears, Lin Fan accelerates even more. This time, Wu Yonghao is personally timing the run. Seeing him close in, Yonghao can't believe his eyes. The stopwatch is barely crossing the 9-minute mark. He remembers when Lin Fan challenged him publicly. Looking at him now, it would have been a miracle if Yong Hao hadn't lost. Lin Fan blazes across the finish line at 9 minutes 33.76 seconds. Even the usually calm Wu Yong Hao can't help but swear out loud. Holy crap! Stunned by the result, Yong Hao immediately checks the national military record before dragging Chu Changjiang back to the track. When Changjiang sees those numbers on the stopwatch, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Their Tiger Regiment has plenty of fit soldiers, but someone with this kind of terrifying power, that is unheard of. Units across the entire country dream of breaking national records, and it's never easy. Only the elite of the elite can pull it off. But look at him. The national 3-kilometer record was just shattered by a rookie still in basic training. Good, absolutely amazing. As Changjiang keeps praising him, you and I are watching a legend in the making while Lin Fan just stands there totally clueless. Stick with me, a legend is born. Jiang walks up to Pham and asks if he knows what he just did. Seeing the grin that Jiang just cannot hide, Lam Pham knows this definitely is not bad news. Reporting for duty, I finished the 3 kilometers with a decent time. Jiang just laughs, saying it was not just decent, it broke the entire army record. Hearing those words come from Chu Trongjiang, even Lam Pham is left a bit stunned. The record Jiang's voice is so loud it sends shockwaves through the entire freshman battalion. The news spreads faster than a wildfire, reaching the ears of Xiao Zhengguo in no time. Xiao Zhengguo is skeptical, his old face full of doubt. Could this kid really break a record? Is the stopwatch broken? Chu Zhuangzhang thumps his chest, promising the chief that there is absolutely no mistake here. Most importantly, after finishing 3 kilometers, he rested for a moment and ran another 3. This time, 5 people timed him at 9 minutes and 30 seconds, even faster than his first run. Xiao Zhengguo goes silent, realizing it is almost time for these recruits to handle live ammunition. A new special ops team is forming in the north, and he wants to send the kid there to test his limits. If his first live fire score exceeds 90, notify me immediately. Now here is where it gets wild. Watch as Lam Pham claims the top spot and the system reward arrives. All guns mastery. Since he got the system, this is the very first skill he has actually received. He opens the skill description, it grants him total mastery over every firearm on the planet. The description is incredibly brief, even bordering on being shorter than the actual name of the skill itself. Although it is extremely short, you have to admit that the description is absolutely complete and covers every base. Just one short sentence encompasses every single type of gun in the entire world. This means he can pick up any weapon and use it perfectly. That night, the recruits are finally back in the dorms. A roommate cannot help but ask Tran bin Sarge, when do we finally get to touch the guns? Others chime in eagerly. Seeing their faces, Tran bin sees a reflection of his younger self. After all, what man could ever turn down the chance to handle a real firearm? In training, nothing is more anticipated than getting your rifle. Bin does not tease them, it is happening tomorrow. The recruits' eyes go wide and the dormitory explodes into a chorus of wild cheers. Knowing they will get guns tomorrow, they are too hyped to sleep, waking up even earlier than the roosters. Seeing the rookies already packed and standing ready so early, Tranbin just laughs and scolds them, saying this excitement will turn into pure misery soon enough. They do not care about the hardship. Even if they had to practice all day, they would do it happily. At the shooting range, the recruits wait in line, having undergone a massive transformation this month. For once, the leaders are not calling this the worst batch they have ever trained. That is because the competition within this group of rookies is absolutely fierce. They get their rifles, but shooting, forget it. You do not know these guns yet, so no firing allowed. Their faces drop. Tranbin stands before them, saying that to use a gun, you must first understand it. Before they can even blink, the rifle in his hands is reduced to a pile of parts. The recruits are stunned and speechless, everyone except for Lam Pham, of course. You and I can see it on his face. This looks easy to him. Bin notices Pham's unimpressed expression. He calls Lam Pham out, saying since he was watching so closely, he should give it a try. He steps to the table and in a flash strips the gun down into its components again. From start to finish, the entire process likely took less than 20 seconds. He originally planned to humble Pham, but now it seems that Tranbin was definitely overthinking his own plan. The kid's arrogance is not for show, he actually has the skills to back it up. Bin tries to stay calm, asking if he can put it back together. Pham just starts working. Like a master magician, he reassembles the weapon with incredible precision. Ranbin can see that he is clearly more skilled during the assembly process, moving with a fluid speed that is significantly faster than when the rifle was being stripped down earlier. Seeing such raw talent, the instructor is left completely speechless. He shakes his head with a bitter smile. After a moment, he asks if Pham can go even faster. Pham nods, saying he has never touched a gun before. Trust me, you and I are watching a monster wake up. All right, you and I are about to see a recruit who is basically a human cheat code. He says if he gets one more shot, he will do even better. Let's see him try. He starts stripping to the weapon again. Last time took 20 seconds just to take it apart, but now he disassembles and reassembles the whole thing in under 20 seconds. Chen Bin loses it and swears out loud. He tells the kid to wait right there while he sprints off to find the company commander. After hearing the report, Commander Wu Yonghao's eyes nearly pop out of his head in pure shock. He asks Chen Bin if this is a prank. 20 seconds for a full strip and assembly. The kid's records are clean and have been heavily vetted. There is absolutely no way he has ever had access to a real firearm before joining the military. He watched the instructor do it once and mimicked it perfectly, then put it back together even faster than before. Chenbin sighs, admitting even he finds it hard to believe. They start suspecting the colonel placed Lin Fan here specifically for elite training. Maybe he had some kind of professional military training before his enlistment. Otherwise, why would the top brass target a random rookie like this? Eventually, the news reaches the ears of Chu Chiang. Even the colonel is stunned, but he doesn't doubt the report for a single second. No one in his unit would have any logical reason to make up a crazy story like that. Now, think about this: with talent like this, keeping him with the regular troops would be a total waste of potential. He belongs with the best of the best. During the lunch break, Lin Fan enters the colonel's office. Seeing him walk in, Chu Jiang feels a wave of complicated emotions. He knew Lin Fan would leave his tiger regiment eventually, but he never expected it to happen this soon. Beside the colonel, Lin Fan notices a grizzled veteran sitting calmly on the sofa. With Lin Fan's natural gifts, training alongside ordinary recruits is officially a thing of the past. He might not recognize this veteran now, but if he stayed in the tiger regiment longer, he'd know his reputation. This is Zhang Tianjun. In this regiment, if he says he's number two, absolutely nobody dares to claim number one. He's the all around soldier king who holds every record here. From today on, you're going to be learning directly from him. Lin Fan isn't surprised by the arrangement at all. He knows that with his skill level training with the standard recruits would be a total waste. After a quick and simple introduction, Zhang Jianjun leads him out of the office. The veteran isn't even sure where to start teaching. Back in the office, the colonel ordered unlimited ammunition for Lin Fan's training. You and I both know the stakes here. The colonel wants to see exactly how insane this kid's first live fire score will be. Before they can begin, Zhang Jianjun has some personal business he needs to wrap up. He tells Lin Fan to head to the range while he grabs a rifle from the armory. Lin Fan goes straight there. The midday sun is scorching. As he arrives, he finds an entire company already practicing their marksmanship. It's the elite Company 7. In the Tiger Regiment, Company 7 is famously known as the Sharpshooter Company. Countless elite sharpshooters have come from this company's ranks over the years. Basically, every single shooting award in the Tiger Regiment belongs to Company 7. They watch Lin Fan walk straight toward the range. Everyone in Company 7 feels a bit confused by his presence. It's so hot, even the dogs are hiding. So, who's this guy out in the sun? The veterans start whispering and wondering about him. He looks unfamiliar and his rank seems a bit off. Wait, is his rank really just a private? A rookie. Once they realize his rank, everyone crowds around to get a closer look at the newcomer. The veterans are curious. How long has this batch of recruits been in training? It's been about a month. 1 month in, and he's already got that aura. Is he here to practice shooting? They keep gossiping among themselves. Seeing the veterans, Lin Fan greets them politely. After a month of intense training, his rough edges are completely gone. Now he radiates the sharp and powerful presence of a true soldier. The Company 7 commander walks over and asks if he's a new recruit. Training is tough, and since guns were just issued, it'll be a long afternoon. Lin Fan says he's here to practice shooting. That statement shocks everyone in Company 7. They only just heard that the recruits were getting their weapons today. You don't just start shooting the second you get a rifle. Newbies usually have to study theory and practice holding the gun for ages before they even touch a real trigger. Interested, the commander watches as Lin Fan walks to a table and sets his rifle down. The moment he touches the gun, his hands move like magic. In an instant, the rifle is stripped down to a pile of parts. And just like that, the veterans are left swearing in shock. Absolute madness. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Stick with me, you are about to see a supposedly green recruit pull off the absolute impossible. Lin Fan does not need to say a single word. His lightning fast actions are the only proof anyone needs. As the commander of the sharpshooter unit, he has seen countless geniuses and legendary marksmen in his time. He has seen soldiers with terrifyingly fast hands before, but a monster like Lin Fan is a first for him because of this inhuman speed in assembling his weapon. The 7th Company commander realizes this is no rookie. This is clearly a veteran wearing a recruit uniform to stir up some trouble. Friend, which regiment do you really belong to? Hearing the commander's question, the other veterans suddenly snap out of their daze and realize the situation too. This guy isn't a newbie, he is an intruder from another unit. Lin Fan just gives a helpless smile. Which regiment could I be from? Now listen close because here is the answer they did not expect. Tiger Regiment Recruit Battalion, 1st Company, 1st Squad. The commander scoffed. Lie better, kid. I might as well say I am a rookie from the 2nd Company, too. Just then, Zhang Jianjun finished his business and started heading over toward the gathered group. Seeing him, the 7th Company commander stopped wasting breath on Lin Fan. Old Zhang, do you know this guy? Hearing Zhang say they are acquainted, the 7th Company commander breaks into a smug grin. That look says it all. Let us see how much longer this kid can keep up the act. So, which unit is he really from? He is a genuine recruit from our very own regiment. The entire range goes dead silent. The smug grins on the veterans' faces freeze instantly. A recruit. This monster is really a recruit, old Zhang. You have got to be joking with us. Why would I joke with you? I brought him here for target practice, so I am borrowing one of your lanes today. It is the colonel's direct order. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two of them walk straight toward firing lane number 1. The 7th Company just stands there stunned in the blistering heat. Commander, remember that story you told us? The rookie who shattered the 3-kilometer army-wide record, Lin something. What was his name again? You and I both know who it is. His name is Lin Fan. Wait, was that him just now? The new wave is coming for us. They are not just rising, they are sweeping us away completely. Watching the two of them at the firing line, their hearts are filled with pure conflict and disbelief. When they were rookies, the first month was just fitness and basic chores, purely the fundamentals of soldiering. But what about Lin Fan? He broke the army record in his first month. Just as they are gossiping, a series of rapid gunshots rings out from the distance. Bang bang, 10 shots ring out in a rapid fire sequence. Everyone instinctively turns to look toward the range. Firing that fast on your very first time with a rifle with such a crazy dense rhythm. At that speed, you will be lucky if even 1 or 2 bullets actually graze the target. Shang thought the same, but one look at the target and he froze under the scorching sun. The bullet holes in the center are incredibly dense. One look tells you all 10 shots hit the bullseye, every single one a perfect 10. Chang Jianjun cannot believe his own eyes, but the evidence is staring him right in the face. Every single one of those 10 shots hit the bullseye. Chang struggles to suppress the shock in his heart. Is this really your first time holding a gun? Yes. So those were not just lucky shots, you were actually shooting for real just now. The moment the question leaves his mouth, Chang realizes how stupid the question actually sounds. 1 or 2 hits in the bullseye could just be luck. But 10 shots in 2 seconds and every single one is dead center. That is pure absolute skill. Lin Fan does not bother explaining. He just reloads and locks his sights onto target number 2. This time his firing speed is even faster than the first round. Absolute machine gun pace. Standard training uses semi-auto mode, but he fires it so fast it basically sounds like a fully automatic rifle. 10 rounds fly out, yet target number 1 shows no reaction at all. Zhang is baffled. Those first shots were not luck, so why did he just miss target number 1 completely? But before Zhang can even react, Lin Fan is already slamming another fresh magazine into the rifle. Bang bang, Lin Fan's firing speed is getting faster. It is so quick that he barely even looks like he is aiming at the target. He loads 30 rounds into the magazine and empties them all in less than 10 seconds flat. Targets 3, 4, and 5, the center of every target is now riddled with a terrifying cluster of bullet holes. The veterans who were about to train are speechless. Fresh targets instantly turned into Swiss cheese by a rookie. Even the most skeptical person here has to admit it. You and I just witnessed the birth of a legend. Alright, you and I are about to watch a complete rookie shatter every bit of military logic. Kid, if I hadn't checked your file, I'd think you were a special ops spy. Let's try the 200-meter target. I knew this skill was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this insane. He doesn't even need to aim at the 100-meter target. For him, hitting the bullseye at 100 meters is as easy as breathing. It takes absolutely zero effort or concentration. Zhang Jianjun quickly moves the target to 200 meters. He assumes that at this distance, Lin Fan's accuracy will finally start to drop. But he was dead wrong. Doubling the distance usually makes it much harder, but for Lin Fan, the difficulty felt exactly the same. Just a quick aim, then bang, 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 10 shots fired, and every single one hit the dead center of the target again. The entire 7th Company watched this unfold, and honestly, you could feel their hearts breaking for their own pride right now. They grind every single day to master their aim, yet they're getting outclassed by a rookie who just touched a gun for the first time. If Commander Zhang hadn't confirmed he was a total newbie, they wouldn't believe it in a million years. Absolute madness. I mean, what kind of rookies is this? First time holding a weapon, first time shooting, and he gets perfect bullseyes across the board. 5 targets, all bullseyes. This isn't a human, it's an alien wearing a human suit. There's just no other explanation for this skill level. The crowd is buzzing with rumors as Zhang Jianjun heads toward the 7th Company's captain to make a request. Captain, can we borrow a. Before he can even finish his sentence, the 7th Company leader cuts him off immediately. Take whatever you need. If it's something the 7th Company has in our arsenal, it's yours to use. I've lived a long time, but today I finally saw what a true super genius looks like with my own eyes. If I don't let you use this gun, I'd be a criminal for blocking the path of a literal god of marksmen. We only brought rifles today, but I'll send extra soldiers to help you set up the targets. Tell me the distance you want, and I'll make sure the targets are adjusted perfectly for your next shot. When the sniper rifle lands in his hands, Lin Fan underestimates the weight, and his arms visibly dip for a second under the heavy steel. The 7th Company captain notices that one clumsy movement proves the kid really is just a beginner who doesn't know his weapons. But as soon as Lin Fan adjusts to the weight, that strange familiar feeling rushes back into his body like a tidal wave. It's his first time ever touching a sniper rifle, but with his special skill supporting him, it's like he's practiced with it 10,000 times already. 400 meters, forget that. He feels like he could nail a perfect shot from 1400 meters away without breaking a sweat. This isn't just ego, it's the system giving him ultimate confidence. He doesn't even need to focus on steadying his breathing. After a split second aim, he fires. On the target 400 meters away, a bullet hole appears instantly right in the center. Stick with me because Zhang and the rest of the crew are about to have their minds blown while watching through their binoculars. Now, the other veterans are dying of curiosity. Rifles and sniper rifles are two completely different worlds of combat. Just because you can handle a standard rifle doesn't mean you can snip. It's a whole different level of precision and skill. If anyone could do it, snipers would be on every street corner. Captain, did he hit it? The soldiers crowd around asking. They don't even need an answer. One look at the captain's face tells them everything they need to know about the result. The 7th Company captain is famous for his stone cold poker face. He almost never shows any emotion while on duty. But today, shock is written all over him. He actually hit it. Just look at the captain's face. One soldier shouts in disbelief. 400 meters, 600 and finally 1000 meters. Chang Janjun is starting to think the kid has completely lost his mind. Let's pause. 1000 meters with an 800-meter gun. Even we know that's impossible, right? Chang Janjun is losing it because the gun simply isn't built to reach that far. The effective range for this specific sniper rifle is only 800 meters at the absolute maximum. Once you pass 800, the trajectory becomes unpredictable and impossible to control. Hitting a target at 1000 meters is like a miracle. Before Zhang can even finish his warning, Lin Fan speaks up. After those few shots, I think I've mastered this gun's specific quirks. Let me try. Zhang Jianjun's jaw drops. You fired a few times and now you understand the whole weapon. Are you kidding me? Who does he think he is anyway? Does he really believe he's some kind of human supercomputer? If it was 800 meters, Zhang wouldn't say a word. But 1000, that's just a ridiculous request. If he hits a target 200 meters past the effective range, Zhang will literally bow down. Fine, set the target. The soldier setting the targets is stunned. This is a mixed range area, and the longest path they have is only 800 meters. Over the radio, the soldier says helplessly, our range maxes out at 800 meters. We literally can't go any further. Lin Fan frowns and looks around the field. No problem, I'll just walk back 200 meters myself to make the distance. With that, he grabs the gun and starts running backward. Chang Janjun's mouth is just hanging open in pure shock. You and I just saw a guy run backward to make a shot harder. A total rookie taking 1000-meter shot with a gun that caps at 800. Trust me, this is pure insanity. Alright, you and I are about to see a rookie turn into a god-tier sniper. Hitting the target is a win, but for him, it's already legendary. It's like the heavens are chasing him down to serve him a 5-star meal of raw talent on a silver platter. Even the soldiers setting targets are lost. They set the mark at 800 meters, but Lin Fan backs up another 200. Seeing him lie down, the veterans can't believe their eyes. What is this kid doing? Our Type 88 rifle only has an effective range of 800 meters. A rookie touching a sniper rifle for the first time aiming for 1,000 meters. Those words just don't belong in the same sentence. If he actually hits this, it'll defy all logic. He adjusts for 30 seconds, then boom! A flash of fire as the bullet screams out of the barrel. A second later, a fresh bullet hole appears right on the target. Commander Jang Janjun and the soldiers standing by the target are completely frozen in shock. Just hitting the board would have been a miracle, but him, this wasn't just a hit, it was a perfect shot right into the bullseye. Then he fires again and again. Aside from one slightly off shot, every single round nails the center perfectly. The gaps between shots are long, maybe 10 seconds each, but to the onlookers, this firing speed is terrifyingly fast. We're talking about 1,000 meters here, the math required is insane. Even if these veterans racked their brains, they could never calculate that fast. Before their lunch break, even ends news of this madness reaches Xiao Zhengguo. No matter how calm he usually is, the commander finally snaps. Damn it. Let's pause here. You can actually see the moment the commander's brain breaks from shock. Chu Changjiang has zero reason to lie. That afternoon, Xiao Zhengguo rushes to the scene. Greetings, Sir Lin Fan salutes with perfect military form. But his eyes tell a different story. They're full of provocation and a clear sense of showing off. Why is he training so hard? It's all for Xiao Rongyu. He wants to protect her on missions and force Xiao Zhengguo to finally see him as a worthy man. He doesn't know his full strength yet, but he knows doing this as a rookie is absolutely world-shaking. After saluting, he grins and asks, Sir, would you say I'm starting to make a name for myself in the army? Xiao Zhengguo's face goes dark. I haven't even started making your life difficult yet. And you're already acting arrogant to be my son in law. You've got a long way to go. I'm here for one reason. Get to the range. If you don't show me the same skills I saw in that video, there will be consequences. He sees Chu Changjiang and the others standing there. Damn, he blurted it out. Now pay attention because the secret everyone's been wondering about. It's finally out. Everyone is stunned. Son in law. It all clicks for Chu Changjiang. Lin Fan is chasing the commander's daughter, which is why the boss wanted him crushed. He's only here to prove he's worthy of her by becoming a legend in the ranks. On the way, Xiao wonders if he can keep Chu quiet, but what about the others? It's not that he's against her having a boyfriend, but before joining up, Lin Fan was just average, not worthy of his daughter at all. If word got out, he'd lose all his prestige. But if Lin Fan is actually this talented and starts breaking army records, then as a father, he wouldn't mind as much. At least the kid gives him something to brag about. At the range, Lin Fan goes all out with both assault and sniper rifles. Fixed moving, it doesn't matter. Every shot is a bullseye. After the shooting comes the physical endurance tests. Xiao Zhengguo stays stone-faced, but inside his mind is absolutely racing with excitement. This level of talent doesn't belong in a normal unit. He'd be a top-tier operator even in the special forces. After seeing Lin Fan's true power, the commander thinks he looks much more likable now. In the office, Xiao Zhengguo leans back and gets straight to the point. How about trying out for the special forces? Lin Fan's eyes light up, but then he pauses. If he goes to a place run by someone like Xiao Zhengguo, won't this old man just find even more creative ways to torture him? But if he wants to reach the top, the special forces are a path he must take. His face stays calm, but his eyes are conflicted. Even the veteran commander is a bit confused by the look on the kid's face. What is he actually thinking? Suddenly, Lin Fan's gaze turns sharp and determined. And trust me, we're following this journey together. He'll endure any torture to ensure his past regrets never happen again. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character finally get the recognition he deserves from the powerful General Xiao. Then the system's voice rings in his ear once again. Detecting the host is joining the Special Forces selection. It automatically triggers a muscle enhancement boost. This will take effect at the base. Pack your things and follow me, the general says. After saying goodbye to the others, Lin Fan heads back to get ready. Watching him leave Chu is filled with admiration. With Lin Fan's insane strength, it's impossible for him to fail the Special Forces entrance exam. In terms of marksmanship and physical fitness, he has already surpassed the standards of a top-tier special agent. Inside the military vehicle, Lin Fan feels a mix of nerves and excitement, even though he has the system's help. He hasn't had it for very long, so his power isn't at its peak yet. He wonders just how far he can push himself here. After all, everyone entering this Special Forces selection is the best of the best, the absolute elite from every military unit. While still driving, General Xiao notifies the base and the news travels fast. When it reaches Instructor Suing, his face twists into an angry scowl. Pay attention here. The selection has been running for a week, and now he is told a newcomer is jumping in midway. Either I die, or he definitely doesn't get in here. The man on the other end of the line is totally helpless. That's just how Shu Ying is. He has zero respect for anyone trying to use connections to skip the line. Look, normally I wouldn't even call you about this, but this time it's different. I don't care if he's the king of heaven, he's not crossing this gate. Wait, this recruit was personally assigned by the general himself. Hearing that, even a man as tough as Shu Ying is stunned into silence, not knowing what to say. The general personally sent him. What kind of connection is that? He knows the general never lets people use the back door. Stop training the soldiers. Give those poor guys a quick rest and go check the email I just sent to your office. On the way back, Shu Ying keeps wondering just how strong this kid must be to get a personal referral from General Xiao. This definitely isn't about favoritism. It has to be about absolute raw strength. Sitting at his computer, Shu Ying opens the email. There's no text, just one attached file, Lin Fan's personal record. This profile looks completely different from the standard ones, like it was typed up in a huge hurry. Shu Ying scans the file, mumbling to himself. Private. Seeing the rank of private, his eyes widen and he leans toward the screen. It's a temporary file, but there's no mistake. The general's people always work fast. Shu Ying realizes the general is actually sending a total rookie. But once he reads the description below, everything starts to make sense. First month of training broke the All Army 3-kilometer record. First time picking up a gun, 100% accuracy. Rifles at 100 and 200 meters fixed or moving, he hits every bullseye. Sniping from 400 to 1000 meters, every shot is perfect. You saw that too, right? Even a veteran instructor like him is losing his mind over these god tier stats. He's seen people break the 3-kilometer record before, but a record like this is just on another level entirely. He's seen legendary sharpshooters, but those guys are always the elite of the elite. This kid is just a regular new soldier. While Shu Ying is still in shock, a military vehicle slowly pulls up outside the selection base. Looking at the rank on Lin Fan's shoulder, Shu Ying is left completely speechless. General Xiao laughs and pats his shoulder. I'm leaving this rookie in your hands. Looking at Lin Fan, the instructor feels strange. His own son is 18 and still in college, while this kid is already here for Special Forces selection. No special treatment for him. Handle him as roughly as you want. When the old general tells the instructor to break him, Lin Fan is stunned. Being pushed in a normal unit was one thing, but this. Special Forces torture. Is this old man trying to kill me? No matter how nice he is, he can't stay quiet. Uncle Xiao, I'm your future son-in-law. Does anyone really treat their own family like this? Now Shu Ying is completely stunned. What kind of crazy relationship is this? A rookie and a general, and this kid actually managed to win over the general's daughter. The general's face darkens instantly. Shu Ying, if I see him living comfortably here, I'll be coming for you next. And that's the ultimate threat. If he can't survive this, then he's finished. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens. Watch this rookie as Tieu Dung Ngu leaves in his car. Stick with me. Tuong watches Lam Pham closely. Not ordinary at all, not scared I will target you during training. Lam Pham looks indifferent, like a dead pig that does not fear boiling water anymore. General Tieu is determined to crush him, but he is used to it by now. Tuong is impressed. Training starts soon. Others carry 20 kilograms, you carry 30. Lam Pham agrees without a single doubt. When Tuong returns, the assistant coach Loi Chimin shouts to the soldiers, everyone fall in. The troops spot Lam Pham. He does not look like a coach with that private rank on his shoulder. Lam Pham heads to the back. Everyone stares at the newcomer, wondering if he is actually here for selection. Wait, how does a rookie reach this elite level? Let's find out together. 10-minute break, then prepare for extreme cross country. 10 minutes of rest is a rare gift here. Every single man collapses onto the dirt, trying to recover their strength as fast as they possibly can. After 7 days, the word extreme terrifies them. It means they will run without knowing when they will finally stop. Out of the entire group, Lam Pham is the only one standing out like a sore thumb. While everyone else is face down in the dirt, this guy still has plenty of energy left in him. Quite a few soldiers feel hostility seeing him join. They put in every ounce of effort to survive these 7 days. They have 8 days left of 15, but he only has to endure those last 8 days. Unfair. Anyone would think this is wrong. The whistle blows, 10 minutes are up. Prepare for 20-kilogram loads. Lam Pham has to carry 30. Hearing that, everyone instinctively turns their heads to look at the kid. Everyone's performance was average today, so nobody had been singled out or kicked from the program yet. Just how did this Lam Pham kid piss off the coach? Under their gaze, he stuffs 30 kilograms into his pack. Seeing the newcomer carry a heavier load makes the other soldiers feel a little better about their own situation. Still, they are curious how a private managed to get into an elite special forces selection like this one. Trust me, you and I are not looking at an average tryout here. Standards here are insane. You cannot get in through connections, only raw skill and brutal endurance will work. With only a private rank, he does not look like he has the strength. But the whistle blows and they run. He stays silent. They have already covered about 2 kilometers of the difficult path ahead of them. His teammate Monkey cannot hold back anymore. Are you really a rookie? Monkey suddenly stops and gasps. He looks at Lam Pham with fear. Tell me the truth, did the coaches plant you to spy on us? What have they endured in just 1 week? They have learned to deeply hate those brutal coaches. Lam Pham says he is just here for selection. Monkey scoffed, telling him to stop playing around with them. You have a private rank, so do not tell me you are just here for selection. Monkey is left speechless. Since he clearly will not talk, Monkey decides not to push his luck and goes back to his run. But the truth is, every word he just said was real. Nobody believes a rookie, but Tuung is watching. After just 2 kilometers, the other soldiers are already showing signs of clear exhaustion and fatigue. Their speed drops significantly. Tuung knows that even at their peak, these men are not on this kid's level. Even though he is carrying 30 kilograms of weight on his back right now, his face is not red and his heart is steady after 2 kilometers. Off road is a different beast. Cross country drains energy way faster than a normal run, especially when you are carrying a heavy pack. It is a brutal test of endurance, but for him, this challenge looks like a walk in the park. Lo Chi-ming is watching closely. Seeing such stamina, he asks the head coach if this kid is actually a rookie. Tuong had only mentioned his rank, keeping other details about the boy to himself for the time being. During his first month, he broke the 3 kilometer army record twice in a single day, shattering all military standards. Once during the test, then again during a rerun. Loi Chi-min is completely stunned by the incredible news. A rookie breaking records. You have got to be kidding me. Tuong starts listing every other achievement he has. Tuong never lies. It looks like you and I are watching a monster in the making. Let's dive into the story of a recruit who is clearly not your average rookie, especially since the commander himself brought him in. This time they have been running non-stop from the break of dawn until late at night. Every other soldier's stamina is completely shot and they are only moving forward on pure willpower now. But our hero is carrying 30 kilograms without breaking a sweat, leaving even the instructor Tuung in total shock. He knew the kid's physical stats would be high, but this level of endurance is beyond anything he actually expected. While others are literally fainting from exhaustion, he's still lugging that heavy pack with zero intention of stopping for a rest. Normally, this is where the training session should end because everyone has hit their absolute physical limit. Pushing any further would be pointless and could probably cause some permanent, irreversible damage to their bodies. However, this kid is a total outlier. If he rests now, today's training won't even be effective for him. But skipping the evening session isn't an option either, so after a moment, Tuung barks out a loud order. Everyone gets 30 minutes of rest at the base except for Lam Pham. I will be training him personally. Our main character isn't surprised at all, but the guy next to him, Monkey, is absolutely losing his mind. While the recruit stays calm, Monkey is panicking, wishing he could just apologize to the head coach before things get ugly. Usually, anyone dragged off for private training by the instructor does not come back to the base in one piece. They are usually too exhausted to move for days, but Monkey's worrying isn't going to change anything for his friend. Loi Chi Ming leads the squad back to base, while Tuong and our hero stay behind to continue their run. Listen closely, if the gap between us exceeds 10 meters, not even the commander can save you from being kicked out. The instructor wanted to use this impossible test to intimidate him, expecting the recruit to instinctively argue or complain. Instead, the kid agrees instantly without a single protest, leaving Tuong momentarily at a complete loss for words. If he actually outruns the kid, he cannot just follow through and kick him out for something so petty. If he fired a talent like this over a silly bet, Tiu Chiang-kwok would probably have his head. Tuong takes off at a blistering pace to show him who is boss, but he is totally underestimating his student. Despite the rocky ground and the heavy 30-kilogram load, our hero stays glued to the instructor's heels. Tuung is stunned. Where does this rookie's limit even end? He's tired, sure, but he's far from hitting his peak. The two of them were originally following a standard mountain path. But suddenly the instructor swerves and dives straight into the dense forest, where running is a whole different beast. He expected the kid to slow down here, but the recruit keeps his speed exactly the same as before. It is like the thick forest does not affect him at all, which honestly surprises even the hero himself. Both his physical stamina and his learning abilities have been heavily boosted recently. He figures this incredible forest navigation is a direct result of his newly enhanced learning capacity from the system. Wait for it, this is the moment where the system voice finally rings out to reward his hard work. The system recognizes his entry into Special Ops selection and doubles his rewards for passing the recruit training phase. Congrats, you have unlocked Eagle Eye radar detection, camouflage climbing, and master level combat skills. Plus, he gets one bottle of body strengthening serum. Seeing all these rewards, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. He always thought this system was stingy, but getting 5 powerful skills at once is a total game changer. There is no time to study the others, so he uses the physical enhancement serum inside his mind immediately. Success physical stats have been successfully increased by zero point 0.5. In an instant, his body recovers to its absolute peak. Meanwhile, the instructor is looking back completely baffled. He wanted to check on the kid's status, but instead of being tired, the recruit looks totally refreshed and energized. What the hell? How is he this full of energy? Does running actually get this kid hyped up? Once our hero snaps back to reality, he notices the biggest change from his new skill set. With the Eagle Eye skill active, his vision has reached a terrifyingly powerful level of clarity. Even with the sun gone and only faint moonlight, every single detail in the forest is crystal clear to him now. Suddenly, his speed through the dense woods is even faster than the instructor leading the way. Hey, instructor, maybe we should slow down a bit. You and I both know who is really winning this race. Alright, let's dive into a story where a rookie absolutely shatters the ego of a legendary coach. As the head instructor of this selection, Tuung has always been the one complaining about slow soldiers, never the other way around. The coach isn't carrying anything while our guy is lugging 30 kilograms of extra gear. For a veteran like Tuung, this is a massive insult to his pride. If he doesn't win this race today, he will have to live the rest of his life with the shame of being outclassed by a total beginner. On the other side, Tuung has completely shifted his focus. His only goal now is to run until this kid collapses from pure exhaustion. He simply doesn't believe a rookie can beat him while carrying 30 kilograms of heavy equipment. It is supposed to be physically impossible. They have been running for over an hour now, and the veteran coach is finally starting to reach his breaking point. Loi Chiming is waiting anxiously back at the base. They said they would be back in 30 minutes, but it has been over an hour. He mutters to himself, wondering where on earth those two could have gone. Just as Loi Chi-min starts to get suspicious, two blurry figures finally appear at the main entrance of the base. One man is carrying the other, who looks completely unconscious. Loi Chi-min shakes his head with a grin. He thinks the old man was way too brutal this time. Why would he break a rookie like that? He claps his hands and tells the other instructors to go help them out and arrange a spot for the kid. The other assistant coaches nod in agreement and follow him, heading out to meet the returning pair. Stick with me here, because this is where everything shifts from confusion to pure shock. After a few steps, Loi Chi-min and the others realize something is terribly wrong. It was too dark to see clearly at first, but as they get closer to those two hazy figures, the actual truth finally comes into focus. They realize the one doing the carrying isn't the coach, it's the rookie. And the one unconscious on his back is Tuung. The team rushes forward to check on their leader. Seeing the assistant coaches, our main character sighs in relief. He tells them the head instructor just fainted from being overtired during the run. He asks if they have the way to handle this, since he's used to seeing soldiers collapse. Hearing that, Loi Chi-min and the entire crew are absolutely stunned into silence. They originally thought something tragic had happened. They never expected that the legendary Tuung would actually pass out from just running. Tuung, and exhausted to the point of fainting. Those words do not even belong in the same sentence. Loi Chi-min takes a breath and gets serious. He demands to know the real situation. How could the strongest coach be the one who collapsed first? Our hero knew they wouldn't believe it. Honestly, he doesn't even want to waste his breath explaining the details to these assistant coaches. He tells them to just ask the boss when he wakes up. This kid definitely has a bit of a temper. Right then, the man on his shoulder starts to move. Perfect timing. He sets Tuung down. The coach realizes he's back at the base and sees everyone staring at him in confusion. Looking at Loi Chi-min's face, Tuung immediately understands what happened. He lost. And he didn't just lose, he was utterly humiliated by a newcomer in front of everyone. You and I both saw that coming, right? Tuung admits in a raspy voice that he was the one who fainted, telling everyone not to overthink it. Ever since they met him, they have never seen Tuung show respect to anyone, but now he's actually admitting his own defeat out loud. This means he has completely acknowledged our guy's strength. It's no lie. In terms of pure stamina, the coach simply could not keep up. He asks what time it is. Over an hour. Then he asks if the men have started their training yet. The answer is no. Tuung's expression immediately turns dark. He respects our hero's physical power, but respect doesn't mean he isn't angry. Being surpassed by a fresh recruit is a massive blow to his pride. Of course, he's going to be fuming. He orders everyone to gear up for a 20-kilometer cross country run after training ends. The assistant coaches feel like 1,000 wild beasts just trampled over their heart. They were actually worried about him just a second ago. Now they are the ones paying the price for his bruised ego. Tuong couldn't outrun the rookie, so he's taking his frustration out on his own team. He is definitely the type to hold a grudge when things don't go his way. The next day on the training grounds, they are preparing for a massive tire flipping exercise. Everyone else gets a tire, but our guy is ordered to flip a massive log. He wonders if the coach thinks his arms are hydraulic presses. When our hero stays silent, Tuong's face drops. He asks if there's a problem. Lam Pham's face twists. A problem. Does he even dare to have an opinion right now? If he complains to Ung, we'll probably make him do double the work. It's a total trap. He reports that he has no objections, but even the soldiers nearby are shaking just hearing the plan. They know exactly how heavy that log is. It usually takes two grown men a huge amount of effort just to lift it, let alone trying to flip it all alone. The remaining 100 soldiers are split into groups of 10. Our guy ends up in a group with his friend. Each squad has an instructor. Tuung takes charge of the last group. Suddenly, he notices the massive log on our hero's shoulder. Normally, this requires 3 people to train together, but this kid is lugging the whole thing up all by himself without any help. Our guy doesn't know the exact weight, but Tuung knows that thing is easily 500 pounds. To be honest, even our main character is a little surprised by his own strength. He thought he'd never be able to move it, but after giving it a push, he realizes it's definitely heavy, but totally manageable for him. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how broken those new system skills really are. You and I are about to see a monster in the making. His muscle control is literally 100 times stronger than before. The other soldiers almost lose it as he deadlifts a log weighing over 500 pounds. Same rules as always, 5 reps of 100 meters, get ready. As soon as the whistle blows, the soldiers start pushing forward with everything they have. Everyone is giving their absolute, all terrified of falling behind. When he starts flipping that massive log, the ground literally shakes with every single hit. That heavy piece of timber looks like nothing more than a giant toy in his hands. Flipping it over and over, the veterans are completely stunned. Is this guy even human? They call this guy a rookie. Watching this Shuing is totally lost on how to even continue his training. He has years of coaching experience and has seen every kind of soldier imaginable. But facing this kid, he feels completely helpless. Usually, he is used to training soldiers who lack raw strength. But this guy, he does not look like a recruit. He looks like a top tier special agent who came back to the starter village for fun. These physical drills are extreme for the other men, but for him, this is just a basic daily workout. Stick with me here because normal training isn't even touching his limits. It is like he is barely warming up. By the time the 5 rounds end, he is barely out of breath, resting for just a few minutes before looking perfectly fine. Lei Jiming walks up to Xu Ying and pats his shoulder, saying he has never seen a soldier like this in all his years. Xu Ying just sighs. Dealing with a soldier of this caliber is a headache. It is not that he does not have ways to train him, but if he focuses only on him, what happens to the rest? Before he can speak, Lei Jiming mentions he has a plan. Seeing that sly look, Xu Ying knows it is nothing good. He is personally favored by the commander and is his future son-in-law. Plus, he is a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong with him. Lin Fan has been in the army for less than a month and was sent straight to special ops. Now even the coaches are stumped on how to handle him. Assistant coach Lei Jiming directly suggests the idea of hunter training. Hearing that Xu Ying immediately shuts it down, sending a brand new rookie to hunter training is insane. Compared to other special ops drills, the hunter program might not be the largest in scale. But when it comes to pure brutality, it is easily number one. Only invited nations can even send their best soldiers there. Now watch this part. Nobody knows what the training actually is. It is a total terrifying mystery. Every single team participating consists of the absolute top special agents from around the globe. Even so, the casualty rate for hunter training is terrifyingly high. Sending an inexperienced rookie there is basically a death sentence. Too many comrades have already fallen in that place. But Lei Jiming thinks differently. He asks if Xu Ying really thinks Lin Fan is just some ordinary rookie. Xu Ying stays silent. This is a kid who broke army records after 1 month and just made his coach pass out from exhaustion. He tosses 500-pound logs like toothpicks, and his file says he is a natural born marksman. I know it is dangerous, but that hellhole is the only place that fits a guy like him. Hunter training is cruel, but if he survives, it will be a legendary transformation. The next day, Lin Fan is called to see Xiao Zhanguo. He enters the office and gives a perfect military salute. Xiao Zhanguo gets straight to the point. Have you heard of hunter training? Seeing his blank stare, the general explains it is an international special ops program known for being incredibly strict and heartless. Before the general can even finish, he just says, I will go. Both Xiao Zhanguo and Xu Ying are stunned. He is not joking, he looks dead serious and determined. Xiao Zhanguo frowns, clearly getting anxious. Do you even know what kind of a place that is? I do not know the details, but I know it is harsher than here, and the training will be 10 times more intense. That is where I will face the best special agents in the entire world. Since you asked, it means I'm qualified, and I have my own reasons for needing to go. So, please, Commander, approve my request. Xiao Guo pauses. He wonders if he pushed the kid too far. He remembers the harsh words he used to block the relationship between the kid and his daughter Xiaorong. That is why he is pushing himself. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what comes next. All right, you and I are about to see if a rookie can survive the most brutal hunter training on earth. To prove himself, he accepts without hesitation, leaving Tieu Dung Ngu as the only one second guessing the decision. With his strength, he is more than qualified to be his son in law. But if he sends him to hunter training, he does not want a talent like him to get hurt, nor does he want his daughter to lose such a devoted boyfriend. Tieu Dung Ngu stands up and claps his shoulder. I knew my daughter would not pick a loser. She saw something in you and you did not disappoint me. Hunter training begins in 1 month. Before you leave, you need to learn basic English to communicate. Each country has 4 spots and the other 3 are already filled. You are the final choice. Come with me now to start training and do not lose face on the international stage. Right then, that familiar system voice rings out in his head again. It detects he is joining hunter training and grants a reward to help him. Complete mastery of every language on the planet. Talk about perfect timing, he thinks. That afternoon, he is dropped off at the training facility. The other 3 have not arrived yet, so he just falls asleep at a desk. Suddenly, a loud shout wakes him up. Damned rookie. He looks up to see the first teammate has entered the room. Hey man, where did you even get that rookie uniform? I am Tang from the Wolf team in the Northern District. He stands up politely. Just call me Lam Pham. I am from the Tiger team. Tank is completely stunned by that. He knows every elite unit in the 5 districts, but he has never heard of anyone called the Tigers. Watch this, he has no idea who he is messing with. The North Tank is stunned. The strongest special forces in the North right now is his own team, the Wolf Squad. None of the other units are called Tigers. He wonders if this kid is just playing a prank on him. In the whole Northern District, the only thing with Tiger in the name is the Tiger Regiment. Sending a rookie from the Tiger Regiment to hunter training is pure nonsense. You should not joke like that, man. There is no elite Tiger team in the North. The only connection is that basic regiment. In a second, are you going to tell me you are just a regular rookie from that regiment? He just shrugs his shoulders. I have been a rookie for exactly 2 months. Tang's face goes dark as 2 others walk in. From the central zone, the Divine Sword team, Tung Fong. From the south, the Night Wolf team, Zhang Dong. These 2 are the absolute best their respective districts have to offer. He is surprised to see the central zone elite is a woman. She is about 1.7 meters tall with a killer physique. Out in the real world, Tung Fong would be a total 10 but compared to Tieu Dung Ngu. We saw this coming. The door opens and the teacher walks in. My name is Ko, you can call me Teacher Ko. For the next month, I will be drilling you on tactical English and communication. As class ends, Teacher Ko looks incredibly annoyed. Looking at the 3 elites, his anger only grows. You claim to be the best of the best, but your English is worse than this rookie. It is embarrassing. From now on, Lam Pham will be tutoring the 3 of you after class every single day. The looks on their faces are complicated. Back at their home units, they were top-tier legends. But now they have to take lessons from a rookie. Since he is new, he has not had time to learn combat. Hand-to-hand combat is vital for hunter training. This month, you 3 will teach him everything you know. After dinner, they head to the backyard for a sparring session. Tank pats his shoulder. Listen, Brother Lam, do not feel too much pressure during this training. We do not actually use much hand-to-hand combat, and not all elites are great at it. On the battlefield, we use guns. Who uses fists? A rookie like you definitely does not understand how special forces really work. We will just practice, Lam. Go ahead and attack me. I will show you the massive gap between an elite and an amateur. Since he gained his combat skills from the system, he has not had a chance to fight yet, and his physical stats are now at the absolute limit. His hands have been itching for a brawl. If you take away the system, the one thing he was ever truly great at was fighting. Growing up as a delinquent, he was always either hitting someone or getting hit himself. In military terms, he has plenty of real world experience. Trust me, you and I will love this. The others just watch the show. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when an amateur takes on elite soldiers. Tank just laughs. In war, there are no rules. Use whatever dirty trick you want if it wins. Since you've never trained fight, however you like. But before he even finishes, our main character explodes forward. Now pay attention, because this clumsy fall is where the real game begins. That was a hard face plant. On concrete, he'd be bleeding out for sure. Tank and Trang Dong are totally speechless. Tuong Fong isn't buying it though. A guy at this level doesn't just trip over his own shadow. And she's right. The truth is, every single move here is calculated, and that fall was no accident. As he hits the ground, his hand forms a claw aiming straight for the jewels. Tank feels a sudden chill. This kid is devious. Tank's impressed, though, who starts a sparring match with a low blow like that. But on the battlefield, winning is winning. Even if I have to crush you with my backside, I'm taking the victory. Tank isn't some rookie though. He reacts instantly, dodging the sneak attack with total ease. Usually, this dirty move hits every single time against street thugs. They never see it coming. Back home, they called him the groin specialist. Is this the real power of a special agent? Since the petty tricks are useless, he stops playing around. It's time to let the real skills fly. His combat passive is always on. Every martial arts style in the world is burned into his brain. I know you felt that too. Suddenly, the vibe in the room changes completely. Tank's casual grin vanishes. He goes from being bored to dead serious in a heartbeat. Our hero springs up, closing the gap instantly to grab the 200-pound giant. Tank is braced for impact. But to the main character, this massive man feels like a feather. He's hoisted into the air like nothing. Pure terror hits Tank. He can feel the raw, overwhelming power coursing through the kid's arms. In that split second, he realizes the truth. He's completely outclassed by this monster. His vision blurs. Boom! A massive slam sends ripples of agony through Tank's entire body. Tank knows the truth. If this was a real fight, his neck would have been snapped like a twig. Trang Dung, Tuong Fong, and even Teacher Ko, watching from the shadows, are all left stunned. Rookie. Yeah, right. What kind of rookie slams a 200-pound elite agent into the dirt like that? He reaches down to help the big guy up. Sorry, Tank. I didn't think you'd. No, I didn't think I would either. Tank's lip twitches. He's the one who should be apologizing. What a joke. He was raised in a legendary martial arts family since he was a toddler. I went all out, kid, and I still lost. Our hero just scratches his head, playing it cool. Truth is, even he's surprised. If he hadn't held back, Tank would have been dead in 5 seconds flat. Then the quiet one, Tuong Fong, finally steps forward. My turn, let's see what you've got. He looks her over. He can't say no, but hitting a woman feels wrong to him. While he's still debating the ethics, Tuong Fong just goes for the throat. A kick comes flying at his head. If this connects, he's getting launched into the next room. No time to think. He reacts instantly, deciding to turn her own massive momentum right back at her. At the very last second, he pivots. The kick grazes past as he slips the line perfectly. Like a snake, his hands lash out, locking onto her leg with the grip of pure iron. Tuong Fong freezes. It feels like her leg is trapped in a hydraulic press. There's no escaping this. He flows with her energy, spinning her around before letting go. It's her first time actually flying. She crashes hard a few meters away. Safe to say she didn't fare much better than Tank did. 2 down, 1 to go. He turns his gaze toward Trangdung, who's watching in pure horror. Trangdung starts shaking. No way, man, count me out. Nearby Teacher Ko quietly pulls out his phone. Across the base in Commander Teo Chien Kwok's office, the phone starts ringing off the hook. The commander picks up. Well, tell me, how is this Lam Pham kid doing? You and I know those agents are monsters, but this kid, he just handled them like total children. Just now, he tossed Tuong Fong several meters away with ease. All right, you and I are about to see a kid who is way too strong. The chief was stunned hearing this. Could he really be this powerful? Tank and Tuong Fong are absolute monsters. In the entire army, their combat skills are considered top-tier elite of the elite. What about our main character growing up? He was just a street fighter, always getting into trouble. But this same troublemaker just completely overwhelmed 2 fighters who were raised in traditional martial arts families since they were kids. Over the next month, even though he is the youngest, the other 3 constantly end up asking him for advice and guidance. Whether it is English or hand-to-hand combat, he is a genius at everything. Time flies and suddenly it is the day to deploy. They board the plane without even knowing their destination. Our guy does not care. He just goes straight to sleep. After who knows how long, the cabin starts shaking violently. The helicopter is finally descending into the unknown. They land in a dense jungle. Down on the ground, a crowd of elite agents is already waiting. Trangdung scans the field. 30 countries, 4 agents each. That is 120 elites total, and almost 100 are already here. We are definitely not early. They step off the helicopter. Every eye in the place turns toward them. A staff member approaches speaking broken, heavy English that is almost impossible to understand. Tank immediately starts grumbling. What is this guy even saying? I cannot understand a single word of this bird language. Our guy steps in as the translator. He says we wait here until everyone arrives, then the real training begins. As the 4 of them walk out, they immediately become the center of attention. Look at this crowd. Out of everyone here, their team of 4 is definitely the most bizarre combination. Now, watch this carefully. Most teams are veteran agents, but ours has a giant A, shorty, a rookie, and a woman. It is wild. In a nearby office, Vader's eyebrows are locked in a frown. He is clearly not happy with what he is seeing. Another assistant instructor beside him starts cursing in pure rage. Does Donghua even care about this hunter training? Look at the people they sent. Are they even trying this year? Lin Fan is here for global elite training, but the instructors are already trash talking him the second he lands. The goal of hunter training is to create ultimate warriors, but these guys, they look like a joke to the staff. Sure, two have decent files now, but what is with Tuong Fong? They actually sent a woman to this hell. And besides her, they sent this 18-year-old rookie, a complete beginner in their eyes. Vader, I suggest we send them home right now. If they do not respect us, we do not owe them any respect either. Vader stays silent for a long time. Everyone can tell he is the one most insulted by the strange team's arrival. Hunter training is a sacred site for agents worldwide. Seeing it treated like this by Donghua, it is a slap. Vader sighs. If we provoke Donghua, it will not end well for any of us. Believe that. I have been the head instructor for 5 sessions now. I have seen exactly what the Donghua agents are like. They might not be the strongest, but their will is made of iron. I have never seen anything like their spirit. Almost every time their guys fall here, they would literally rather die than give up or quit. I know what you're thinking, but Vader has a plan. Since they aren't taking this seriously, we'll return the favor. During the training, just eliminate them directly and keep it clean, understood. Hearing this, Leje's eyes light up. This is exactly the kind of order he wanted. He accepts the command and starts gathering the men. He wants to handle this personally. Meanwhile, Lin Fan hears a group of foreign agents talking trash. He walks right up to them with a polite smile on his face. The foreign agents are stunned. He actually understands their language. They did not expect the kid to be listening in, but they do not feel guilty. They do not care at all about being caught saying such nasty things to them. This is perfect. If they were not this evil, Lin Fan could not go all out. He smiles and signals Tank to step forward. Tank gets the message immediately. He steps up, offering his hand for a friendly greeting with the others. The rival team leader, Quibak Dai, steps out and reaches for a handshake. Here we go. He is ready to crush the kid's hand, but he is about to learn a lesson. No matter how much he prepares, he is outclassed. Tank grabs the other agent's hand too. The second they lock fingers, Kui Bakdai feels like his hand is caught in a hydraulic press. All he can do is try to keep a straight face while using every ounce of strength to stop his bones from snapping. Too bad it's useless. You and I know exactly who is winning this one. Stick with me. You're about to see our main character get absolutely ruthless. As he applies pressure, a sickening crack echoes. Quibak Dai's face turns pale, a sound they know too well. With a simple handshake, he completely shatters the man's bones without breaking a sweat. Blood begins to seep from between their palms as a jagged, broken bone actually pierces through Kui Pak Dai's skin. To his credit, the man doesn't even scream total warrior spirit. Our main character just smiles, already looking forward to the next challenge from these seniors. He turns and walks away. Ever since he and Tan made their move, the entire scene has gone dead silent. After an hour passes, 120 elite agents from 30 different nations have arrived. Vader and the instructors finally step onto the scene to address the crowd. Your first mission in hunter training starts right now, a 20-kilometer grueling test of survival. This is a race against the clock. Reach the finish line and you stay, otherwise you go back exactly where you came from. The agents roar their response, but trust me, things are about to get much more intense than they realize. In this completely unknown environment, I'm giving you 1 hour and 30 minutes to cover 20 kilometers. But here's the catch, the entire path is littered with mines. Now pay attention because this isn't just a run, it's a graveyard. These aren't your standard explosives. We designed these mines specifically for this hellish training. Look closely and you might spot the traps. One tiny slip up and you're either losing a limb or becoming a permanent part of the dirt. At worst, you stay here forever. I'm giving you 30 seconds to decide if you're in or out. After 30 seconds, there is no turning back. It is either total persistence or a cold grave. Vader hits the timer and the 10-second countdown officially begins. The crowd erupts into chaos as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. To enter hunter training, they must survive this 20-kilometer road of death. Many agents are already thinking about throwing in the towel. Despite the noise and the fear, nobody moves. In the end, not a single person chooses to walk away from the challenge. Finally, Vader gives the order. The moment he speaks, the agents take off into the distance. Tan and the others prepare to charge, but the main character stops them. He instantly activates his radar skill to scan the entire area. What he sees sends a chill down his spine. He thought Vader was just bluffing to scare them, but the radar proves he was dead wrong. Every single threat out here is real. The mines are sparse, but every single one of them is live and lethal. If anyone lacks focus or loses their cool, they won't be coming back from this trail alive. Those idiots sprinting ahead are literally gambling with their lives. If they're lucky, they'll survive the trip. If not, they'll be dead before they hit 1,000 meters. The team's expression turns grave as the reality sets in. Covering 20 kilometers through a minefield in under an hour, that's not just a mission, it's practically impossible. But the main character has his system. He tells them to just follow his lead as they carve out an entirely new path through the danger. Four agents from Pakistan see them deviate and hesitate for a moment before deciding to follow their lead. Their teammates are skeptical, asking if following these guys is actually smart. They don't exactly look reliable. Ali, their leader, is torn. He's responsible for his team's lives, and he's not sure what to do next. But his gut tells him that following the main character is the only way through this hell. And let's be real, you and I know that following your instinct is the only way to survive a story like this. Thanks to his radar, the main character notices Ali's group trailing right behind them. He signals for his team to halt. Tan and the others stop in their tracks immediately. The two groups stand face to face. To the shock of everyone there, our main character greets Ali's team using their own native language. Ali is absolutely stunned. If he didn't see the man's face with his own eyes, he'd swear he was talking to a local from the heart of Pakistan. Once he confirms they are indeed from Pakistan, the main character feels a sense of relief. They're brother nations after all, life is tough out here, so if he can help, he's going to do it. His own teammates are speechless. They knew he was a beast in combat, but they had no idea he was this fluent. He's mastered the language completely. With the greeting finished, he leads the combined group forward into the dark. Drones circle overhead. In the control room, Vader watches every single move through the monitors. Time is ticking away as total darkness falls. In these conditions, finding a safe path is nearly impossible. Vader scowls at the screen, calling the main group a bunch of total idiots. Vader assumed the main character would be in the crowd, but when he checks the numbers, he realizes his mistake. Our main character's silhouette has been gone for a long time. He realizes four more agents have disappeared with them. He barks an order to locate them immediately. Find out where they are. The technician frantically reroutes the drones to search the perimeter. The screen flickers, showing 8 men in a perfect line. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a total beast stops playing nice. Vader recognizes this special squad leader at a single glance. This lead rookie is actually turning out to be pretty interesting. It seems Donghua country didn't send amateurs. Vader personally pilots a drone to analyze the path they've taken so far. What he finds is shocking. They are following the absolute best route possible. Despite the dense minefield, the main character leads 7 others through a perfect safe path. It looks like a detour on the surface, but it's actually the ultimate shortcut to the finish line. Vader decides it's time and orders his team to move. Loitriet grabs his radio, clearly excited to hunt. He wants to personally eliminate those 4 weaklings from Donghua country. Loitriet leads 20 men to intercept them on the path ahead. Soon he spots the 8 man group approaching in the distance. Now watch closely. This is where the ambushers become the prey. 20 men are hiding, thinking they're invisible, but the main character has been tracking them. Just as they get close to the hidden group, the main character suddenly slows his pace. He warns his team that 20 men with clubs are waiting ahead, then repeats the warning in Urdu for Ali's group. The faces of all 7 teammates turn serious. These people clearly aren't coming with good intentions. They knew this hunter training would be brutal, but this is insane. Dodging mines and bullets was already enough. Damn it, they're right near the end, and 20 guys are waiting to jump them. Since they won't be polite, neither will he. They clearly mean trouble. Since they're tournament staff, he tells his team to just try not to hit them too hard. He hits the gas and starts accelerating. As they enter the kill zone, he's already assigned everyone their targets. Seeing them walk right into the trap, Loitrier smiles, already imagining their total elimination. Right as they reach the center of the ambush, the main character suddenly screams for everyone to strike. In an instant, the 8 of them scatter and lunge at their targets. The hidden soldiers are completely frozen in shock. The soldiers thought they had the edge, but our guys didn't even have to look at them to know where they were. Loitreed is stunned. Vader had warned him these guys weren't simple, but he hadn't bothered to listen until now. Now he realizes that Vader was absolutely right about them. Except for the main character, everyone else is a battle hardened veteran. They move with lethal lightning speed. Loitreed panics as his men get thrashed. 10 more soldiers rush out from the shadows, all aiming for the main character first. You saw that too, right? Out of everyone, our main character looks like the easiest target to crush. He's young and thin, looking like he has zero combat experience. Loitreid decides to take him out personally. Given the kid's small frame, Loitreid thinks he can kill him in 10 seconds. But then the boy's image suddenly blurs. Even though the main character looks terrified, he knows that if he doesn't strike first, he's finished. As he charges toward Loitreid, he can feel the adrenaline absolutely surging through his entire body. He lets out a roar, hands forming into claws, and uses his full strength to seize Loitreid. Loitreid lets out a painful scream as he's violently slammed backward onto the ground. He is terrified. In the split second before he hits the dirt, he desperately tries to brace himself. Luckily, there are no rocks, or he'd be bleeding out. He heard Donghua agents usually know when to stop. Just as Loitreid thinks the attack is over, a massive fist suddenly appears right in front of his face. Before he can even say a word, the main character's fist hammers into his face with devastating power. To finish it, the main character actually lifts Loitreid up and slams him back into the earth. Loitreid tries to beg, but the assault is so overwhelming he can't even get a word out. Everyone else stops to watch. These soldiers have seen plenty of elite fighters before. They've seen crazy ones too, but never someone this skilled and this insane. Tan and the others are totally speechless. They've spent a month with the main character, and he always seems so easygoing and kind. But today he's a demon. If they faced him on a real battlefield, they'd stay far away. The guy's a lunatic. Help me. I surrender. Loitreid is beaten so badly he starts begging for his life in broken Chinese. Tan finally steps in to pull them apart. If he hadn't, Loitreid might have actually died right then and there. So what do we take from this? Never ever mistake kindness for weakness. Looking at the bloody mess, our hero finally snaps out of it. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a total monster of a main character starts feeling bad for being too strong. He knew they were just following orders, so he actually started feeling a little guilty about the beatdown. He walked up to Leija looking genuinely apologetic and said, "Sorry about that, I wasn't really thinking. Seriously though, I was hitting you so hard and you didn't say a word. If you just asked me to stop, I would have right. Then I wouldn't have had to break you like this." Hearing that, Leija almost coughed up a lung. Damn it, I tried to. I screamed for my life at least 10 times. Did you even listen once or even twice? But to avoid making him angry again, Leija just forced a smile. Congratulations, you all passed the test. Everyone's faces twitched. Only Leija truly knew how much those ruthless strikes actually hurt. In less than a minute, Leija was completely traumatized. The other soldiers were shaking just looking at him. Right then, a group of black men appeared in the distance, running for their lives toward them. 7 or 8 soldiers were right on their heels, chasing them down with clubs. He and Leija both saw it. Now watch his expression closely here. Leija sees that look and immediately knows things are about to get ugly. Ignoring the intense pain all over his body, he screamed in the local language, "Run! Get out of here and don't look back." But the pursuers were excited when they saw it was Leija. "Commander, are you joking with us? I already snapped one of his legs. This South African agent is a joke. Watch me break the other one too." Leija just covered his face. He tried to warn them, but now their survival was purely up to luck. Our hero hates bullies, and watching these guys pick on the weak was the last straw. He charged right at them. Before they knew it, they were staring death in the eyes. It took less than 3 minutes. 8 soldiers on the ground, shattered arms, broken hands, and snapped legs everywhere. As the team walked away, Leija finally grabbed his radio to report in. "Head coach, we need to disqualify that Donghua soldier immediately. The guy is a straight-up psychopath." Commander Vader just gave a cold snort in response. "I saw everything through the drone. He acts like a rookie, but his methods, those are the moves of a cold-blooded pro." That's exactly why he was allowed into hunter training, despite technically still being a recruit. Donghua usually sends their absolute best to these programs, the elite of the elite. He thought they were slacking this year, but this kid is actually way stronger than anyone they've sent before. At first, Vader had only skimmed the main character's file, not paying much attention to the details. But after seeing that fight, he took a closer look. Technically, the guy hasn't even finished his basic training yet. Yet this rookie shattered the entire army's 3-kilometer running record. His marksmanship is perfect, rifles, snipers, you name it. He's a natural born god of war. Let's pause for a second. This guy hasn't even been a soldier that long and he's already dominating the special forces selection. You got wrecked by a rookie and you actually have the nerve to ask me to kick him out. Leja's face went pale as Vader kept tearing into him. This group was the fastest to reach the objective, and it was all thanks to that rookie's insane leadership. If you can't even handle one new guy, why am I even paying you to be instructors? Deep down, Leja knew he deserved the lecture. They set an ambush with superior numbers and still got humiliated. If this had been a real battlefield, not a single one of them would have made it out alive. As time ticked by, his stamina seemed bottomless. No matter how fast he ran, he didn't even look tired. His teammates were stunned by his frightening endurance. Back home, these guys were all considered top tier soldiers, but watching him lead the charge at the front, they felt completely embarrassed. They were gasping for air while he wasn't even breaking a sweat. After running for over 80 minutes straight, he finally spotted the goal. "We're almost there," he said, but his voice was strangely serious. The others were confused. Reaching the end should be a relief, so why did he sound so worried? "Before we hit the finish line, we have to get across that river. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get even crazier." "All right, you and I are jumping into the most brutal hunter selection ever. This river is 10 meters wide and deep enough to drown in. Just hearing that makes everyone's footsteps slow down significantly. The temperature drop here is insane. If you dive in now, getting sick is going to be the least of your worries. But we have no choice but to swim across. We can't let a single river take away our chance to participate." He takes the lead and plunges in. The moment he hits the water, a bone-chilling cold takes over. Damn it, it's freezing in here. If it was just the cold, it'd be fine. But as soon as they hit the water, high-pressure cannons start blasting from the shore. He lets out a curse. Is this a joke? After running for so long and sweating through their clothes, they have to jump into ice cold water while getting blasted. Absolute madness. One wrong move and someone is going to cramp up right there in the water. Drowning is a real threat. Facing those massive water jets, he ends up choking on a few lungfuls of water. He has to dive deep to avoid the pressure, finally crawling onto the bank after a desperate struggle. When the team regathers, the original 120 men have dwindled to just over 60. In just the first round, nearly half the candidates have been eliminated. He finally realizes just how hellish hunter training is going to be. Next, they're led into a massive pitch black room. It's so dark you can't even see your own hand. Of course, this doesn't bother him at all. His eyes see everything inside perfectly. Inside the darkness, rows of makeshift graves are lined up bearing the names of warriors from many different nations. The lights suddenly flick on, and the sight leaves everyone in the room completely stunned. Vader steps forward with a dead serious expression. "As you can see, every grave and every name represents a soldier who died right here. As of this moment, you have officially earned the right to enter the gates of hunter training. But I want you to know this is only the starting line, not the end of the road. Drills with this level of difficulty will be happening every single day from now on. If you're afraid to die, I'm giving you the chance to walk away from hunter training right now. Next, everyone will be given a headstone and a death waiver. Write your will on this paper and build your own grave. If you die, I'll personally deliver your will to your family, but our main character, he has no intention of writing a single word. He just stands there tall and silent. Chuang Yong watches him, wondering why he isn't picking up the pen. He assumed the kid was just paralyzed with fear, but the main character's gaze is fixed firmly forward. Check this out, he's not scared. He refuses to write a will because he simply refuses to die in this place. Then he checks the death waiver and its harsh terms. There is no doubt about it, this contract is completely unfair and basically a death sentence for anyone who signs. While everyone else hesitates, he doesn't even finish the first page before signing his name with total confidence. Tan and the others are shocked. This isn't the kind of courage you expect from a typical 18-year-old kid. Don't you even want to see what kind of clauses are written in that contract? He shakes his head. What's the point? If you don't sign, you can't continue. Still, some candidates decide to quit on the spot. As others continue to waver, Vader blows the whistle. 2 hours ago, there were 120 men. Now only 50 remain. Vader stands with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes scanning every survivor on the field. For the next week, you can choose to withdraw at this exact time every single day. Outside of that, I'll only give you random chances to quit. Otherwise, there is no other way out of here. Leja takes the lead for training. Leja barks an order and leads the group toward a new area. After running for a few minutes, a strange light appears in the distance. The moon is dim, but the glow is unmistakable. He immediately activates his eagle eye skill to get a better look at what's ahead. While the others are still confused, he sees the truth. That light is reflecting off sharp metal scraps and jagged shrapnel. Now you and I can feel the bad vibes here. Leja turns back and screams, "This is the hunter's basics that you must pass." This drill doesn't have an official name, but in the hunter world it's colloquially known as the Road of Death. Leja claps his hands, and the floodlights suddenly blind the entire field. Under the lights, the area is revealed. At first glance, it looks like a standard crawling course. However, compared to a normal course, this ground is covered in thousands of razor sharp metal shards. The crawling gap is only 30 centimeters high, barely enough room for a person to squeeze through. The road of death is 50 meters long. Once the drill starts, the safety netting above is gone. You must rely on your own judgment. Trust me, you'll want to see if he survives this. Alright, stick with me because we're about to witness a lethal training session where rising even 30 centimeters off the ground means getting shot immediately, causing a stir among the commandos. Vader is already waiting at the finish line. Right at the finish line, Vader is calmly adjusting a massive, heavy machine gun for the drill. Over 10 medical staff arrive on the scene ready for any disaster. You can clearly see the bullets will be coming straight from the finish line. Once the training starts, the head instructor will be blindfolded, relying purely on his shooting skills and muscle memory to fire. So, while your movement space technically has no limit, if you rise above 30 centimeters, you're dead. Everyone's faces twitch in horror. No limit to dying. If you're lucky, the bullets fly high, but if not, they'll be aiming right at you. If the aim is just slightly off, Vader loses some ammo, but you guys lose your entire lives. Lecher claps his hands, and soon an assistant brings out a large rooster. He walks to the edge of the area and tosses it high. While the bird is still flapping midair, a sudden gunshot rings out from across the field. Trust me, watch this part closely. That rooster is instantly obliterated into a cloud of feathers. There is absolutely zero chance of survival. This training session is the final one for today. Once you pass this, you can all head back to the dorms for an early rest. For the next week, your total sleep time each day will be less than 4 hours. But if you finish this training right now, you can sleep all the way until tomorrow morning. Lin Fan, you led them here through every hardship. So to get everyone resting early, your team of 4 will go first. He nearly chokes on his words. Damn, it was it, because I hit him a little too hard during our last encounter. Lecher is a massive guy. So why is he being so petty and seeking revenge like this? Sending them in first to train? To put it plainly, they are just being used as human lab rats for this experiment. He curses internally, but this is their territory. They decide how the training goes, and there's no way around it. Just then, the system that had been silent for ages rings out, detecting a long-term mission, hunter training. Maintain first place in all hunter training events. The host can even request the system to record the entire process. Breaking records earns a critical strike reward, but failure means every bonus you've earned so far will automatically disappear. The mission rewards are tailored to the host's current situation and are described as incredibly rich. Seeing this introduction, Lin Fan's eyes immediately light up with intense excitement. To him, the system finally has a conscience. These rich rewards must be even better than he could ever imagine. If he breaks every record, the rewards will be unthinkable, but failure means losing all skills and a stat drop. After having the system for so long, this is the very first time he's seen a mission with such a penalty. It looks like he has no choice but to take first place. Losing this would be more painful than death itself. After a moment of silence, he shouts a curse and charges straight toward the debris-filled area without looking back. Seeing him rush forward, the other three immediately follow his lead and charge in. The moment they enter, Vader squeezes the trigger, sending a relentless hail of bullets flying just inches over their heads like a thunderstorm. Less than a second later, massive walls of fire over 1 meter tall erupt throughout the training zone. All 4 of them immediately disappear behind the wall of flames. The soldiers waiting outside are completely stunned. You might think there is no time limit here, but let's see how wrong that is. Not only is there a limit, but the window to survive this is incredibly short. With only 30 centimeters between the fire and their bodies, the heat they feel is absolutely terrifying. But just after the firewalls go up, a shadow appears at the finish line. "Head coach, am I done already?" Hearing a sudden voice right in his ear, Vader nearly jumps out of his skin while focusing on his shooting. Humans usually don't fear the things they can understand, but they fear the unknown, and Lin Fan appearing here right now is completely beyond anything Vader can comprehend. He knew Lin Fan was strong and would do well, but he never expected him to be this powerful. Seeing him standing there so suddenly, Vader almost trembles and sends a bullet off course. If he misses, one of the others could die. Vader stops firing and rips off his blindfold to stare him down. Everyone who survives the path of death is usually covered in injuries, but look at Lin Fan. Even his clothes are perfectly clean. If he wasn't radiating heat from the fire, Vader would think he just cheated. But the truth is, He really did it, and you and I just witnessed him break common sense itself. Alright, you and I are about to see a rookie pull off the impossible right in front of a legend. Vader couldn't believe his eyes. No recruit should have the guts to stand up and run through a storm of fire and bullets like that. Plus, the firewall was set specifically to expose anyone moving. If anyone actually stood up, they would have been spotted and targeted immediately. This meant he really cleared that 50-meter death run in just seconds. Vader took a breath and nodded, telling him he could rest. He had trained countless hunters, and every once in a while, someone terrifyingly strong appeared in the ranks. He couldn't let one monster ruin the schedule for the others. But as Vader prepared to fire again, Tan and the others were also closing in. Vader instinctively glanced toward them. Compared to our lead, their speed was honestly lagging quite a bit behind. But compared to past special agents, Tan and his group were actually performing at an elite level. Vader realized these were the ones who actually looked like they had survived hell. He watched the three of them carefully. The ground was a mess of sharp debris. No matter how much they dodged, getting injured was just part of the training. The other agents were stunned. They thought maybe the training was easy after seeing our lead breeze through it so quickly. But seeing the bloody state Tan was in, yeah, their hearts went right back into their throats. By every rule in the book, he had finished the mission perfectly. But Vader's curiosity was still eating him alive. Seeing that look in Vader's eyes, he didn't bother explaining. He just ran back to the start to show him how it was done. He had hesitated at first, then remembered a skill he had never actually used before: his climbing ability. It wasn't just for walls. He realized he could activate it on flat ground to achieve total body control. Even with the 30-centimeter height limit, he could burst forward with insane speed while staying low. Honestly, his crawling speed over 50 meters was probably faster than most people can actually run. Now watch this part closely. He moves exactly like some kind of natural-born predator. It is almost scary to watch. Vader watched him like a hawk. He wasn't getting hurt because he wasn't just crawling, he was gliding across the surface. At some points, he was supporting his entire body weight with just 2 fingers to avoid the sharpest debris. It was a terrifying display of raw power. By the time he reached the finish line again, Vader was completely speechless. He told them they could head to the dorms. There were only 4 beds in the warehouse behind him for everyone. First come, first served. Our lead just nodded and signaled for Tan's group to go clean their wounds immediately. 4 beds for everyone. It was a classic trap to make the trainees fight. He told them to rest while they could. When they stepped inside the warehouse, they couldn't even see where the beds were supposed to be at first. After a quick search, they found something that barely qualified as furniture in the corner. Calling them beds was generous. They were just 4 broken boards with old dusty sheets thrown on top of them. Seeing the look on his face, Chuang Yong joked that he had slept in much worse places than this before. Chuang Yong laughed and crawled under the covers. Our lead just gave a tired smile and finally tried to sleep. About 30 minutes later, the sound of heavy footsteps pulled him out of his light sleep. When he opened his eyes, 10 guys were surrounding them, led by 4 massive soldiers from Eagle Country. The rest were from the Rooster and Stick countries. Seeing they were looking for trouble, he did not waste any words. I know what you are thinking. These guys are about to make the biggest mistake of their entire lives. Jack, the Eagle Country leader, actually laughed. He told our lead he would give him a chance to apologize instead. Jack wasn't even finished talking when the main character suddenly whipped the heavy blanket into the air. In that split second of blindness, Jack felt a chill down his spine before a massive wave of pain hit him. The huge soldier didn't even have time to breathe before he was slammed hard into the floor. Tan and the others were already moving. What started as a 10-on-4 ambush immediately flipped into a total massacre. The agents from the other countries were only acting tough because they were hiding behind Jack and his giants. Without those 4 giants, they wouldn't have dared to breathe in his direction, especially after what happened earlier. They had seen him snap a man's arm like a twig. Coming here alone would have been pure suicide. But coming here together, yeah, that is just a group suicide. Jack's group was getting absolutely demolished. Jack tried to get back up, but after taking a few more of those heavy punches, his anger was gone. And trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be in Jack's shoes right now. That has gotta hurt. Stick with me, you and I are about to see what happens when a desperate leader uses cash to start a riot. Jack knows his team cannot win this fight alone. He rushes toward the crowd, desperately looking for any leverage he can find. Today, anyone who helps us just needs to leave their contact information with me. Everyone who joins in gets $5,000. If you manage to knock one of them down, I will pay you $50,000. Money can make even the devil do your chores, and with this much cash on the line, people are ready to move. Someone in the crowd is immediately tempted by the offer. Are you actually serious about the money? Jack reaches into his pocket and pulls out a massive wad of cash to prove he is not joking around. It is a total free for all, and the room instantly explodes into pure chaos. Tan holds off the soldiers while screaming at Lin Fan to watch out for the guys Jack is buying off. I am not stupid. I do not care how many show up, we will take them all down. Lin Fan starts hitting even harder as the warehouse turns into a war zone. Seeing the riot, Vader finally stands up from his seat. Leja and the others immediately understand the signal. Meanwhile, the warehouse has descended into complete and total madness. Some people are just trying to fish for an easy $5,000. Others are actually looking for a real fight. If Jack is telling the truth, they might really walk away with $50,000. That is a life changing amount of money for them. The instructors were supposed to head to the warehouse immediately, but they take their sweet time getting there. Lin Fan is honestly way too strong. It will not hurt to let the other trainees suffer a little bit first. But when Vader throws those warehouse doors open, trust me, he and his instructors are about to be completely speechless. He expected to see the MC being chased by 30 people, but instead, he finds those 30 people being hunted by the MC. Right in the middle of the room, over 20 people are piled up like trash. Vader is absolutely fuming with rage. Just as Vader is about to blow up, an agent rushes over to his side to report the situation. Chief, those guys are completely insane. They are total monsters, and they have already broken several people's bones. Vader's face turns dark. He saw this guy was the very first one to go running for the money earlier. Now that he realized he cannot win the fight, he is coming here to play the victim and complain. The guy expected Vader to take his side, but instead he receives a brutal kick that sends him flying. The warehouse goes dead silent. It seems the hunter training is still way too easy if you guys have this much time to gather and fight. Looking at your pathetic strength right now, I honestly have nothing left to say to any of you. Think about it. We just saw over 30 elite agents from different countries get completely wiped out in under 5 minutes. That is pure insanity. Even 30 stupid pigs could not be caught that fast. Vader spends the next 10 minutes screaming right in their pathetic faces. Finally, Vader turns his gaze toward Lin Fan and his team. You guys seem to have plenty of energy left, especially you. This training intensity is already at the limit for most of the other agents here. But for Lin Fan, this is basically just a light scratch. For the next drills, you will carry an extra 20 kilograms. Sir, I am the actual victim here. Vader's jaw drops as he sees Lin Fan has zero injuries compared to the bruised agents. Do you really think I am blind? Since you have so much energy, forget about sleep tonight. Get your full gear on, carry 20 kilograms, and run until I am in a good mood. Leja steps forward and barks an order for everyone to assemble. 1 minute later, the agents are rushing out the door. They run for countless kilometers and hours before finally being allowed to head back to the dorms. Carrying 40 kilograms made even Lin Fan feel the exhaustion. Back at the warehouse, no one fights over the beds anymore. After what happened today, every single person in that room understands exactly how strong he really is. Messing with him is a literal death wish. Before passing out, Lin Fan hears someone talking, but he is too tired to listen. When he finally opens his eyes, it is because Zhuang Yong is shaking him as hard as possible. Wake up, Lin Fan. It is an emergency assembly. How are you still sleeping? What is that terrible sharp smell? The instructors just threw tear gas into our dorms. Lin Fan has no choice but to snap out of it now. He might be stronger than the elite agents, but his ability to sleep through anything is also on another level. Seriously, what is with your sleep quality? I have been trying to wake you up for ages. He scratches his head sheepishly, admitting he is a master of oversleeping. They all rush out to find Vader waiting. Useless trash, and trust me, you're going to want to see if they survive what is coming next. Listen closely, if this were real war, even your superhero status wouldn't save you. We didn't even hide our footsteps or the sound of the gas canisters hitting the floor, and you still heard nothing. If this were an actual battlefield, it means the enemy would be dancing on your heads before you even realized it. The commandos get absolutely torn apart. Next time we assemble, anyone who takes over 1 minute, pack your bags and get out. After being drilled like this, their sleepiness has completely vanished. Especially after hearing that being slow means instant disqualification. Inside the warehouse, nobody can close their eyes. Lin tells the others to sleep first while he stands guard for an hour. Since it is their first day, he expects at least 3 or 4 more emergency drills. Fong and Yong acknowledge him and close their eyes, but Lin remains wide awake. He turns to Tan and tells him to sleep, saying he is not tired yet and it would be easier for the group to wake up later. Tan hesitates, noting that Lin seems to sleep very little despite having endless energy, staying sharp all day without needing much rest. Tan agrees, and within 10 seconds, he is already snoring softly. Not long after, another emergency assembly is called. Lin shouts, immediately waking over 30 men. This time they move fast, fully assembled in under 30 seconds. Since they met the time limit, Vader does not punish them. But tonight, Vader is not letting anyone rest. This training is about more than combat. It is about testing their psychological limits. Now, stick with me here. After 7 consecutive emergency drills, the mental strain is starting to show. By the time the eighth call comes, Lin can see the faint glow of dawn through the cracks in the walls. He hears footsteps outside, yawns, and wakes Tan and the others once again. Aside from him, everyone can feel the temperature has dropped significantly. The day and night temperature difference here is brutal. But for Lane, who has been physically enhanced, the extreme cold is still manageable. It is freezing, yes, but well within his limits. Suddenly, water begins spraying from the warehouse ceiling. Lin is confused for a split second, but then he snaps to his senses. No wonder he did not hear any gas canisters this time. This is way more vicious. Everyone is shivering, sprinting for the door. The moment the doors fly open, the first thing Lin sees is a high pressure black hose. He shouts for everyone to run. It was bad enough they hid showers in the roof. But using a high pressure hose on them during an emergency assembly is just cruel. Doing this during the day would be one thing, but look at the timing. It is the crack of dawn with freezing winds blowing, and every commando is cursing Vader's entire bloodline. Still, their bodies react instinctively as they scramble to form a line outside. At first, the panic of the assembly masked the smell, but now that they are standing still, the stench is becoming unbearable. Why does it smell like a sewer? You and I can probably guess exactly what kind of water this is. It is a foul mix of waste and urine. Now they are ordered to prepare for an extreme armed cross country run. They have 5 minutes to pack bricks. Everyone carries 20 kilograms, but Lin is assigned 40 and his face instantly drops. While they pack, Leche explains the rules for this 20-kilometer nightmare. This will be their new daily routine every single morning and evening throughout the hunter training program. Lin is puzzled because his system did not notify him about breaking any records. This could mean that someone even stronger than him has gone through this hunter training before. Just then, Leche announces that they are officially beginning a 7-day hell week. Only those who survive this week will be recognized and officially become part of the Hunter program. For the next 7 days, they will undergo 20 hours of high intensity physical training every single day. Food will only be provided for 35 people. Whoever finishes first gets to eat first. Hearing this, Lin finally realizes why there were no records yet. The real training has only just begun. They spend the remaining minutes warming up before Leche and the instructors lead to the charge. Leche leads on a motorcycle while Vader and the others follow in jeeps mounted with guns. Right from the start, they set a punishingly fast pace. Some commandos wanted to save their energy for a final sprint to secure breakfast, but with guns behind them, they have no choice but to go all out. Leche leads the way for a while before disappearing into the distance, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see who survives this. Alright, you and I are about to watch these guys realize they chose the right path for now. They push on for another kilometer, feeling the slope get steeper with every single step. Suddenly, the road just vanishes. They have reached the edge of a massive, jagged cliff. Bullets are raining down as Vader closes in. It is either jump or die. 30 meters down is a lake. Falling 30 meters into water creates a massive impact. Without pro training, you are looking at serious injuries. While everyone is hesitating, our main character suddenly vanishes. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. The agents stand frozen at the edge, wondering where he went until a massive splash echoes from below. Tan and the rest of the squad immediately rush to peer over the cliff edge. He surfaces and yells back to them, climb down part way before jumping. A 30-meter drop is pure suicide. He starts swimming for the goal as Vader watches him from above, impressed by his sheer speed. The instructors played a dirty word game. There is food for 35 people, but no limit per person. It is first come, first served. The faster you arrive, the more you get to eat. At the finish, he finds 2 iron barrels. One is full of buns, the other holds cold soup. Before the instructor says a word, he grabs 2 buns, but his face falls. These are literally rocks. Instructor Leche just lets out a cold, mocking sneer. They made these buns with cold water and zero fermentation. They did not even let the dough rise. After boiling them, they threw the buns into a freezer to sit overnight. Pure ice bricks. These are not snacks anymore. In a pinch, you could actually use these things as deadly weapons. Hard as diamonds. Even a dog would not touch them, but these soldiers have no other choice. Thanks to the hellish training, his physique has officially reached level 3.2. He needs way more fuel now, but these buns are terrifyingly solid and impossible to chew. I know what you are thinking, but trust me, the ice cold soup situation is even more pathetic. This is not real soup. It is just leftover rice water that has been frozen all night. Still, he scoops up whatever scraps he can find in that trash and forces it all down. He looks like a starving ghost from the stories, absolutely desperate to survive this nightmare. He does not actually like it. He is fighting back the urge to vomit with every swallow. When Tan and the others finally arrive, he tosses three of those rock hard buns their way. Their hands sting from the impact. There is zero warmth, just cold, hard, heavy blocks of dough. They were dreaming of a hot meal and steaming soup after that grueling, exhausting run. But this is just masonry. They desperately sprint toward the other barrel, hoping for better soup. One sip and they spit it right back out. This is not fit for human consumption. Groans fill the air. Chuang Yong looks at the bun, then at the main character, totally stunned. Chuang Yong is not a picky eater. He has survived on much worse than this before. The problem is simple, they literally cannot bite it. The main character grabs 10 more buns. He has an idea. If they cannot bite the big ones, they will have to break them. He finds a massive rock and smashes it down, shattering those 10 buns into smaller pieces. The base rock actually cracks under the pressure. Just how insanely hard are these damn buns anyway? The instructors suddenly start a barbecue nearby. The scent of grilled meat fills the entire training camp. The soldiers hope against hope that the meat is a reward for their hard work, but it is just mental torture. The instructors are eating it themselves just to mock the students. Before they can even enjoy the smell, Lecher kicks off the next round of training. Hell Week is living up to its name. Non-stop physical torture day in and day out. They thought lunch would bring a real meal. They were being way too naive for this. Dinner time rolls around and surprise still absolutely nothing to put in their empty stomachs. And that is where we leave them starving until the smell of fresh food hits, and Vader finally yells, "Eat." All right, stick with me because the second the commandos hear it's time to eat, their eyes light up with pure desperation. They were completely drained, but suddenly everyone finds a second wind. But as they move toward the food, Leja blocks them. The men are furious. Didn't he just say it was time to eat? The head coach gave the order, so who does this guy think he is standing in their way and blocking the meal? Leja just snorts coldly, saying the food in this barrel is only for Lam Pham and his team. Now it's the team's turn to be stunned. Instead of joy, they feel deep suspicion. These instructors never do anything nice without a catch. Leja continues telling them if they want these fresh buns, they have to earn them. All they have to do is finish every single bun in that iron barrel. Previously, the portion was strictly limited to 35 people, but now there's plenty. If they finish this barrel now, they can have fresh buns like this for every single meal. The team finally relaxes and digs in while the other recruits can only watch and feel like absolute losers. They're all thinking the same thing. If they had just eaten those buns this morning, they'd be enjoying this feast too. Along with the buns, the team gets hot egg soup while everyone else chokes down rock hard bread. Once the meal ends, the torture begins again. Hell Week lives up to its name. A full day lasts 24 hours, but there is no mercy to be found here. Now, you and I need to realize just how brutal this is. 20 hours of every day are spent in grueling training. That 4 hour rest they get, it doesn't even belong to them. They are forced to gear up and assemble at least 5 times during that break. Under this relentless physical and mental crushing, the 7 days finally come to a grueling end. On the morning of day 8, only 35 men remain on the field. Even the instructor Vader is secretly impressed to see so many survivors. Compared to previous years, having this many people left at this stage is almost unheard of for this elite program. Anyone who can endure Hell Week has already been forged into something different. Their foundation as a soldier is now set. The upcoming training will be technically harder, but as long as they don't quit, they likely won't be disqualified. Vader walks up to this group, his eyes scanning every commando with a look of absolute gravity. From today, they are officially recognized as hunter trainees. Regardless of whether they finish the course, their names will be etched onto the hunter list forever. For the next phase, they'll receive the most professional individual combat training in the world. Now that they've moved into technical skill training, they'll finally get at least 7 hours of sleep every night. Emergency drills during the night will decrease, and the staff will guarantee 3 full meals every single day. Hearing this, the commandos can't help but let out a massive heartfelt cheer of relief. It sounds so basic, but you and I can see these men are moved to tears just to be treated like humans again. During Hell Week, even these simple things were a distant dream. Vader tells them they have 10 minutes to eat and no food can be wasted. 10 minutes later, they must assemble to receive their weapons and begin squad-based live fire training. Sitting in the mess hall, eating hot food, they're all shocked that these brutal instructors could actually provide such a good meal. After eating, they head back to the field where Vader is already waiting. He leads the group straight to the hunter shooting range. Beside Vader lies a massive pile of weapons, rifles, snipers, and a variety of guns so chaotic it makes your head spin. For the next 2 months, they must master camouflage precision shooting and a massive list of elite special forces skills. In the eyes of a true hunter, the word impossible doesn't even exist in their dictionary. They never face a dead end. On the battlefield, they are the predator and the enemy is the prey. No resupply, no backup, no logistics. That's why they must master every weapon. They need to be able to pick up anything off the ground and use it perfectly. No matter the situation, a hunter represents the absolute peak of individual combat power. The crowd starts whispering. They know these skills are important, but what Vader is asking for sounds completely insane. Mastering just one weapon takes a huge amount of time, let alone an entire arsenal of different firearms. If they have to be experts with every single gun on that table, how long is that even going to take? They think it's impossible. Pick up any random gun and hit a perfect shot. Are they training hunters or actual superhumans? While everyone is busy doubting him, Vader casually picks up a random rifle from the ground and aims at a distant target. He doesn't go for the easy 100-meter mark. He aims for the 300-meter target and nails the bullseye instantly. Without saying a word, he drops that rifle and grabs a completely different one from the pile on the ground. By the time he's finished, Vader has fired 10 rounds using 10 completely different types of firearms. Every shot hit the center. Trust me, you and I just saw what a real hunter looks like. The real hell starts now. Alright, you and I are about to watch a monster make even the pros look like total amateurs. Watching Vader's raw power, his squad had only one thought: never ever face a freak like him on the battlefield. But 30 minutes later, that thought changed. A new terrifying realization hit them: whatever you do, never ever make this man angry. Even the head coach Vader himself was left speechless looking at the shooting target this kid just shredded. For the first time in his life, Vader felt his own confidence crumbling. Setting everything else aside when it came to pure marksmanship, Vader had a gut feeling if they ever faced off in a real life duel, he would be the one taking a bullet first. It is not like our main character was born a master of every firearm. He needed a moment to get used to the weight, but while others took weeks, he only needed seconds. Once he got the feel for it, the gun became part of him. He was actually holding back. If he did not fake it a little, he would never be able to explain this later. After all, he had never even touched these types of weapons before today. After surviving that hellish week, the system finally acknowledged him. As soon as he finished firing, a notification echoed about breaking the hunter training record. Congratulations, Master. You have shattered the hunter shooting record. Your reward multiplier is now set to 2 times. That is when Vader waved him over, telling him to follow. Under Vader's lead, they slipped away from the prying eyes of the rest of the squad. Now pay attention here. This is where the system goes into overdrive. Notifications just would not stop ringing in his head. In 30 short minutes, he crushed the 3-kilometer run, the 400-meter obstacle course, and the moving target drills. He mastered every piece of gear the hunters had. That multiplier, it skyrocketed from 2 times all the way up to 32. During those 30 minutes, he realized the ultimate truth. Every time he breaks a record, his reward multiplier doubles instantly. Hunter training has been around for years, meaning there are countless legendary records just waiting to be broken. At this rate, we are not just talking hundreds, thousands, or even millions of times. The rewards are actually within his reach. The more he thought about it, the more hyped he got. On the way back, he asked the head coach exactly how many training categories they had, and more importantly, what were the current records he needed to beat. When asked why, he casually said he wanted to break every single record they had. Vader's face actually started twitching. Seriously, did this kid come here to train? Or did he come here just to break the entire system? Vader realized that while the training might toughen the kid's mind, his physical stats and shooting were already at a level beyond human. He felt that with this kind of power, there was not a single training program left on Earth that could actually hold him back. There are over 20 major categories in hunter training. Are you honestly telling me you think you can break them all? For real. You feel that too, right? That calculation? 2 to the power of 20. The insane scale of power this guy is about to unlock is off the charts. Seeing the kid get so excited, Vader's face turned pitch black with disbelief. Other soldiers come here to survive the hell, but he is treating it like a luxury vacation. On the walk back, he was already daydreaming about the loot. At this point, he would not even be surprised if the system rewarded him with an entire galaxy instead of just a new skill. The second he stepped back onto the field, every single pair of eyes was glued to him. Vader stepped forward and halted everyone's training. He announced that from now on, Lam Pham would be taking over as the assistant shooting coach. Tan and the others nearly choked. Seriously, we all came here for the same training, so why is he already the boss? He trained so hard he accidentally became the instructor. Even the other veteran coaches were stunned that Vader would let a wild card like him teach. Being a savage is one thing, the hunters actually need that kind of energy, but this was unprecedented. His status was the real issue. Imagine being a student 1 minute and becoming the shooting professor the next. Lechiet stepped up to protest, but Vader just raised a hand and shut him down instantly. Vader made his decision. Lechiet was fuming inside, thinking this was absolute madness, letting a trainee teach shooting. And not just any trainee, but a guy who was technically still just a rookie. Lechiet and the other instructors really could not swallow their pride on this one. The title might just be assistant coach, but for these veterans, it is a massive honor that requires surviving rounds of brutal selection. Then there is head coach Vader, whose power is genuinely terrifying, the literal king of all soldiers. In a room full of the world's top special ops elites, a rookie suddenly standing among them, it felt wrong. Who could possibly accept that? But after watching a few more drills, they realized they did not really have a choice. In some ways, he really did act like a beginner, looking totally lost with certain high level special ops gear. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a legend in the making because this learning speed is purely inhuman. It is truly terrifying. Alright, you and I are about to see a rookie learn every skill at light speed. Over 2 months, nobody in the camp changed more than this man. He completely shed his rookie skin, evolving into a fully seasoned and mature Special Forces operator. Or better yet, he became a one man army. Vader could not stop thinking about him, going from believing he could win to realizing the kid was invincible. More than 2 months have passed, and this brutal hunter training is finally reaching its long awaited conclusion. From 120 recruits down to just 24, the remaining elites stand in formation as a massive transport plane looms behind them. Everyone stands at stiff attention, their eyes burning with pure, unyielding fighting spirit. Now pay attention. With a stone cold face, Vader announces that this is their final hunter training exercise and their official graduation test. I expect every single one of you to maintain absolute focus for this trial. You will be completing this entire operation strictly on your own. We will evaluate your overall performance and then determine the final international rankings for each country represented here. The grueling hunter training has finally arrived at its ultimate heart pounding final exam. There are two leaderboards, individual and national. But honestly, the other agents are not even bothering with the individual top spot. It is already common knowledge who is number one. Anyone with half a brain knows that the individual crown is going to him this time around. But the national ranking is still up for grabs. It all depends on Jack and the Eagle Nation team, who have been totally crushed by him lately. For years and years, the Eagle Nation has basically owned the first place trophy in hunter training, whether it was during the daily drills or the final real world combat evaluations. They were the undisputed kings, but this year, from start to finish, they have not been able to touch Donghua Nation. Even if Jack and his crew respect him to his face behind his back, they want that top spot more than anything. Once they board the transport, the agents start drifting off. Even though Vader did not specify the exact details of the test, every elite soldier on this plane already knows the deal. Because when it comes to the hunter training graduation, Arumbam, it's always a real life combat mission. This is not some staged exercise with actors. They're actually going to a real battlefield with live ammo and deadly stakes. Compared to every other international training program out there, so hunter training is in a league of its own, mainly because it is backed by a massive private security corporation. Let that sink in for a second. The world's biggest security firm is now sending these guys to hunt down real criminal organizations. After a long journey, the sudden vibration of the helicopter wakes the agents up as they slowly begin to open their eyes. Looking out the windows, the lush green scenery below has completely vanished, replaced by an endless, dusty yellow landscape. South Africa, a scorching land with intense, dry, and wet seasons, and right now the heat is brutal. Leche pulls a mission file from his pack. The mission site is a town called Penis. Here is the primary objective. An IS group of about 50 fighters, the exact number is unknown, and the orders are simple: total elimination. Over the years, this IS group has grown, seizing control of all local trade while committing unspeakable acts of evil against the population. The townspeople have been crushed by their oppression, and the local economy has completely spiraled into ruins. After the briefing, Vader continues: Your satellite phones have only one function, a button for an emergency SOS signal. During this entire evaluation, our team will not interfere with your actions at all. However, if you find yourself in a life threatening situation, you can choose to activate that emergency signal immediately. We will reach your coordinates within 10 minutes to ensure your safety. But there is a catch: using it means you are instantly disqualified from the program. Their faces twitch. Honestly, giving them this phone is almost worse than giving them nothing at all. They have endured so much to get here. Now that they have reached graduation, they would rather die on the field than quit. Vader and the team land at the LZ. This specific location will serve as the setup for their temporary command center. It takes about 50 minutes for the base equipment to be fully calibrated. Vader fans himself while monitoring the agent's live tracks on the GPS. He takes a casual look, but the water he was about to swallow immediately gets sprayed all over the room in pure shock. Chief, what happened? Later, and the others rush over. Vader just points at the screen, and once they see it, they spit their drinks out too. Is that an agent on a motorcycle? Do not tell me he is planning to take on this whole thing alone. Looking at the tracking data, this agent is already miles ahead of the main group. Get a drone in the air, now I want to see this. Leiter gives a quick nod and immediately starts scrambling the flight controls for the reconnaissance drone. The drone is not even in the air yet, but they already know the answer. A guy with that kind of stamina, it can only be him. Trust me, we know who that is. The drone scans the area, and you and I are about to see the monster we've been waiting for. Alright, you and I are about to see a main character who is basically a ghost in plain sight. By tracking his signal and matching visuals, Vaughn and the team finally confirm it is him. Honestly, without that specific ID number, they would have never recognized him in a million years. Where did he even find those clothes? It is insane how he managed to disguise himself so perfectly in such a short amount of time. Just one look, and he is a total match for the locals. He blends in perfectly. On the screen, they see him casually greeting people on the street. Fahd can only watch his jaw practically hitting the floor. His infiltration skills are terrifying. Since he is already deep undercover, he is probably waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Before he vanished, he told Tan and the others that his stamina would let him scout the area ahead of the main group. The team stays back to conserve energy, but while Vad is watching the main forces, our guy's location starts moving again. Now pay attention, moving is fine, but heading straight for the enemy is hard. That is when you and I know things are getting serious. This kid is something else. Why is he walking right into the lion's den? The drone repositions and the camera reveals the truth. He is already silently slipped inside the organization, his main stronghold. He moves through the enemy base like he owns the place, stepping through every single blind spot with the total precision. Minutes later, he pulls back safely just as Jack and the rest of the team finally enter the town. He calls everyone over to a derelict house. 10 elite soldiers are now gathered and ready for the next move. Before they even arrived, he had already sketched out a rough tactical map of the entire area. Everyone leans in to study it. It is not a masterpiece, but every vital structure and entry point is clearly marked. He obviously memorized every detail of that base. The moment Gaka, the African special agent, sees the map, his entire expression shifts into something much darker. He clenches his fists, realizing the old factory is now a fortress. The intel says 50 guards, which seems right for a standard nest. But Gaka shakes his head and gestures at the map. He knows there is no way it is just those 50 guys. He tells them to wait while he checks something. He warns them one last time not to do anything reckless. Since Gaka is so insistent, he must know something they do not. A few minutes later, he sprints back looking completely pale. Everyone can feel the heavy tension. He mentions a rumor he heard back at the hunter training facility before things went south. Before he can even finish his sentence, the sound of heavy gunfire erupts from just outside the building. The intel was a lie. Over 100 elite reinforcements are arriving today, and these guys are not your average thugs. Their current forces are completely outmatched. This is turning into a total slaughter. Looking at the situation, their chances of survival just drop to zero. The team's expressions turn deadly serious. And right here, you saw that too, right? Emergency alarms start screaming as 10 different agents hit their distress buttons. Vader has survived 100 battles, but even he is horrified by what the drone footage is showing them right now. Out of nowhere, over 10 vehicles arrive. The men stepping out are carrying heavy weapons and look like absolute professionals. These are not amateurs. The intelligence they were given was a complete setup. Someone wanted them dead. Is the goal to just let all our soldiers die out here? This is way beyond a test. This is harder than any graduation exam. They are completely surrounded and will not be able to hold out much longer. Back in the room, the radios are filled with desperate cries for help. Our main character makes his choice instantly. He rapidly draws the surrounding terrain of the factory, marking specific code names for every key position. He takes a command. 9 men are split into pairs while Trangdung is assigned to go solo because of his high skill. The team shouts their agreement. This is his first real battle, but the more intense it gets, the calmer he becomes. No one objects to him taking charge. Out of the 20 agents here, he is the only one with this kind of vision. The town is small, and since they are sprinting at full speed, they are the first ones to reach the bloody scene. Jack has already taken a bullet to the arm, and the other agents are not doing much better in this chaos. His radar skill picks up 5 wounded agents already. Luckily, no one has been killed just yet. He grabs the radio and shouts to every channel, "If you do not want to die, you listen to my orders now." The moment they hear his voice, a flicker of hope returns to the eyes of those trapped agents. His voice is like a rapid fire machine gun calling out positions with 100% accuracy. It is like he's using a map hack. While he is issuing orders, he is also scanning the field, searching for the enemy as commanding officer. Because if those 100 pros lose their leader, well, you and I both know that is when the real counterattack begins. Organizing this many people means something major is happening, and he quickly spots a thin white man about 6 feet tall inside the factory. All right, you and I are about to watch this kid move like a ghost across the rooftops. He is utilizing every skill in his arsenal: camouflage, climbing, you name it. He is using it to stay hidden. Inside the factory, as the scrawny man enters, the atmosphere shifts and becomes incredibly tense. A leader type figure drops to his knees, swearing he never leaked any info about the gold mine, claiming only 5 people knew. Since the news did not leak, looking at their gear and skin color, these people are definitely hunter trainees. If we had not shown up today with their level of power, you all would have been dead long ago. But before he can even finish his sentence, bang, a bullet hole appears in his forehead, followed by another sharp crack. Two leaders drop in less than 2 seconds. Without any command, the remaining forces are left completely paralyzed and confused. The thugs outside are fighting aimlessly now, totally losing their formation as the factory area descends into absolute chaos. Panic spreads like wildfire. Workers are either scrambling for cover or running for their lives to escape the crossfire. The armed thugs are circling like headless flies, desperately searching for whoever just sniped both of their bosses. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Watch what happens when he starts pulling the trigger. Even though his own gun is empty, he just grabs any weapon off the ground and handles it perfectly. Under his orders, Trang Dung reaches a high vantage point to watch the scene, realizing he does not even need to help anymore. Even if this final graduation exam only sent him alone, he could have finished the entire mission perfectly. He is basically a walking cheat code, fighting and leading the squad at the same time with incredible flow and zero mistakes. The enemy never even saw him coming. When Vader and the others arrive at the town, everything is eerily silent. Why is it so quiet here? Vader frowns, his mind racing as he tries to understand what happened to the team. You see, everyone who survived this long is supposed to be the elite of the elite in this training. There is no way they could have been wiped out by simple thugs so quickly. What actually happened here? Just as Vader stands there confused, a loud sound of someone vomiting reaches his ears and they rush toward the noise. All 20-something agents are there. Some are injured, but miraculously, not a single one of them has died. Our main character looks terrifying, covered head to toe in blood while clutching a wall and puking his guts out. Vader thinks he is dying, but as he gets closer, he realizes there is not a single wound on his body. "You do not have a scratch. So why are you puking?" Hearing that, he just pukes even more violently. Tan and the others just give a bitter smile. Head coach, he killed so many people he is actually nauseated. Let that sink in a single sentence that completely fries Vader's brain. We were the underdogs, right? 20 versus 150. That means every person had to take on 7 enemies. How is this even possible? The agents start explaining the situation one by one to Vader. And the more he hears, the more shocked he becomes. They knew he was strong, but they had no idea his power reached this terrifying, godlike level of efficiency. Even if Vader himself had fought, he could not have been this effective. He tries to regain his composure. He tries to stay calm, asking if Lam Pham really saved every single one of them during that crisis. So his command alone was enough to flip the entire battle on its head. Even from positions where he could not see, he gave perfect orders while personally taking down 99 enemies himself. I am hearing this right, correct? And all of this was done in less than 7 minutes. The agents shout in unison. Trang Dung tells Vader that if he does not believe it, he should go check the bodies. Most of them were taken out with a single shot directly to the forehead or the back of the head. A few were killed with a military knife, which explains why his clothes are currently drenched in blood. He pukes again, but this time it is just bitter yellow bile. His stomach is completely empty now. The system is real and his power is massive, but being a sheltered rookie, that is also very real. He had never even seen a dead body in his life, and now that he has personally ended so many, his stomach is turning. This is just a natural physiological reaction from deep within his mind. He simply cannot control it. Vader and the others look around and find perfect headshots on almost every single corpse. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of a terrifying new legend. Stick with me, we are about to see a monster break the system. Vader is an elite mercenary with years of frontline combat experience. He has lived in constant danger every single day. Because of his legendary strength, the Hunter Academy invited him to become their head instructor. Vader has seen everything, but a guy like our main character, that is a first. He can barely wrap his head around it. A single soldier who can turn the tide of an entire battle alone. He wiped out nearly 100 enemies in just 10 minutes, only to end up puking his guts out because he could not handle the physical aftermath. Seeing Vader return, our guy tries to play it cool and walks right up to the instructor. Instructor, does this mean I officially crushed the graduation record for hunter training? Vader's face goes dark immediately. He expected a serious question about the battle, not some boastful talk about setting records. This kid, most people come here just to survive the training, but you only care about the leaderboard. He just grins. So tell me, instructor, did I actually break that record or what? Vader's mouth twitches. The academy has held this training countless times, but he has never seen anyone like this. Everyone else worries about not getting kicked out, yet this kid only focuses on setting records. What do you think about that? He shattered every daily record and then soloed nearly 100 enemies during the final exam. Watch this closely. The reward for this impossible task is about to get insane. This exam was harder than any previous session, and breaking this record means the system reward could multiply millions of times. The moment Vader confirms his achievement, the system's voice rings out inside his head. Congratulations, Master, you have broken the graduation record. The hunter training quest is officially complete. Multiplier reward is 1,677,216 times. Seeing him get this hyped, the others can only twitch their mouths in disbelief. He killed all those men and did not even blink. But breaking a record that makes him more hyped than $1,000,000. Congratulations, Master. Your critical reward is ready. Your physical stats are now set to level 6. Congratulations, Master. You have also unlocked the Always Hit skill. Plus, you gained Sailfish Swimming, Master Vehicle Handling, Expert Engineering, and the Commander's Domain. Is that really it? Looking at these measly rewards, he almost spits out a mouthful of blood in pure frustration. This was a million-fold multiplier. How does that only result in 5 measly skills? But as he reads the descriptions, his eyes widen. Always hit means exactly what it says, no matter the weapon. Even if it is not a gun, he will hit his target every single time. The sailfish skill grants him incredible speed in the water. He can even breathe underwater now, making the ocean his home. I know what you are thinking. Those skills are cool, but wait until we see the real game changers. The others were just the warm up. Engineering Master looks simple on paper, but it is actually the most overpowered skill of the bunch. Building an aircraft carrier or a fighter jet by hand, he can do that in an instant. His breathing hitches as he reads the details. Meanwhile, shortly after his team leaves, 6 new arrivals enter the town. Just like our main character, these people are disguised as local residents. They blend in perfectly. But Captain Lee Chong, a man with years of combat experience, smells trouble immediately. There is a heavy scent of blood in the air. This place is covered in battle scars. Search the town and find the target before he escapes. The team fans out through the ruins. Within minutes, they stumble across piles of armed corpses. They begin inspecting the wounds on the bodies to see what happened. The state of these corpses reveals a grim truth that is almost too bizarre for them to believe. Every single bullet hole shows the same pattern. One shot, one kill with 0 misses. That is impossible, a teammate whispers. Even as a veteran, he has never seen marksmanship this perfect. Lee Jong kneels down, carefully examining the entry wound on a dead soldier. Judging by the state of these corpses, every single one of them was killed in under 10 minutes. Lee Jong knows exactly what that level of skill means. A normal armed group could never pull this off. Not even their own elite team could do it. According to their intelligence, these 100 targets were all highly trained professional soldiers. After searching for another 30 minutes, Lee Chong finally reaches the corpse of the thin white man from their intel. This was their primary mission target. They were supposed to bring him in alive, but looking at his body, now capture is definitely off the table. He is gone for good. So what would you and I do next? Stick around for more. All eyes turn to Captain Lee Chong as the team waits for his orders. Alright, you and I are about to see a mission report that flips the whole military world upside down. Mục tiêu nhiệm vụ đã bị tiêu diệt hết, nhưng tình hình có thay đổi, chúng ta cần chỉ thị thêm. Time to pull back. The 6-man team leaves town fast since there is nobody left for them to hunt. Once outside, Lee Jong grabs the satellite phone. Seeing the caller ID, the commander's brow furrows in deep confusion. Status report, Kong orders. Lee Jong confirms the win, but the sound of his voice is completely shaken and strange. Trying to keep his cool, Lee Jong explains exactly what went down during the events of Mission 111. Commander Kong's eyes go wide. He knows Lee Jong never jokes. This impossible news is 100% the truth. Soon word reaches the ears of General Xiao Zhanguo, his response to the news total and absolute bone-chilling shock. Xiao Zhanguo nearly chokes on his water, stunned by a result he never saw coming in a million years. So, our people didn't even arrive and the job was already finished. Exactly, sir. The targets were wiped out. Now pay attention because the evidence left behind shows a strike so precise and fast it is almost terrifying. One ghost handled almost everyone with precise shots to the forehead or back of the head. From the evidence, these men were all taken out in less than 10 minutes. Xiao Zhanguo feels a shiver. How could a monster this powerful appear in such a god-forsaken place like that? Could it be that legendary team? No way. Why would they ever take on a simple mission like this one? But the facts are undeniable. The targets are gone, and Kong's field report is always absolutely flawless and accurate. After a long silence, Xiao orders the team back. He needs a face to face breakdown of every single detail of this. The call ends, and the squad begins their long trek home. Far away, our main character is also returning. 2 days later, the team finally pulls back into the hunter training base after their long journey. At this moment, Lin Fan has no clue just how insane his solo achievement really was to the world. It is graduation day. Morning light hits the field, casting a heavy, solemn vibe over the entire award ceremony. Head coach Vader scans the crowd. When his eyes hit Lin Fan, a rare flash of pride appears in them. Every agent standing on this field today has survived the most brutal and soul crushing training imaginable by man. They proved their will, but let's be honest, the survivors are only here because Lin Fan cleared the path. Most targets were taken down by him alone. Without him, forget passing the test. Most of these guys would be coming home in body bags instead. His performance was so terrifying that the top official of the entire Hunter program arrived on the scene in person. The agents stand in perfect formation, their faces looking like masks of pure military discipline and strength. Vader steps forward. I have watched you all transform from recruits into true hunters over these past 2 months. You have earned your titles. Now it is time for the hunters to step up and receive their medals. One by one, they take their honors until only one man is left standing in the ranks, Lin Fan. You and I both know this is the big one. When Vader calls his name, every eye locks onto him. Other 18-year-olds are home playing video games. Lin Fan is about to receive the highest honor in hunter history. The top chief Jia Shan steps out personally carrying a special hunter medal that glows with a blinding light. While the others got standard materials, his medal is pure shimmering gold, the highest honor ever given in the history of the program. Crafted from solid gold, it represents eternal status and a legacy that can never be broken or forgotten. His name will be etched into hunter history forever, a legend for future generations of warriors to study. The Donghua flag will fly high over this base forever, but the ceremony has a dark, painful twist. These aren't pinned to your shirt. In this base, the medal is actually hammered directly into your own flesh. Look closely at the back, those are sharp spikes designed to bite deep, almost reaching to the very bone. The old infant might have trembled, but today his eyes are filled with nothing but cold, unshakable resolve. He salutes, and with one brutal motion, Jiashan drives the gold medal straight into his chest with force. He lets out a massive roar, finally releasing all the heavy emotions he has carried since his reincarnation. All that effort was worth it. Finally, after all that blood and sweat, he can finally breathe and take a well earned rest for a while. Graduation ends, and for the first time, he feels light. He spends the morning enjoying his final free hours. At the gate, everyone swaps the numbers. Many go out of their way just to say goodbye to the legend. No tears, just warriors parting ways. And that's where we leave it, knowing this is only the beginning of his journey. Alright, stick with me because we're about to see the most epic graduation prank in military history. For these soldiers, their instructors were a nightmare they loved and hated at the same time. Leaving like this felt like a total loss. So our main character suddenly let out a fierce, earth-shaking roar that sent chills right down Leja's spine. What's this kid up to? Next second, he balls his fist and charges straight for Leja. The rest of the squad didn't hesitate, jumping into the chaotic battlefield with a deafening cheer. Leja's combat skills were legendary, but even he couldn't handle a swarm of hungry wolves like this. Especially with our main character leading the charge. This brutal brawl lasted over 10 minutes, finally releasing 3 months of pure pent up frustration from the team. After the beatdown, they slipped away, leaving the instructor stunned, both furious and strangely impressed. In his mind, he could only call them one thing, those damn bratty kids. Once on the plane, the tension he carried finally faded away. Now all he wanted was to close his eyes and sleep. The rankings were sent out to every nation immediately. Looking back, it felt like forever since he first joined the army ranks for the very first time. Winter arrived and Xiao Rongyu was finally back home for her school break. Her father, Xiao Zhengguo, managed to snag a few days off too. But the second he walked in, she cornered him with a look of pure fury. She demanded to know what he'd done to Lin Fan. He wasn't perfect, but he had heart. Since he enlisted, she'd only heard from him once. She wasn't naive, she knew exactly how the military worked inside and out for men like him. The rookie phase was long over, so why was he still being kept from calling the outside world? Seeing his daughter this fired up usually would have made the general angry. But today he was all smiles. He told her that he was actually more worried about the kid than she could ever be. She froze. Didn't her dad used to hate him? Why the sudden change of heart? Her mind was racing with questions as she watched her father's glowing expression. Then, Xiao Zhengguo began listing off everything the main character had achieved. She was happy at first, but her face went pale when she heard about the hunter training. Dad, what are you doing to him? He's already proven himself. Is he still not good enough for you? Why on earth are you pushing him this hard? Do you want him dead? Her father just sighed, explaining that the kid requested it himself. Just then, the phone rang. Now, watch closely because this one phone call changes everything for our hero. The voice on the other end shouted that Lin Fan had led the team to the championship. Not just that he personally received the highest honor the hunter training could offer, he broke so many records it was impossible to list them all over the phone. Check the email, the voice urged. The call ended and an encrypted file immediately popped up on the general screen. It was the official report from the training grounds. Both of them stared at the screen, breathless, as they read through the shocking contents. She knew him better than anyone, but it was like his warrior genes had finally awakened. He went from a lazy nobody to a terrifying force of nature, winning the most prestigious title in the entire hunter training program. Can you believe this? The loser she once knew is now a literal god of war. The email detailed his every move. The two of them couldn't pull their eyes away. Every single record that could be broken in that hellish camp had been completely shattered by him. He was basically untouchable by anyone else there, from day one until the very end. He held the top spot and even turned a massive disaster during the final exam into a solo victory, wiping out the entire enemy force all by himself. Wait a minute, that location. The general's eyes widened and his smile froze. He told his daughter he had to return to the office for urgent business immediately. He promised to share the file later and then dropped a bombshell. He finally gave them his blessing, promising to give the kid a few days off once he's back home. Xiao Rongyu stood there, shocked and over the moon. This was more than she ever hoped for. The general was racing back for one reason: that secret email. He needed to confirm a theory that had been haunting his mind for weeks. He'd been wondering why the targets in that secret mission had all been wiped out. Now it all made sense. Back at his desk, he pulled up the top secret mission files. And that's where we leave it. Our main character just proved he's the ultimate weapon this country has been waiting for. All right, you and I are watching a mystery where every victim and method is identical. The kid is good, scary good. Xiao Zhangguo can barely hide his massive, satisfied grin. He remembers the specialized special ops selection process from long ago, which was organized by the elite Changlang unit. Usually, all the brand new agents are grouped together into their own specialized military platoon. The platoon leader spot is currently empty, and Xiao originally planned to put him there, but now realizes a normal unit cannot contain him. Xiao calls Kong Jun directly to tell him he is assigning a new man to their elite ace team. Hearing that, Kong Jun is absolutely stunned, standing there in total silent shock. Did he hear right? Xiao is famously hot-tempered, but has always been strictly fair and impartial. We are talking about the ace team here, the absolute best of the best. Any member could toss 10 normal special ops guys around or even wipe out an entire squad. It is not just about skill, the power gap between them is simply on another level. A regular agent versus an ace agent, that is like comparing the earth to the heavens. Trust me, this unit is so secret that even most special agents do not even know it exists. Xiao tells him he is not sending an ordinary soldier and promises to send a file. He promises Kong Jun will understand once he sees the data sent to his phone. Compiled by Xiao Li, the file sparks intense curiosity as Kong Jun opens it to find Lin Fan, a private second class. He is confused. Training is over, so why is a lowly private being assigned here? He broke every army record, aced the special ops selection, and dominated the hunter training with a legendary solo performance. Stunned, Kong Jun quickly cross-references the data with his own private records. 3 minutes later, his eyes are wide enough to pop out of his head. Now he sees why the chief sent him. Only that elite group could pull this off. Kong Jun looks on with a mix of longing and helplessness for his own past. Since he could not reach that peak himself, he decides to look toward the future. The ace team selection is brutal, numbers are thinning, and the casualty rate is climbing fast. Knowing Lin Fan has Xiao Zhangguo's personal approval, Kong Jun starts imagining his arrival. He hopes this kid will finally lower the rising death toll in the northern military district. Meanwhile, Lin Fan finally wakes up from a deep sleep as the plane lands. Tan literally thought he was in a vegetative state because he slept so damn long. Stepping back onto his home soil, Lin Fan feels a sudden rush of deep emotion. There is an old saying that nowhere else can ever compare to your own home. Neither has a phone, but they are not worried about how to get back. The hunter school already sent their travel plans, so someone has to be waiting. Now, you and I might expect a driver, but the reality is totally unexpected. Standing there is the army commander himself. Tan's eyes nearly pop out in shock. Xiao Zhanggu is waving and running toward them with a grin that could reach the sky. Before Tan can even salute, the chief is already slapping Lin Fan on the shoulder. He shouts that his daughter has great taste and Lin Fan made the northern district proud. Lin Fan feels awkward with all this affection while Tan is just completely ignored. Months ago, this man looked like he wanted to kill Lin Fan on sight. Now he is treating him like his own biological son with endless warmth. Xiao tells them to get in the car and head home immediately. He pulls Lin Fan along, asking how many vacation days he wants to take. He promises that his father in law will give him as much time as he needs. Lin Fan is totally stunned by the father in law comment but quickly agrees as Tan is left standing there. What happened? You and I saw it all. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where he thought they were both being picked up until he realized the commander was only there for him. Xiao Zhanggu is his future father in law, and he already won over the man's daughter. While Tan stands there confused, a guy walks up laughing. Did you really think the commander was here for you? He's picking up his future son in law. You're not even close to being on his level. Recognizing that familiar voice, Tan turns to see a skinny guy in casual clothes standing right behind him. This is his teammate known by the nickname Track. Those nicknames fit perfectly. I haven't hit you in a while, Track. You must be getting itchy. They joke around while leaving the airport. That night, the military car pulls up to a private villa downtown. Heavy snow is falling, giving this massive estate a unique, hauntingly beautiful vibe. Everything looks peaceful. Well, except for our hero. For him, this isn't peace, it's pure shock. Stopping here can only mean one thing. This is Xiao Rongyu's family home. She said they had a little money, but looking at this palace, she could buy half the city. He finally understands everything now, but he still has one big question lingering in his mind. How can a man with Xiao Zhanggu's rank live such an extravagant life? Even with money, this feels insane. Seeing his shocked face, the commander just chuckles. Your father-in-law has some cash, but your mother-in-law is the one with real wealth. I wanted a simple life, but she definitely didn't. Suddenly, the roar of a massive engine echoes from behind. Xiao Zhangguo just shakes his head and sighs. Our main character turns around to see a supercar so cool he's never even seen one in person before. That's your mother in law in there? Despite her age, she's still just a big kid. Now watch this. The door opens and a stunning woman steps out. You'd never guess she's a college student's mom. Hearing that wild engine, Xiao Rongyu knows instantly that her mother is finally back. She drops her phone and runs out to meet her. Her mom always brings delicious food without fail. But when the gate opens, the first thing she spots isn't her mother. It's the military vehicle. There's a figure inside she knows better than anyone. Lin Fan, she screams in pure joy. Xiao Zhanggu smiles. Go say hello to your mother-in-law, then you can catch up with Rongyu. Nothing beats being accepted by your partner's parents. He steps out, ready to be polite. But Wang Jin just waves him off. No formalities. If her father likes you, then so do I. You two haven't seen each other in forever. Go talk and thank your mother-in-law later. Rongyu throws herself into his arms, ignoring her parents completely. Oh, by the way, Linfan, give me your parents' phone number right now. I need to call them so we can start planning your future wedding. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't this fast? Rongyu is completely stunned by her mom's words. She loves him, but marriage already. She's still young. They love each other, but talking marriage already, it feels way too soon. They aren't even old enough to marry yet. Our family agrees, so yours will too, right? If both sides agree, marriage is inevitable. Setting it now just means we're ready for whenever you are finally of age. Rongyu just holds her head in her hands. Her parents have opposite personalities, but they share one trait: they're both incredibly decisive. A few months ago, they hated him. Now they're rushing to finalize the wedding. Entering the villa, he can't help but stare at the luxury surrounding them. He whispers to Rongyu, "Didn't you say your family only had a little money?" She just laughs. Of course, the pressure is high. Her house could buy hundreds of his family's homes. While the young couple chats, the parents are already dialing his home. Seeing an unknown number, Ye Kuojun frowns and calls to his wife in the kitchen. Are your legs paralyzed? Look at it yourself, she yells back before walking over. He hands her the phone. She doesn't recognize it either. He hits the speakerphone. Xiao Changguo's voice comes through. Hello, is this the home of Lin Fan? Silence. The spoon in Lily's hand hits the floor with a loud clang. Since their son joined up, they've spent every day watching news of soldiers falling in battle. And that's where we leave it with that serious tone. The parents are fearing the absolute worst. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where parents get a call that sounds like their son died a hero in battle. Can you hear the tension? After a long silence, Diep Kwok Kwan finally opens his mouth and says, I am the father of Lin Fan. He's ready to accept the worst news, but then Xiao Zhangguo laughs and says, I am his girlfriend's father. Xiao Zhangguo is also his son's top commander, the general of the northern military region. Lin Fan just finished training abroad and is staying at my house right now. Your son is truly outstanding and we highly approve of him. Why do you not come over for dinner to discuss the kid's future? Just those two short sentences, and both parents feel like their brains just short circuited. Their son is not only alive, but he somehow managed to charm the daughter of a high ranking general. It is not that they look down on him, they just know exactly what kind of kid he is. How did he pull this off? All that stress for nothing. Diep Kwok Kwan waves his hand. Scammer, you picked the wrong house to fool today. I know my son's level. He is lucky to even be in the army, let alone date a general's daughter. If he really did that, I could fly into the sky. You actually believe that? Lee Lefraun's dinner is not even ready, and this scammer is so unprofessional. Get lost. Now pay attention here, because their anti fraud awareness is so strong they just hang up. But the phone rings again. Picking it up, the father is ready to scream, but the voice says, Dad, it is me, Lin Fan. This is his own father who raised him for years. Surely he would recognize his own son's voice, right? He recognizes it instantly, but then screams, You little monkey, the scammer even stole my son's voice. Do not think we are old fools. I have seen plenty of these voice mimicking scams on the news lately. If you call again, I am calling the police. I'm warning you, my son is a soldier. The son just sighs. Dad, it is really me. But the father does not believe a single word of it. Before he can say another thing, 3 seconds later, the line goes dead again. Back in the general's living room, things get incredibly awkward and a bit embarrassing for everyone. Wong Kam laughs nervously. Lin Fan, your mother's anti-fraud skills are actually quite impressive. He thinks for a moment and then says seriously, looks like I have to use my ultimate move. Xiao Rongyu leans in curious about this secret move as he dials his mother's number this time. Seeing her phone ring, Lai Le puts it on speaker, ready to unleash a wave of insults. But before she can speak, he shouts, Mom, Dad hid his secret stash of money inside the living room lamp. Not only that, there is more in the toilet tank. The parents thought he was a fake. You and I both know there is no turning back now that he exposed his father's secret. Deep Kukwan's face turns pale. A scammer can copy a voice, but they cannot copy memories like that. Ever since that brat found his stash, he has been taking 100 or two every time. To keep his wife from finding out, the father always just endured it in silence. He thought his secret was safe, but today his own son totally sold him out. Wife, it is a scam. Do not listen. A scam, I will know if it is a scam as soon as I check the lamp. A few minutes later, the mother's angry scream echoes through the phone. You old man, hiding money behind my back. If I do not handle you today, you will think your bones are made of steel, honey. I am sorry I was wrong. Back at the house, the atmosphere is weirdly tense as Lin Fan gambles everything to prove his identity. How long have you known about the stash? Where are you and what is this about a general's daughter? You better tell me the truth, or your mother will beat you when you get home. He knew this would make her believe him, but he did not think about the consequences. Then, Xiao Rongyu speaks up. Hello, Auntie. I am Xiao Rongyu Lim Fan's high school classmate. That name sounds very familiar to Lile. The father claps his hands. That is it, Xiao Rongyu. That is the name Lin Fan mentioned before. Son, where are you now? Are you on leave? Once everything is explained, their hearts skip a beat. The first time they talked to the girlfriend's parents and they acted like complete lunatics. How embarrassing. Trust me, you and I just saw a legend win the girl but lose his father's dignity in one move. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where family meeting nerves turn into a full blown mall crisis. They drive up to the mansion, hearts racing, and check the trunk for a mountain of gifts. Every single one of these presents was bought with Diep Kwok Kwan's personal savings. Given Tieu Dung Ngu's high military rank, regular gifts just wouldn't cut it for these normal people. They only picked the best items available. Tieu Dung Ngu and Wong Kam eventually come out to welcome them. Oh man, I forgot to tell you both, no need for all this stuff, our parents are already so close. He and Tieu Dung Ngu stand there still a bit dazed after finishing their meal and heading out for a walk. This is actually the very first time the two of them are dating out in the open. They talk like they'll never run out of words, and even just walking down the street feels like pure happiness. Her smile is like warm spring sunlight hitting his heart. In his past life, Tieu Dung Ngu met a tragic end because of his own mistakes. This time, he won't let a single scratch touch her. At the mall, they finally win a plush toy from a machine. Tieu Dung Ngu hooks the toy with one arm while locking her other arm into his. Just as she finishes telling him some funny school stories, he suddenly shifts the tone of the conversation. Tieu Ngu, what are your plans? My dad, grandpa, and even you are soldiers. So I'll probably be one too? But why are you asking me this now? He stays silent for a second, but a soft smile quickly returns to his face. He originally wanted to talk her out of a military life, but after thinking it through, he realizes something. If she stays in the army, he can actually do a much better job of protecting her. Now, pay attention here. This is where the peaceful date turns into an absolute nightmare when a woman screams murder. As soon as that shout rings out, everyone on every floor of the mall stops and looks down at once. Within 10 seconds, the first floor descends into total chaos. His military radar instinct kicks in, instantly locking onto the source of the trouble. What happened? Someone is attacking people downstairs, so he grabs Tieu Dung Ngu's hand and sprints toward the scene. A woman has been taken hostage by a dangerous man. 1 second, she was enjoying her shopping, and the next, a mentally unstable man has her at knife point. Where are we going? To save that woman, wait. Can you really do this? Tieu Dung Ngu asks, feeling a bit silly the moment she says it. He just finished telling her about his elite hunter training in South Africa and his life in the special forces. How could she even doubt him for a second after everything he has been through? Don't worry about me, just go save her. Once he lets go of her hand, he becomes a black blur weaving through the crowd. He is currently empty handed with no weapon in sight. After serving so long and training so hard, his subconscious is screaming at him to find a gun. Just as he thinks finding a weapon in a mall is impossible, a mother and her son appear right in front of him. The boy is holding a brand new toy gun his mom just bought him, and hey, a toy gun is still a gun. His eyes light up. He rushes over and snatches the toy from the confused kid. The mother stands there completely stunned by what just happened. You saw that too, right? Our elite soldier just robbed a kid's toy gun. Seems crazy, but watch what he does next. What are you doing? The mother screams. Seeing his favorite new toy stolen, the little boy bursts into loud tears. Some brave bystanders get close and pull out their phones to record the whole scene. What is this brat doing stealing from a kid during a crisis? Are you even human? Facing the crowd's insults, he just stays focused because he has no other choice. He starts stripping down the brand new 98K toy while telling the boy he is just borrowing it and will buy him a new one later. The moment he grips the plastic stock, a flood of technical data about the weapon flashes through his mind. It is confirmed even a toy counts as a weapon under his skills. Right in front of everyone, he raises the toy gun and aims. Seeing this, the crowd starts laughing and mocking him instantly. They thought he was just a common thief, but now it looks like he actually plans to use that toy to save the hostage. Is this a joke? How can a cheap toy do any damage? It has zero accuracy. Even Tieu Dung Ngu is staring in disbelief. She knows his shooting talent is god tier, but can a plastic toy really make a difference here? Won't this just provoke the attacker even more? Can he even hit anything with that thing? My kid has that same toy gun, and trust me, it can't hurt a fly. But you and I are about to see a miracle. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a nightmare. A kidnapped woman is completely breaking down, surrounded by a crowd that refuses to help. Just when hope seems lost, a guy finally steps up, but he is holding a plastic toy gun to save her. Suddenly, the killer screams in pain as he takes a hit to the eye. Before anyone can react, our hero hurls that toy gun with every ounce of his strength. This is the true terror of his absolute accuracy skill in action. It does not matter what the target is or what he is throwing as long as it follows basic logic and physics. He can hit anything with 100% precision. That toy gun flies so fast the human eye can barely even track the movement. By the time anyone sees the toy again, it has already slammed right into the back of the man's skull. The criminal's head spins from the massive impact and the knife slips right out of his hand. Right at that split second, our hero charges in with incredible speed, moving as smooth and effortless as flowing water. He grabs the guy, his military instincts kicking in, as he prepares a lethal strike straight for the throat. Now pay attention, if he hadn't pulled his punch at the last millisecond, the killer would be dead. The entire area goes silent. Seeing the woman nearly passing out from terror, he calmly tells her that the man is fine, just temporarily knocked out. He tells her to be more careful next time, then looks down at the shattered toy, feeling awkward as he faces the parents. Sorry, ma'am, he says, but looking at him, the family is too terrified to even breathe. The mother asks if he is a soldier, and he nods, feeling a bit guilty about snatching a child's toy like that. He really did not give them any explanation before grabbing it and charging in. Even in an emergency, it felt a bit rude. but the little boy's eyes are suddenly sparkling with pure admiration. The kid yells that he wants to be a hero too, and our guy just smiles, telling him he will be waiting for him in the army. Seeing he is a real soldier, all the people who were just cursing him out are now blushing in total embarrassment. Tieu Dung Ngu tries to pay for the broken toy, but the mother refuses to take a single cent of the money. You and I both know that seeing a real hero in action was worth way more to that kid than some plastic gun. A seed was planted in his heart one day he is going to wear that uniform just like his new idol. When the police finally arrive and hear what happened, they just stand there with their jaws on the floor in total shock. They can't believe he used a toy to hit the guy's eye and then knocked him out with just two quick hits. Before he can even explain, someone pulls out their phone and tells the cops to watch the insane video they recorded. Every second of his godlike moves was caught on camera. Now it is time to head to the station for a formal statement. He and Tieu Dung Ngu head over in a police car, and after the paperwork, they wait together in the main lobby. The captain sighs, complaining about how long they have been trying to track down these dangerous drug addicts. Our hero speaks up, asking exactly who they are looking for and if the situation involves local drug dealers. Apparently, the city has been flooded with illegal stuff lately, and the narcotics team is hitting a total dead end. He nods, but Tieu Dung Ngu beats him to it, bragging that her boyfriend is powerful enough to help them solve everything. The captain just gives a polite laugh, clearly not taking a random soldier's offer to help very seriously. He might be a good fighter, but the narcotics team thinks they have things handled with their own professional methods. They wonder how a soldier could possibly compare to professional undercover detectives when it comes to tracking down criminals. But our guy insists on helping because he knows that power comes with responsibility and he knows how much harm these drugs cause. Behind every addict is a family being torn apart, and he is not about to just sit back and watch. With his newly upgraded radar skill, he can find these guys way faster than any police team could ever dream of. He can scan the entire city in seconds, just as the captain prepares to say no and send him home. Director Chu Lam walks in and shocks everyone by saying yes, inviting him to join the mission tonight. The captain is speechless. Why is the director letting an outsider join a top secret police operation like this? Even if he is a soldier, he has not been trained for the specific professional dangers of a drug bust. Suddenly, the doors fly open and four men walk in, led by none other than Tieu Ching Kwok. Chulam greets them with a smile, introducing the man as the commander of the entire northern military district. The captain's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he snaps to attention, shouting a formal salute to the commander. Trust me, you and I can see the fear as the rest of the cops freeze in total shock. Alright, you and I are about to witness if a single elite soldier can successfully take down an entire local drug ring all by himself. Since the young man requested this personally, let him join the narcotics team and help them crack this high stakes case. He just returned from elite hunter training, so his investigation skills are top tier and should be a massive help to your men. Chu Lam is grinning from ear to ear with someone like this on board. It is like a tiger growing wings. Meanwhile, the other captain looks completely lost because he has no idea what this hunter training even means for a soldier. The boy says there is no time to waste and asks for the target's general location so he can head out immediately. He mentions his father can drive him right now, and if things go fast, he might bring the suspects back himself. Chulam is left completely stunned. This kid wants to go in alone and thinks he can just haul them in like it is a simple game of house. The specialized narcotics squad has been working this for ages without making a single arrest. Now a rookie shows up claiming he can do it instantly. General Theo just laughs at the boy's sheer boldness. However, when it comes to his actual strength, the general trusts him implicitly. He tells Chulam to just give him a general search area and let the kid do his work. Chulam is still skeptical. How can someone with zero experience solve a major case with just a rough location? But since the general is backing it, he agrees to a trial run pointing toward the black gold KTV as the target. The boy grabs the chief's number, promising to call if he needs a pickup or any extra backup. He looks at his dad, who is ready to roll the moment his son gives the word. They say their goodbyes and speed off toward the KTV parking lot without looking back at the shocked officers. Now, pay attention here, because this is where our main character shows he is on a completely different level. He tells his parents to relax for a bit, promising he will be done and back in about an hour. Without a hint of hesitation, he walks straight into the KTV. He heads directly toward the room. His radar flagged the one with the biggest stash of illegal goods in the building. Outside room 310, he gives a polite knock, which only makes the thugs inside curse at him in annoyance. They shout for the waiter to stay away and stop bothering them, thinking it is just a random employee at the door. When they do not answer, he decides to get their attention with a thunderous punch against the door. Boom. That single strike is so loud it nearly scares the souls right out of the four men sitting inside. He yells that their singing is trash and they should stop making the leader think he is just a crazy customer. Thinking it is just an angry civilian, the boss tells his man Lao Tu to drag the guy into the room. As the footsteps approach the door, he clenches his fist, ready to unleash hell the second it swings open. The door opens wide, revealing a fierce looking thug with pure rage burning in his eyes. Before the guy can even finish a sentence, he hits him with a lightning fast strike to the chest. Lao Tu's head snaps back as he is launched through the air like he was hit by a truck. The other three snap out of their daze and charge forward screaming as they lunge toward the intruder. One thug grabs a broken beer bottle, aiming for a lethal blow to end the fight as quickly as possible. You and I saw this coming. Less than 3 minutes later, all four thugs are on the floor, crying for mercy. He does not say a word, just systematically breaks them down until the big tough leader is completely sobbing. The boss begs for his life, asking what he actually wants and promising to do anything to stop the pain. He even swears they will never sing again if that is what it takes to save his bruised ego. Seeing they are finished, he stops the assault and uses his radar one last time to scan the room. He reaches into the leader's pocket, pulling out a massive stash of drugs and telling him to explain it to the police. He grabs the criminal's phone. Back at the office, Chu Lam sees an unknown number calling and wonders if things went south for the kid. He figures it is way too early for a success story, assuming it must be a call for help. He answers only to hear the boy asking for a police van to pick up four suspects immediately. He found half a kilo. Trust me, you and I just saw Chulam lose his mind in shock. Alright, you and I are watching this rookie cop become a one-man army. Chulam tries to keep his cool, then asks for descriptions to see if any are high-value targets. Our main character looks down at the ringleader currently pinned under his foot. He describes a bald ringleader about 6 feet tall, a chubby addict wearing a heavy gold chain with a distinct scar across his face. Hearing this, Chulam's eyes nearly pop out of his head in shock. Is this not the exact criminal their drug task force has been hunting forever? The guy has such obvious features, yet somehow the entire anti drug team could never track him down. Chulam's voice is trembling with excitement. Hold them for 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. I'll see if there are other suspects in this club. By the way, can you handle a prostitution bust too? This kid is uncovering way too much. Chulam eventually deploys 5 police vans, 2 for the drug unit and 3 for the prostitution raid. He doesn't plan on sitting around. He walks to the door and turns back to the 4. You 4 better stay put in this room. I'll be back in a bit. If I catch you trying to run, I won't hesitate to break your legs. Hearing that, the 4 are stunned. Does this guy really think they are all just idiots? Since he's leaving, why wouldn't they run? They aren't just going to wait for the cops. He looks completely unbothered as he walks out. Half a minute later, Old 4 creeps to the door. Boss, the hallway is clear. Let's get out of here. Old 4 throws the door open and the others follow close behind him. Now pay attention, because here comes the part they never saw coming. He is right around the corner. Bam, 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 bam. 4 hits or 4 screams. They crash down hard, crying out about needing the bathroom. First blood for you. Think of this as the first lesson of your new school year. Caught red-handed trying to escape, they actually tried to lie about needing a toilet break. He almost laughs. Toilet, my foot. Do you think I'm blind? I know for a fact there's a bathroom inside that room. The 4 start trembling in fear. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the system notification rings in his head once again. Assist the drug unit by capturing the 3 remaining criminals. 8-minute time limit. Reward the hound's tracking skill. Let's pause for a second. He already suspected there were more people here, but now the system mission confirms this isn't just a random bust. There are definitely more dangerous criminals hiding in this building. He scans for suspicious targets and locks onto 3 people. While everyone else is partying, these 3 are different. He cranks up his radar skill, comparing every single detail with high precision focus. The items those 3 are hiding match exactly what the first 4 suspects were carrying. After dragging the 4 back and tying them up, he uses his maximum speed to reach the other 3's room. As he runs, he realizes this situation is far more complicated than it looks. His memory is now terrifyingly sharp. He memorized every single room layout before entering this black gold club. That was room 410. While he was busting room 310, room 410 was still drinking. But now they've suddenly stopped and are preparing to make a run for it. He had been tracking room 310 the whole time. They had zero chance to warn the others. Calculating the time, the drug task force should have only just left their station. Yet the moment the police moved, these guys reacted. Room 410. Inside, the leader barks orders. Use the old rules, split 3 ways. Wear your gloves and ditch the goods the moment you get out. If you have to throw it away, don't let the brothers go down for nothing. Are your mouths shut? The big boss knows every single move. They've been with Scarface long enough to know that the mysterious person pulling the strings is absolutely terrifying to deal with. Every time the drug police make a move, they get an instant alert message every time. It's clear that someone high up has been bribed within the anti drug department itself to leak classified information. In a flash, the door bursts open. The man in front is sent flying back like a broken kite. He was right. Seeing this, the two others in the room immediately reach for their stash. Three more strikes, and the remaining two are face down on the floor, groaning in loud pain. He pulls out all three of their phones and checks every single one. No message content, just a single dot. Comparing the text timestamp with the police departure time, trust me, you and I are seeing a conspiracy unfold. Alright, you and I are about to see just how ruthless our main character can get. He asks the scarred leader about that text. Scarface just snorts, saying he knows nothing. Our guy sighs, then spots a simple toothpick lying around the room. Toothpick in hand, he slowly approaches. He warns him to talk now, but Scarface stays silent, acting like a tough guy who won't break. You might be wondering, what can a tiny toothpick do? How could that possibly threaten a hardened criminal like him? The main character lands a heavy punch to the forehead, followed by a sharp, quick strike right to his jaw. Then he pins the man's hand to the table and brings that toothpick toward the sensitive skin under his fingernails. Dazed and terrified, Scarface breaks into a cold sweat. He stammers out, asking what the hell he's planning to do. The other thugs are paralyzed with fear. This is way more terrifying than a knife. Without a word, he begins to push the toothpick in. With a sharp thrust, the wood sinks deep under the nail. Veins bulge on the man's forehead as he grinds his teeth in agony. Now, watch this part carefully. He doesn't just push the toothpick, he starts to slowly twist it. He mentions hearing their conversation earlier. I'm not a cop, he says. So you'd better start talking before the real ones get here. Once they arrive, your sentence might be lighter if you cooperate. Speak up now, and you might just save yourself some time. Maybe you'll spend a few less years behind bars. Just as Scarface tries to speak, another punch lands, driving the toothpick deeper. Every time he opens his mouth, he gets hit again, silenced. The thug finally realizes the terrifying truth. This man isn't here for answers, he's here to purely destroy him. The pressure increases whenever he tries to talk. Suddenly, he senses 5 police cars pulling up outside the club. By now, Scarface has loose teeth and a mouth full of blood. His face is a total mess. His fingernails are nearly all ripped off. These 10 minutes were the darkest, most agonizing moments of his entire life. His own gang was brutal, but this guy, he's on a completely different level of terrifying. The anti-drug captain Li Shui calls him. Within 3 minutes, the police storm into room 410. Scarface, a man who spent his life running from the law, now crawls toward the cops for protection. He looks pathetic, begging them to arrest him and lock him up. Anything to get away from the monster in the room. He offers to confess everything. Just take me away, he pleads. I'll take the fall for it all. He reveals there's a mole in the department tipping them off before every raid. That's how they always escaped. He blabbers about their bosses, but the main character doesn't care. He's already moved on from this mess. The system mission is complete. He's done his part in handing over a major player to the authorities. The rest is up to the police now. When the mole was mentioned, one officer behind Li Shui flinched. Thanks to his elite hunter training, our guy catches the subtle change, while others react with shock at the news of a traitor. Only one man looks terrified. Let's look closer. That panic disappears fast, but it doesn't escape our main character's sharp eyes. He doesn't expose him yet. He just memorizes the face, planning to call the chief about it later. There are 4 more in room 310, he says calmly. If we're done here, I'm heading out. Li Shui nods, looking at the main character's calm face. It's hard to imagine the carnage he just inflicted on Scarface. Back at the car, Lily asks if he finished so quickly. It's done, he replies to him. He tells her about the mole and mentions he needs to make a quick phone call. Chulin's face darkens. Tonight, some people won't be sleeping well at all. Neither will Xiao Zhangguo. Every military zone has an ace team, and they all fall under his direct command and authority. But for major moves, he needs headquarters to sign off, especially for bringing an outsider into an elite unit. The wait for approval is killing him. He's as restless as someone sitting on a nest of ants. Meanwhile, our main character sleeps soundly. Near the end of his 7-day break, the news finally arrives. Headquarters grants him special entry into the ACE team, but it's not permanent yet. He's on a trial period to prove himself. With his vacation over, he boards a military vehicle with Xiao Zhangguo to start his journey. Xiao Zhangguo asks if he's ever heard of the ACE team or what kind of squad they are. He only knows about high-level groups like the Kanglang team. He assumes they're just elite special agents. But trust me, you and I are about to find out that this ACE team is something else entirely. Get ready? Alright, you and I are about to see how a simple file folder can change everything for our main character. After reading it, his lip twitches. Even the commander looks helpless due to the insane security standards of this unit. This isn't a request, it's a direct command. With his level of power, staying in a regular special ops unit would be a massive waste of his talent. Inside the file is a brief summary of the ACE team, but even the commander doesn't know the full details. After scanning the folder, he realizes three things. First, the ACE team's security clearance is on another level. Second, he can't refuse the offer. Third, even with his monstrous strength, he could be kicked out of this team at any moment. It's hard for him to imagine that someone as strong as he is would still face the risk of being cut. He thought he had already reached the top, but it turns out he's just a beginner compared to these elite monsters. There's always a bigger fish, but he never expected the gap to be this massive. These guys are seriously strong. Does everyone in the ACE team actually have power levels similar to mine? The commander nods. He knows a lot, but what he's actually allowed to reveal is barely anything at all. He thinks for a moment and admits the main character isn't weak there, but he's definitely not the strongest either. He originally thought his current power was terrifying enough, but it seems the world is full of people even scarier than him. Our hero relies on his system to reach this level. But what about the legends in the ACE team? They don't have a system. They reach this godly tier through pure raw talent and brutal training alone. Some are even more incredible than him with his system. But after a moment of shock, his expression returns to normal. Now, the commander is the one losing his cool. Like, that's it. He's just totally fine with this news. Since joining the military, he's basically been the number one guy in every single unit he's ever joined. I mean, you and I would be sweating, right? But looking at him, does this guy even look like he's feeling the pressure? He just shrugs it off. After all, look how young he is compared to those veterans. Give him a few more years, and he'll probably blow past all of them. The commander is left completely speechless. Think about it. He's barely been in the army, a month in the Tiger Regiment, and then straight to Special Forces. Shortly after that, he's already dominating the hunter training. It's been less than 5 months, and he has already hit the absolute ceiling of the entire military. Honestly, it would be weirder if he actually felt intimidated by these guys. After a brief silence, he suddenly pivots. Commander, does the ACE team have a facility where I can do some research? He wants to look into a few things, but his explanation is a bit confusing to follow. What do you think? The ACE team is just surviving long enough to stay there is already a massive challenge. And yet he's asking about research labs. From what the commander knows, this kid wasn't even remarkable before he enlisted. His growth after joining the army has already been earth shattering for everyone involved. Does he think he's a god? Why on earth is he asking about scientific research now? He mentions he wanted to study aircraft carriers, but the blueprints are too complex even with high end computers helping him. So he's decided to focus on researching firearms and advanced drones first. The commander is totally speechless. If the kid wasn't so talented, he would have started yelling by now. Forget aircraft carriers. Does he really think that designing guns and drones is just some simple, easy task? Even just trying to improve an existing weapon takes an incredible amount of time and effort. Most of the time, the improvements are barely noticeable. The commander is visibly trying his best not to lose his mind. Now, pay attention because this is where the main character pulls out something absolutely insane from his backpack. He points to the blueprints, explaining that he's completely upgraded their current standard issue firearms. Actually, he practically redesigned it. Since he didn't have a secure computer, he drew every single detail by hand. These 3 pages of blueprints are thick and packed with detail. The commander thought he was just bragging, but this looks way too professional to be a joke. Even without being an expert, the commander is stunned by the precision of the data. Did you really do this? You can tell by his tone that the commander's attitude has shifted completely in just a few seconds. You saw that look on his face, right? 1 second he's holding back a lecture, the next, he's dead serious. Although he doesn't understand the finer details, he can tell this is a game changer. Alright, you and I are diving into this. Our main character is showing off a weapon design that is clearly superior to any rifle currently in existence. Seeing General Xiao Chunguo's jaw drop, even the main character is surprised. He actually held back a lot on this specific design. If he actually had access to the right materials, he could have designed a rifle 10 times more powerful than this one. He only played it safe because he was afraid the general would just reject his ideas immediately. General Xiao doesn't waste any time. He grabs his phone to call an expert named Old Wei to send over some blueprint photos. Are you free right now? I need you to check these blueprints immediately and tell me if they are actually legit. Old Wei isn't sure what the general is playing at, but he knows there must be a damn good reason for the call. The general snaps the photos and sends them via encrypted mail. Meanwhile, Vice Director Lin Fakhua wonders who is calling so late. It is just that old man Xiao Zhangguo Wei says, I have no idea what has gotten into him today. He said he sent some photos to my email and insisted that I check them out this very second. Wei's phone pings as he opens the encrypted file. There they are, hand drawn blueprints staring him right in the face. Stick with me here. Wei's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Where on earth did the general get these blueprints? At first glance, it looks exactly like the top secret cutting edge rifle their own research institute has been developing for months. But as he looks closer, he realizes the parameters on these sketches are actually quite different from their current technology. Old way look at this data. Some parts match our research perfectly, but others are totally different from anything we have. Wei breathes a sigh of relief. If these are different, it means their secret files haven't been leaked to the public. These blueprints are high level security. If they were leaked, the consequences for the military would be absolutely unimaginable. Well, at least it isn't a leak, he mutters. Let's take a closer look at these drawings and see what's happening. The two men completely forget about their dinner, staring at the pages as if they just found the solution to a problem they've struggled with for years. Old Xiao, you dog. Where did you get these designs? He is playing games with me. Why only send a few pages of something this good? Is he just trying to tease me? From the moment that email was sent to the moment the phone rang back, less than 5 minutes had passed. General Xiao snorts. He thinks the call came so fast because the drawings were garbage, and he is ready to lecture the kid. But just as the general prepares to scold the main character, Wei's voice explodes on the other end with pure raw excitement. You and I can imagine the general's face when Wei screams, Old Xiao, where is the rest? Why hide the good stuff? The general's face goes dark. What is happening here? He really thought these sketches were just some amateur's trash. How did this kid's scribbles turn into a masterpiece in the eyes of the nation's top weapons expert? At first, I thought our institute had a security leak, Wei explains. But after checking every detail, I saw the massive differences. These drawings are actually way better than our current designs. Seriously, Xiao, where did you find this stuff? Did you steal these from another lab? Wei asks. General Xiao's mouth twitches. He can't believe what he's hearing right now. Do I look like a thief to you? The general snaps. But Wei's tone makes it clear these drawings are something special. You say they are better, but how much better can you actually describe the advantage to me right now? Wei sighs. You've got gold in your hands and you are still playing mysterious. This isn't a game, Xiao. Send me every single page you have immediately. I can't give you exact numbers yet, but this is a massive leap forward. General Xiao is completely speechless, but before he can even respond, Wei has another sudden realization. Wait, these are hand drawn photos, won't cut it. I'm getting in the car and driving to your office right now. Don't leave. I'll be there in an hour. Then the line goes dead. The general just stares at the kid standing next to him. It is not just General Xiao who is frozen in shock. Even our main character is starting to feel a bit dazed. He honestly thought he was being conservative with his sketches, but it turns out even his safe version is world class. If he had actually used his full skills to draw something truly god tier, Old Wei would probably have a heart attack. It takes a long time for the general to find his voice. Finally, he asks Kid, where did you get these? Since when did you become a weapons expert? I know for a fact they don't teach this stuff in hunter training. The main character just gives a mysterious smile. You are right. Hunter training definitely doesn't cover high end engineering. But without that training, I never could have finished this. So you and I can both agree this weapon is legit, right? Anyway, does a group like the ACE team actually have their own secret research lab or what? Or maybe you could just set me up with a slightly higher performance computer instead, if that's easier. Stick with me here. He feels his individual combat skills have truly peaked and now he wants to master complex military research. Xiao Zhangguo's mouth twitches because he can't believe the kid wasn't even listening to his previous words. How could his combat power not improve? He has barely even started his actual military career. It hasn't even been 6 months. For a soldier like him, the elite ace team should only be the starting line. Xiao Zhangguo originally thought the kid was just bragging about his knowledge to get some attention. But now it's clear he has real talent. They need to settle this in the office immediately. Just a few casual sketches were enough to bring top experts from the Military Research Institute running to meet him. About an hour later, the military vehicle slowly pulls up to a modest car parked right outside Xiao Zhangguo's main office building. Xiao Zhangguo recognizes that car instantly and smiles at how fast that old man moved to get here. Our main character uses his specialized radar skill to pinpoint exactly where Xiao's office is located within the large building. It isn't hard to find since two people are already waiting right outside the door for them. Before heading up, Xiao warns him that the people he's about to meet have very high social status. He tells him to be respectful to them even if they're casual with each other in private. At this point, they don't even look like officer and subordinate anymore, more like a father and his son-in-law. As they approach, Wei Gongshun and his partner finally spot the young man they've been awaiting for so long. Now pay attention because the moment he pulls those blueprints from his backpack and performs a formal military salute, the room goes silent. The two experts just nod, their entire focus already consumed by the complex technical drawings in their hands. Inside the office, they handle the papers like treasures, staring at them like two very excited old children who just found gold. The further they read, the more shock and amazement spreads across their veteran faces. Finally, Wei Gongshun demands to know exactly where Xiao actually managed to get these incredible blueprints from. Lin Fakhua chimes in, telling him not to lie and say he drew them himself. Xiao just gestures toward our lead, telling the experts to ask the guy who actually brought the drawings in. They ignore the kid entirely, looking past him for some legendary genius hiding out in the hallway. From a quiet corner, his voice reaches them as he simply confirms that he is indeed the person they're looking for. They look him up and down, refusing to believe a teenager could produce such advanced technical work. He looks like a total rookie, maybe an assistant, certainly not a master of weapons design. Xiao tells them to hurry up and ask their questions before he takes the boy away to his unit. The experts nearly collapse. Did this kid start studying advanced military engineering while still in the womb? They ask if he's sure it's his work, and he just gives a confident nod while they inspect him. Physically, he looks 20 years old at most, and honestly, he probably hasn't even reached 20 yet. But the aura he radiates is that of a seasoned special ops veteran who's already seen 100 battles. You and I can see why Wei Gongshun demands proof. This kid is just way too young. His technology is light years ahead of what entire teams of experts have spent many years researching. Without wasting any time, he begins a detailed and simple breakdown of the technical concepts for them. He moves on to explaining high performance rifles and sniper systems with much better efficiency and power. For over 30 minutes, Xiao feels like he's listening to complex scripture while the experts are absolutely mesmerized by the data. Suddenly, Wei Gongshun slams his hand onto the table in a burst of pure excitement. He tells Xiao that based on their long friendship, he needs to hand this talented kid over. He promises the absolute highest level of treatment and benefits if the kid joins their top tier military research institute. He finally asks for a name, and our hero reports in as Lam Pham to the director. The director begs him to join immediately, citing a massive shortage of rare talent like his in the institute. Xiao's face goes dark as he realizes they are trying to steal his best soldier without even asking. If Lin Pham were only heading to a normal special forces unit, maybe Xiao would have actually let him go. But he's destined for the ace team, and trust me, you and I are about to watch him become a total legend. The future of the elite ace team isn't for Xiao Zhangguo to decide on his own. Alright, you and I are about to watch these big shot directors fight over one kid. Zhangguo says if they can convince him, he's theirs. One director pleads Xiaofan, say no more, join our research institute and I will give you the best treatment. Our institute is the absolute best. Honestly, ordinary people cannot even dream of getting through our doors. He just smiles awkwardly. Father in law, please stop teasing these two directors. Django suddenly goes silent. Wei and Lin are frozen. What did you call him, father in law? The director's eyes nearly pop out of their heads. Talk about a bombshell reveal, right? Research labs are usually boring, but when gossip drops here, it hits like a massive explosion. I will let you see his file, then you will understand. Django hands over the confidential documents. 18. They are stunned. How can someone this young reach this level of pure genius? First month broke the army-wide 3-kilometer run record. Then he aced special forces and hunter training. During that hunter training, he did not just pass, he shattered every single existing record. Now pay attention here. This is where we see just how insane this kid really is during his graduation test. Wei Gongsun is speechless. It is hard to even wrap his head around this level of talent. All of this achieved in just 6 months. And look, he is currently a probationary member of the ACE team. Wei and Lin nearly choke. Damn it, Django. Is this old man seriously messing with them right now? Steal someone from the ACE team? Impossible. And what even is a probationary member? Never heard of it. Django explains the situation briefly, and finally, the two directors start to realize the truth. They feel a deep sense of regret, but our lead is chill. He has zero interest in lab work. His dream is the front lines. Plus, he figures he can still design weapons while he fights. Why not stay with the elites and just send them blueprints? He is basically a one-man army. He laughs, admitting he is not even sure if he will officially make the cut for the ACE team. But before he leaves, the directors make sure to talk with him as much as possible. With his system, he can pull out tech that is easily 30 years ahead of modern science. They learn a ton. That afternoon, a high-security transport takes him straight to the secret ACE team base. He cannot see a thing outside on the road, but for him, that is not a problem at all. You saw that, right? With his radar skill, he sees everything, even with his eyes closed. He chooses not to memorize the route. Eventually, he arrives at the gates of the ultimate elite base. Inside, Lee Jong and the others hear the news. A rookie, everyone is completely caught off guard. Why now? Where did this guy come from? Is he some kind of plan from headquarters? Kong Jun confirms he is a direct placement from the top. But if he is that good, why send him here? Before they can finish, Kong Jun cuts them off. This guy did not come from the military academy. The team's eyes nearly bulge out. Not from the academy, that means he is just a regular soldier. Whether he stays or goes depends entirely on if his raw power meets their impossible standards. If he cannot cut it, he is out. Only the absolute strongest survive in this place. He is on probation, so keep your mouth shut. Everything about this base remains strictly classified. Watch what you say. The veterans are stunned. Is this really happening? A regular army guy? An outsider joining the ace team, and he is not even an academy grad. This is unheard of. How much of a beast do you have to be to jump straight into the ace team? Sure, they are short staff, but how can a regular soldier ever hope to compete with elites like them? Academy kids train since they are toddlers. Regular recruits. They are starting from zero. The gap is massive. Do you guys remember that mission in the South African town? Kongjun asks suddenly. They remember, then he asks if they know how those high level targets were actually taken down. This new kid was the one who cleared them. The squad is hit with shock after shock. And that's where we leave it. This 18-year-old is about to change everything. Man, at this moment, everyone is losing their minds. He's not even 18 yet. And he already made it into their elite ace team. It makes zero sense. Even the usually calm Lee Chong is totally rattled. While the group stands there in shock, the roar of an engine echoes from outside. Honestly, you and I might expect a high tech fortress, but this supposed elite base looks like a total dump. There are barely 20 people in the entire place. Once he steps out of the car, he doesn't even bother looking around. Why? Because he already scanned the whole area using his radar skill while driving in. Captain Kong Jun thinks this kid is interesting. The captain walks up to the base entrance and waves him over. I'm the commander here, he says. Kong Jun. Greetings, commander. Our hero salutes sharply. Surprised, aren't you? This place looks like a wreck. Think an elite base should look better? Try using your radar to check the exterior again. It looks like trash, but the power hidden inside is terrifying. Our hero's calm response leaves Kongjun completely speechless. After a long silence, Kongjun speaks. Listen up. You're only here on a trial basis for now. If your total strength doesn't meet our elite standards, you're going right back where you came from. Understand? As for the non disclosure agreement, I don't think I need to explain the rules. Our main character just nods. Every soldier on base is staring him down, especially Lee Chong and the veterans from that South Africa mission. This kid looks totally harmless, but trust me, he's the cold blooded monster who wiped out everyone back then. He arrived just in time for the daily grind. Full gear, 25 kilograms extra weight, and a 20-kilometer cross country run. He just shrugs and says, That sounds pretty simple. Kongjun's face actually twitches. This is their standard hell training, and this kid calls it easy. Full gear is 50 pounds plus another 25. That's a 100-pound load while sprinting 20 kilometers. A normal person would be gasping for air just standing there. Running a single kilometer would be a miracle. Kongjun looks him over. He seems thin, almost scrawny. But those hunter training scores don't lie. He has to rethink everything he knows about this kid's actual strength and potential. Time to see if he's a show pony or a real warhorse. Let's find out. Since his physical stats hit level 6, he hasn't even tested his limits. He heads straight for the gear room. The squad is stunned again. It's his first day, so how does he know the layout like it's his own house? He's way too familiar with the base. Kong Jun follows him in. You'll be with Squad 1 for now. With a quick wave, Kong Jun signals Lee Jong to come over and take charge of the new guy. Lee Jong keeps it professional, but the rest of Squad 1, they are definitely not happy about this. It's weird for our main character too. He doesn't know these people, yet they feel strangely familiar somehow. Like they've crossed paths before, even if he can't place their faces. He stays polite though. Hello, Captain. Hello, seniors. Everyone just gives him a stiff nod. Before Lee Chong can even start the briefing, the teammates can't hold back. What unit are you from, kid? We've never heard of a normal guy making it into the ace team. Questions start flying from every direction. Usually news inside the ace team is totally locked it down. They don't get many outsiders. Now pay attention because they're about to ask the one question we've all been wondering. How did you do it? Did you really kill all those people alone? Our hero is totally lost. Wait, which people are we talking about? One soldier snaps back. The incident in South Africa. You forgot about taking down 100 guys in Manhwa. The bodies were still warm when we got there. The rest of the team crowds around him, dying for details. Hearing the town's name, it finally clicks. Oh, that was just my graduation test for hunter training. You guys were there. He's shocked. His radar didn't pick up a single soul during that fight. Falcon laughs out loud. Don't look so surprised. We showed up right after you cleared the area. Those guys were actually our targets. We wanted them alive, but you turned them into Swiss cheese. I'm Wang Jun, call me Falcon. We mostly use code names here. You should probably pick one for yourself soon. The others start introducing themselves one by one. It's a small group of six, easy enough to remember. There's Captain Lee Jong, then Falcon, Swift Wolf, Earth Wolf, Thunderstrike, and Dark Tiger. This is going to be wild. All right, you and I are about to watch as he starts his training. He thinks he will wait for a nickname, Azusosim, until he stays permanently, then begins his first session with the legendary Ace team before arriving at the base. He expected the Ace team to be incredibly serious, but after staying for a while, he realizes the place is nothing like what he had imagined. In fact, everyone here is quite approachable and friendly, but honestly, that is only because of his own terrifying display of strength. Within the military, the strong earn absolute respect, and that goes double for an elite squad like the Ace team. They have all heard about his impressive files from Kongjun, so there is zero hostility. Everyone welcomes his arrival with open arms. Running cross country with 25 kilograms of gear is just a standard daily drill for these elites every morning and evening. However, that does not mean they find it easy to finish the course every single time. Usually they only carry 10 kilograms, but today the weight has suddenly jumped by an extra 15 kilograms. Daytime training was exhausting enough, and now this. After only 10 kilometers, the veterans are already starting to gasp for air. As they run, Kongjun notices the main character is totally different. He is not red faced, and his heart rate is perfectly steady. Falcon is running right beside him, keeping a very close eye on the kid's physical stamina. 10 kilometers down, and it looks like he is just taking a stroll without using any energy. When Kong Jun first heard him call this easy, he thought the kid was just bragging, but now he sees it is the absolute truth. Trust me, we are watching a monster who finds this world class training way too simple. Usually, talking is strictly forbidden during drills. But Falcon cannot help asking, Hey kid, are you even tired? We are carrying 50 kilograms on our backs during this run. He just blinks, looking at Falcon with a look of pure confusion. He looks at Falcon, then turns to look at the other elite commandos, remaining silent for a long moment. Did you guys train too much during the day? These guys are the best, second only to one mysterious shadow unit. Aside from that one squad, no other team in the entire military can even touch them. Yet here they are being politely roasted by a guy from a regular unit. How is anyone supposed to take that level of disrespect? The other elites do not say a word, but they definitely felt that look of pure confusion from the rookie. They can practically hear him asking, Is this all the legendary Ace team is capable of? Every veteran soldier curses under their breath before screaming, Let's go! There is no way we are letting a newcomer outrun us. He can feel the whole squad suddenly picking up the pace. Kongjun leads from the front, cranking the speed up another notch. But even after another stretch, the kid still looks totally unfazed. Everyone is pushing their absolute limits, desperate to stay ahead. But no matter how hard they sprint, they cannot match him. Their steps grow heavy while he remains as light as a bird. This time it is not just the veterans who are shocked, but the main character himself. Even he did not expect his physical stamina to reach such an insane level already. Carrying 100 kilograms for over 10 kilometers, and he still does not feel a single thing. When the drill finally ends and they return to base, the others instinctively want to collapse right onto the ground. But seeing him only slightly out of breath, they force themselves to stand tall, trying their best to look relaxed. Now, check this out, his Dominator's field skill has officially been activated. With the skill turned on, a status panel appears over everyone. It shows their physical ratings and other vital information. The ratings are very simple, ranging from a high of S rank down to a low of E rank. He figured the Ace team would be incredibly powerful with physical stats around 7 or 8. But it turns out the highest in the squad is only a 5 belonging to the group leader Kongjun. Most others are at level 4 with a few hitting 4.5. He thought he had just barely passed the test. But now it seems like there are very few people in the entire military who can even compare to his power. That being said, these soldiers are still much stronger than almost any other troops. Every member of the Ace team is rated as an S rank. The panel also lists their specific skill scores in various areas. Falcon has a 4.5 for stamina and a 9 for marksmanship. His overall rating is a 9. Since the maximum score is 10, you can imagine just how terrifying a soldier with 9s really is. Beyond just the numbers, you and I can now see their exact current status in real time. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to see this rookie make these elite soldiers look like total amateurs. He pats the veteran on the shoulder, telling him to relax and wait for his heart rate to drop before resting. As top tier special agents, I think we should all be prepared to face any mission at any given moment. Training is vital, but preserving your stamina is just as important, so you are always ready to jump into battle. These veteran commandos are totally speechless. Damn, imagine being schooled by a new kid on your very first day in the squad. Just as he was about to argue, the base alarm suddenly blared. Are we seriously going on a mission right now? The team was stunned. Damn, this kid actually called it. Right then, Kongkwan shouted for the first squad to assemble. Li Chung shouted back in confirmation. He waved his hand, leading the elite team on a dead sprint toward the helipad. Seeing the rush, the kid tries to follow them, but after just 2 steps, Kongkwan steps in and blocks him. Where do you think you are going? If I do not go, then what? Did you not just assign me here? Kongkwan was left speechless because the kid was right. He had officially been assigned to the first squad earlier that day. I know you are worried about my safety, but the truth is, I am stronger than every single person standing here. Before the commander could respond, the kid dashed toward the helicopter. The other members were shocked by how arrogant he sounded. He is just a newcomer who transferred from a regular army unit into this elite special forces group. Now he is claiming he is the strongest one here. He is definitely bragging without even thinking about his words. Li Chung saw him board the chopper but decided not to say anything at all about the situation. Since he is already here, let him join the mission and face the battlefield. Otherwise, how can we test his true worth? If he never sees combat, how will we know his real strength? Sensing the commander's worry, Li Trung spoke over the radio. Commander, I cannot promise much else, but I know for a fact that his marksmanship is absolutely top tier. I will never forget what happened back in Manhwa town. Even if I went myself, I could not have been that effective. The fact that he was scouted specifically for the king's squad proves that his abilities are definitely not lacking. Once everyone was in the air, the commander used the radio to give the squad leader the full mission details. After filtering the classified info, Li Chung briefed the team. We are heading out to support our third squad immediately. They ran into serious trouble during their operation and are currently being hunted down by a large group of enemies. About 30 minutes later, the commander called again. Li Trung was confused since the mission objectives were already very clear. Now, pay attention here because the commander is about to reveal a secret that changes everything we know about this kid. He does not just have incredible solo combat skills that can rival the best of our elite soldiers. He is also a brilliant scientific mind with massive achievements. You should know how precious these researches are to us. Li Chung nearly lost it. What is going on? If he is that brilliant, why the hell is he in combat? Since when do top tier scientists start charging into active war zones like some kind of action movie hero? While others carry weapons, he carries the power of science. Regardless, his safety is now our absolute highest priority. Understood. Even though all soldiers are equal, everyone knows that some lives carry a much different kind of value. It turns out his strength really might be superior to theirs. And on top of that, he is a genius. The fact that high level command sent a personal warning proves that he is a major figure in the scientific world. Since the top brass is involved, this kid must be a heavy hitter in research to get this much protection. After flying for a while, the helicopter began to shake, and the side doors finally slid wide open. Following a loud shout from the squad leader, every soldier immediately began fast roping down into the dark wilderness. At first, Li Chung was worried if the rookie even knew how to fast rope, but he realized he was overthinking it. If you made it into the king's squad, skipping basic skills like this is impossible. The kid landed smoothly, though he had no idea exactly where they had been dropped off. Okay, you and I just saw that, right? He found them before the leader even finished his sentence. This kid is absolutely insane. It was not exactly broad daylight with perfect visibility either for the rest of the elite squad. It was the middle of the night, so dark you could not see your own hand. Follow me, he said. Leader Li Chung was totally floored. I mean, is he the captain or is the new guy suddenly calling all the shots? It was pitch black out there, making it nearly impossible to see anything, let alone track a specific target. It makes you think, doesn't it? Who is this guy really? Trust me, we are going to find out together. Stick with me because we are about to see this rookie turn a skeptical squad completely upside down. What is this behavior? No discipline, no orders. But as they catch up, they find him standing over a cold corpse. Seeing the camouflage uniform on the body, Li Jong and the other 5 men are left completely stunned. No time to think. Follow me. My observation skills are miles ahead of yours, he says with absolute confidence. Earlier, they would have called him a braggart. But now nobody dares to doubt a single word he says. They are barely 200 meters from the spot where they first jumped out of the helicopter. In this pitch black hell, seeing anything is impossible. Yet the moment he landed, he already knew exactly what was happening. Elsewhere inside a mountain cave, Team 3 is trapped. Their chances are zero. The entire mountain is crawling with enemies. With enemy hounds sniffing them out, escaping this death trap seems like a total impossibility. Captain, we cannot all make it. Take our cover and get yourself out of here, his men plead desperately. Without you, we would have been dead long ago. They share a bitter final laugh, knowing the end is near. Every man prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. They struggle to their feet, ready to lure the enemy away with their final breath. Now, watch closely. This is the kind of leadership that breaks your heart but saves the mission. Watching his brothers in arms prepare to die is torture, but the intel must reach home. He has no other choice. A soldier named Black Bear steps toward the cave entrance, his face set in grim determination. I will draw their fire. If we meet again in the afterlife, do not say I did not warn you. Usually a joke like that would get a laugh, but right now the silence is deafening. Nobody is laughing today. As they watch Black Bear's back, every man's eyes are burning with unshed tears. He steps out with steel in his eyes. He does not want to die, but as an ace agent, he is not afraid. For him, there are only two ways a mission ends. Number one, complete the objective. Number two, complete it no matter the cost. If his life is the price for success, he will pay it gladly. Just as he is about to charge, a figure suddenly appears at the cave entrance like a ghost. Scared out of his wits, Black Bear aims his gun, but the stranger disarms him in a heartbeat. Before he can scream, his mouth is covered. Quiet down! I am on your side, the stranger whispers. You and I both know that look, the sheer shock of seeing an ally appear out of thin air. He pulls Black Bear back inside. Stay here, I'm going out to wipe them all out, then I will return. Everyone is frozen. It is not just what he said, but the sheer authority in his voice. In the A squad, everyone knows everyone, but this face, this voice, completely unfamiliar. Before they can even question him, he vanishes into the night. His scan shows 33 enemies closing in. These are not just random grunts chasing Team 3. These guys are the real deal. Their ranks range from A to S tier. On paper, they are just as deadly as the A squad itself. So much talent, he sighs while moving, and they waste it doing dirty work in the shadows. Who the hell was that guy? Black Bear gasps, staring out at the empty cave mouth. They all shake their heads. They have never seen him before, but his skills prove he is definitely not the enemy. Before another word is spoken, gunfire erupts. Moments later, nearly 20 enemy bodies are hitting the dirt. In this blind darkness, the jungle is a nightmare for most. For him, it is a tactical playground. While the enemies are fumbling in the shadows, he sees every single one of them with perfect clarity. Seeing his men drop like flies, Gavin grabs his radio, screaming for everyone to regroup immediately. How are they suddenly this strong? Form 3 groups of 5, find them and kill them. Gavin's face is dark with rage. 18 of his elite soldiers just vanished right before his eyes. He saw the muzzle flashes, but when he looked closer, there was not a single footprint or trace left behind. Even the hounds did not bark. How could one man's strength be this terrifyingly high? He started with the small fry. Even with radar and eagle eye skills, he has to pick his targets carefully. The low-level guards were sitting ducks, hiding behind cover without moving. Taking them out was child's play. The elites are different. You and I must see what is next. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when professional killers meet a real monster. Every step is camouflaged as they hug the cover. These 15 survivors are clearly pros who have seen plenty of combat. Deep in the woods, Li Chung is so stressed he looks like he might actually cough up blood. The kid said he was just going to scout, but the shooting started almost immediately. Li Chung frantically grabs his radio. Hearing the call, our main character doesn't even bother to hide. He just says, "Give me a few more minutes." He goes right back to work. A scout dog starts barking wildly, but it's silenced by a single bullet between the eyes. The remaining 4 men in that squad react with lightning speed. They don't panic. They immediately draw their weapons and fire toward the muzzle flash while calling for urgent backup. But before they can even finish that sentence, 5 more bullets scream through the air. The dog and the men are dead before they hit the ground. Less than 15 seconds later, Gavin and his men reach the area. They saw the muzzle flash from the shots clearly. But when they arrive, nothing. Not a footprint, not a single sign that any human was ever standing there. A cold, sinking feeling starts to wash over Gavin as he looks at the empty forest. He just fought the entire third squad, and every single one of them was already badly wounded. None of them could move like this. He orders his men to use suppressive fire on anything that looks even slightly suspicious. Now pay attention, because this is where our main character shows his true power. Gavin dives behind a tree while his A rank teammates drop like flies. To our hero, this is just a game. It's like fighting NPCs. With his X ray vision and auto aim, taking these guys out is as easy as breathing. Fire! Gavin screams, and a rain of lead pours toward the place where the last shot came from. But the shooter is already gone. A moment later, another cold shot rings out from a completely different direction. After every kill, he vanishes into the brush, his camouflage making him one with the shadows of the forest. Watching his men vanish one by one, Gavin starts to lose it. In 5 minutes, 30 elites have been cut down to just 3. He's at his breaking point. In his entire life, he's never felt this kind of utter soul crushing helplessness. Against this phantom enemy, he doesn't even have the chance to fight back or defend himself. All he sees are faint flashes and his last comrade falling. His pride is now completely and utterly shattered. You and I both know the main character isn't going to let him off that easy. Talk about a weak mental state. Right as Gavin tries to end it, our hero shoots the gun right out of his hand. The only reason Gavin is still breathing is because he's clearly the leader of this group. He's a goldmine of information. If the hero truly wanted him dead, Gavin would have been a corpse long ago. Gavin just gives a cold laugh. To him, the muzzle flashes are nothing more than the last sparks he will ever see. He lights a cigar and takes one last puff. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced in my life. The hero walks over with his rifle slung. Gavin is no longer a threat. Talk. Who exactly hired you guys? Gavin freezes, realizing the kid understands him and can speak his language with perfect fluency. He's visibly stunned for a moment. Talk, I have absolutely nothing to say to a brat like you. He takes one last deep breath and prepares to bite down on a poison capsule hidden in his mouth. But the hero is faster. He plants a fist right in Gavin's face, sending the poison capsule flying onto the dirt. Sharp pain radiates through Gavin's jaw as he stares up at the main character in total shock. He's humiliated. He wanted to go out with some style, a warrior's death on his own terms. Now he can't even kill himself. Our hero sneers. You really think I'm that stupid? No more games. Start talking and maybe I will make this less painful for you. Stop wasting my time with these stunts. Gavin just mumbles, trapped with nowhere to run. Soon Lee Trung and the rest of the team finally catch up. As they walk, they lose count of the bodies littered across the forest floor like discarded trash. The precision of the kills is terrifying. It's exactly what they saw back in the town of Pinhwa. Hak Hung and the rest emerge from the cave. When they see Gavin captured, their eyes nearly pop out of their heads. How did you manage to catch him alive? The hero just shrugs. To him, it was just another simple mission. You and I both know nobody else could have pulled this off so flawlessly. Alright, stick with me here, because you and I are about to see a fighter so fast he took down an entire squad without a single scratch. Before the N3 could even process the scene, a loud voice echoed from the distance, calling out for his old friend. Lee Trung and his squad arrived quickly, but the sight of only 6 survivors from Team 3 left them in heavy, mournful silence. Dien Thuy let out a long, heavy sigh before turning his gaze back toward the mysterious young man standing by his side. He originally thought the guy belonged to that secret elite unit, but now it was clear he was someone else entirely. Every member of their top-tier squad knew each other by heart, yet this face was a complete and total stranger to them. Lee Trung noticed the confusion and stepped in to introduce the newcomer, the newest addition to Team 1, a man named Lam Pham. Meeting the captain of Team 3, Lam Pham stood tall and delivered a sharp, respectful salute to the seasoned veterans. Dien Thuy nearly tripped over his own feet in shock, wondering how a monster of this level could possibly be called a rookie. Compared to him, the captain felt like the real amateur. Even Black Bear and the others were left completely stunned and speechless. After the initial shock wore off, Dien Thuy realized that a military academy would never just hand over a talent this rare to them. Lee Trung knew exactly what his friend was thinking, mainly because he had the same exact reaction when they first met. Now here is the kicker, pay attention. This guy is technically still just on a trial period with no guarantee he stays. Dien Thuy was stunned and Black Bear could not hold back his confusion, asking how a trial period was even possible for him. He questioned if Lam Pham's strength was really an issue, but Lai Trung immediately moved to shut him up and stop the talk. The commander's face turned dead serious as he reminded everyone to keep their mouths shut. This was a matter of top-tier security. He explained that Lam Pham did not come from a prestigious military academy, but from the regular army with mysterious records and personal files that would absolutely blow their minds. Rising up from the regular army. That revelation hit everyone like a ton of bricks, leaving them shaken. Dien Thuy was the first to speak up, asking why a man with this much power was still on a trial. If a man like this did not belong in the ace team, then who on earth actually deserved to be there? He even claimed that if Lam Pham joined officially, he would gladly hand over his own captain position to him right on the spot. While the offer sounded a bit over the top, Lee Trung honestly felt like his friend was making a very valid point. Given the choice, he would step down too because Lin Fan's efficiency on the battlefield was simply on another level. Let that sink in. We were all braced for a massive bloodbath and heavy losses today, but this monster ended the entire battle solo in 10 minutes and captured the target alive. A dangerous, high value target like Gavin was taken down and captured alive in less than 10 minutes. He just stood there unsure of what to say. The Ace team's passion came from a dark place. Their casualty rates had been devastatingly high over the last few years. After a brief exchange, the soldiers turned their cold, focused attention toward Gavin, who was now their helpless prisoner. Gavin was smart enough to know that if he did not talk, they had 1,000 ways to make him suffer in pain. He looked up and surrendered, promising to tell them every single thing he knew about the entire operation. He confessed that while he seemed like the main threat, he was actually just a pawn following orders from the shadows. Li Trung gave Lin Fan a look, signaling some things were classified, so the young man took a quiet walk in the woods. Once the intel was secured, Kongquan reported the success to Xiao Zhanguo, who immediately contacted headquarters to request Lin Fan be promoted to a permanent member. As the group finally made their way back to the Ace Team base, the atmosphere remained heavy and grim. They had set out as a full squad, but coming home, several of their brothers in arms would never see another day. Seeing Lin Fan's conflicted expression, Kong Quan told him that their sacrifices would remain unknown to the world. Their victories were never celebrated in public, earning only a single brief line in their private military records. In death, they are forgotten by everyone except their families, so he offered Lin Fan one last chance to quit the unit. Lin Fan just shook his head, knowing that since he chose this path, he would never have a single regret. Hong Quan nodded, leading him toward the barracks where the perks of the elite team finally became visible. Given the choice between shared or solo rooms, Lin Fan chose a private space so he could work on his projects. He requested his computer be brought over, surprising the commander with his sudden focus on high level research. Hong Quan knew he was into science, but the exact nature of his research remained a total mystery to everyone. This battle proved that technology must be the priority. Machines can be rebuilt, but a human life is gone forever once lost. And that is where we leave it, with a genius choosing tech to save lives. Wild right. For the next week, he barely left his dorm, except to eat, completely burying himself in scientific research. Alright, you and I are about to watch his identity officially shift into a top tier ace agent. But when Kong Jun gave him the news, he didn't even blink, just gave a quick nod and went right back to his work. During this intense month, he survived on barely 4 hours of sleep every single day. After locking everything into an encrypted drive, he personally delivered it to Wei Gongshun at the institute before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He spent just a few minutes explaining the specs, and poor Wei Gongshun's heart rate nearly hit 180. Looking at these blueprints was like a failing student suddenly being handed the answers to the final exam. If this tech actually worked, everything would change. Years of struggle would be solved by this transfer. This meant a massive leap in combat power for the entire army. While he supplied the groundbreaking blueprints, they were tasked with finding the specialists and factories to turn his designs into reality. Over the next 2 weeks, he stayed at the lab teaching them. With his sovereign domain skill, new knowledge flowed into their minds like an endless river. And that, my friends, is exactly what makes this specific skill so terrifying. As long as they were willing to learn, he could pass on everything. When he finally returned to the ace team late at night, Li Chong and the others were still out there training hard. Watching him step back onto the base, Kongjun couldn't help but marvel. Since joining the team, our hero hadn't actually spent much time training with the elite squad. With his monstrous level of skill, the standard ace team drills probably felt like child's play to him anyway. Seeing him back on the training grounds felt almost surreal to Kongjun. The captain snapped into a sharp salute and immediately moved to discuss some very important business. Because of his presence in the Ace team, headquarters decided to roll out a brand new policy. They were lowering the security clearance for the Ace squad to let more fresh blood into the ranks. Now even regular agents had a shot at the Ace team, all thanks to his incredible performance. Because of him, the top brass realized normal soldiers could reach the top rather than just being written off from the start. There is a massive drill in 1 month, so you and I better hope he shows them what he is made of. This is strictly an internal competition within our own Ace units. Kong Jun didn't mince words. He explained that whichever team wins the internal drill earns a spot at the National Special Ops competition. Hearing that, our main character looked totally baffled. Let's be real, an ace team in a national contest, that is just straight up bullying, isn't it? Noticing his weird expression, Kong Jun laughed and explained they weren't going there to compete, but to scout for new talent. The winning ace squad gets the privilege of scouting the national competition to handpick the best talent, bringing those promising seeds back to the team for high level training. They would start as interns just like he did with their future on the team, depending entirely on their performance. He knew the situation. It wasn't just their northern military zone that was facing these issues. Across all five war zones, every ace unit is desperately short staffed. That is why everyone is taking this drill next month incredibly seriously. During this time, the three squad leaders pushed their members to train like absolute madmen. Everyone except him, of course. Their drills were just too simple for him to even bother with anymore. Instead, he spent his time pulling even more advanced blueprints from his system right before Wei Gongshun called. In the entire base, he and Kong Jun were the only ones with a working phone. When he picked up, Wei Gongshun stayed silent, his face turning a bright shade of red. It was just too embarrassing for the old man to handle. After hearing about the drill, he had called the scientist, telling them to hurry up and build his custom equipment before the start date. Since he was part of the Northern Ace team, he felt he should contribute something meaningful to his squad. He had given them everything, they just had to follow instructions. It was like giving them the answer key. Yet it still took them forever. Is the gear ready? Yeah, it is done. For some reason, Gongsun felt like a nervous student facing his teacher. Despite their age gap, the scientist didn't care about hierarchy anymore. In terms of raw expertise, every single person at that research institute could call him master. The gear is arriving soon. Just bring the drive back and get to work. These are the basics, so I shouldn't need to teach you twice. And with that, he just hung up, cold right. You and I are about to watch two top officials get schooled by our main character's absolute genius. One is a director, the other a deputy, yet they barely understand what they are copying while he just hands them a finished hard drive. At this point, the word shame is practically written all over their faces. Less than 10 minutes after the call ends, military vehicles pull up outside the Ace team base. He heads to the front entrance while Kong Jun emerges from the back, clearly having received the alert. Seeing Kong Jun arrive, he speaks up to the commander. Commander, have everyone gather here. We need to test the new gear immediately so we can put it to use during tomorrow's massive drill. He calls Kongjun commander, but Kongjun feels like he is the one taking orders from the kid. In under 3 minutes, three squads assemble. They instinctively look to Kongjun, but the commander's eyes are locked on our main character. I do not understand this tech, you tell them. He nods, then turns to the crowd. Squad 1, step forward and receive your gear. Seeing the high-tech gear, Jin Lang's eyes light up like a massive 1,000-watt light bulb in pure excitement. Li Zhong leads his team toward him and he begins handing out the advanced equipment. Over the last month, Wei Gongshun and his team worked day and night to produce these 30 sets of gear. He specifically ordered them to focus on unmanned drones. Recon units, robotic dogs, and simulated mechanical birds were produced to ensure that every single squad was fully equipped. Building these items was not the hard part. Creating the actual production line was the real challenge. Watching Squad 1 receive their gear, Squads 2 and 3 just stand there in total shock. Now pay attention, this is the exact moment Squad 1 transforms into elite soldiers who look like they are from a completely different century. To truly test the results, he stops issuing gear and turns to the commander. Commander, do we have enough practice rounds in the base? We do, but what is your plan? I want to see Squad 1 go head to head against Squads 2 and 3 in a mock battle. This proposal immediately piques Kong Jun's interest. The commander is dying to see just how powerful this new gear actually is. After pausing for a moment, he turns and issues a direct order to squads 2 and 3. With 3 minutes to prepare, he gets squad 1 suited up. The other squads are practically spitting in frustration. Damn it, the new gear arrives and they have to be target practice before even touching it. As they move out, he waves Li Zhong's team over to a clearing to begin their technical briefing. You have likely noticed the streams of information being displayed inside your helmets. From the second they put them on, the soldiers were mesmerized by the various data points. He suits up as well, fully equipped with all the new gadgets. Since this tech came from his system, he is already an expert even though it is his first time using it. With a few simple taps, the display data changes for everyone. Your 7-man squad is now on a synchronized channel. He pulls out the drones. These recon units perform exactly as their name implies, and they are about to change everything. They transmit data back instantly, just as everyone starts wondering what kind of intel they will actually receive. A crystal clear real time video feed from the drones suddenly flickers to life inside their tactical helmets. In less than 30 seconds, a simplified tactical map appears on their visors. Seeing this, the team finally realizes the scale of this power. Jinlong cannot help but swear out loud. Holy crap, this is way too overpowered. Is this real science? Is this the real power of science? He chuckles. You and I both know this is just the beginning of how he breaks the rules. Within 10 minutes, he finishes the training. Every soldier now has a specific high tech mission to complete. With a sharp command from Kong Jun, the drill officially begins. The combat zone is limited to this specific mountain range. Facing off against a high tech squad, Black Bear cannot help but feel a little bit uneasy. Captain, do you really believe those 7 guys can take out 18 of us? They have got drones and mechanical dogs everywhere. Dianroy shakes his head. For a normal special ops team, this tech might be useful. But for us, it is all just flashy junk. At the level of an elite, ace operative technology does not really matter that much. The only thing that truly matters is your raw strength. If they use drones, we shoot them down. If they use robotic dogs, we blow them up. It is really that simple. To elite soldiers like us, their drones and robot dogs are nothing more than moving target practice. Even if firing reveals our position, we can instantly relocate before they can even react. Even if they lock on the second they fire the first shot, we will pinpoint their exact location and launch a massive counterattack. 7 versus 18, there is no way they can win. Just as the Anri finishes, a heavy buzzing of drones echoes from the distance. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when high tech drones meet a squad that thinks they can just shoot their way out. They might be able to pick off 1 or 2 of those drones with their rifles. But what can they do against dozens of them, especially when these machines are suddenly appearing right above their heads out of thin air? Looking into the distance, the entire sky is already filled with swarms of these miniature mechanical killers. Every single drone is packed with high explosives, just waiting to dive in for a devastating suicide mission. Beside the swarm, 3 massive combat drones are circling the area like vultures waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Each one carries 3 missiles while low altitude drones zip through the thick jungle, cutting off every possible escape route for the squad. In a split second, they find themselves completely surrounded by an endless sea of cold, calculated machinery. The squad leaders just drop their guns in total despair. They have not even seen a single soldier from Squad 1 yet. The enemy is not even there, but their drones are already inches away from their faces, ready to end it. They have no idea how they were spotted while the commander watches everything unfold on his screen in absolute shock and silence. If he was not watching this live, he would never believe this kind of technology actually existed in their world. That bird they saw earlier was actually a bionic recon drone that marked their exact location for the rest of the swarm. Squad 1 immediately deployed their attack drones and launched those specialized flying grenades right into the heart of the enemy camp. Now, watch this part closely. These soldiers do not even need to aim their weapons anymore to take down the enemy. The grenades automatically track the targets, allowing the team to secure a win without ever having to move from their original position. Even Lee Jong starts swearing, calling this gear a literal map hack that makes traditional combat look like a joke. Once they have the enemy coordinates, the suicide drones take over, saving time, energy, and most importantly, human lives on the battlefield. This revolutionary way of fighting is about to completely overwrite every traditional war tactic that has ever been taught in the academy. Whatever a human can do, these machines do better, and they can handle the tasks that are impossible for any person. Bionic birds can fly through the forest in broad daylight to hunt enemies, while a human soldier would be spotted in seconds. With thermal imaging systems built in, finding enemies hidden deep within the jungle is now as easy as taking a walk in the park. The moment a target is identified, dozens of suicide drones launch a coordinated strike that leaves absolutely no room for survival. Lia Jong lets out a long sigh, wishing their base had been equipped with this incredible technology a long time ago. You and I can see it in their eyes. The other squads have officially given up on their naive way of thinking. It does not matter how strong you are individually, because raw power is nothing compared to the peak of modern military science. You might survive the first wave, but can you really stay safe when the next strike is already on its way? You might dodge one drone, but how do you dodge 10 or even 100 of them coming at you at once? Kong Kwan was worried about tomorrow's exercise, but now he cannot wait to see how the other teams handle this absolute nightmare. He immediately notifies the command center to input all the technical data for this new equipment before the big day arrives. The officers at the command center are left completely speechless as they look over the stats for this insane new weaponry. What kind of gear is this? Grenades that can fly 15 kilometers? You can hardly even call those things grenades anymore, combining sniper rifles with grenade launchers. It sounds like something out of a movie, yet here it is, right in front of them. As the sun begins to set, high ranking officials from all over the country start arriving to witness this unprecedented military display. General Fan Yongquan and Xiao Zhangguo arrived together in a military vehicle discussing the young man behind all these inventions. If he had not been so busy lately, the general would have already gone out of his way to meet our main character. He has heard so many glowing reviews from Xiao Zhangguo that he's finally starting to understand all the hype. It is because of this one person that this elite ace team drill is even happening today in the first place. Xiao Zhangguo smiles and promises to bring Xiaofan over so the general can finally meet the genius in person. This kid is top tier even among the elite members of the ace team, proving his worth over and over again. He just delivered a fresh batch of equipment that is guaranteed to push the strength of their entire unit to a whole new level. The mention of new gear makes the general raise an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued by what he is hearing. He has been keeping an eye on the reports, but the speed of this kid's research is honestly hard to keep up with. He knew the boy was a scientific genius, but the actual results of his work are far beyond anything he expected to see. Trust me, you and I are witnessing the rise of a legend whose potential is officially off the charts. Alright, you and I are about to watch a top tier commander try to scout a son in law while his subordinate rambles on. My daughter is almost at that age. If I could snag a talent like this kid for her, wouldn't that be perfect? Little does the commander know his direct subordinate is already one step ahead aiming for the same future son in law. Once they arrive, Kong Quan rushes straight to the command center to compare weapon data and tactical specs. As for our main character, he gets dragged along by Tieu Dung Ngu to meet the big boss, Fan Yung Quan. Listen, Xiao Fan, the man you're about to meet, isn't your average soldier. He's the powerhouse of the entire district. He's the head of our northern military district, so show some respect and perform well, got it, man. This is intense. Xiao Fan's eyes nearly pop out. He never dreamed he'd be standing face to face with a living legend in this lifetime. Meeting Fan. Yongquan, for the first time, he's hit by a wave of pure authority. One word comes to mind: majestic. This feeling is way stronger than when he met Tieu Dung Ngu. Greetings, Commander. He snaps into a perfect salute. Fan Yongquan gives a slight nod, every tiny movement radiating an endless sense of military dignity and power. But a second later, the commander pivots the conversation in the most unexpected way. Tell me, are you single? See, the commander looks serious, but he's actually a total troll. Got a girlfriend? No, scratch that. Do you have a fiancé? Wait for it. The commander is shocked. An 18-year-old with a fiancé already, that just doesn't make any sense. Having a girlfriend is normal, but being engaged this young, that's definitely breaking all the usual military rules. Xiaofan sees where this is going. Before the commander can even finish, the division commander is already his father-in-law. A massive question mark practically appears on Fan Yongquan's face as he stares at Tieu Dung Ngu in disbelief. The commander doesn't say a word, but his eyes speak volumes. Tieu Dung Ngu is still the same old cunning fox. Normally you just recruit a genius, but this guy, he just straight up took him home as a son-in-law. That's just completely unfair play. Meanwhile, a smug little glint of victory flashes across Tieu Dung Ngu's eyes. After years of friendship, he knew exactly what the commander was thinking, trying to set up his own slightly older daughter. She's not married yet, heck, she doesn't even have a boyfriend. The commander was totally ready to play matchmaker. Let's be real, if our main character was single, the commander would have definitely forced these two together by now. Haha, Xiao Fan and my Xiao Yu have been together since high school. I knew back then he had a bright future. Xiao Fan's mouth twitches. He knew he had a future back in high school. Yeah, right, only a ghost would believe that. If this wasn't a modern society ruled by law, Tieu Dung Ngu would have probably torn him apart back then. It's winter now and snow is falling. Seeing the elite Jin Lang team huddling in tents for warmth, he feels confused. Aren't you guys supposed to be ace special ops? Scared of a little cold? Well, they're elite, but they're still human. With his physique enhanced to 6.0, his resistance to heat and cold is on a whole different level now. The official drill begins. Before this, the ace special ops from the Southern Military District hadn't even met yet. Nobody knows how long this exercise will last, so they're all busy recovering as much stamina as they possibly can. To bring fresh blood into their ranks, all 5 ace teams are preparing to unleash their absolute peak combat power. The tension starts rising in the live broadcast room as the military big shots start feeling the heat of competition. Old Fan, if I were you, I wouldn't have even shown up this time. The Central District Chief starts teasing him. The other district leaders join in one by one, adding more fuel to the fire in this verbal battlefield. The Northern District's ace team used to be the most glorious, but as time passed and sacrifices mounted, their strength waned. Now that the Northern District has hit a rough patch, the Central District Chief is naturally gloating about his position. Fan Yongquan's face darkens with annoyance. but he keeps his cool, refusing to let them see him sweat. Listen, if we don't show up, who's going to keep your central district stuck in your favorite place, second place, forever? Watching this drama unfold on the live broadcast, Tieu Dung Ngu just shakes his head and lets out a chuckle. Every drill has two battlefields, one on the actual training grounds and one right here in the broadcast room. The commanders can't really interfere, while the five old men are arguing inside Tieu Dung Ngu's group is perfectly peaceful. The five of them are just squatting together by the tent, shielding themselves from the falling snow in total harmony. Central District Commander Tautin asks casually, Old Tieu, what do you think your Northern District's chances are this time? Looking at your current state, you and I both know your record of being number one is about to disappear. All right, you and I are about to watch these military big shots start trashing each other. For the past few years, the Northern District's ace team has suffered the highest casualty rates. No matter how rich their history is, they are outnumbered and outmatched this time around. General Xiao Zhangguo stays stone-faced, not a single hint of panic in his eyes. He would be worried if he did not have him, but with our lead, zero stress. The five ace teams spend the entire day prepping, each trying to craft the perfect strategy. Darkness falls, but the snow does not stop. By the time they finish, it is knee-deep. Cold wind slams into them as they open the tents. The atmosphere is getting heavy. Commander Kongjun has only one mindset for this drill: absolute victory. Failure is not an option. Relying on their high-tech gear, he plans to end this entire exercise before sunrise. But then Commander Chao Sheng orders the ace operatives to strip off all their lightweight gear. Kongun nearly loses it. No gear, is he joking that equipment was their biggest advantage? Without their high-tech gear, how are they supposed to fight? Now pay attention, because the rules of this game just got a lot deadlier for everyone. For the first stage of combat, you only get one thing: a combat knife. 3 days later, the real war starts. Helicopters will drop weapon crates at random locations. The weapon phase lasts 4 days. During that time, the map constantly shrinks until someone wins. There are no other rules, just survive until the very end to be the winner. The crowd goes wild. Chao Sheng made it clear: this war ends in 7 days. If they do not fight, the shrinking zone will eventually force them into a face-off. The most important detail: there are no rules. This is pure survival of the fittest. That means teams can forge alliances. Everyone is loaded onto the transport helicopters immediately. They are dropped into a brutal mountain range. No signs of human life anywhere, just ice. Vehicles cannot get through this terrain. Without helicopters, you are not getting to the drop zone. Once dropped, the operatives must wait for everyone to land. The second his blindfold drops, he moves. Without a second of hesitation, our main character starts a full-on sprint. Back at base, the commanders track every operative's location in real time on the big screen. Dozens of drones circle the sky, broadcasting every move to the high-ranking officers below. Most operatives have the same idea: move fast to gain ground before the first encounter. With the zone shrinking daily, if they do not move, the rules will eliminate them. But compared to the others, he is a total outlier. Most are creeping forward, scouting carefully. You and I both see it. While others are crawling, he is already a mile deep. The first night is usually quiet. If enemies meet, they will not fight yet. They are not stupid enough to brawl on day one. They might even team up temporarily. This 100 square mile zone is massive. Just traveling across it is a massive challenge. Plus, they have to find food. No rations, just warm clothes and a knife. Pure survival. Our lead realizes this immediately. Instead of hunting others, he heads straight for the center to find shelter and food. That whole night, he was either on the move or hunting for his next meal. The next morning, the commanders wake up to see his beacon right in the center. The tired officers instantly snap awake. They were all dropped 50 kilometers away from this point. For him to be at the center now, this kid ran 50 kilometers overnight. Kaosheng is stunned. Even for an elite ace operative, this stamina is terrifying. Did he do anything besides run all night? Did he even save any energy for combat? Trust me, you and I are about to see if this insane gamble pays off. He has burned through so much stamina already. If those weapon crates drop far away, he will have to waste even more energy just to reach them. Stick with me, because from any angle, what this guy is doing right now seems absolutely brainless. The crates do not drop for 3 more days. By then, everyone else will have formed teams while he is out here planning to go completely solo. Fan Yongquan frowns and orders the tech team to send a drone over. What exactly is this kid up to now? The operator launches the drone immediately. It is incredibly fast and reaches its coordinates in no time at all. When the camera finally pans down, every single person watching the live stream is left completely speechless. He actually built himself a bed overnight. And even crazier, he has a campfire roaring right next to it. Is he seriously building a hut? Look at that fire. Nobody in the chat can believe what they are seeing. This kid has some serious guts. Everyone else is here for a high stakes exercise, but he is treating this like a vacation. If this were a real battlefield, he would have been killed before he even finished his first nap. Lighting a fire in a war zone is a total death sentence. As the camera zooms in, a pile of small bones appears. Right next to that pile of bones lies a helmet that has been scorched completely black. Judging by the scene, some unlucky rabbit must have crossed his path. The commander is speechless. Is he weak or is he actually a beast? On one hand, he ran 50 kilometers in a single night, built a wooden house, and is eating hot soup and meat. On the other hand, he is wasting energy and lighting fires in the middle of a tactical war zone. Even though he is supposed to be catching up on sleep, he instantly senses the drone watching him from above. He opens his groggy eyes and looks straight into the lens. His face fills up the entire surveillance screen. Now pay attention here. He is staring right at the drone. The high ranking officers suddenly get a very bad feeling about this. After a long stretch, he reaches down to his waist and slowly unsheathes his tactical military knife. Before anyone can even process what is happening, he suddenly whips the knife forward with lethal speed. To get a better view, the drone was hovering only 10 meters above the ground with his peak physical stats and perfect accuracy. Hitting a target just 10 meters away is practically child's play for a guy with his skills. The screen goes chaotic for a second before his massive face fills the entire monitor at headquarters. Thanks for checking in on me, sirs. I am doing just fine out here. You and I both saw that coming, right? Everyone watching the stream just about lost it at his sheer audacity. Damn it, this kid actually thinks they are checking on him out of love. If the commander were there, he would start a fight. Even during a training exercise, you have to treat the terrain like a real battlefield. But look at this guy. He built a little house, a bed, and he is out here cooking rabbit soup like he is at a five-star resort. The command center sends a drone to check his status and he rewards them by throwing a knife at it. After a series of loud crashing sounds, he begins to dismantle the expensive drone with lightning speed. He did not bring it down because it was a threat. No, he just did it because he was bored and had nothing to do. He even uses the drone shell as a dinner plate. He stands up, stretches, and looks genuinely satisfied with his new home. This place is 10 times better than the miserable spots he stayed in during his hunter training days. The cave might be a bit rough, but after a night of work, it is enough to block the wind and keep him warm. Plus, with his radar skills, active catching small animals for dinner is easier than breathing. Even though the drone cannot fly anymore, the live broadcast module is somehow still functioning perfectly. Now all the top generals are forced to watch his personal survival vlog. Fan Yung Kwan's face is turning pure black. Tieu Dung Ngu, is this really the elite soldier you were bragging about? He has zero brains. Even a basic private knows that lighting a fire on the battlefield is the ultimate act of stupidity. Tieu Dung Ngu is getting scolded until his face turns red. This kid is usually smart and strong, so what is he doing? Why would he act like such a fool in front of every high ranking officer in the military? Tieu Dung Ngu tries to save face by suggesting it might be some kind of advanced tactic. The other commanders just burst out laughing. A tactic? What kind of insane tactic involves a rabbit soup picnic? Once this exercise is over, I want this kid out of the ace squad. Send him back to whatever hole he crawled out of. As the general fumes, our MC slowly fades into the distance. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. Alright, you and I are diving back in, where the first 3 days are usually quiet since no one wants to get knocked out early. Our lead hasn't been idle, though he spent the morning hunting 3 wild rabbits and gathering firewood for his cave shelter. He is prepping for the cold night ahead. Meanwhile, as the sun sets, most of the other participants are finally grouping up. The biggest squad is led by Captain Quach Fong from the Central Command, who has already managed to find 5 teammates. Along the way, he recruited 3 more from the east and 2 from the west, building a powerhouse 10-man alliance for himself. Now, Quach Fong is leading his team of 10 toward the center at a steady pace. They are following the exact same route our main character took, heading straight for the core zone. With their massive numerical advantage, they are not afraid of anyone, but their path is leading them right into our lead. Back at base, Tieu Dung Ngu is starting to feel a bit anxious. He knows the main character is a legendary marksman, but his close combat skills are a total mystery that he never looked into. Facing 10 men alone is a death sentence. Even if he is strong, he is likely going down here. Fan Yung Kwan is fuming. And get this, Tao Tin is just making things worse by joking that they are definitely going to clash later tonight. As darkness falls after a long, exhausting day, the main character finally settles down for a much needed rest. The night is pitch black. In conditions like this, any light is extremely easy to spot. Even from across the mountains, a fire would be visible. Captain, look over there. Is someone actually burning a fire in the distance? Quach Fong snaps back instantly, asking who on earth would be stupid enough to light a fire out here. In a war zone, you hide your tracks. But this fool is lighting a fire that reveals his position. Some people just love looking for trouble and finding death. Quack Fong frowns. He originally thought his soldier was just seeing things, but when he looks where the man is pointing, a bright campfire is glowing clearly on the nearby slope. Staring through the dark, he can even see a silhouette moving around. Which sector is this guy from? Is he asking for death? He's even throwing more wood on the flames and looks like he's cooking a meal. Captain, should we go over there and take him out? The team starts whispering. They are starving and freezing while this guy is over there cozying up to a fire and eating hot food. Honestly, they are incredibly jealous. Right now, every single one of them has freezing cold hands. But Quach Fong feels like something is seriously wrong here. These are all elite special forces. No one is dumb enough to expose their position like this unless it's a trap designed to lure enemies out in the dark. If the guy is being this bold, it means he is definitely ready for a fight. The squad is disappointed. They were hoping for some warmth and a hot meal if they could just take him down. Just as they think the captain will turn away, he suddenly orders them to move in and attack. We have 10 people. We clearly have the advantage in numbers here. It is a cold weapon phase anyway. If we can't win, we just run. Quach Fong is not wrong. Under his lead, the 10-man team begins a silent sprint toward the hillside. The kid is in the light while they are hidden in the pitch black. No matter how good he is, he shouldn't see them. But check this out. One of the soldiers suddenly asks if it feels like that guy is staring right at them. As soon as he says it, the other 8 men feel the exact same chill. Seeing everyone react the same way confirms the terrifying suspicion in the soldier's mind. He feels like the main character is making direct eye contact with him, even though that should be physically impossible given the distance and the complete lack of light. They are way too far away. From the kid's perspective, the woods they are in should be a total black void. No human eyesight is that powerful. Realizing the entire squad feels like they are being watched, Quach Fong starts to get nervous. It is because Quach Fong has been feeling that same heavy gaze too. He has met that gaze more than once, but kept telling himself it was just a coincidence. But when the whole team feels the same thing, yeah, that is definitely not a coincidence. Quach Fong turns serious. This guy is dangerous. His observation skills are on a different level compared to everyone else here. Once they get within 500 meters, they split into pairs to begin a full pincer maneuver. What do you and I think he's up to? Quach Fong still can't wrap his head around why the kid did this. Stick with me here. Sure, this fire might lure some people in during this early stage, but does he really have the confidence to take them all out? The smart move would obviously be to play it safe for 3 days until the heavy weapons finally arrive on the scene. Over in the live stream, Tao Sheng's grin is so wide it is practically reaching his ears right now. No matter how strong he is, our central zone is going to use your northern zone as an opening act today. Just as Tao Sheng prepares to brag to Fan Yongquan once more, his deep voice suddenly cuts through the live stream room. Are these people ever going to get here? Why are they taking so long? Now pay attention to this moment. Everyone in the chat is frozen just replaying those insane words over and over in their heads. Are these people ever going to show up? Seeing everyone, this shocked one thing is clear. He somehow spotted Gofeng and his 10 men from a kilometer away. General Xiao Zhanguo always knew this guy's observation skills were top tier, but this is something else entirely. Before this, he figured that no matter how good someone's senses were, there had to be a limit. But now it is obvious his perception is way beyond anything they imagined. While everyone is still reeling, his voice rings out again. It is freezing, yet they are looking for trouble. Good. I was getting bored. He stands up and starts a simple warm up. Who says you can't find supplies in the wilderness? 10 sets of clothes should be plenty to build. Myself a nice tent. Seeing this play out, everyone finally realizes that he really did spot those 10 hunters from a distance. Everyone thought he was the ultimate idiot at first, but now it is looking like he didn't act that way because he is dumb, but because he is just that powerful. Suddenly, an intense feeling of pure dread starts rising deep inside Tao Sheng's heart. The viewers were starting to get sleepy, but this scene has them wide awake and on edge. He originally planned to let them come to him, but since they are moving so slowly, he decides to take action himself. Right before the eyes of everyone watching the stream, he suddenly vanishes into thin air like a flickering ghost. Guo Feng and his team never took their eyes off him, but in a single blink, he just completely disappeared from sight. All 10 men can't help but shiver as Guo Feng suddenly feels a massive wave of pure danger approaching. Years on the battlefield have given him a sharp survival instinct. He realizes this guy might actually be hunting them. He has faced countless powerful enemies before, but this is the first time he has been completely unable to read an opponent. The pressure Guofeng feels is overwhelming. To him, what the main character did wasn't stupid at all, it was a display of absolute strength. Think about it, without total confidence, who would ever pull a stunt as reckless as that? As the captain, he has to look out for his team. Until the heavy weapons phase begins, Guo Feng isn't willing to risk anything. He really wanted to get close to that warm fire and shake off the chill. His frozen hands and feet desperately needed the heat, but his gut was screaming that it was too dangerous. After a short pause, Guo Feng immediately orders a full retreat. Even though the team is disappointed, they don't hesitate for a second to follow Guo Feng's command to leave. One by one, the team begins to pull back. Tao Sheng breathes a sigh of relief. After seeing that performance, he realizes this kid isn't just acting tough. His power is likely deeper than anyone suspected. To get a better view of the situation, the technicians deploy two reconnaissance drones to scan the entire area. One night vision camera tracks Guofeng's team, while the thermal camera is tasked with finding our main character. Finding the 10 scouts is easy enough, but finding our hero, that is proving to be impossible. Even with thermal imaging on the technician, can't find a single trace of him anywhere on that mountain. Fan Yongquan's opinion of the young man is finally starting to shift. You saw it too, right? Everyone thought he was a fool, but now they see his actions as pure, undeniable power. It is insane he somehow vanished right under the thermal drone's noses. Where on earth could he have gone? There is not a single footprint, and even his body heat has completely disappeared. Just as everyone is getting confused, the technician tracking the team suddenly screams out he's in the snow. Everyone stares at the screen. He is perfectly blended into the white snow. Timing it perfectly, he drops down like a shadow from above right in front of the scout. It is pitch black, and the team is already on high alert. But even in that high tension situation, he manages to appear before the man without making a single sound. The special agent is absolutely terrified and lets out a frantic scream. Before he can even react, smoke rises from his gear. You and I just saw a master at work. Alright, you and I are about to watch one of the most insane stealth eliminations in military manhwa history. Quach Fong and the others instinctively look over, but there is not even a shadow near the eliminated soldier. They cannot find a single trace of him. How on earth did he manage to find us? Damn it! Another shout from the team, and another elimination notification hits the live stream board. Quach Fong and his crew look at the latest victim, who stands alone, clueless about how he got taken out. All he saw was a massive face, suddenly appearing right in front of him out of nowhere. Then nothing. The device triggers and he is out. Before he can even process it, the guy is gone. It is not just the team. Even the military big shots watching from God's view are completely stunned, because even with a bird's eye view, they cannot see a single trace of him. Chao Tin's face is pale. What kind of soldier did the Northern War Zone find? Is this a ghost? He has no body heat. Is this scientific? Is this even logical? While Chao Tin is reeling, another team member gets eliminated. Now pay attention to Quat Fong's reaction here. He is completely lost, and for good reason. He asks, the eliminated guys, did you see where they went? They cannot move that many people silently. After the initial shock, they finally start to regain their composure and think, he is not a god. To pull this off, he needs the right skills, environment, and timing. It is pitch black out here with thick snow, perfect for someone with high level snow crawling skills. Since he is staying under the snow, even thermal drones circling above cannot pick him up. The eliminated agents catch on and start checking the surroundings. Every action always leaves a mark. They realize he is moving beneath the snow. Watch out. One yells, he is coming from under the snow. I have never seen combat like this. He is literally carving a tunnel through the snow. Is this even humanly possible? He is like a snake. Suddenly he bursts right out from the snow. He jumps up and scolds the agent. Where is your ethics? Can dead people talk like that? Can dead people even stand? Do you think you are the only one with a mouth? He worked hard to stay hidden, but because of their cheating, he had to jump out himself. The agent just scratches his head, embarrassed. You saw that too, right? Even the legendary generals can't believe their own eyes. They cannot hear him, but seeing him point wildly at the eliminated agent, they can guess he is cursing. He looks furious, making the agent feel a cold chill down his spine. What is he doing? Before the guy can react, he teleports in front of him. A massive fist fills his vision. Fists rain down like the storm. I am already dead. Why are you hitting me? You are dead. Talking and sharing info while dead, stop it, that hurts. Since he is exposed, he stops pretending. He simply activates his domain of leadership. None of these guys have a constitution over 5. Even a zero point 0.5 difference in constitution means getting wrecked, and he is at a solid 6. Activating his camouflage skill, he merges back into the shadows. Quach Fong screams, everyone group up. Group up now. Following his orders, the 7 remaining members quickly huddle together. He thinks fast. Every sign points to him being alone. Seeing this bizarre combat style confirms everything. This person isn't some elite from the military academy. He's that new kid from the northern war zone. He's just a rookie. Quach Fong's shout leaves everyone at the scene completely stunned. A rookie is someone from outside. Is training outside the military really this intense nowadays? Less than a year of training, yet he is stronger than ace agents with 20 years' experience. Bingo. Another heavy thud echoes as a teammate takes a massive hit and gets eliminated. Quach Fong's eyes widen. To them, he is no different from a ghost. He appears for seconds and then vanishes into thin air. Even with 7 of them huddled together, he strikes right under their noses. Seeing his teammates scattered on the ground, Quach Fong draws his sword, heart racing as he looks around. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he finishes off the rest of this squad. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when an elite captain gets completely outclassed. In the live stream room, Fan Yung is grinning like an absolute madman. Everyone thought our main character was just a joke, but his true power off the charts. He slaps old Theo on the back, asking why he kept such a talented son-in-law hidden in the regular army. That is just a waste of talent, right? Fan Yung then turns a smug look toward Tao Ting. Tao Ting is turning pale. Every insult he threw earlier is now coming back to haunt him. 3 days pass, and more contestants start converging on the central point of the map. Quack Fong is paralyzed with fear. If he really wanted to, the main character could have ended him 10 times by now. His stealth and camouflage skills are terrifyingly high, reaching a level that should not even be possible. Maybe only that legendary hidden squad could compete. Quach Fong surrenders, but he has one burning question. Are you really from that mysterious unit? How could a regular soldier ever become this strong? Is there a secret team inside the elite ranks? Quach Fong is completely losing his mind here. If his opponent is from that hidden unit, then losing makes sense. It would be normal. But if he is just a regular guy, the power gap is just too massive to comprehend. Now watch closely, our hero offers a fair fight. But is it really that simple? Face to face, Quack Fong feels confident. He is an elite, and he is not afraid of a direct brawl. He sets the stakes. If the hero wins, he is out. If Quach Fong wins, he lets him go. But before he can even finish his sentence, Quach Fong launches a sudden dirty attack. The hero takes a hard kick to the gut. This elite soldier has zero honor or shame. If he had not reacted in time, his elimination tracker would have triggered right then and there. He gets sent flying 2 meters back, but Quach Fong isn't stopping. He is already rushing in for the kill. Tao Ting sees this and his smug face returns. He thinks the tables have finally turned. He leans over to Fan Yung, mocking the newcomer for being so naive in a fight. Suddenly, boom, Quach Fong is kicked 7 meters away like a broken doll. The broadcast room goes dead silent. A few seconds pass. Fan Yung's shocked expression is worth $1,000,000 right now. Tao Ting is choking on his own words. Fan Yung mockingly asks what he was about to say. The man grinds his teeth and can only manage 2 words. Too strong. Old Theo cannot help but burst out laughing before quickly turning his head to hide it. He was worried before, but now he realizes any concern for his son-in-law was just a waste of time. Quack Fong quits. There is no point in fighting when the strength gap is a literal ocean. Every single person watching the scene is left in absolute shock. The captain of the Central Elite Squad was not even a challenge. Who could possibly stand against him? You and I both know the feeling of being too good, and our hero is bored out of his mind. Is this what being invincible feels like? Just total boredom. The crowd is screaming at his narcissism. Suddenly, he tells them all to take off their clothes. Everyone stares in complete confusion. They are dead in the simulation, but they still have some dignity, left or right. I want your uniforms to build a better tent. Since you are dead, just cooperate a little, okay? The soldiers are fuming. If they were actually dead, they would, but they are still very much alive. It is freezing outside. Stripping down now basically means they will actually freeze to death. He tells them they will be fine in the cave using their clothes as insulation. Practical, but brutal. Their faces turn dark. This is pure, unadulterated humiliation for these elite soldiers. Beaten by an outsider, kicked out of the game, and then robbed of their clothes, peak disrespect. Since they will not move, our hero decides not to waste any more time talking. If you will not do it yourselves, I will help. He grabs one and starts stripping the coat. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see the fallout of this one. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a total monster decides to play drill sergeant. His movements are clinical, and with his current 6.0 physical stat, his power is simply too much to resist. In a flash, he secures 10 winter coats. By the time the others follow him back to the cave, they have been completely won over by his dominance. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to pull this off even if their lives depended on it. In the pitch black night where you can't see your own hand, he spots movement and drops a wild animal with a single perfect knife throw. Their observation skills aren't even on the same planet as his. Seeing the cave he's claimed Quach Fong's team of 10 can only stare in disbelief. At this moment, they completely forget about the biting cold. Compared to the freezing winds and snow outside, this place is basically a paradise. Don't get comfortable yet. Go help me work, take your coats, and seal up the entrance to keep the heat in. Make a tent first, then prep that wild rabbit. Once you're done, you can roast it for yourselves. Hearing that, the eyes of the team immediately light up. Since they have already been eliminated from the exercise, they don't really have any other options anyway. They'd just get chewed out if they went back now, so why not enjoy themselves? Driven by the lure of food and fire, they work fast. In the live stream room, Fan Yung, Tao Ting, and the leaders from the other three zones are all left speechless. While everyone else is out there sweating over tactics, this guy is already sitting back and making the enemy work for him. It's totally absurd. The wrinkles on Tao Tin's face are practically twisting into a knot from the sheer frustration of watching this play out. Imagine that the captain of an elite squad is now just a common laborer. Under his command, the cave is quickly transformed and improved. Just as everyone starts drifting off to sleep, his voice suddenly rings out through the live stream. Someone else is here. Now pay attention, his senses are terrifying. Hearing that, Quach Fong and his team instinctively snap their heads toward him, wondering what he could possibly have noticed. It's a complete blackout out there. No matter how good their training is, they don't have night vision like he does. Seeing their shocked expressions, he points toward a ridge. There are 5 of them, but honestly, you probably won't recognize them at all. Those guys are wearing different uniforms. Quach Fong and his crew can't see a thing. Even with binoculars, they'd be looking at nothing. In the direction he is pointing, all they can see is an endless wall of darkness and freezing mist. His words also serve as a wake-up call for the zone leaders. They were so focused on him that they forgot to check the GPS trackers. Checking the map, now the southern zone leader's face goes completely pale. All 5 of those soldiers belong to his unit. Not only that, one of them is the top commander of the Southern Elite Special Forces. Given the strength he just displayed, things look grim. The Southern leader knows deep down that even if all 5 of them team up, they won't stand a chance against him alone. Meanwhile, Trung Fung Tien is leading his squad slowly toward the cave's position, unaware they've already been spotted. As they get closer, one teammate asks nervously, "Boss, are we really doing this?" There are 11 of them. Trung Fung Tien just scowls in annoyance. "Are you seriously questioning my ability right now? Don't let their numbers intimidate you. There isn't another commander in that group. Dealing with regular elite soldiers, even if there were 10 more, they wouldn't be worth my time." As they creep forward, he turns to Quach Fong's team and says, "You guys are technically dead, so go find a spot and lay down." One team member answers immediately. Quach Fong's face twitches. He has lost every bit of dignity he had today. But since he is out of the game, his pride takes a backseat to his common sense and he dutifully lays down. Who the hell are these guys? What kind of elite unit operates like this in a high stakes drill? So unprofessional, they have got a fire going and they are sleeping like logs. Where are the sentries? The newcomers whisper among themselves. Trung Fung Tien doesn't overthink it like his men. It's not that he's being reckless, he is just that confident in his own power. He's a top academy graduate. He knows exactly who's strong and who's not. In his mind, nobody in that cave is his match. Trung Fung Tien signals for silence. They haven't spotted us yet, so stay low and move in. On my command, prepare to strike. They quickly surround the cave, but before Trung Fung Tien can even give the order to attack, he speaks up first. Can you believe the nerve? He is trash-talking them while they are still trying to sneak up. Don't be scared, these 10 are out. It's just me. If you want to fight, do it fast. If not, get lost. I'm trying to get some sleep here. Hearing that Trung Fung Tien and his 4 men are frozen, they thought their camouflage was perfect, but he saw them from a mile away. But what on earth does he mean by those words? How could he have known we were coming? He's the only one left. That means he took out 10 people by himself. Who gives this guy the balls to say something like that? Since they have been spotted, Trung Fung Tien stops hiding. Since you're so eager to die, I will be happy to help you out. He gives the order and the 5 of them rush the cave. The Southern Zone leader can only watch while covering his face in shame. Having seen his true power, he knows in a hand-to-hand fight, it's game over. You and I just witnessed a man who's about to regret everything. Stick with me, we are about to see why nobody can touch this guy. While the Southern commander is stressing out, 4 of his men are already down, their elimination gear triggered. Even Trung Fung Tien is barely hanging on. Seeing that the captain actually blocked his kick, our main character starts getting interested. He activates his sovereign domain to check out the captain's hidden combat stats. This guy is a total all-rounder with physical stats way higher than any other ace agent. Most top-tier soldiers only have level 5 constitution, but Trung Fung Tien hits level 5.5. Hearing this, the captain turns pale and the southern commander is absolutely furious at how outclassed they are. 4 guys gone in a blink, why aren't you running yet? Fan Yung Kwan steps up with a smirk, telling them to just relax because losing is part of the game. The other commanders glare at him. He is definitely enjoying this victory way too much. The southern commander is red with rage, betting everything that our rookie fails the next round. Wait for it. While the commander is talking trash about his skills, the main character is busy landing a bone shaking uppercut. The captain instinctively blocks, but the impact against his forearms is absolutely brutal. Instantly, Trung Fung Tian's arms go completely numb from the raw force of that blow, but he is too proud to say anything. Instead, it is the main character who complains, saying the captain's arms are hard as steel and it hurts. Everyone watching is stunned. You are the one hitting him and you are the one complaining. Talk about logic. Seeing a gap, the captain tries a desperate counterpunch, but it is blocked. This one strike has every ounce of the captain's strength and muscle behind it. But the moment it lands, he realizes the kid's arm is the one that feels like steel. The main character just laughs it off, admitting the captain actually has a bit of skill compared to the rest. He wants to keep fighting without eliminating him yet, leaving the captain totally speechless and frustrated. You and I can only imagine the humiliation of an ace captain being called just slightly skilled by a rookie. Sometimes a real man just needs to know when he is beaten. In a straight up brawl, the captain knows there is zero chance of winning. Time for the final strategy runaway as fast as possible. But the main character is not done calling him back because he's finally found a decent sparring partner. Most people go down instantly, but this guy can actually last a few rounds. Before he can even get away, the kid teleports right in front of him. Realizing there is no escape, the captain throws everything he has into one last punch. Meanwhile, the eliminated guys are just sitting in a row watching the show like it is a movie. They start asking who this insane kid is and which unit he belongs to. They are shocked to learn he is just a rookie from the northern region. Suddenly, a scream echoes as the captain takes another heavy hit he just cannot handle. He has completely lost his cool at this point. He cannot win and he definitely cannot run. He is just here to be a punching bag. Finally, the captain hits his absolute limit and gives up. His elimination smoke flares up, and the main character looks disappointed that his new toy broke so quickly. Now, the tiny cave is packed with 5 very defeated Special Forces agents. He has to use a broken drone to tell the staff to come pick up their people. There are too many losers for him to manage alone, and the staff cannot believe his audacity. By the end of day 3, he has single handedly eliminated 35 elite soldiers. He has 35 warm coats now, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see why day 4 is a total nightmare for everyone but our hero. Without guns, even 100 men couldn't touch him. Before hitting the hay, he is already planning his moves for the high intensity firearm stage coming tomorrow. Just as he is wondering where his team is, a familiar blip finally pops up on his radar. It is Tan Lang. He stands up to watch as his teammate spots the campfire from a distance. Seeing a friendly face, Tan Lang is shocked. He is thrilled to finally find an ally on night 3. But he is also stunned this kid is bold enough to light a massive fire right on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, Tan Lang reaches the cave, and his jaw hits the floor once he sees the setup. Oh man, are you here for a vacation or what? Where did you even find all these clothes? And there is meat too. Damn, how have I been living? He starts stuffing his face immediately. Where else would I get them? Do you think these guys just handed them over as gifts? Tan Long stops chewing as it hits him. Every single piece of clothing is a trophy from a fallen enemy. There is at least 30 winter coats here. That means you have personally taken out over 30 people. Man, you have really put our northern military district on the map. Soon after Black Bear arrives too. By morning, the lone wolf has a 3-man squad. Suddenly, their satellite phones buzz with a new alert. Weapon crates are about to be dropped at random locations all across the exercise zone. There are plenty of crates, but only a few actually contain the top tier gear everyone wants. They are also dropping supply boxes filled with fresh water and biscuits to keep the agents moving. To give everyone a fair shot at the loot, the coordinates are released 3 hours early. The trio starts planning. Black Bear suggests hitting a lower tier crate just 500 meters away to stay safe. He is worried that hitting a big drop means getting turned into Swiss cheese by larger team's 10 lives would not be enough. Tan Lang agrees, but when they ask Old Ye for his plan, he is thinking on a whole different level. Now, here is the crazy part. He tells them they are taking every single crate nearby, leaving absolutely nothing for anyone else. He wants it all. 3 hours later, as helicopters roar, he drags them to the best drop site in the area. 2 squads are eyeing the drop. The trio stays hidden watching. Black Bear and Tan Lang are shaking with the nerves. The helicopter doors open and the crate begins its descent. The moment it hits the ground, the woods erupt with war cries as everyone rushes for the loot. Seeing the raw aggression of those squads, Tan Lang and Black Bear are ready to bail out. It is not cowardice, it is common sense. 3 versus 20 is suicide. So they beg old Ye to just forget the loot. In a blink, he is gone. He moves like a dark shadow, darting straight into the middle of the chaos. Both groups are pushing and shoving, everyone desperate to be the first one to grab the prize. Watch this carefully. While they are busy brawling, he uses that opening to snatch the crate with lightning speed. By the time they realize it, he is already 10 meters away. They scream to catch the thief immediately. They cannot let him keep those weapons or the game is over for every single one of them. Tan Lang and Black Bear are stunned. They knew he was fast, but this is something else entirely. While others are running, he is basically gliding across the terrain like a ghost on the battlefield. Even in this waist deep snow, he moves as if he is walking on perfectly flat, solid ground. On top of that, he is opening the crate while sprinting. The West District commander is losing his mind. He is screaming at his men to catch him, threatening to skin them all alive if they let him escape. But the chase ends. The second our hero pulls out a high powered rifle from the box. 10 men gone in under 5 seconds. He does not slow down, signaling his team to move out. They head for the next target. Within 1 hour, his elimination count skyrockets from 35 all the way to 62. Tan Long and Black Bear are stunned. They do not fire a single bullet. They only see the enemies once they have already been taken out by Ye. After half a day, they have successfully hoarded almost every weapon crate in the entire surrounding area. You and I just saw a legend in the making. His total kills nearly 100. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character haul so many weapon crates they literally form a wall. The moment he drops them, Tan Lang and Hak Hung just collapse onto the dirt. Even though it is the middle of winter, both of them are absolutely drenched in sweat. Their stamina is top tier, but they just cannot keep up with his insane pace. It is almost dark now, and since the supply drop started, they have not stopped for a single second. They were either lugging crates or on their way to grab more. Tan Lang is completely out of breath. Old Diep, he wheezes, these weapons are useful, but do we really need to stockpile this many? Hak Hong, the big guy, is also reaching his limit. Following this kid is more exhausting than actual military training, and that is not even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing is that our main character does not look tired at all. Now pay attention to this, he can detect enemies from over 1,000 meters away. From the cave, he is taking them out one by one with a single shot. At this point, they have no idea what the purpose of this exercise even is. If they had to guess, it is just a playground for him to go on a killing spree. Looking at the mountain of crates, he finally lets out a sigh, admitting he is a bit tired. But his teammates are looking at him like he's crazy. His face is not red and his heart is not even racing. He tells the two of them to get some rest first. He will take the first to watch. Hearing that, Tanlang and Hakang's eyes light up. Tanlang immediately grabs some roasted meat by the fire. This kid finally grew a conscience, he jokes. Didn't he want us to rotate shifts all night before? The main character just glares at him. If I let you two guard us, we would be dead before we even knew what hit us. Most people have guns now, and in this pitch black night, it is a whole different game. Roasting meat makes us a walking target. Your observation skills are fine during the day, but right now you are useless. Hak Hung's mouth twitches. He wonders why he is being insulted along with Tan Lang, but he cannot even argue. At night, the main character's senses are on a completely different level than theirs. As time passes, the active zone gets smaller and smaller. The high ranking military officials are starting to get tense. Right now, nobody is even competing for first place. They are all just fighting to see who comes in second. And second place is more about luck than skill at this point. The fourth night of the exercise passes by relatively peacefully. You can see why they are scared, right? Plenty of people spotted their cave, but after one look, not a single soul dared to move in. The makeshift tents and the wall of weapon crates proved one thing: do not mess with the monsters living here. By now, Commander Xiao Zhangkuk has pretty much stopped watching the broadcast. With the main character on the field, the Northern District has this victory in the bag. His phone vibrates in his pocket, so he steps out to answer. Wife, I am in the middle of an exercise. It is not a good time. She tells him their daughter Tieu Dung Ngu wants to join the army and she cannot talk her out of it. She wants him to help convince her to stop. She is a girl after all. It is too tough and she is far too delicate for that life. Before she can even finish, the commander gets all fired up. Like father, like daughter, he tells her the next recruitment phase is coming up and he will handle the registration himself. His wife is furious. You old fool, I called you to stop her, not help her sign up. He argues that she is grown and should do what she wants, but his wife insists she has not even tried to block it yet. The commander suddenly pretends the signal is cutting out and hangs up. His wife is left staring at her phone in total shock. She thought he would be the voice of reason, but now everything has backfired. With the commander pulling strings, Tieu Dung Ngu is definitely going into the military whether she likes it or not. The commander spends the rest of the week busy with his daughter's paperwork. Suddenly, it is already day 7 of the exercise. The main character is stationed right near the center, so there are hardly any enemies left around him. Everyone has weapons now, but most are sticking to the edges. Heading for the center is basically a suicide mission. At the edge, you do not have to worry about your back as much. But in the center, you are exposed from all 4 directions. Because of this, they have not run into any of their own allies yet. The main character finally decides to make a move. Tan Long and Hak Hung instinctively try to follow him, but he just waves them off. Stay here, he says. You do not need to come with me. When they ask what he is doing, he just says he is going to go grab the win real quick. It won't take long. He tells them if he finds any of their teammates, he will send them back to the cave. They just need to hold the fort. Before they can even respond, he vanishes from their sight. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. Alright, you and I are about to watch him try to take on everyone alone. Is he seriously that arrogant? Even if he is a total beast, he is surrounded. Someone is going to stab him in the back at any second. It is the final day and the battlefield is shrinking fast. For him, this radius is already small enough. If it gets any smaller, his enhanced radar skill will be able to sweep and pinpoint every single enemy in range. He is moving this fast for a reason. Xiao Rongyu is going to join the military sooner or later. To stay close to her, he needs to prove his elite status as a top tier drill instructor for the troops. With her talent, she will be in the special forces soon. He wants to be the one waiting there to train her. With him standing right by her side, even if the world falls apart, he will make sure absolutely nothing happens to her. So, right now, he is focused on winning. First place means the Northern District gets to pick the best recruits. Then he can talk to Kongjun or Xiaozhangguo about taking over the training for these new soldiers. With his domain of command skill, the training progress for his men will be lightning fast. Now, pay attention here. The high ranking military officials are about to have a complete and total meltdown watching this. He reaches the highest peak nearby and activates Eagle Eye. Everything in his line of sight is now laid bare. A spotter from the Central Region squad grabs his binoculars and shouts to Shui Yunfeng, Captain, look at that mountain. Shui Yunfeng squints his eyes and spots a tiny reflection from a sniper scope on a ridge way off in the distance. Is someone actually perched up there? Yue is not worried yet, but Commander Chao Sheng, watching from the outside, is sweating bullets, even though they were scattered at first. Zhui Yunfeng used his experience to regroup most of his squad members, including casualties from earlier. The Central Military Region still has 34 men ready for combat. They have taken some hits, but their remaining numbers are still incredibly high compared to the others. Most importantly, 27 of those 34 soldiers are now bunched together in one spot. That kind of concentrated firepower should be terrifying, but our main character does not feel any fear at all. You and I both know what is coming. To him, those 34 soldiers are nothing but target practice. Zhui Yunfeng waves it off. Ignore him, we just need to hold out until the very end. Do not fire unless you have to. The circle is too small, one shot will give away our entire position. Suddenly, Shui Yunfeng feels a massive impact on his forehead and white smoke starts billowing in front of his eyes. The squad members stare in total shock as the spotter screams, everyone take cover. It is a sniper on the opposite mountain. They are completely stunned. That mountain is at least 2,000 meters away. How on earth could anyone land that shot? A second later, white smoke erupts from the spotter too. He was also hit directly in the head. Get moving. What military region is this guy? Even from, I do not remember anyone in our elite ace squads being this absolutely cracked. Who the hell is this monster anyway? Sniping from over 2,000 meters. This is absolutely insane. Everyone is screaming in terror. In a flash, 5 more men are out. The Central Region Special Ops are scrambling to find any cover. On a battlefield like this, the psychological pressure of an invisible sniper is soul crushing, especially when that sniper is hitting targets from 2 kilometers away. Chao Sheng is fuming as the smoke rises. While the soldiers have smoke from gear, he is practically blowing smoke from his mouth in rage. The hunt has started and this exercise is ending early. He carries his rifle forward, ready to challenge every single team in this competition all by himself. Elsewhere, the Special Ops competition is testing the individual combat skills of every single participant. This year's format is similar to theirs, aiming to find the best of the best to train as elite aces. Because of that, the rules place a heavy emphasis on solo survival and combat. At the ace level, being a lone wolf is often more important than working in a large squad. You never know when something will go wrong out there. If you get separated from your team, you must still be able to carry the weight and complete the objective by yourself. The biggest difference this time, they skipped the melee phase and went straight into a high stakes firefight. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see how insane our main character really is. Is it finally over, or was the battle outside actually that intense? They can't help but think of him. Damn, his team hasn't even grouped up yet, and he's already wiped out the entire enemy force. Right as they're questioning everything, heavy footsteps suddenly echo from outside the cave. Jin Lang draws his weapon instantly, but then a familiar shout rings out. It's Tu Lang. Seeing his comrades, Jin Lang looks out. Most of the northern region members have arrived. Kongjun just gives a bitter laugh. We're out here struggling while you guys are already relaxing. Is this your doing? Jin Lang and Black Bear just shrug, acting like they're totally innocent. If they took the credit, Kongjun would probably skin them alive once they got back. This was all Lin Fan's doing. It has nothing to do with us at all. Kongjun and the others are speechless. Imagine being so good you start a fire and cook mid-battle. And the crazy part, he's doing all of this while remaining completely untouchable on the battlefield. Looking at the piles of discarded gear and weapon crates, he must have eliminated dozens of soldiers single-handedly. The team's eyes are practically popping out. They finally realize how ridiculous their earlier doubts really were. Now pay attention, because the whole team is finally realizing he's on a whole different level. Without some truly terrifying combat skills, how else could he get fast-tracked into the ace squad? In this exercise alone, the power he showed was enough to completely crush every other ace agent. Once the drill ends and everyone regroups at the base, they won't stop swarming him with questions. If Xiao Zhengguo hadn't called him away, his ears would have fallen off. Father-in-law, you need something from me. Xiao Zhengguo is used to his blunt style. Xiao Yu wants to enlist. Lin Fan's pupils instantly shrink. What's going on? This isn't the script. Shouldn't Xiao Yu wait until her second year of college to enlist? She's enlisting as a freshman. I'm honestly not sure if she's even cut out for this military life yet. If she's good, great. If not, she can finish her service and just leave. Lin Fan nods slowly, still wondering why he's being told this. Even though Xiao Yu is a girl, having a career here is better than just inheriting some business. So, I was thinking if she can actually hang with the best, maybe we let her try out for the special forces units. But now you need to step up. Your performance in this drill was legendary. Thanks to you, our northern region easily took first place. Our ace team finally has the chance to join the special forces selection. Once that's finished, I'm going to hand all those recruits to you. If anyone actually survives your training, we'll officially establish a brand new tactical squad for the northern region. And when that happens, you'll be the captain of that unit. Once you've got enough experience leading troops, and if Xiao Yu still has the drive, I'll make sure she's placed under your command. You saw that coming, right? This bold plan is exactly what we were waiting for to finally happen. Damn, after that, Xiao Yu's rise through the military ranks is going to be incredibly fast. When the northern region forms its first female special forces team, she'll be right at the front. Her performance is top tier. If I used my commander's domain skill to scan her potential, she'd be an A rank at the very least. Xiao Zhengguo gives him a playful smack on the head. If everything goes well, you'll be a squad leader. It's been a while, but how come you haven't asked once about your own military rank? He just smiles. Ranks don't really matter much to him, especially now that he's in the ace squad. In the ace team, the lowest rank is always a major. Hearing that majors are the bottom tier, he suddenly starts caring. Damn, it seems he thinks his rank is too low. Jin Long and the others look so young, yet they're already sporting those impressive major stripes. Xiao Zhengguo just laughs and pats his shoulder. Your situation is special, so I'll discuss it with the High Command later. For now, the most important thing is getting you to that Special Forces selection competition. With your strength, you'll have a sharp eye for talent. No time to waste, let's head out. So, what do you and I take from this? The real work starts now as our main character builds his own elite squad. Alright, you and I are watching as Kong Quan and our main character arrive, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing someone so young in this position, it is absolute madness. Being this young and already here picking the elite. This guy is clearly on another level. On the monitors, we see the first person views and team comms of the special agents in action. He scans the list nearby, quickly spotting a few familiar names from the crowd. The captains bring out their agent files, handing them over for our hero to review personally. Seeing him move so fast, Kong Quan raises an eyebrow. Found someone good already, he asks. He nods. I have never been in a special unit, but I have survived the selection. Plus, back in hunter training, I met 3 agents with serious skills. Hearing this, the captain's eyes light up. Pay attention because these guys are looking for real monsters. Everyone wants their own squad to produce the best soldiers. Scrolling through the data, he spots some familiar faces. Trang Dung Tuong Fong Tank and even Monkey, who just joined the Grey Wolf unit. The first 3 are beasts. No question. Anyone who makes it to hunter training is a top-tier talent. As for Monkey, he hadn't watched him closely before, but to our main character. It doesn't really matter. With his sovereign domain, if they have the stamina, he can fix their shooting and tactical skills in no time. Absolute game changer. Captain, I am taking these four first. Hong Quan nods immediately. He knows our hero power and trusts his vision for the upcoming agent competition. Hong Quan and our hero keep watching. Even though the ace team lowered their standards to recruit from the bottom, most agents still can't touch them. By the time the competition ends, only 30 people barely manage to meet Hong Kwan's strict requirements. But for him, give him a regular guy, and he will use sovereign domain to forge a lethal agent. Kong Kwan picks by rank and stats, but our hero, he is waiting for the awards ceremony to choose. Looking at screens is one thing, but let us pause. He is about to scan everyone with his unique ability. Anyone at A or S rank is on his radar. After the awards, the agents are told to stay put. A moment later, the squad captains give the news to their gathered agents. Hearing there is another round of selection, the crowd starts buzzing with excitement and hope. I thought it was just about rank, but this extra round, or what kind of elite unit are we talking about here? If they are picking from us, they must be even stronger than the special forces. Thinking about this new squad, Tank and Monkey immediately have one person on their minds. Since discovering they both know our hero, these two have had a lot to talk about lately. What puzzles Tank most is that our hero and Monkey enter the selection together. After hunter training, he should have gone straight to the special ops, so why the total radio silence? Suddenly, two figures emerge from the shadows and step into the light. Tank doesn't know the first guy, but the second one, he knows him better than anyone. Monkey lets out a shout while Fong and Trang Dung stare in shock. After disappearing for so long, he finally shows his face like this. He spots the four of them in the massive crowd and gives a subtle nod. Their jaws hit the floor. Tank can't believe it. I was wondering where he went. Turns out he was busy going way higher than us. With hands behind his back, he scans the entire assembly of agents. Activating sovereign domain, everyone hidden potential is laid bare before his eyes. Tang Trang Dong and Monkey are all A rank, but Tuong Fong is a massive outlier. While most here are B or A, Tuong Fong has a clear S flashing above his head. After a quick analysis, he steps down into the ranks to start picking. Hong Guan overthinks it, but our hero, he is just calling out names with total confidence. In the end, 60 agents are chosen to try out for the legendary ACE team. Squad 1 is in charge with Lee Chong as head coach and our hero assisting. These guys don't even get to go home. Once picked, they are straight onto the truck to the training base. On the road, he looks at Kong Kwan and asks about the ACE team mortality quota. Kong Kwan smirks. There is a quota. You and I are in for it. All right, you and I are about to see how brutal elite military selection gets. Even special forces have death quotas, let alone our ACE team. He just smiles. But looking at that grin, Kong Kwan can tell he is definitely up to no good. When he arrives at the selection base, Li Trung and the crew are already waiting. Tan Lang and the boys are huddled up, discussing things with huge grins. They used to be the ones getting tortured in training, but now it is finally their turn to do the training. The thought of breaking these new special agents has them pumped. Everyone is buzzing with excitement. That is when Li Trung turns to him and asks if he has any special suggestions for the night. Captain, are we really just driving them straight to the base? They are already elite agents, so why are we letting them sit comfortably in a truck? As soon as he says that, Li Trung and the others raise their eyebrows. The plan is to scatter them all over and make them find their own way back. If they can run here, they are in. If they cannot make the cut, they can just get lost immediately. Our ace team recruits from the best, so we cannot accept anyone who lacks real grit. I suggest stopping the trucks 20 kilometers away from our temporary base. We set a strict time limit of 1.5 hours. If they have not reached the base by then, they are out. They can go right back to wherever they came from. What do you think? Li Trung claps his hands in total agreement with the idea. There are 3 military trucks this time, each carrying 20 people. To keep the location a secret, every single agent inside has been blindfolded. Even with their eyes covered, the recruits are still full of energy, but as the trucks slow down, the air starts getting colder and colder. Since their previous competition was held down south, the clothes they are wearing are actually quite thin and light. After a long journey, they have been moved from the south all the way to the north. It is snowing heavily here, and the temperature is freezing. Finally, the trucks come to a halt. The agents are finally allowed to tear off those blindfolds and see their surroundings. When they step out, they expect to see some kind of high tech secret base waiting for them. But instead, all they see is a vast, desolate wilderness of mountains and forests. The agents are stunned, wondering where on earth they have been taken. The drivers climb down and deliver the news. Pay attention here, this is where the recruits realize they are in for a total nightmare. You are currently 20 kilometers away from the selection base. As soon as they hear that, a terrible feeling sinks into their guts. You have exactly 1.5 hours to reach the base. If you do not make it in time, you are disqualified on the spot. The agents almost lose it. Running 20 kilometers in 90 minutes, they can do it, but doing it in this freezing mountain terrain is just insane. Is this even a test for normal humans? To make matters even worse, they have absolutely no idea where the selection base is actually located. They do not even know which path to take. Each truck represents a single platoon of 20 people. Every platoon gets one satellite phone. That phone has the GPS coordinates for the base programmed into it. If anyone cannot handle it, they can use the phone to call for help. But doing that means they are automatically quitting the selection. You now have 1 hour and 29 minutes left. The clock starts the second I stop talking. Move it. The agents are absolutely fuming. Tuong Fong Monkey Tank and Trang Dung are all in the first truck together, making up Platoon 1. The driver walks over and hands the satellite phone directly to Tuong Fong. Out of everyone there, Tuong Fong is the only female soldier. After giving her the phone, the driver calls the other three men over. The driver looks at them and says he is going to add an extra 10 kilograms of weight to their backpacks. Their heads start spinning. A 20-kilometer run in 90 minutes was bad enough, but now they have to carry extra weight too. I know what you are thinking, our main character is a piece of work. Only these four were singled out for the extra load. Trang Dong loses his temper and screams a curse at Lin Fan. Hearing this, the driver just smirks, impressed by the coach's prediction. It turns out he was right. The driver drops several heavy bricks on the ground and tells him to add 10 kilograms. Trang Dong demands to know why. The instructor said you would definitely curse him, so whoever curses him gets an extra 10 kilograms of weight with no upper limit. Trang Dong turns pale instantly. He realizes this is exactly the kind of twisted move that the instructor would pull. But the instructor also mentioned that if you praise him, the extra weight might actually be reduced depending on the situation. Trang Dong's face twitches as he squeezes out some compliments. He calls him handsome, powerful, and a great person. He even praises his shooting skills. The driver laughs and agrees to waive the 10 kilograms, promising to report the praise to the coach. The other three are secretly thanking their lucky stars that they did not open their mouths to complain earlier. The rest of the agents are just standing there, completely baffled by the weird scene unfolding in front of them. The driver gives them a strange look. He explains that he only has orders to add weight to those four, specifically not the rest. The timer is still ticking away. Are you guys just going to stand here and wait to be disqualified? Every face turns pale, but no one dares complain. Trust me, you must see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping into the most brutal military training camp you've ever seen. Chuangyong complains and immediately gets slapped with an extra 10 kilograms of gear. Small price to pay, but wasting time. That is the real sin. The driver watches with pure curiosity as these commandos push themselves past the breaking point. Time is bleeding away. Shang Fong screams for the team to move faster or they will never make the cut. Just as the 90-minute mark approaches, four shadows finally appear at the selection base gates, exactly as he predicted. Standing there in his winter combat gear, he waves with a smug grin. I knew you guys would be the first ones back. Zhuang Yong just glares at him. Seriously, his throat is practically frozen solid after running for so long in this cold. His voice comes out as a gravelly mess. The other three are not doing any better, looking like they have been through hell. The instructor just laughs. He was going to let them inside to warm up, but since they want to disrespect him, penalty. One person messes up, the whole team suffers. You four start doing push-ups and jumps right now. Do not stop until every single person has arrived at the base. Feeling the death stares from his teammates, Zhong Yong starts shaking. He really messed up this time. The power dynamic has completely flipped. He is the boss now, and if they do not listen, he will find a way to make their lives miserable. The clock is ticking toward 90 minutes, but the crowd at the finish line is still looking pretty thin. The guy next to him looks worried. Is it possible we are only going to have a dozen people left in this squad? Lee Jong keeps a stone face, hiding his emotions, but deep down he is hoping more of them will make the cut. At the 1 hour and 29-minute mark, more commandos finally start flooding toward the selection base. Training for the Aces squad is pure agony, but these guys are not the type to just roll over and quit. Plus, he has his domain of command skill active. As long as they are in range, their focus and efficiency go through the roof. Now here is the crazy part you and I need to see. This skill lets him transmit every tactical secret he knows directly into their brains. It is like an instant download for elite soldiers. Everything from expert marksmanship to complex tactical maneuvers, they are absorbing it all in record time. With his help, they grasp the essence of combat instantly. As long as their bodies do not give out, they are staying in the game. But that physical wall is massive. 1 whole month of training at the absolute edge of human endurance. During this hellish month, they are lucky if they get 6 hours of sleep a night. And even then, emergency alarms can scream at any moment, dragging them back out for more non stop punishment. In just 30 days, the group of 30 candidates shrinks down to the final 15 survivors. Everyone standing there is noticeably leaner and harder than they were a month ago. 15 warriors standing tall and ready. Their entire vibe has evolved. Seeing 15 men still standing makes Li Chong and the others incredibly proud. They honestly thought most would quit in the first month, but these 15 managed to survive the impossible. Li Chong steps forward to address the exhausted group. From today on, Instructor Ye is in charge. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is he going to go easy on them? This was the plan all along. Over the past month, he has proven he is a genius at molding soldiers. He is what they call a hexagon warrior, a perfect all rounder, so handing these 15 over to him was a no brainer. He stands before the elite commandos. From this moment, your training is officially in my hands. You will get 7 hours of sleep and 3 full meals a day. Hearing that, the soldiers can barely hide their excitement. For an entire month, basic things like eating and sleeping were nothing but a distant dream to them. For him, the rest of this training is basically a walk in the park, now that he has them where he wants them. Give him a normal guy, and he could turn him into a legendary sharpshooter in just 1 week. But to be a real elite, you need more than just good aim. There is a mountain of theory they still need to master. Time flies by and the weather warms up. Xiao Rongyu cuts her long hair and officially starts her military journey. Once her recruit training ends, the 4th squad of the Northern Ace Special Forces is officially born. Not a single person from the 15 was dropped. To him, training these men is as easy as taking a stroll. With his broken skills, he could probably train a dog to be a world champion. Honestly, if it was not for the physical limits, he could have finished their training in less than a month. But since this is his first real batch of soldiers, he wants to put in some extra effort to make them perfect. Their stamina still needs work, but in every other category, these guys are already at the peak of the ace level. Their technical skills are literally skyrocketing thanks to his broken abilities. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what this squad does next. Alright, you and I are about to see that raw power isn't just about training skills. Every Elite Ace member has been training since they were kids. Even if Team 4's stamina can't keep up yet, their current power is finally enough to hold their own. After leading the team back to base, General Xiao and the others were already waiting there. Seeing him, the general smiles and waves. He's been stressing over our hero's military rank for a while now. His academic record might be a bit thin, but he's officially the captain of Team 4 in the Northern Ace Special Forces. Since he's a special case, his rank is being fast tracked straight to Major. Watching him walk over, General Xiao couldn't be more satisfied with his pick. Xiao Pham, come here. Your father in law is going to personally pin this rank on you. He never cared for military titles before, but after learning that every single ace member is at least a major, he suddenly found himself very interested. As he stands at attention, the general smiles, pinning the rank. Behind them, Team 4 is completely frozen. They don't recognize the general, but they definitely see those high ranking stars on his shoulders. Golden leaves and a star, a man that powerful came just to promote their team captain. And wait, did he just say father in law? Trust me, you and I are both dying to know his real background now. Seeing the general up close, Tang realized he looked familiar. After their last survival training, Tang thought the general came to welcome him, not realizing he was there for his own son in law. Tang instinctively stares at the rank in General Xiao's hand, and his jaw drops. 2 bars and 1 star. How long has this guy even been enlisted? It's been less than a year. While others are still stuck as privates, he's already a major. Even on a rocket rank doesn't climb this fast. Looking at the major rank on his shoulders, the general says, "This finally fits my precious son-in-law." It might look like a simple promotion ceremony, but today at the Northern District Ace Base, the youngest major in history has officially been born. Tank and the others instinctively glance over at the members of Team 1. They wanted to check Jin Lang's rank, but they realized he isn't wearing any insignia at all. It seems that these elite veterans aren't in the habit of wearing their ranks. I know what you're thinking. If the veterans actually wore their ranks, Team 4 would have died of shock. In this base, the absolute lowest rank is Major. Ever since he heard that Tieu Dung Ngu wanted to join the military, he's been keeping a close eye on her progress in the army. Her father's the general, her mother's a billionaire CEO, and her boyfriend, he's a legendary monster who just swept into the ace team. Instead of a normal life, she chose to follow right in her boyfriend's footsteps. During the Tiger Regiment's recruit trials, she finished at the very top of the entire class. Her shooting talent is insane. On her first time at the range, she hit a perfect score. After recruit training, she got a commendation and a third-class medal. Hearing about her terrifying performance, our hero doesn't even blink. If she wasn't this gifted, she never would have made it into the district's first female special forces unit. Seeing his lack of reaction, the general gives him a hard smack on the head. You little brat, you're her fiancé. Aren't you even a little bit happy for her? Father in law, stop! Little Ngu being this good is perfectly normal. Why would I be surprised? Tigers don't breed kittens. Her talent obviously comes from your amazing genes, father in law. Hearing that, the general's grumpy face immediately lights up with a big smile. You sure know how to talk. I'll do my best to keep you and little Ngu together. If she keeps performing this well, bringing her into the ace team might actually be an option. But first, she has to become a special agent. The jump from regular soldier is huge. Reaching the ace level takes time. Whether you see her soon depends on how you train Team 4. He raises an eyebrow. It sounds like his father in law already has a plan in motion. He's been here long enough to understand how this place works. Usually, outsiders can't join the ace team. But things are changing. Now, if you're strong enough, anyone can earn their way inside. As the general finishes, you and I both know our hero has already figured out the rest. Alright, stick with me. If the squad our main character trained actually proves their worth on the battlefield and pulls off a miracle, then it proves his natural genius for military training. When the time comes, I could even arrange for you to be a top instructor at the Special Forces base. Our lead nods he would be an idiot not to understand the hidden meaning behind those words. Given the talent Xiao Donggu is showing right now, a simple transfer is all it takes for the two of them to finally reunite. But General Xiao Zhangguo has more in mind than just a simple reunion for these two. Is he just scouting soldiers on the surface? Yes. But in reality, he is handpicking the next generation of ace commandos. Since you get it, I am heading out. Don't let Squad 4 let me down out there. But before he can even leave, an alarm blares, and trust me, this is where things get real. Fate moves fast. Xiao Zhangguo pats his shoulder, saying he will be waiting for good news from the squad. Squad 1 and Squad 4 fall, and Commander Kong Quan barks the order, leaving the cleanup to others as they prepare to move. Gear up with your best weapons. Squad 1 takes the lead as the main force, with Squad 4 providing support. Tan Long and the veterans' eyes light up instantly. It has been a long time since they have been given a mission this aggressive. Seeing that level of excitement, the newer recruits like Tank are left wondering what all the hype is about. Missions are usually serious business, so why do they look so happy as the team makes their way to the armory? Kong Quan pulls our lead aside, reminding him that this is Squad 4's very first real combat mission. Keep a close eye on them to avoid any disasters. Our main character just gives a casual nod in response. It might be their first day as ace soldiers, but he has no intention of babysitting them during the operation. They are aces now. If they still need a bodyguard on the battlefield, then they have no place on this team. Inside the armory, Tan Lang does not hesitate. He sprints straight for the massive grenade launching sniper rifle. He hugs the weapon, practically kissing it. My beautiful baby, I finally get to let you loose on the world today. Tan Long is vibrating with pure hype. The others just shake their heads. He really needs to learn some self control in front of the rookies. Seeing Tank and the others still looking completely confused, Dark Tiger explains the situation. On this mission, our only job is to wipe out every single target. No need for stealth or hiding. Once they're all gone, a crew will come in to clean up. For our ace squad, this is basically a walk in the park, compared to those slow, sneaky operations where we have to stay hidden. This kind of mission lets us break out the heavy sniper rifles and other weapons with insane destructive power. That beast he is holding is a grenade sniper. One hit and you are literally shredded meat. The rookie's eyes go wide, a grenade sniper rifle. You saw that too, right? Combining those two into one weapon. No wonder the barrel is that thick. It is literally firing artillery shells. Tanlang grins proudly, showing off the massive weapon to the stunned new recruits. This gun, the high-tech helmets, the drones, and even the robotic dogs. Everything here. In short, basically, every piece of tech you see in this room was actually developed and built by your own captain, working under a leader like this. You guys hit the jackpot. The recruits stand there, their jaws practically hitting the floor in pure shock. All of this advanced gear was actually researched and created by him. They might not be engineers, but they know inventing this stuff is a nightmare. Our main character suddenly looks like a god to them. They would love to grab the top tier gear, but they aren't familiar with it yet. Taking it now would just be a waste of resources. Once on the chopper, everyone crashes hard, catching every second of sleep they can before they reach the drop zone. When they finally wake up and look out the window, a dense, humid tropical jungle stretches out as far as they can see. To stay undetected, we are dropping 20 kilometers out. Save your energy for the trek. Everyone acknowledges the order and moves out fast. With their current conditioning, a 20-kilometer run through the bush is nothing more than a simple warm up. As they move, the recruits scan the area, but the forest is eerily quiet, zero signs of human activity anywhere along the path. Only when they close in within 2,000 meters of the target location do things finally start to change. They finally spot faint traces of human movement. Our lead immediately activates his scanning skills to map out the entire area. Everything within range is revealed. The moment his skill pings, he detects several hidden sentries buried deep in the surrounding brush. Security is tight, but since this mission isn't too difficult, he's going to let the squad handle it themselves as a final test. Unless they might die, you and I are just watching to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump in. The team fans out as they approach the target, hunting for cover while pushing forward through the thick brush. Lacey has the sharpest eyes here, so he usually takes point for reconnaissance. But just as Lacey moves forward, Monkey's voice suddenly crackles through his tactical helmet. There is someone ahead. Lacey ducks behind a tree instantly while the others find cover. Simple mission or not, they take it seriously. Even elite agents are still just flesh and blood. One bullet is all it takes to end a life. Li Jong asks, "Where are you?" Directly ahead, 1,000 meters out, there is a hidden sentry in a tree. The team scans the area. Even Lacey needs 30 seconds just to spot the target. The others need binoculars. This is no ordinary sentry. His camouflage is flawless, blending perfectly with the bark. Even his rifle is hidden. Impressed, Lacey asks Monkey when he first saw him. Monkey admits he saw something suspicious there a long time ago. Now, pay attention. This is the moment where Lacey realizes Monkey's observation skills have actually surpassed his own. So much for being the best scout in all of Squad 1. Lee Jong speaks in a low voice, realizing this mission is far more complex than they imagined. He orders the scout bird to be deployed immediately. The mechanical bird is launched, its wings flapping through the air. Real time feeds from the robotic bird stream directly into their helmets. The only reason Lee Jong waited this long to deploy it was the extremely short battery life. He had considered finding a way to extend the drone's operational flight time. To increase the flight time, he would have to revolutionize current battery technology. Back then, he simply didn't think it was worth the extra effort. Now he realizes he needs to overhaul all the hardware soon. If he doesn't, his high tier gear requirements will eventually outpace his current hardware. The technology available today simply won't be able to support his advanced needs. A standard drone would be spotted instantly, but no one suspects a common bird. However, given how sharp this sentry's eyes are, there is still a chance he might notice something off. He spots the bird flying toward the base behind his position. The sentry just watches. Wiping sweat from his brow, he can't help but feel that even a bird has more freedom than he does. He genuinely wishes that bird would just drop a bomb and end this boredom. Who would even find this place guarding this remote hellhole feels totally pointless. Even though this sentry's mouth is filthy, his discipline is actually quite impressive. You and I are about to watch how Lee Jong clears every single hidden sentry and surrounds the entire base in just 10 minutes. After clearing all the hidden sentries and surrounding the base, he gives the order to Squad 4 to begin their strike. The members of Squad 1 are eager for action. Even though he is technically one of them, he is the one who truly leads. As he sees the members of Squad 1 approaching, he holds out a hand to stop them in their tracks. "Captain, you and your team should stay here and rest. Let Squad 4 handle the heavy lifting." Hearing this, Jin Lang and the others are stunned. Squad 4 doesn't have the luxury of the high-tech equipment that Squad 1 has been using lately. They might have drones, but the truth is they haven't quite mastered using them in real combat yet. Squad 4 is relying on traditional combat tactics today. We're looking at only 15 men forced to take down over 150 enemies. At first, Jin Lang's team thought they were only facing maybe 20 enemies at the absolute most. Now they see the real scale. This is a massive challenge. I am the one who trained them. If they weren't ready, I would never let them risk their lives like this. I wouldn't gamble with their lives if they didn't have the strength to survive. Lee Jong still insists that there must be one final condition before they move. Fine, but my squad must stay hidden in the shadows to guarantee their safety. If we just sit here and let these rookies take the lead, it's far too risky for my liking. He doesn't stop the backup plan. After all, he spent months meticulously honing Squad 4's skills for this exact moment. Physically, Squad 4 has already surpassed the veterans. Sentries are silenced fast. Trust me, you and I are about to see exactly how this high-stakes mission finally ends. Alright, you and I are about to see exactly how some members of Squad 4 marched right up to the base. Damn it. Do they all think they are the captain now, charging in like that? Do they think they have extra lives? His face darkened instantly. These were the men he trained, but their tactics were way too reckless and aggressive. 15 men divided into 5 teams. 3 squads stormed the base, while 2 sniper teams provided cover for the assault. Seeing the chaos, Lee Jong shouted, "What are you doing standing there? Get in there and support them right now." Squad 1 moved out immediately. Just as they finished speaking, Zhuang Yong pulled the trigger and fired the very first shot. They knew the base layout perfectly. With the snipers feeding them info, it was basically like they were using wall hacks. The sound of gunfire was intense, making Lee Jong panic. Meanwhile, our main character was just sitting back, totally relaxed. Honestly, he was already daydreaming about seeing Tieu Dung Ngu again once this entire mission was finally over. He knew that after this, the Tiger Battalion would likely receive a formal heads up from General Thieu himself. He scanned the surroundings. It was eerily desolate, with absolutely nobody around outside the walls of the enemy base. Since he was confident, he actually decided to use his skills to just close his eyes and take a nap. Let's be real, since he spent so much time crafting this squad, he knew they could handle this alone. Eventually, the sound of Li Zhong and the others returning was what finally woke him up from his snooze. He smirked at the returning team. So, Captain feeling better now? Li Zhong just stared speechless at his insane confidence. The Power Squad 4 just showed off. It was like watching 15 perfect clones of the main character himself. Like teacher, like soldier. He didn't use fancy techniques, he just used overwhelming force to crush every single enemy. Pure raw power. That was his signature style, and his students had mastered it to a terrifying degree. They might only be half as strong as him, but for these targets, it was more than enough to win. The 15 of them worked in perfect sync, tearing through that base like they were walking into an empty building. Li Zhong sighed. I guess we were worried for nothing. Tan Lang watched them, feeling quite a bit of jealousy. If he had talent like that to train, he could probably build his own legendary ace team as well. Usually, building an ace squad takes 10 to 20 years. It is a massive long term investment for any military. But check this out, he did it in less than 6 months, turning these spies into legendary top tier special agents. Looking at their combined strength, Squad 4 might be the strongest unit in the entire northern region right now. Tan Long nudged him playfully. Hey, Captain Ye, we're buddies, right? Maybe you can spare a few soldiers for me. He just gave Tan Lang a look. Back at base, Kongquen immediately briefed Teo Chien Kwok on the success. Without wasting a second, Teo Chien Kwok headed straight over to meet with the members of the ace team. The engine roared as Teo pulled up. He didn't even get out, just waved for Ye to jump in. The team was left standing there, totally confused about where their captain was being whisked away to this time. Only after Kongkwan explained that Squad 4 realized their captain was officially leaving them behind for a while. First, the coach vanishes during selection. Now, the captain disappears right after. It is a weird recurring theme. Does everyone in the ace team just love playing hide and seek? It is starting to get pretty ridiculous. Kongkwan turned to Tung Feng. Your captain said you are in charge while he is gone. Be the temporary leader. Thung Feng was stunned. Captain Yi thinks highly of you. Prove he was right to trust you with this. Inside the military vehicle, Teo Chien Kwok talked about the upcoming selection. I am taking you to the Wolf Base. If you hadn't gone for hunter training earlier, you would have spent a lot of time at this facility anyway. The training staff there were all familiar faces, including guys like Tu Ung and Lei Chi Min. He knew those names well. They were the ones who pushed him during his own special forces selection process. Where is our first stop? The general asked. Yi did not hesitate. The Tiger Battalion, he replied immediately. Teo laughed. Even with his eyes closed, he could have guessed that yes, first stop would be right there. Once Teo Chien Kwok got back to his office, Xiaoli stepped in and took over the role of driver. By that afternoon, the car slowed down as the gates of the Tiger Battalion finally appeared before his eyes. He had some feelings for this place, but not many. He simply had not stayed here very long. He has been climbing the ranks so fast that he barely had time to look back. Pretty wild journey, right? All right, you and I are about to see a soldier so good, even his commander can't hide how much he truly likes him. Outside the Tiger Regiment gates, Commander Chu Trong-jang and his top officers are all lined up waiting for one person. As soon as he steps out, Chu Trong-jang beams and rushes forward to welcome him personally. 3 battalion commanders follow right behind. Lin Fan snaps a sharp salute and shouts, Greetings, Commander. After acknowledging Chu Trong-jang, he turns and greets the 3 other battalion commanders waiting in the back. Since he's here to scout elite soldiers, he's dressed in full uniform. Those rank insignias definitely on display today. When those commanders see the insignias, their eyes nearly pop out. His peers are still privates, but him. Now watch this, the kid is a major already, under 20 and matching the rank of seasoned officers. Did his rank take a rocket ship to the top? Chu Trong-jang laughs, patting his shoulder. Soon even I might be calling you sir. Sir, you're exaggerating. Let's get straight to business. Since you're here to scout for our Tiger Regiment, we won't stand on ceremony. How do you want to choose? How do you find genius special ops? First, have everyone from Battalion 1 gather on the training grounds. The test is simple, a 3-kilometer run. Word of this selection immediately sends a massive shockwave through the entire battalion. Special ops recruitment. Can any of us go? Of course, why else would I be this fired up? The first round is right here on our field. Any guesses on who the recruiter actually is? The recruiter. Who else could we possibly know? It's Lin Fan, the rookie from not too long ago. The soldiers who joined with him are completely stunned. This guy is moving at a terrifying pace. Over in Tieu Dung Ngu's dorm, the female soldiers are just as hyped about the news. Did you hear who's recruiting someone named the Lin Fan? Right then, Tieu Dung Ngu walks back in. Walking down the hall, she could already hear everyone gossiping about him. To her, this wasn't anything new. Back during basic training, his name was the only thing anyone ever talked about. By now, he's basically the idol of every rookie in the Tiger Regiment. What's the gossip, she asks. Seeing her roommates frantically packing their gear, Tieu Dung Ngu looks a bit confused. They turn to her immediately. You and I know they're dying to know Xiaongu weren't you close with Lin Fan. So what's his rank? She tilts her head. Probably just a special ops soldier. Her roommates look at her in disbelief. If he was just an ordinary soldier, how could he be back here scouting people for special ops trials? Hearing that, Tieu Dung Ngu's eyes go wide. He's back at the Tiger Regiment. Not just back, he's here to handpick the best for the elite special ops selection. Seriously, Xiaongu, what's the deal between you two? You seem to know him way too well. Did you guys know each other before? Forget it, let's gossip later. We really need to hurry and get to the training field now. While the battalion prepares, Lin Fan decides to visit his old squad leader from back in his rookie days. Since he's back, he has to pay his respects. Otherwise, people might start spreading rumors. They'd say he's too high and mighty now to care about old friends. Seeing Tran Bin, he salutes. Greetings, squad leader. He still has massive respect for Tran Bin. The old leader just laughs. You brats, stop acting formal with me. He pats his shoulder. Your aura is totally different compared to when you first enlisted. You look much sharper. With this build, I bet 10 of me wouldn't even be enough to take you down now. While talking, Tran Bin glances at his rank. At first, he didn't look closely, just noticed it changed. But after a second look, his eyes almost fall out. What the, is this rank on your shoulder actually real? Lin Fan just smiles and nods. Tran Bin stares him down. You've got no age seniority or a fancy degree, so how did you become a major? You must have achieved some truly legendary combat merits. Accomplishments so big that Tran Bin couldn't even imagine them in his wildest dreams. He's curious, but he knows what's classified. From now on, we'll have to call each other two different things. You call me squad leader, and I'll call you sir. After I retire, I'll have bragging rights for life. A soldier I trained made it to major in less than a single year. And trust me, you and I have never seen the Tiger Regiment stand this straight in formation before today. Wild right. Alright, you and I are about to watch a military selection where the stakes couldn't be higher for these soldiers. For your average soldier, becoming a special ops commando is a dream that is almost completely out of reach. Don't even talk about becoming an operator. Most of these guys never even get an invite to try out. Usually, only the elite of the elite are handpicked for a chance like this. Regular grunts like them usually never stand a chance. But today is different. Every single one of them has a shot. Perform well, and they might catch the eye of a legendary officer. Even if it feels like a fantasy, this is the closest they will ever get to joining the special forces. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he walks forward with hands behind his back, exuding a sense of pure, unshakable authority. Scanning the first battalion, he spots many familiar faces, but one person specifically has been on his mind every single day. Their eyes meet. No words are spoken, yet it feels like they have just shared 1,000 silent conversations in an instant. Now watch this. Xiao Rongyu's roommates are dying of curiosity. One look at those two, and anyone can tell there is a deep history there. Attention, he barks the command. Over 400 soldiers snap to their footsteps, echoing through the air like a thunderclap. He activates his Dominion field. Suddenly, the hidden talents and potential of every soldier in the crowd become crystal clear to him. He hoped to find a few S-tier prodigies in the bunch, but it looks like he was being way too optimistic. Aside from Xiao Rongyu, who has a massive S over her head, most are just C rank or the occasional A tier. After the scan, he shouts her name. Xiao Rongyu, step out. Her eyes go wide. Why in the world is he singling her out in front of the whole battalion? She has no idea what he is planning, but she still snaps out a loud, clear response. Go to the gear room and grab a 10-kilogram weight. The whole field erupts in whispers. What is he doing? Xiao Rongyu's roommates are completely stunned. They originally expected her to get some kind of special treatment, but this looks like a targeted punishment instead of a favor from a friend. They definitely know each other. But do they have a secret grudge? Why else would he force only Xiao Rongyu to carry that extra heavy load on her back? Did you not hear me? Add the weight or get the hell out of my sight right now. Her face is twitching with pure rage. She instinctively wants to lash out and fight back, but her military training keeps her in check. As she grabs the gear, she's imagining 1,000 ways to slap him. She missed him like crazy, and then he does this. And him, after all this time, the first thing he tells her is to carry more heavy gear. To put it simply, she thinks she picked the wrong man. He's nothing but a cold, heartless jerk. Once she's back in line, he announces the test. It is simple. No formations. Just run 3 kilometers as fast as possible. The soldiers with the quickest reflexes immediately take off at a sprint. Even though she's fuming, Xiao Rongyu's instincts are sharp. She's already moving. The battalion commanders are confused. What kind of elite selection is just a simple run? What could this possibly prove to anyone? While others stay silent, Commander Chu walks over. He wants to know what the young officer is actually looking for. Speed and stamina alone do not tell the whole story here. He points to the stragglers in the back, then to the leaders watching their level of raw effort. Now, here's the thing, some are fast, some are slow, but only some are giving every ounce of strength they have. I'll pick the ones who refuse to quit. This 3 kilometer run isn't about cardio, it's about attitude and grit. If they don't have that fire, they'll be useless in the real selection process anyway. Special ops training is brutal. A normal soldier wouldn't even last a single week in that environment. With his special skill, he knows exactly who is pushing their limits and who is just coasting along. By the first lap, his list is ready. After the full 3 kilometers, the exhausted soldiers assemble once again. As he stands before them, everyone is on edge. He starts calling them out. Row 1, column 3. Every time he speaks, the soldiers hold their breath, praying that their name is the next one called out. After picking 10 people, he orders them to step forward. They shout their compliance and run to the front. He looks them over. You can see the pure excitement and hope in their eyes. Except for Xiao Rongyu. She's looking at him with pure murder. All right, get ready for the real trial. The others are ecstatic, and even she feels a spark of joy, though her burning anger is still winning. You and I saw her anger win. That's the price of having an ex as your drill sergeant. All right, you and I are about to dive into a story where duty and love clash in the most brutal way. His heart is filled with helplessness, facing so many people that he cannot even explain himself to her right now. The commander of the 1st Battalion beams with joy after 10 of his best men are selected for the elite team. But as he moves to the 2nd Battalion commander, the man looks like he is about to suffer. Their overall strength is decent, but the 6th Company is a constant massive headache for the 2nd Battalion commander. Known as the Tiger Regiment Hooligans, the 6th Company of the 2nd Battalion used to be a legendary unit of heroes. But look at them now, the current 6th Company is nothing but a shadow of its former glory. This commander wants to rip apart the 6th Company leader Jiang, who relies on his skills to defy all authority. Meanwhile, the 3rd Battalion commander is just sitting back, waiting to watch the 6th Company fail miserably. Even though he is from the Tiger Regiment, he knows very little about their internal drama or the 6th Company reputation. He only values raw talent. If a soldier has potential, even if they were a sow, he would take them. While everyone else in the 2nd Battalion gathers at the training ground, the 6th Company is nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, he frowns and asks Chu Trongjiang and the 2nd Battalion commander what is wrong with the 6th Company. Mentioning the infamous 6th Company only makes Chu Trongjiang let out a very bitter, frustrated laugh. Now pay attention here as the commander explains the situation. His face turns dark and he decides that hooligans will no longer exist under his command. Arriving at the dorms, he finds the company leader screaming in the hallway, unable to control his own men. He orders them to assemble, but they just ignore him. Then, an annoying voice drifts out from one of the rooms. They argue there are still a few minutes left, questioning if any of them could actually become special forces anyway. Before the soldier can even finish his complaining, a mysterious figure suddenly appears right in front of him. Without a second of warning, a terrifyingly crisp slap lands right on the soldier's face, echoing loudly through the dorm. The soldier hits the floor instantly. His face feels like it is on fire before the agonizing pain truly sets in. He sprawls on the ground, clutching his face and screaming, "Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea?" But before he can finish, he spots the rank on the man's shoulder. A major. His tone changes instantly. Suddenly, the boss tells everyone to get outside and assemble. The others are stunned by his sudden change of heart. Usually, a new official makes 3 big moves to show power, but this boss is different. Their new company leader has not even started a single fire to show his authority yet. The 6th Company is full of rebels. Without overwhelming strength, there is absolutely no way to suppress them. That is exactly why the regiment cannot control them. They do not break major rules, they just ignore orders. These troublemakers are not stupid. They know exactly how far they can push the boundaries. They never commit serious violations. These men simply refuse to follow any form of management or leadership. One soldier complains this is not their style, claiming they should not move until the very last second. They are not afraid of the company leader. Since they are not late, they feel they have nothing to fear. The kid asks which unit the intruder is from and how he dares to strike their boss. The roommates look ready to start a brawl, but our main character is not the type to use words. On the training field, everyone else is waiting. He knows the perfect, simple cure for these rebellious soldiers. You and I both know violence is not always the answer, but sometimes it is definitely the fastest way. He moves like a ghost, appearing before them in a flash and dropping each soldier with a single powerful punch. He does not hold back. The dormitory is suddenly filled with the miserable, agonizing screams of the soldiers. These hooligans are not stupid, and neither is he. He knows exactly where to hit for maximum effect. He strikes the fleshy parts of their bodies. They feel intense pain, but they will not suffer any permanent injuries. The soldier he hit first frantically tells everyone to get outside and assemble right this second. They realize that if they do not move now, something much worse is coming. The other rooms take notice. Even if they cannot see the fight, they can hear the gut wrenching screams coming from the neighboring room. Those screams are enough to terrify anyone. The company leader finally watches them gather at the dormitory door. And that is how we leave it. In under 10 minutes, every single hooligan is forced outside moaning in pain. You and I just witnessed some truly brutal discipline. Alright, let's see how our main character handles a squad of rowdy soldiers who think they're untouchable. His face darkens. Do you want to line up yourselves or do you want my help? These thugs were used to acting out. Suddenly, one soldier who just got hit screams at the top of his lungs. You beat me into this state. How can I stand straight? Fine, I'll teach you how to stand. His face goes cold as he takes a step toward the man. Each footstep makes the soldier's heart jump. After that beating, the soldier realizes one thing about this guy: he is dangerous. He doesn't care about anything and hits for real. Then he finally sees the rank on his shoulder. Before this, they all assumed he was just some rookie from another company. His heart goes cold. He realizes just how stupid he was to directly provoke a major. Seeing him move again, the soldier snaps to attention. Report, sir, I can stand straight now. The others are stunned. Sir, he looks under 20 years old. What rank is he? Why would anyone address him as a superior officer? Now pay attention here, because this is where our lead stops playing games. He says too late and strikes. He kicks the man's groin, then follows up with a heavy strike to his back. The soldier feels like he's flying before hitting the dirt. He finally understands what true despair looks like. Facing him, he realizes he doesn't have even a single bit of power to fight back. Get back in line and stand straight. The soldier endures the agony and obeys. Seeing this, the others immediately scramble to find their spots. Why wait for a beating? Company 6 used to be a mess of thugs. Now they're perfectly straight. A total transformation. The company commander sighs. It seems his own methods just weren't brutal enough. He tamed these wild dogs in under 10 minutes. Absolute madness. From now on, I don't want to see a single person breaking the rules. Follow orders, and I'll forget the past. But if I catch you slipping up again, I will hunt you down and handle it strictly for the serious cases. I'll have you kicked out of the military. Now get to the field. No one dares to speak. These arrogant thugs are now terrifyingly obedient in front of him. Anyone watching would think Company 6 was replaced by an entirely different group of people. Commanders like Chu Trong-jang from the 1st and 3rd battalions are completely frozen in shock. It took almost no time at all. These legendary bullies are suddenly following every word. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. How did he break them so fast? Chu asks for his secret. He doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, he just smiles and raises his fist. What is this? My fist has a special nickname called Virtue. He explains that he is simply ruling the men by virtue. Chu's mouth twitches. He thought there was some magic trick involved here. Turns out, it was just pure, overwhelming violence that made them submit. Even without seeing the full fight, the fear in those soldiers' eyes says it all. These guys are famous for being unmanageable. Now they're more obedient than anyone else. 2nd Battalion Company 6 full gear 10 kilograms 5 kilometers. The rest of you 3 kilometers. Any objections? The soldiers are fuming but too scared to speak. Thinking of his crazy personality, they just grit their teeth and shout that there's no problem. Commander, lead them to the equipment room. If the weights are light, I'll punish everyone. The company commander shouts back his acknowledgement. Under everyone's gaze, the squad heads out. The other soldiers finally realize something. At this moment, the rest of the 2nd Battalion finally realizes the truth. Those guys from Company 6 can walk perfectly fine and are actually more disciplined than any of them. On the way, their faces are dark with rage. But facing him. Trust me, you and I just saw a legend in the making. As the order drops, the battalion starts their run. Alright, you and I are about to see just how overpowered our main character's brand new skill really is as he scans everyone. The 2nd Battalion's stats are decent, but honestly, they are just average at best. Finding elite A rank talent here is like finding a needle in a haystack, but even so. Wait, there is one S rank soldier in the mix, and it is the same guy our main character just finished thrashing. Somehow, just as expected, he is on a completely different level than the others. While everyone else is gasping for air after 3 kilometers, Sun Hao's stamina is still solid. This kid is interesting. Our main character keeps a close eye on Sun Hao and the rest. Most of these guys are just lazy bullies who have never run 5 kilometers with weights in their lives. They are basically giving up slowing down to a walking pace. He frowns. Colonel, can I borrow a rifle? Using a handgun just does not feel right. Chu Jiang is stunned. What do you need a rifle for? Now pay attention because looking at those lazy soldiers on the track and the cold glare in his eyes, the colonel realizes our main character is planning something truly ruthless. Seeing that reaction, he realizes that shooting at them might be going a bit too far. Fine, let's try something else. Do we have any military dogs in this unit? Send me the fastest ones you have and get them here as quickly as possible. The colonel agrees and calls for the trainers to bring the hounds over immediately. In less than 3 minutes, 7 trainers arrive on the scene with their military dogs at a full rapid sprint. Before the trainers can even speak, our main character addresses the dogs directly. Go chase them down and bite. Do not kill them, just make it hurt enough to move. Do this well, and I will make sure you get extra chicken drumsticks later. The 7 military dogs immediately take off, racing toward the track like bolts of lightning. The colonel, the battalion chief, and the trainers all stand there completely frozen in shock. These dogs are trained to only listen to their handlers. They never follow anyone else's commands. But what is this? These dogs, trained for years, just listened to a total stranger and ran. The trainers look at him with total confusion. Could he actually be talking to animals? Let's pause. We both knew the system was broken, but this is just ridiculous. He thought he would have to learn a dog language, but normal human speech works just fine. The system even translates their barks into clear words. It turns out that noise they made was just pure raw excitement. It was actually just the sound of dogs who were very, very excited. The trainers salute their superiors, then turn their intense gaze back toward our main character. Even though he looks young, the sheer pressure and authority he radiates is enough to make anyone back down. They want to ask how he did it, but then they notice the rank on his shoulders. Their words die in their throats, replaced instantly by a look of deep and sudden respect for his rank. Greetings, sir. He just nods. It is too awkward for them to ask questions now. Once the dogs are done with their mission, make sure they get those chicken drumsticks. I promised those animals a reward for their hard work today. Do not let me down, understood. The trainers can only smile bitterly. He is a major, but why is he standing here talking such absolute nonsense to a group of animals? No matter how smart a dog is, there is no way it understands complex human promises. Sir, do not tease us. We train these dogs ourselves, and they are just not that smart. He just smirks, then yells out to the dogs, bite their heels, bite them hard. The dogs bark in unison before lunging forward, teeth snapping right at the soldier's heels. The thick boots prevent any real injury, but the pain, that is very, very real. The trainers are forced to accept the impossible reality happening right before their eyes. Sir, do you actually speak the language of dogs? Chu Jiang glares at the trainer, who quickly waves his hands in a frantic apology. If you can really talk with them, could you please teach us how to do it as well? This is an innate talent, something that simply cannot be taught to others. Even with his god level command field, this specific skill is meant for him and him alone. And trust me, you and I are going to enjoy watching these arrogant bullies get exactly what they deserve on that track. Stick with me, we are witnessing a training session from hell. Who trains military dogs to bite their own allies? They scream. Commander, we were wrong. Please just have mercy on us and stop this. Hearing the desperate pleas from the members of the 6th unit, he frowns. In the Tiger Regiment, this squad is supposed to be one of the absolute best. Theoretically, they should be elite soldiers. But seeing them like this, it is a total disappointment. Watching them beg for mercy just makes him annoyed. He calls the dogs back. Just as the soldiers think he is softening up, he suddenly pulls his custom pistol. This is a special grade weapon reserved only for the aces. It is far more powerful than any standard sidearm. Then he fires. The entire scene freezes in shock. In front of everyone, he actually pulled the trigger. That gun is for self-defense, not allies. He glares at every single one of them one by one. Do you even look like soldiers anymore? You have thrown away all of your military pride and passion. Alright, pay attention here. If you do not finish this 5-kilometer run, his bullets will definitely help you reach the end. Back at the dorms, they already knew he was violent. Calling him a madman was an understatement. He does not just talk, he acts, and he is not pulling any punches. Compared to this nightmare, the way he treated them in the dorms was gentle. The soldiers were sure he would not actually shoot to kill them. It might be a scare tactic, but after seeing that shot, who knows what he is capable of next? He rips off his belt and sprints onto the track. The soldiers are terrified. God only knows what he is doing. He charges straight to the very back of the line. He begins lashing out with the belt. Commander, we are sorry. We will never disobey orders again, they scream. Major Chu Trongjiang and every bystander can only watch in total disbelief. Chu Trongjiang was ready to scold him for being reckless, but the kid actually has some real talent. With these extreme methods, not a single soldier would dare to ignore an order now. Honestly, seeing this, the major is starting to feel satisfied. A stubborn unit like the 6th needs someone exactly like him. No matter how tough they are, he will break them. After 5 kilometers, most of them collapse. His pace was brutal, forcing every man to push their physical limits. Now, stick with me for this part. He asked the commander if he can take them for training. The major is stunned. The soldiers of the 6th unit start trembling. Others ran 3 kilometers. They did 5 while carrying heavy gear. They were bitten by dogs, scared by gunfire, and whipped by a leather belt. Their souls are practically leaving their bodies. Has Noddy tortured them enough for one day? I will take them to our selection base. A few days of my training will fix their broken attitudes forever. Chu Trongzang raises an eyebrow. He is clearly very interested. In under 1 hour, the main character has tamed these wild dogs into obedient soldiers. Even the unit leader wants in, asking if he can join the training session. He wants to learn his secret for managing soldiers. The 6th unit feels like their world is ending. The major has already decided their miserable fate. He looks at them with a wide smile. Their hearts sink. Following him means death. He is going to train them until they lose their minds. Next, he calls out the 4 soldiers who are actually fit for the Special Forces selection. The rest of the 2nd Battalion is actually jealous of them. This is a rare chance to train with the elite units. It is a blessing in disguise. With that done, it is time to move to the 3rd Battalion. To see Tieu Dung Ngu sooner, he rushes the selection process. After finishing with the Tiger Regiment, he jumps in the car with little Lee for the next stop. She expected a visit, but you and I just watched him drive away like a jerk. Alright, you and I are diving back into the drama as Xiaorong roommates rush to comfort her. They tell her it is fine and they can just skip this selection entirely. Exactly. But seriously, Xiaoyu, what kind of grudge do you two actually have? Why is he targeting you like this? She thinks he is just out for revenge. The more her friends comfort her, the more frustrated and wronged she feels about the whole situation. Ever since she joined the military, she has always been the tough one. But what is going on with her today? Right now, she looks like a heartbroken little girl. Before her friends can say more, she sobs and calls him a jerk who forgot her. That bastard. I swear the next time we meet, he is not getting a single kiss from me. Her roommates are completely stunned. What is the deal here? Weren't these two supposed to be bitter enemies? Wait, let that sink in. They are actually lovers. Meanwhile, our main character spends the next week traveling between units to handpick his team. He spends most of his time on the road. Once he arrives, he doesn't even make them run drills, he just picks them at lightning speed. He activates his Dominion skill. If they are S rank, he takes them immediately. It does not matter how famous a soldier is in their unit. If they are not S rank, they are out. The rest of the candidates are recommended by the units themselves. Even though S rank talent is rare in every division, they start adding up. By the end, he has selected over 10 S rank soldiers. Interestingly, besides Xiao Rongyu, there is one other female soldier in the mix. On the surface, it looked like he is just recruiting special agents. In reality, he is hunting for ace special agents. This whole selection is just a cover for 300 people, basically an entire battalion. Deep inside the Wolf Special Forces base, things are heating up. After greeting Commander Zhao Guozheng, he heads straight to the training grounds. Shu Ying and Lei Zhiming are already there waiting for him. At first, Shu Ying was shocked to hear he would not be the head instructor for this selection. It is not that he is arrogant, but in the Wolf base, Shu Ying is the most senior instructor they have. No one even comes close. But when he found out the head instructor was our main character, he just laughed and felt totally at peace with it. Lei Zhiming couldn't help but comment on how fast the kid was rising through the ranks. But you aren't just flying, you're on a freaking rocket. They stood at the entrance just catching up and trading stories. In the distance, a small figure slowly starts to appear. Shu Ying spots someone coming and stares off into the horizon. Looking closer, he realizes the person running toward them is the main character. Both of them find it hard to believe their eyes. But the facts don't lie. That person in the distance is definitely him. Now pay attention here, the base is 20 kilometers away. Did he seriously just run that entire distance without breaking a sweat? He's not even breathing hard. How on earth did he get here so fast? But once they see the rank on his shoulder, how he got there doesn't even matter anymore. He smiles and gives them a formal military salute. Shuing and Lei Ziming are frozen on the spot. They never expected a major to salute them, let alone still call them his instructors. It is a total role reversal. Shuing waves his hands quickly. Stop joking around, we can't accept a salute from someone with your high rank anymore. How did your rank jump so fast in just one short year? He just gives them a mysterious smile without answering. We have set everything up at the base exactly like you asked, but man, your methods are a bit terrifying. Did the commander really agree to this? If something goes wrong during this training, people are actually going to die. He pats his chest confidently. It is handled. This training might look dangerous, but it is actually not safe at all. Wait, I mean, it is totally safe. Damn, he accidentally let the scary truth slip out there, didn't he? I'm going to inspect the base now. Afterward, tell all the other instructors to gather at the training field. Before the official selection starts, I need to train you guys a bit, or I won't feel at ease. The two instructors are totally confused. They are the ones being trained. Before they can ask anything else, he has already turned and walked away. They just stare at each other. They have always been the ones training others, being the students. That was a lifetime ago. The other assistant instructors are just as baffled when they hear the news. Even if they are just assistants, you don't get into the Wolf Special Forces without being absolute beasts themselves. Even though they are a bit reluctant, they still show up at the training field. After all, the head instructor gave the order. As they stand in formation, he slowly walks out to face them. Trust me, you and I can see it, their talent just isn't that high. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster trainer takes over. Zhao Guozheng even assigned 10 extra assistants to help him. His team is stacked. Veterans like Tu Ying and Lei Chiming are all 8-year talents with years of experience under their belts. The rest are B tier, but in his eyes, that is nowhere near enough for the absolute hell he has planned. Physical fitness is just the bare minimum. What he actually cares about is their shooting. He needs elite marksmen, nothing less. He tells them his standards are not that high, but to be his assistant, everything else is secondary to one specific skill. Only their shooting matters. It must be perfect. He is about to put every single one of them through a brutal test to see if they make the cut. At the range, he sets up moving targets at 200 meters. Let's see if these pros can actually hit anything. His demand is simple. All they have to do is hit every single moving target from 200 meters away. No misses. The coaches actually laugh. At the speed hitting the target every time, for veterans like them, that is basically child's play. But then he adds one more thing. Every shot must be a 10. Suddenly, those confident smiles vanish instantly. A perfect 10 at 200 meters on moving targets, that is insane. Luckily, he did not set a time limit yet. If they take their time and aim carefully, they might just be able to pull off this impossible task. Now, watch closely. Our main character is about to show them what a real god of war looks like. He fires rapidly without even pausing. These coaches have sharp eyes. They can tell exactly where the bullets land with just a single glance at the targets. He dumped 10 shots at lightning speed, almost like he was on autofire. Every single one hit the dead center. A perfect 10 out of 10. Absolute madness. Absolute. He tells them they do not have to be as fast as him, but they still cannot be too slow either. As for physical training, he says they will just do some simple exercises together every day. Nothing too crazy, right? The coaches are sweating. He expects them to reach his level in just 3 days. He really thinks they are gods. The shooting requirements alone are absolutely terrifying. This is way beyond what they expected. And if he calls his physical training simple, how bad is it really? 3 kilometers is easy for them, but what does he think? For him, 3 kilometers is just a light warm up. He tells them shooting is not just talent. Most masters are made by firing thousands of rounds until it becomes instinct. He tells them not to worry about ammo. They can fire as many bullets as their hearts desire. He just requested tens of thousands of rounds from storage. If they do not use them, the bullets will just expire. He is pushing them to fire thousands of rounds each over the next 3 days. If they run out, he will just get more. You and I both know that is insane, right? Thousands of rounds in 3 days. Do they even get time to eat? No time to lose. Training starts now. Unlimited ammo for everyone. The assistant coaches are practically coughing up blood in shock. This guy is dead serious. Lei Chiming can only give a bitter smile at the absolute absurdity of it all. He asks if they really need to train this hard. After all, they are supposed to be the ones doing the coaching. Their main job is training soldiers, so maybe they should focus on perfecting the actual training plan instead of just shooting. The other assistants all nod in agreement. They really do not want to do this, but he shuts them down. If their shooting is trash, how can they ever hope to keep up with his plan? If you cannot keep up with the training yourself, then you have no right to call yourselves coaches. How can soldiers ever respect a coach who fails his own drills, hearing that they have no choice but to shut up? He is right. If the coaches cannot handle the heat, they should not be in the kitchen in the first place. There is no other way. They grit their teeth and dive into the training. He is not just being a jerk. With his special skills, he is going to make the impossible happen for them. This is where things get truly supernatural. After checking their progress, he starts teaching them one on one, pointing out every single mistake they are making. Using his command domain skill, combined with their natural talent, he is basically force feeding them elite combat experience. By that night, they actually hit his insane requirements. Even the coaches themselves cannot believe how much they improved. They know their own limits. Their shooting talent was never meant to be this good. Something crazy is happening here. But the results do not lie. They improved more in one day than they have in the last few years. Every sign points to one thing. Their massive progress is entirely thanks to his incredible teaching methods. Every word he says feels like it is being engraved directly into their minds. They are evolving in real time. Stick with me because that warm up run, it's about to be a total nightmare. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when 9 fitness experts realize they are actually out of shape. But after one warm up session with him, they start seriously questioning their own strength and endurance. The so called warm up was a long 10-kilometer run, and that brutal fitness training had Tuung and the others nearly coughing up blood. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that they would face this kind of torture at their age. At first, they tried to stay strong, but by day 7, they were desperately praying for the new recruits to arrive. Tuung and the crew thought they would finally get a break from the usual 20-kilometer morning runs. But he moved the recruitment time to the evening, forcing them through a full day of training without mercy. By 7 p.m., if it weren't for the upcoming selection process, they felt like they would have been trained even longer. The soldiers finally gathered at a location 5 kilometers away from the main base. 300 elites from various military units stood together, creating an absolutely massive and grand scene. Stick with me here because this is where a simple recruitment turns into a total chaotic mess. He frowned and pushed through the crowd, hearing the shouting get louder the closer he walked. A woman was screaming, but it wasn't Tieu Dung Ngu, it was another female soldier named Liu Nguyen. Liu Nguyen pointed right at a male soldier's face and yelled, "What's wrong with being a female soldier? All you can do is gossip behind people's back, and that's as far as your pathetic career will ever go." The male soldier had no logic to back him up since he was the one caught gossiping first. But he couldn't stand her insults in front of everyone, especially with so many eyes watching them. Turning red, he shouted back that female soldiers simply aren't as physically strong as men, and that's a fact. Liu Nguyen challenged him to a fight right then and there, daring him to test her strength. She claimed she could beat him with one hand tied behind her back and make him regret everything. To his surprise, Tieu Dung Ngu's fighting spirit had also spiked as she stood by her friend's side. She stood beside her friend and mocked him for being a coward who was too scared to fight, laughing at the idea of him joining the special forces. Just as the soldier was about to respond, he and the other instructors stepped into the middle of the crowd. He ordered everyone to be silent, and immediately the entire field went dead quiet. The soldier who started the trouble closed his eyes, thinking his chances at selection were officially over. But then he suddenly barked an order at Tieu Dung Ngu and Liu Nguyen to apologize to the man. Tieu Dung Ngu originally hoped he would stand up for her and bring some justice to the situation. Instead, as the head coach, he actually took the side of the man who had been insulting them. If they had actually done something wrong, they would have apologized without a single second thought. But they did nothing wrong. They were just defending themselves against someone looking down on female soldiers. Since he refused to protect her, her legendary temper finally flared up and she couldn't take it anymore. Now pay attention because you don't just grab a major's ear in public, but she did exactly that. She yelled at Lam Pham, asking if his new rank as a major made him think he was so special. She refused to apologize, arguing that they only spoke up because the man attacked their abilities first. She mocked him for judging without knowing the full story, calling his authority a total joke. She threatened to bring in the general to deal with him if he kept acting so arrogant. The entire field went silent as everyone secretly gave Tieu Dung Ngu a massive thumbs up. Nobody could believe she just pulled the head coach's ear and threatened him in front of the whole unit. Everyone expected an apology, but he just brushed her hand off and told her to stand at attention. He asked if 3 months of training only taught her how to disrespect a superior officer like this. If anyone else had treated her this way, she would have broken down in tears and felt miserable. But this was the man she loved, her own fiancé, and that just made her even angrier. She snapped back, asking if the military taught him to treat his future wife with such coldness. The crowd froze in shock, wondering if they heard right. Are the coach and his student actually engaged? Trust me, you and I just witnessed a total disaster, but he expected this reaction from her all along. Stick with me, you are about to see a main character who shows his fiancée absolutely zero mercy. He stares at the soldier. This man is Ton Hao, who previously took a beating from the main character. That day, Ton Hao was terrified, but surprisingly, our lead actually helped him out in front of everyone. He scolds his fiancée publicly. As for the rest of you spectators, get lost and get back in line right now. Ton Hao stands frozen, completely confused about what the main character is really planning to do with him. Is he trying a new way to punish him? He turns to Tieu Dung Ngu and Liu Nuyen, demanding they apologize. Why should we apologize? Because he is right. You female soldiers are naturally weaker than the men here. It is just biology. The way you are built makes you physically inferior to the male soldiers on this field. Hearing this, Tieu Dung Ngu is ready to explode with rage while Liu Nuyen is just stunned, speechless. Either apologize or you can pack your things and go back to wherever you came from right now. Liu Nuyen has her reasons to stay, and Tieu Dung Ngu finally snaps. Fine, I will apologize. But mark my words, I will settle this debt later. Once we pass the selection, I know my father will come for you. If he shows up, you better be ready. With that, she turns her icy glare toward Ton Hao. Ton Hao shivers. If looks could kill, he would have died 1,000 agonizing deaths by now. Liu Nuyen follows suit, and both women force out a very reluctant apology to the trembling soldier. Now pay attention because just as Ton Hao thinks he is safe, a foot suddenly flies toward him. The massive impact sends him flying backward. It is clear that the main character was actually furious. He acted like he was scolding his fiancée, but he was actually protecting her honor by dealing that heavy, brutal strike. The commander of Company 6 witnesses this and finally realizes how the main character commands such instant respect. It is simple. If anyone dares to gossip behind people's backs, they will have to face the consequences alone. Both Tieu Dung Ngu and Liu Nuyen are left in shock by his sudden display of raw power. He looks at Tuong, who immediately nods and steps forward to begin assembling the entire group. Once ready, he announces the selection rules. Follow this path to reach the training base for this round. The distance to the base is exactly 5 kilometers. For soldiers like you, that should be a breeze. The rule is simple: reach the base within 1 hour, using any means necessary to pass this first trial. He points to the batons. I am sure you have all noticed the weapons in our hands. During the run, our instructors will personally hunt you down. But don't worry, you are allowed to fight back. Just remember, as long as you reach that base within 60 minutes, you pass. There are no other rules. My only rule is that there are no rules. Now watch as he turns that terrifying gaze toward his fiancée. Seeing him look at her, Tieu Dung Ngu actually feels a brief spark of warmth in her heart. She thinks he is finally softening up, but then he opens his mouth and shatters her hopes instantly. Tieu Dung Ngu and Liu Nuyen, you two will carry an extra 5 kilograms of weight today. Why this is blatant discrimination. Liu Nuyen's temper flares up instantly at the unfair treatment. She demands 10 kilograms instead just to spite him, but he won't waste any time explaining himself. Either accept the weight or get out. He is giving them a clear choice. Either comply with his orders or quit and leave this camp right this second. To be honest, he really does not care whether these people choose to stay or leave the camp. He knows Tieu Dung Ngu, the more he provokes her, the harder she will fight to prove him wrong. Just as Liu Nuyen prepares to argue, Tieu Dung Ngu silently puts on the heavy backpack. Liu Nuyen is frustrated, realizing they have to fight back or he will only get even worse. From the very beginning, it felt like these two were being singled out for the harshest treatment possible. She wants to protest until he gives in, but Tieu Dung Ngu just stares at the ground, whispering. She knows his personality too well. His word is final, and trying to fight him is useless. We really won't gain anything by resisting right now. She only says this because she has already decided to wait for her father to arrive, and then she will personally report every single grievance and bit of suffering she had to endure, making sure her dad gets revenge for her. You and I can see they are forced to gear up and endure this pain, but trust me, the real storm is only just beginning. Let's dive in and see how unlucky Xiao Rongyu and her friend really are. Everyone else pities them, but Sun Hao is practically beaming, looking like he wants to light fireworks in celebration. Little does he know, the coach is looking right at him. Sun Hao, you're carrying 20 kilograms. Sun Hao is speechless. He did nothing, yet he is stuck with 20 kilos. Now time to start. Our lead swings a plastic baton in front of the group. Just looking at it makes everyone break into a cold sweat. No one believes that light stick will be gentle. When it hits, it is going to leave a mark. Still, the soldiers have hope. There are 300 of them out there on the field. The training team, including the captain of the 6th company, only has 11 people hunting them. As long as they aren't incredibly unlucky, they figure they can easily escape the instructors. But pay attention here. That smile on the coach's face means nothing but pure trouble for everyone involved. Suddenly, he makes his move, charging straight toward the nearest unsuspecting soldier. A brutal strike to the back makes the soldier scream in pain, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Before the guy can even process what happened, he is tied up in the blink of an eye. Lei Jiming and the others join in like wolves among sheep, pouncing on the unlucky soldiers. The first tied soldier finally snaps out of it, shouting back in frustration about the lack of a start signal. The coach just sneers and hits him again. An enemy will never tell you when he's going to attack. That gets the group moving. Everyone scatters while Xiao Rongyu and Liu Ruyan hang back due to their heavy packs. Xiao Rongyu, what now? The snow is full of traps. Do we really want to keep going forward? Some soldiers think they're smart and head for the snowy paths as soon as they scatter. But the coach predicted this. He already had Shu Ying and the team set up hidden traps everywhere. These traps aren't lethal, but for these soldiers, they are a massive frustrating headache. Xiao Rongyu watches as more stubborn soldiers charge ahead only to fall right into the pits. There are so many holes hidden in the snow that people are dropping like flies. Xiao Rongyu makes a choice. Ruyan, let's go. Instead of suffering in the snow, let's blend into the crowd and head for the selection base together. Liu Ruyan agrees and they hide among the other soldiers to avoid becoming a target again. They keep their heads down, hoping the coach won't recognize them in the middle of the chaos. Soon enough, everyone except the captured few has managed to clear the area. Lei Jiming worries they all escaped, but the coach just jingles his keys. Why run when we have four wheels on our side? They hunt down solo soldiers on the road. The truck slows down for Lei Jiming to jump out, smack them, and tie them to the back. You and I both knew he'd find her eventually. He spots her silhouette, and she panics at the sound of the truck. They speed up, running even faster than those without heavy packs, just to get away. Desperate to avoid him, this man is a total devil. The truck stays right on their heels, never passing, just following at a slow and mocking pace to torture them. Xiao Rongyu's expression hardens. There's no doubt about it, he's just playing with them now. They've been running forever with 10-kilo packs. If he wanted to catch them, he could do it any time. He watches them from the cab and tells the driver to just keep tailing them. Finally, Xiao Rongyu is spent. Ruyan, stop. That jerk is right behind us, so why keep running? Let him do whatever he wants. I'm done playing this stupid game. Her anger has been building up for a long time, and now she's ready for a final showdown. If he wants to eliminate me, fine. Let's see how he explains that to my father. They stop right in the middle of the road and face the approaching truck. No more running. It's time to end this. As the truck stops, he jumps down with a mocking smirk. She just sits on the ground and refuses to budge. Trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now. All right, you and I are about to see a fiancé who has absolutely zero chill when it comes to discipline. He steps forward and kicks Xiao Rongyu to the ground. If an enemy had a gun, would she just wait to die? Flat on her face, Xiao Rongyu is burning with shame and pure rage. If it were anyone else, she might cope, but her own fiancé kicking her, her dignity is completely gone. That is too much. She is your fiancé. You cannot treat her like that no matter what. Liu Yuyan cannot take it anymore and steps up to defend her friend. Now pay attention because here is the part where he does something totally unexpected. Her words remind him that he forgot to kick her too. Before she can even blink, he sends a kick her way, landing her right next to Xiao Rongyu. Now they make a matching set. Liu Yuyan stares at him, absolutely speechless and furious. Xiao Rongyu is humiliated, but she is not done. She secretly grabs a sharp stone and hides it in her pocket. Once she has finished all of this, she prepares her next move. She screams, "Can you stop targeting me? I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet you." Instead of getting angry, he just laughs. Exactly. It took 8 lifetimes of bad luck just to earn the right to know me. Liu Yuyan spits in disgust. Shameless. Soon a few survivors finally reach the selection base. He and the others wait in silence for Xiao Rongyu to finally show up. Not long after, she and Liu Yuyan arrive, leading a massive crowd toward the selection base. Xiao Rongyu gives him an arrogant look. He ignores her completely and starts ordering the newcomers into formation. Realizing he is not even looking at them, they can only swallow their anger and join the line. 300 started, 36 are out, 264 remain. That first test was just the basics. From today on, 5 kilometers is just your daily warm up. Only the brave get to lead the world, and only the brave get my respect. He scans the crowd. To me, you are all weak. You might be top dogs elsewhere, but here you are just pathetic. He does not hold back, crushing their spirits before they can even celebrate. The joy of surviving the march vanishes, but one soldier is not ready to stay quiet. With permission, he points a finger at the 6th company and questions the instructor. Coach Ye, why was not a single person from the 6th company eliminated? His voice is dripping with suspicion. Is he playing favorites? The question immediately sparks tension among the other recruits. Sun Hao from the 6th Company hears this and loses his temper instantly. What did you say? Maybe we are just better than you? Got a problem with that? He hates anyone trash talking his unit. They are a rowdy bunch, but they are incredibly loyal. Then the instructor glares at Sun Hao. Sun Hao, did you ask for permission to speak? His voice is calm, but Sun Hao breaks into a cold sweat. He was so fired up he completely forgot the rules of the camp. Since you have so much energy, the 6th Company can run another 5 kilometers. Go. The soldiers groan in agony. Damn it, Sun Hao, why did he have to open his mouth? The unit starts grumbling at him. Sun Hao knows he messed up even if he was just trying to defend their honor. His good intentions backfired hard. The instructor then turns back to the soldier who asked the question. You want to know why? When did I ever say the 6th Company was part of this selection? The soldier freezes, completely confused. If they're not being selected, then what the hell are they doing here? He just gives a cold smirk. You and I are about to find out why a whole company of troublemakers is here. It clicks for everyone. The 6th Company are the legendary outcasts. He brought them to see how tough they really are. And if any of you want to act like a troublemaker, I do not mind polishing you up along with them. To him, breaking one person or an entire group is exactly the same amount of effort. Everyone shrinks back, terrified of being polished by this monster. From the way he talks, it is clear as day. And trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be in their shoes for the nightmare that is about to begin. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how this coach breaks his recruits. All their complaints and doubts vanish instantly. Ton Hao actually tries to bargain with him, hoping for a lighter sentence for what he did. Coach Ye about this 5 kilometer run. Maybe we skip it, I will do better next time. You want to bargain with me? Fine, then I will just double the distance. Coach Ye is not here for talk. He is here to grind every bit of ego out of everyone in a team 6. Team leader move out. 5 kilometer run. Go. The soldiers are exhausted, but they have no choice. They drag their heavy bodies and start running for team 6. Once team 6 returns, he calls them out. Tieu Dung Ngu and Liu Nuyen step out of the line. Tieu Dung Ngu is totally confused. They finished early because they helped the others, so why are they being called out now? His voice is perfectly calm. You cannot tell if he is impressed or absolutely furious with them right now. Helping others is a virtue. Never abandoning a comrade is the core style our military seeks to uphold. After Tieu Dung Ngu finishes her answer, he turns his gaze toward Liu Nuyen to ask the same. Her answer is identical. It should be the perfect response, but the coach's face only grows colder and more stern. Now pay attention here. Do you two even realize what you did wrong? This sudden shift leaves her completely stunned. Coach Ye, if I may ask, what exactly was the mistake we made? She is certain she is right. She stares him down, her voice becoming formal and sharp as she challenges him. He does not explain, he just gives a direct order. Tieu Dung Ngu Liu Nuyen 100 push-ups. Get ready. Tears well up in her eyes, nearly falling. This is an order. Do the 100 push-ups and only then will I explain. Liu Nuyen snaps. Are you blind? You are an unfair coach who does not know right from wrong. We do not need to stay here. She tries to pull her friend away from the training field immediately. 100 push-ups, fine. I will do every single one. She ignores the protests and drops down. Tears fall as she starts. She wants to see just what she did wrong. By the time, if his answer is not good, she is done with him as a fiancé. Every bit of resentment she feels is exploding. Seeing her friend like this breaks Liu Nuyen's heart. She cannot stand to watch it anymore. Stop treating her like a stranger. Can you please stop targeting her like this? Liu Nuyen is convinced he is being cruel, but he just frowns and looks at her with total indifference. I have never targeted anyone. I treat every single person here with absolute equality. She just laughs in disbelief. I do not believe you for a second. You want me to list the evidence for you. Why do we carry heavy packs while others do not? You call that being equal. He does not blink. Yes, this is equality. Whatever you lack, I will provide the training and focus to make up for it. Others do not lack what you do. I never said I would treat you all with fairness. Let's pause. Do you and I see the difference? Equality and fairness are not the same thing at all. He shifts his cold gaze over to the soldier. Ton Hao, tell her, do you feel targeted by me? Ton Hao is terrified by the look in his eyes. He stands straight and shouts at the top of his lungs. Reporting Coach Ye, I do not feel targeted by you at all, sir. I believe every action you take has a purpose. You are helping me grow much stronger, sir. Ton Hao is carrying 20 kilograms, double their weight. He knows better than to complain to a man like this. Liu Nuyen goes silent. His logic sounds twisted and insane, yet somehow it feels completely and utterly right. If you will not accept the punishment, then you are cut. Leave now. She finally yields. She stares at him with pure defiance. I am staying. I want to see your torture. Without another word, she drops down beside her friend and starts doing the push ups with her. Once they finish the set, Tieu Dung Ngu stands back up to face him once again. Coach, we have finished our reward. Now, will you tell us exactly what we did wrong today? Tear stains are still visible on her face. It is a sight that would make anyone feel sorry for her. Stick around because you and I are about to find out if he's a total genius or just a monster. All right, you and I are about to watch a genius instructor turn a brutal punishment into a total masterclass in military psychology. Doesn't he just change how they train every time? After correcting Xiao Dongyu, he turns to her with a dead serious tone. Do you really think helping them today was the right choice to make? Xiao Dongyu stays silent, but her eyes say it all. She clearly believes helping teammates is always the right call no matter the cost. But his next few words are about to leave both of them completely speechless. During wartime, you are a teammates. Protecting each other, even at the cost of your lives, is something to be encouraged and rewarded. But this isn't war, it's a preliminary selection. Right now, everyone on this field is nothing but your direct competition. In this situation, you failed your mission to finish first, just to help someone who is trying to take your spot. That was a massive mistake. You have no idea if your help gave your rival the edge to beat you. His cold logic finally makes everyone realize the truth. Do you see your mistake now? Xiao Dongyu's burning rage vanishes instantly, replaced by a weak, submissive nod as she lowers her head. Reporting to Instructor Ye, we finally understand our error. Seeing them back down, he flashes a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Shu Ying and the other assistants look absolutely miserable. His ability to manipulate a conversation is insane. He can make any dark situation look perfectly reasonable. Instead of announcing the next plan, he makes everyone stand at attention under the freezing wind of the base's main plaza. Now watch closely because several military vehicles are pulling up and the power dynamic is about to shift in a massive way. The look on the instructor's faces says it all. Whoever is in those cars is a seriously high ranking official. As the cars stop, a dignified middle aged man steps out, radiating an aura of absolute authority over the entire base. The instructor immediately leads his assistants forward, snapping a sharp military salute to welcome the high level guest. It's none other than Xiao Zhanguo. After the greetings, Shu Ying turns to the crowd and announces the commander has arrived for inspection. The moment the words leave his mouth, the entire field erupts in thunderous applause. Shock is written all over their faces. These recruits came from everywhere, but they never expected to see him. An official of this rank is someone they might never see in their entire lives, yet here he is. And he's here just to inspect them. Many start feeling lucky, realizing they have landed in a very elite and dangerous place. Xiao Dongyu's expressionless face suddenly lights up with excitement as she grabs Liu Ruyan's arm in a total panic. My dad is here. My dad is finally here. As the commander approaches, she shouts a report with the arrogant look of a winner staring right back at the instructor. She's thinking that if she doesn't report him to her father right now, she doesn't deserve to be his daughter anymore. He stays completely calm, unlike what she expected. He tells her the chief is here, so there's no need to hide anything. Liu Ruyan scoffs internally. If she doesn't speak her mind now, she might as well change her famous last name. With permission granted, Xiao Dongyu starts her accusation with a voice full of hurt and bitterness. He was just mistreating us. He looks down on female soldiers and is clearly targeting me, so I'll be forced to leave. Trust me, you and I can see she's laying it on thick right now. She acts less like a soldier and more like a spoiled daughter complaining to her father. Xiao Zhanguo listens with a thoughtful expression. This is enough to make Shu Ying and the other assistants terrified. She lists charge after charge. If even one of these sticks, the instructors are going to be in deep trouble. Only our main character remains unfazed, standing right next to the commander without showing a single hint of nervousness or fear. Liu Ruyan notices this and finds it strange. He's about to be finished, yet he's still acting so arrogant. She was right about one thing: he is about to burst, but only because all her talking is making him really need a bathroom. After a moment, the commander looks at his daughter with a flash of anger. Is that all? Xiao Dongyu senses something is wrong and gives a small hesitant nod in response to him. Reading the room, Liu Ruyan sees the commander's growing anger and decides to throw more fuel onto the fire. Reporting, sir, I am willing to testify for Xiao Dongyu. Everything she said is the absolute truth. There are no lies here, especially regarding the blatant discrimination against every female soldier. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see her face when he snaps. Let's dive into this wild scene where a ruthless instructor tells his recruits, if you can't handle it, then just get lost. Xiao Rongyu is completely stunned and starts stuttering in panic. But Instructor Ye, this isn't training anymore. This is straight up abuse. Surprisingly, he just nods calmly and reports the situation to the chief. Everything she said is true, chief. It's just that Xiao Rongyu is young and misunderstood my good intentions. Young and misunderstood, those words ring in her head, but they feel completely alien coming from a guy like him. Why is he twisting this? Xiao Changguo doesn't rush to judge, but addresses the entire group of recruits instead. You all think Instructor Ye is abusing you, don't you? But listen, in this camp, there's no such thing as abuse. To become a real soldier, you must endure hellish training. If there is anyone here who can't take it, you can quit and go home anytime. Xiao Zhangguo completely supports the instructor's actions because if you can't handle pain, you aren't a soldier. Now, the instructor carefully explains his reasoning to the chief. So, female soldiers are built differently and genetically have less raw strength than male soldiers, so they need a different approach. To be fair, I specifically increased the intensity for Xiao Rongyu and comrade Liu Ruyan. Now, watch this part. He claims he's only pushing them to the absolute limit of what their bodies can endure. It's the only way to quickly boost their stamina and close the gap with the other male soldiers. Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's face pales as she realizes she's completely losing control of the conversation. This guy is clearly tormenting us, yet he acts like it's for our benefit. He knows he needs to be even more convincing now. Furthermore, regarding the claims of hitting soldiers, that's a strictly forbidden behavior in our unit. As the lead instructor, I would never allow myself to commit such a serious violation. If the chief wasn't here, he wouldn't even bother explaining, he'd just keep breaking them until they stopped having any doubts at all. Liu Ruyan's eyes burn with rage. You're lying, we literally have bruises and injuries all over our bodies. He looks at her with a straight face and speaks with total authority. That wasn't a beating. I was giving you hands on combat lessons, but the gap in our skill levels is just way too massive. You were accidentally injured because of that. Like I said, you're just too young to recognize my kindness. I know what you're thinking. This guy is unbelievable. He actually says their lack of understanding breaks his heart. By the end, he acts like the misunderstood hero who's only trying to help, making himself look like the one who's actually suffering. Liu Ruyan isn't backing down yet. Your words alone won't convince the general. I believe General Xiao will be fair and give us justice. But the instructor just looks confused by her statement. Who said it was just my word? He turns toward the other assistant instructors with an innocent look. Do you guys see any problem with the way I've been training them? Tu Ung and the others all shake their heads. Instructor Ye's methods can be easily misunderstood, so it's natural for these recruits to get the wrong idea. One by one, the other instructors start backing him up. They all sound so sincere that it doesn't even feel like they're lying about the situation. The girls are boiling with rage. They're clearly the victims here. But under his lead, they're branded as having the wrong attitude. She can't take it anymore. They're all working together to screw them over. Liu Ruyan tries to speak up again, but Xiao Zhangguo cuts her off immediately. Enough. For this training, you have two choices. Either listen to Instructor Ye or choose to quit right now. His words leave no room for doubt. Whatever the instructor does is considered right. Instructor Ye is stronger than everyone here during his hands-on training sessions. A few injuries are normal. You shouldn't hold a grudge against him for that. Once you're strong enough to spar with him or even beat him, then he'll be the one getting hurt. The general is clearly telling them to focus on training harder. Xiao Rongyu looks at her father in total disbelief. Is this the same man who raised her with so much love? Dad, why are you taking his side? Am I even your daughter anymore? And that's where we leave it. She's so angry she's about to reveal their secret. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Stick with me, you and I are about to witness a reveal that silences everyone. Tieu Dung Ngu is actually the commander's daughter, but before the shock can even settle, his thunderous roar silences the entire crowd. His demonic reputation is etched into their hearts, suppressing every arrogant soldier with just a single word. They watch in awe as the entire field falls silent under his absolute authority. Xiao Qianguok is satisfied. It seems the instructor truly has his own special way of training these men. At home, you are my daughter, but here you are a soldier and nothing more. You must obey every command from your superiors unconditionally. That is the only rule here. Instructor Ye, as long as you stay within military law, the training is entirely in your hands. If you seek special treatment as my daughter, I will disown you right here and now. The commander speaks with the harshest tone imaginable, making sure his words carry the weight of absolute law. This message is for everyone present. If you want to stay, you submit to him without question. If he says leave, you go, even if you are my child. Donggu bites her lip, fighting tears. Deep inside, Xiao Qianguok feels a brief moment of sympathy for his daughter's situation. He turns to the instructor, asking him to sharpen her personality and look after her growth. He knows being strict now is the only way to ensure she survives a dangerous mission later. He would rather she suffer a bit now than lose her life on some future battlefield. Yenot, don't worry, father-in-law, next time you see her, she will be a new person. Her competitive spirit is fully ignited. She will train until he can never look down on her again. Now pay attention because after a week of cardio, the real fun begins with live weapons. Rifles are handed out, and the soldiers immediately start bragging about their legendary shooting skills. One claims he can hit anything within 200 meters. Is it really just target practice? Another boasts that despite his weak stamina, his natural talent for shooting will surely impress the instructor. Just as the excitement reaches a peak and everyone is feeling like a hero, he speaks up. Today's task is simple. All you have to do is hold your gun steady. The men are disappointed, expecting elite special ops training instead of this basic boring drill, just holding a rifle. Anyone with hands can do that. It feels like a waste of time. This drill is essentially standing at attention. The only difference is that you are now holding a heavy rifle in your grip. The rifle must be held perfectly level at all times. This is the absolute core foundation of any professional shooting training. Aside from Unit 6, everyone here was considered an elite in their previous units. They look down on basic drills, believing this kind of practice is beneath soldiers of their caliber. You and I both know Ye has a trick ready, and here it comes. Since you hate this drill, we will do it symbolically. Just keep the gun still for 5 minutes without moving a muscle. If you can stay perfectly still for 5 minutes, training is over and you can all go rest. The arrogant soldiers immediately celebrate. Instructor Ye, I absolutely love this kind of training. They even asked to make it harder, claiming 5 minutes is nothing. They already planned their naps. Just 5 minutes of standing still for a whole day of sleep. It is a dream deal. Seeing them cheer, a cold smirk creeps onto the instructor's face. They have no idea what is coming. There is one rule: if even a single person moves, the 5 minute timer resets for everyone. He warns them clearly, but these guys still do not realize how serious this is about to get. Sun Hao gets cocky, telling everyone to stay united so they can finish this in one go. Let us finish this quickly and go home early. It should be easy for elites like us. They line up in rows, rifles raised and eyes locked forward, ready to breeze through the task. Seeing they are prepared, Ye gives the signal to the assistant instructors to begin the test. Shu Ying and the others move out, walking toward the line with something in their hands. Before anyone can process the trap, Shu Ying places a shell casing on the tip of Sun Hao's barrel. Stay still. If that casing falls, the timer resets. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me. You and I are about to see a simple drill turn into a nightmare. 5 minutes on the clock. So now, treating this like a joke, starts hyping everyone up. Keep it up, brothers. We can do this. 5 minutes pass in a flash. In his eyes, this short drill is a total walk in the park compared to a full hour. But before Sun Hao can even finish, the shell casing on his barrel hits the ground with a crisp clink. The clock resets, and frustration fills the air. Sun Hao, what the hell are you doing? Thang Nam calls 10 seconds. Since they just started, the team can barely stomach the reset, but they manage to accept it for now. Sun Hao is stunned. He doesn't understand how just saying a few words could make the shell casing fall so easily. He has no idea that the instructors placed those empty casings so precisely that even the tiniest vibration will send them tumbling. That is exactly why he added the casings in the first place. Without those casings, someone could secretly shift their aim and we would never know. Okay, brothers, I am done talking. Sun Hao gets the hint. The 5 minute clock starts again. He clicks his stopwatch, his eyes scanning the group like a hawk. This time, nobody says a word. The field is dead silent. Seconds tick by. We hit the 1 minute, 30-second mark with everyone still frozen in their shooting stance. Then that sharp clink rings out again. A casing hits the ground and everyone's hearts sink. Now pay attention because here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. He said if even one person fails, everyone resets. Their time is wiped again. Looking toward the sound, they see a soldier from the 6th Company was the one who messed up. Why is it always you guys from the 6th Company? Everyone starts complaining. Some even wonder if the 6th Company are just spies sent by Instructor Ye, but Ye just stands there totally expressionless. It is like he expected this. Why else would he set a goal as deceptively simple as 5 minutes? People start warning the 6th Company. Some realize this isn't just a drill, this whole training session is about to go south. Who knows how much time passes? Just when they think they have made it, he calls for another reset. They follow his gaze. It is another soldier from the 6th Company. You and I saw this coming. The bottled up rage finally explodes. If you 6th Company losers can't handle it, then get out. Why are you dragging us all down? After taking it for so long, the 6th Company finally snaps. They start firing back at the insults. This is just our level. If you are not happy, you leave. Who gave you the right to kick us out? Are you really that much better? Seeing the chaos, Ye gives a slight nod. Since you guys love arguing so much, let us double the time. 5 minutes is now 10. The noisy field goes instantly quiet. The 10-minute timer begins. Now they realize how terrifying this guy is, turning a basic drill into a total psychological nightmare. No one dares complain now. They all stare forward completely motionless. The sixth company might be struggling, but they can manage if they focus. But finishing early, that would be underestimating, yeah. He checks his stopwatch one more time, then gives a signal to Shu Ying. Shu Ying pulls out his gun, and a bad feeling washes over the crowd. Sun Hao is breaking into a cold sweat. Xiao Rongyu, you don't think Instructor Ye is actually going to shoot us, do you? Liu Ruyan whispers to Xiao Rongyu, keeping her stance perfectly still. It is possible. Even Xiao Rongyu isn't sure. Given the instructor's history, it wouldn't be out of character. Proving her right, Ye raises his barrel and aims it directly at Sun Hao's head. Panicking Sun Hao yells out, Instructor, ye don't shoot. We are on the same team. He's terrified he will actually pull the trigger. But that sudden shout makes his hands tremble just enough. The casing falls. The 10-minute clock resets. Sun Hao snaps, drops his gun, and glares at the instructor. Instructor Ye, that doesn't count. You aimed a gun at me. What if I didn't say anything and you actually fired? I'm just checking my weapon. What is that to you? Meaning he was just doing his own thing and Sun Hao should have kept his focus. You and I just witnessed a masterclass in psychological warfare. Sun Hao is fuming, but he can only grit his teeth and swallow his rage. Alright, you and I are watching Sun Hao boast that if he moves an inch this time, he is literally a dog. Looking at Sun Hao's overconfident face, the coach just lets out a faint, mysterious smirk. He slowly clicks around into the chamber. That sharp metallic snap makes Sun Hao's heart drop. Coach, are you actually serious? In the next heartbeat, the barrel is aimed right at him. The trigger is pulled. Bang! The gunshot thunders through the air, leaving everyone on the field paralyzed with terror. Again, another shot. Everyone is shaken to their core. Within that split second, the bullet screams out of the barrel at blinding speed. The deafening roar makes everyone's hands tremble uncontrollably. One by one, the brass casings on their guns tumble onto the ground. Sun Hao is sweating bullets now, his back completely soaked. Coach, why on earth are you shooting at me? Shaking from fear, Sun Hao tries to find his voice. That bullet whistled right past his head, nearly making him lose his grip. But the coach just asks, with total indifference, well, did it actually hit you? Sun Hao freezes, then instinctively shakes his head. Then there is no problem, right? Sun Hao feels. This is completely illogical, yet somehow makes sense. But trust me, you're going to want to hear the hard truth, the coach tells them next. If you were on a real battlefield with enemy cannons locked onto you, would you just drop your weapon? That one question leaves the entire group dead silent. I only fired a few shots for the noise. Yet every single one of you was so terrified by a little sound that you lost your grip. You bunch of cowards. You want to be special agents? You are just raw recruits. Reset the timer for everyone right now. Today, nobody rests until you can hold that position for 10 minutes straight. Now get back to work. For the next few hours, he keeps firing random shots right next to the exhausted trainees. At first, the sudden bangs make them jump, forcing the entire group to restart their clocks again. But as the brutal hours pass, they start to adapt. No matter how many shots ring out, they stay stone faced and motionless. Seeing that the gunfire no longer works, he sends in the assistants to mess with them. He eventually stops in front of Xiao Rongyu. He watches her intense, focused expression without saying a single word. This jerk is, he finally remembering that I'm his fiancé. She secretly wonders if he's actually there just for her. But his voice is cold as he says, Xiao Rongyu, your current strength is still far too weak. You need to push 10 times harder than everyone else. This is his honest advice and his final order. She can hear the underlying concern in his words. Suddenly, her heart feels incredibly warm and fuzzy. All the hard times she endured suddenly feel worth it. I knew this jerk hadn't forgotten about me. Feeling smug, she can't help but let out a tiny giggle. That slight movement makes her shell casing fall. His face immediately hardens. Xiao Rongyu, your casing dropped. You are restarting your timer right now. Her heart flares with sudden rage. Fine, coach, yeah, you're just finding excuses to mess with me again. Let's pause here. The coach is about to explain why being distracted on the battlefield is the fastest way to get killed. If an enemy tries a honey trap with a handsome man, are you just going to fall for it? She grinds her teeth in fury. On this entire earth, there isn't another man who could ever tempt her. Her devotion to him is absolute. Deep down, she never once truly considered cutting ties with this man. But he warns her sternly that even a second of hesitation will lead to total failure. I don't want you to be soft on me. I want you independent, putting your survival first. You aren't a fiancé, you're a soldier. And if we ever face each other as enemies one day, I expect you to strike without any mercy. 4 months of grueling training pass. Now every single face in the crowd looks determined and battle hardened. They radiate a new sense of calm confidence. The selection is over. Congratulations to those who made it this far. His voice is cold and stern, but to the exhausted trainees, it sounds like the most beautiful music ever. Relief washes over them. Every heart on that field is bursting with pure joy and excitement. They think they've won, but his next words hit them like a bucket of ice water. We are only choosing 10 elites for this team. The tension is suffocating. There are far more than 10 people still standing on this field. Nobody knows if they made the cut. Then he begins the announcement. First name Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu shouts her answer as he nods, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. All right, you and I are about to see a legend in the making as she finally claims her hard earned spot. Everyone had been watching her every move during this grueling training period. She proved that her gender was never a limit, performing feats her male counterparts couldn't even touch, earning the absolute respect of everyone in the unit. Honestly, it would have been a shock if she had not been picked for the squad. Sun Hao, Liu Ruyen, one by one, the names of the elite are called out until the final list of our new commando unit is complete. As his voice fades, those left behind feel the sting of failure, their faces falling in deep disappointment. Tu Ying watches from the sidelines with a cold, unmoving gaze, because that is the harsh reality of the military. Persistence is great, but in this world, raw ability is what truly matters. Both Lei Zimin and Tu Ying already knew exactly who made the cut. They had zero objections to the final roster. These 10 standing here are undeniably the best of the best. With the selection over, the remaining soldiers are dismissed and led away from the grounds. Now pay attention, because the Julong Strike Force is officially born and the excitement on their faces is absolutely electric. He watches them in silence, knowing that joining this squad is more than just glory, it is a heavy burden of duty. This means taking on the most dangerous missions that no ordinary soldier could ever hope to handle. It means standing on the front lines against the most terrifying enemies the world has to offer. When the torch dragon opens its eyes, light fills the world. When it closes them, darkness takes over. Live up to this name. When you strike, you bring peace to the world under your shadow. His voice booms with such authority that it sends a surge of pure adrenaline through Xiao Rongyu and the entire team. We will never let that name down, Sun Hao roars back, earning a nod of approval from a watching Lei Min. You have to build that unstoppable momentum right from the very start. Without that fire, no one believes you can win a real war. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, General Xiao Zhangguo is reviewing the latest field reports. When his eyes hit his daughter's name on the list, he lets out a breath of pure relief. His daughter actually did it. She is officially an elite Special Forces operative. Ever since he personally witnessed their brutal training sessions, he has been obsessed with their progress and final results. Seeing the roster and their incredible stats, he is so pumped that he can't help but smack Xiaofan on the leg in pure excitement. That is my boy Xiaofan. This team he built is so high tier they could rival the legendary Ace squad themselves. Those words leave the nearby soldiers standing there in total shock. He knew the general was overseeing a new unit, but to hear they are already on the level of the Aces. It is almost impossible to believe considering the Ace team is the undisputed number one force in the entire northern military region. You and I both know the Aces are top tier, so hearing this new team is equal absolutely wild. How could anyone wrap their head around that? The general sees the soldier's stunned face but offers no further explanation at all. Back at camp, the MC gathers his team. Their first mission is coming up, a joint operation at the nearby Ace training base. But first, he brings the entire squad to report directly to his father in law. Even though the general read the file, seeing these elite soldiers in person makes him grin from ear to ear with pride. You did it well, Sun Xiao Zhangguo bellows while patting his shoulder. The MC just smirks, asking if the general ever doubted his leadership. He even jokes that he could train a literal dog to be an elite soldier if he wanted to. The general scans the lineup, but his eyes linger on his daughter, noticing how much she has truly transformed. His heart swells with joy. Not only has the MC improved himself, but he has turned his daughter into a world-class warrior. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan and the rest of the team are starting to lose their cool. The Julong members are standing there completely dazed. They were already starstruck just meeting a high-ranking legend like General Xiao Zhangguo in the flesh. But what did this legendary figure just say to their commander? It feels like they just stumbled onto a massive secret. Poor Xiao Rongyu looks like she wants to disappear into thin air right now. She never expected her father to just go ahead and announce their family connection so publicly like this. She shoots her dad a look of pure helplessness, but the general couldn't care less about her embarrassment. He's just so damn proud that his daughter can finally stand on her own 2 feet as an elite officer. He wants the whole world to know his son-in-law is a beast. But you and I can see the MC is finally taking pity on his blushing bride. You and I are about to see if his old team can actually survive his new monster squad. He had been away for a long time, leading the elite Dragon Strike force on separate missions. He is not sure how strong Squad 4 is now, but he has a guess. As long as they kept training hard, their power should be right where he expects it to be. But if they have gone soft, well, they are in for a very rude awakening. At the training grounds, half the Ace team is away on missions, leaving only two squads here to practice. They are currently in the middle of intense internal combat going head to head in pairs. Shang Feng faces off against another agent, quickly finds a weakness and slams them to the ground with one move. The defeated agent gets up with a bitter smile, totally outmatched by her skill. Her fighting ability is just too high. She gives a polite nod and then steps off the mat. Monkey watches with wide eyes and asks Tank if that kick could have taken out two of him. Tank just looks at his small frame and says he could knock Monkey out with a single punch, so Monkey tells him to try fighting Shang Feng instead. But Tank is not falling for that trap. He might be a giant, but he is not stupid. He glares at Monkey, asking if he wants to see him get beaten up by a top tier expert. Shang Feng is a beast. Her female physique actually makes her way more agile and hard to hit. Plus, her raw strength is no joke, making her a nightmare. She has basically thrashed half the Ace team. Tank still remembers the massive headache she gave him last time. He could not even touch her. It was like he was a kite being toyed with. Shang Feng walks over and asks what they are whispering about behind her back right now. Neither of them dares to admit they were gossiping, so they quickly scramble for a logical excuse. Tank immediately mentions Lin Fan to distract her. Shang Feng nods, feeling a bit of professional nostalgia. She misses how he pushed them to get stronger. She really wants him to come back to the team. She mutters to herself that her progress has slowed down way too much lately. Her voice sounds helpless and confused. Tank and Monkey both frown when they hear her say that. Since the main character left, they have been following the standard training, but it is just not effective. It is not that the training is bad, it just lacks that explosive growth. They miss the feeling of leveling up fast. It is a frustrating plateau for every single soldier. Watch closely, 10 soldiers suddenly burst out from the distance, moving with terrifying speed and incredible precision. One ace agent takes a massive punch to the gut and collapses, unable to even stand back up. Several others are caught in the surprise ambush. The scene turns into pure chaos. The ace team is stunned for a moment before they finally realize they are under a real attack. They react fast. You do not survive the ace team without knowing how to hit back. Everyone picks a target and engages. It is time for a real showdown. You and I know these attackers are actually the main character's brand new squad of elite recruits ready for battle. He led them here in total silence, using his radar to ensure no one could detect their approach. The new recruits were confused about sneaking around, but they followed his lead without any questions. Thanks to his expert guidance, they managed to slip past every single Ace team sensor. The recruits see the veteran soldiers sparring ahead and prepare themselves for the brutal assault. He points at the Ace team and gives a simple mission beat every one of them. Xiao Rongyu and the others are shocked, but they quickly dive into the fight as ordered. That is how the ambush started. They moved in like ghosts and struck with a maximum force. After the first few hits, the new squad starts thinking this mission is going to be way too easy. Sun Hao is especially overconfident, feeling like a total god. He thinks Instructor Ye is insulting their skill by giving them such a simple task to finish. The rest of the new squad feels the same way. They think this fight is a joke. But after a few rounds, you and I will see them realize something is wrong. Stick with me. Xiaorongyu is the first to sense something is wrong while her teammates' sneak attack lands, putting her right in front of a mysterious female soldier. Just when she thinks the ambush is a success, the soldier in front of her reacts with lightning speed, instantly blocking her heavy punch. Xiaorongyu is stunned by the girl's insane reflexes, but before she can even process it, Shang Feng closes the distance and strikes back hard. Snapping out of it, Xiao Rongyu lunges forward to meet Shang Feng's aggressive assault head on. After just 2 rounds of clashing, both of them realize something is off, and Xiao Rongyu looks at her opponent with pure shock. Finding a woman in a special forces unit is rare enough, but one with this kind of terrifying combat skill is unheard of. Most female operatives specialize in technical fields, and it's extremely rare to find one who excels in raw, hand to hand combat. Because of the natural physical gap, very few women can actually overpower male soldiers, and they almost never show up in elite frontline squads. Yet here is someone standing right in front of her, leaving Xiao Rongyu completely baffled by the situation. In just a couple of exchanges, she can tell this woman is going to be a nightmare to handle. She isn't just losing her advantage, she feels like she's being totally suppressed. What kind of elite team did they actually just jump? Meanwhile, Shang Feng's surprise is just as hard to hide, first being shocked that a group actually dared to ambush them here, and then remembering that their location is a closely guarded secret, meaning these attackers must be high level special forces. Now, pay attention here because Shang Feng just realized her attacker is another woman and she is absolutely stunned by the discovery. She studies Xiaorongyu's face but finds it totally unfamiliar. Where did these people come from, and since when do they have female soldiers? She has met almost every elite operative in this region, yet she has never seen this particular woman before. Their confusion finally boils over as they both demand to know the same thing: who exactly are you? Both girls fall silent for a heartbeat before dropping back into their combat stances to go again. Nearby, Sun Hao is also trading blows with Monkey. His earlier confidence is starting to waver as he realizes his opponent is surprisingly tough. Seriously, man, who are you? He really thought this guy was just some nameless low level soldier. After all, his shoulders are bare. But after 2 rounds, Sun Hao feels like he's fighting an equal who shouldn't be underestimated. Monkey throws a sharp kick towards Sun Hao's stomach, shouting that he should be the one asking questions since he's totally confused. They were just having an internal drill, and then 10 guys suddenly burst out of nowhere with some seriously high level skills. Sun Hao drives an elbow into Monkey's chest, forcing him back 3 steps. I asked you first, so start talking. Clutching his chest, Monkey growls that they broke into his territory before charging back with a fierce right hook. He has already spotted a clear opening in Sun Hao's defense. Sun Hao is forced to dodge, but he's a fraction too slow. The punch clips his arm, making him wince as he realizes they're on home turf. Hearing Sun Hao's confusion, Monkey looks even more bewildered than before. Given their reputation as an ace team, they have access to a massive and fully equipped secret training area. Everything about them is classified, yet Sun Hao just waltzed in to attack without knowing anything. Sun Hao just shakes his head. You and I both know Sun Hao is in deep, but even with the surprise attack, he starts feeling like these agents are actually family. Monkey isn't shy either, stepping forward to grab Sun Hao's right arm. Well, friend, you are officially in a world of trouble. You dare to jump an ace team without a plan. You're about to suffer, though we'll see who ends up in worse shape. On the other side, Tank looks grimly at Liu Ruyan, his heart heavy as he starts to lose his mind over the situation. Damn it, why is it that every female soldier I run into turns out to be such a monster at fighting? Liu Ruyan's performance is giving him a massive headache. Looking at her is like seeing a reflection of Shang Feng from the past. Their styles are slightly different. Shang Feng is much calmer, while the girl in front of him is way more aggressive and wild. She's got way more guts, and in just a few exchanges, she managed to catch him off guard with several sneaky strikes. Tank rubs his chest, feeling a bit helpless. Not gonna lie, those hits actually hurt quite a bit. He tries to stay confident, thinking she's only as good as Shang Feng was back when she finished training with Squad 4. She's not at the current Shang Feng's level yet, so he's convinced he can still take her down before he gets knocked out himself. Liu Ruyan stares at the giant man in front of her, her brow furrowed in frustration. Hell, how is this guy so incredibly tough? The only words coming to her mind right now are thick-skinned and tanky. You and I just saw her realize these guys are no small fry, and trust me, this fight is just getting started. Alright, you and I are watching her go all out against this beast. Underestimating Liu the Great is a mistake. No matter how big the tank, even if he were twice that size, she would still find a way to take him down. Liu Ruyan narrowly dodges the beastly pounce. With that massive size gap, one grab from a guy like Tank means it is an instant lock and game over. After slipping past, she launches a brutal kick to the groin. Trust me, no man on earth, no matter how tough his body is, wants to feel that hit. Tank's face turns pale as he sees Liu Ruyan pull that dirty move. He immediately throws his hand out, desperately trying to block her incoming strike before it connects. But here is the catch. Liu Ruyan's kick was actually just a clever feint. Seeing Tank's frantic reaction, she shifts her weight instantly, driving a heavy fist straight toward the bridge of his nose. If he catches a punch right there on the nose, even a legend like Mike Tyson would be seeing stars and crying for several seconds. Tank does not dare risk it and leaps aside to dodge. He eyes the female soldier in front of him with a look of genuine worry. Seriously, this is the first time he has ever faced such a dirty fighter. Every single strike targets a vital spot, and every move she makes is incredibly risky. If he had not dodged that groin kick, she would have probably punched him straight into the afterlife by now. Liu Ruyan frowns while looking at Tank. How can a guy this massive move with such insane speed and reflexes? They lock eyes for a few brief seconds, analyzing each other's combat styles. Meanwhile, the other 20 soldiers are locked in a chaotic, inseparable brawl. Now watch our main character here, just observing the chaos with a calm expression. The main character already knows exactly how these fights will end. He just wants the Julong Special Forces to see the massive gap in their skills. He specifically wants Xiao Rongyu to see it. Meanwhile, Kong Jun is speechless. Are these really the new recruits that the main character brought along? Why do they all feel like mini versions of Ye Fan? Suddenly Shang Feng overwhelms Xiao Rongyu, landing a heavy kick right into her stomach. The other elite soldiers watching from the sidelines are completely stunned by what they are seeing. Where the hell did these people come from? They are actually matching the elite agents in a direct fight. Someone finally speaks up. They have been fighting this long without a winner, which is no different from their usual high level internal sparring sessions. Who are these people? I swear I have never seen them yet. They are already fighting at a top tier level. These new faces are a total mystery. My head is spinning just trying to figure out where they could have possibly come from. Everyone is questioning reality now, and trust me, Kong Jun is the most confused one there. He knew from the very beginning that they were not ordinary. Nobody simple gets invited to a place like this. He understood that long ago. Wait, these guys are not even part of the official ACE team. He suddenly realizes something. Is this some brand new elite squad trying to come here and show off in front of us? Who is bored enough to pull a stunt like this? A newly formed squad should be training, not out here causing chaos and making trouble. Kongjun's inner thoughts are screaming and his expression is getting uglier by the second. These guys are just trying to show off in front of him, but they are not that special. They might not even win this fight. He has already decided that Xiao Rongyu and her group are members of some rival ace team, so he wants his soldiers to strike harder. The other soldiers think the same. They are showing off in our house. We cannot let them think we are easy targets. Fight with everything you have and knock them down. The cheering from the sidelines is loud, but it is actually making the elite fighters feel a lot of pressure. Still, the members of the Julong Special Forces are not pushovers. Their combat skills are the real deal. It is going to be very hard to win this quickly. While Kong Jun tries to identify which ace team they belong to, he spots the main character nearby, and it finally clicks. He is floored. Even though he already knew about Ye Fan's ability to train soldiers, these 10 individuals just shattered his entire perception of what was possible. Every single one of these 10 recruits has the raw power of a top tier ace soldier. But the craziest part is that these kids are not even veterans. Before this, Ye Fan turned Squad 4 into elite agents who surpassed everyone else. That alone was enough to leave Kongjun in shock. But those guys were already the best soldiers in their units, so having that kind of foundation made sense to him. But these young recruits, if anyone tries to say these kids are seasoned veterans with deep foundations, he would not believe a single word of it. Man, this kid is a total monster. He suddenly gets an idea. Maybe the general should just let Ye Fan take over training for all of their ace squads. Imagine a whole district of elite monsters, and trust me, this is just the beginning. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when an absolute legend returns to his unit. Or perhaps you should just keep letting us aces take the lead in training soldiers. He looks at Kong Quan, knowing not everyone can reach this peak, then gives a brief explanation. Kong Quan feels regretful as his dream of an all ace army fades, leaving him totally speechless. He only says this to avoid any misunderstandings. The brutal combat between the two sides has finally reached its final stage. The ace team clearly has the upper hand with much better stamina than the Bamboo Dragon squad. Damn it, these guys are almost as strong as us. We are actually relying on stamina to win. This is honestly embarrassing to admit. The other aces watching find this scene hard to believe. These are the elite of the elite, yet these new faces are actually holding their own. If I went in, I would probably struggle too. My head is spinning, trying to figure out who they are. Everyone there is asking the same burning question in their hearts. Now pay attention here. The fight is stopping, but the real shock is just beginning. So Strong Monkey is even more stunned. I should be the one asking who the hell you guys are. Because he is an ace, Sun House performance is making him more surprised than anyone. Tuong Fong narrows her eyes at Tieu Dung Ngu. She had the advantage and would have won eventually. Tieu Dung Ngu notices Tuong Fong's gaze and her expression turns a bit sour. She is not a combat specialist, but being suppressed by her first opponent really stings. No way, she will need extra training from Liu Nuyen after this humiliating defeat. Usually everything goes her way unless she is facing him. The aces then spot Kong Quan nearby. Shock spreads through their eyes. Damn it, man, when did you even get back? You are finally back. I thought you had run off for good. What brings you here? Monkey and the others are beyond excited. Trang Dong looks at the newcomers and realizes something. Did you bring these people here? He nods, and everyone's eyes go wide. Hong Quan smiles and explains that while he was away, he was actually busy training soldiers. Their strength is obvious, more than obvious. It is absolutely terrifying to witness. Emotions are mixed. He already turned Squad 4 into a group of legendary elites. Wait, let's pause for a second. 10 monster level rookies. Our main character really is built different. They have only seen their combat skills, but based on Squad 4, their other abilities must be insane. Now Tieu Dung Ngu and her team are the ones left completely stunned. Seeing him so familiar with these legends, they cannot even guess his true identity. He sees their confusion and finally speaks. These guys are members of the Ace team. This news hits like a truck. Sun Hao blinks, shouting, "You are an ace. No wonder you are so fierce." He is aiming this comment directly at Monkey. Monkey feels helpless, shouting even louder. "I am the one who should be shocked. You fought me to a draw." Because he is a veteran member of the Ace team, he is deeply impressed by their performance. Our main character looks at Thong Fong and the others. This is the Bamboo Dragon Squad. They are first class special forces, just one rank below you. First class units are secret, but not to the Ace team since you guys have the highest clearance level. These words leave Kong Kwan shaken to his core. Other soldiers shout, "Damn, you really did something huge. Will you bring back gods next time?" Even with only 10 people, this whole situation is just purely insane. Do these people really look like they are a rank lower than us? Everyone is in total disbelief. You have to realize Tieu Dung Ngu and the others look like total rookies because they are so young. They probably have not even gone on a mission yet, but their rank is already this high. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see these monsters in action. Listen, you and I are watching a legend at work as Kong Kwan admits he is speechless. The main character is not just training soldiers, he is creating them. To him, the main character is like a human factory turning every ordinary soldier he touches into a lethal special agent. This meeting is just the start, so they will be familiar with each other when real missions begin later on. He turns to Xiaorongyu's team with a cold order. Mission failed, carry 20 kilograms, run 20 laps, 45-minute limit. Xiaorongyu and her crew wear deadly serious expressions as they head straight for the athletic field. Kongquan watches them go lost in deep thought about their untapped potential. The truth is, their elite ace team is desperately short on manpower right now. Missions are usually back to back, and Squad 4 is only here because they just returned from a high stakes operation. Meanwhile, on the track, Sun Hao and the others are reeling. They can't believe they actually just traded blows with the ace team. Tangbu scoffs. "What is the big deal? They were too scared to even face me head on, weren't they?" Sun Hao glances at Tangbu, feeling impressed. It's like the guy has evolved, radiating a completely new level of intensity. Ever since that brutal interrogation training, Tangbu has lost all fear of combat. Now he is always the first one to charge into any exercise with pure intensity. Sun Hao almost thinks Tangbu has become a completely different person. "Now pay attention here because Liu Ruyan isn't backing down," she says. "These elites are tough, but they will find a way to win." Sun Hao's eyes go wide, completely lost. Wait, what is she even talking about? He expected the girls to be as shocked as he was by the situation. Why is the script suddenly going in this crazy direction that he didn't expect? He never imagined that Liu Ruyan and the others would already be planning how to take down the legendary Ace team. He turns to Xiaorongyu with a nervous laugh, amazed that their very first encounter was against the military's top squad. Xiaorongyu bites her lip. "That one female soldier was incredible. I couldn't even touch her during the fight." She asks Liu Ruyan for some special training the moment they get back. Sun Hao just sighs in disbelief. It feels like he is the only outsider left in this group. Xiaorongyu's team has fully embraced the main character's vision. Their only goal now is to surpass the legendary Ace team. On the other side, Kong Kwan is still grilling the main character, desperate to know how he produced such elite level talent. He is hoping to learn a few secrets and try the training methods on his own men. Seeing such high quality soldiers has made him incredibly envious, but the main character simply tells him, "You won't be able to learn it." Kongquan frowns. "Why can't I learn to everyone else?" Watching it sounds like the main character is just bragging again. They respect his results. Every time the main character trains someone, he seems to come up with some bizarre and fresh new tactics. His methods clearly work, but that doesn't mean they are impossible for a seasoned commander like Kong Kwan to replicate. They believe that as long as the main character explains the plan, Kong Kwan can definitely pull it off himself. Kong Kwan naturally feels the same way. As the commander of the elite Ace team, his ability to read and lead soldiers is already top tier. He is just missing the main character's unique spark, but being told he can't learn, that really hurts his pride. You and I both know the main character isn't lying. His training is beyond human, and no normal commander could ever hope to replicate what he does. Seeing the doubt in their eyes and Kongkwan's growing frustration, the main character decides to prove his point. He pauses, then asks, "What do you think their condition will be after finishing these 20 laps?" Hong Quan watches Xiao Rongyu's team. They've finished 3 laps already and still look fresh, showing no signs of slowing down. Their expressions haven't changed and their breathing is steady. He assumes there won't be much difference when they finish. Other soldiers crowd around, making their own guesses. Since they aren't even panting yet, their stamina must be insane. After listening to everyone's theories, the main character calmly speaks up, ready to drop a bombshell prediction on the group. The first runner will finish without even breaking a sweat. Their heart rate won't even go up. But the second female soldier, she will be gasping for air and collapsing the second she crosses the line. Hongquan is stunned, as the main character details exactly how every person will feel as if he is literally seeing the future. The soldiers erupt in disbelief. No way is he for real, that has to be a total lucky guess. They think he is being way too confident. This level of detail is almost scary. Everyone waits in silence for the Finnish eyes glued to the 10 runners, eager to see if the prediction comes true. Sun Hao suddenly notices the ace team's intense gazes. What the hell? Why are they all staring at us like that? Liu Royan senses the weird vibe too, and they all feel the pressure. Xiao Rongyu just tells them to stay calm and finish the laps first. You and I are about to see if his insane prediction holds up. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character's prediction holds up. Seeing the sudden acceleration, the ace team commandos are stunned. If they push like this, their condition will definitely falter. Is Lin Fan really going to be wrong about their performance? Kong Jun thinks the same thing and turns his head to look at him, only to find that Lin Fan's expression hasn't changed at all. He has no idea what the guy is actually thinking. 40 minutes later, Xiao Rongyu and the team are finishing 20 laps. Their physical state keeps shifting right before everyone's eyes. People notice the second female soldier is breathing hard but doesn't look exhausted. It seems Lin Fan was wrong, her stamina is impressive. Everyone else is starting to think our main character's reputation is about to take a serious hit. The final lap ends and everyone stares at Xiao Rongyu and her team. Now watch this because something totally unexpected happens. The lead runner Tang Biao is only panting slightly. He shows zero signs of discomfort or struggle. But Liu Ruoyan, who was second, collapses onto the ground the moment she finishes. She's gasping for air, her face completely flushed. This sudden change leaves the ace team soldiers totally dazed. He actually called it. What kind of freakish foresight is this? She looked fine just seconds ago, so why collapse now, not just her? Sun Hao's state was also predicted perfectly. Damn, how did you do that? Kong Jun's eyes widen in absolute shock. This wasn't a normal run. Xiao Rongyu's team accelerated midway, which should have changed the results completely. Yet the outcome matched his words perfectly. This is exactly what I meant. My methods for training soldiers, you simply cannot learn them. Kong Jun's mouth twitches. This reason is just a little too overwhelming to swallow. If you can accurately predict a soldier's condition after intense training, then that knowledge is an incredible asset. It allows a soldier to be pushed to their absolute limits safely. But right then, Tank suddenly speaks up. That's not right. You've been training them all along, so of course you know them. That makes it easy to guess. Hearing this, the other soldiers start to think that makes a lot of sense. Tank is right, he leads them daily, so being familiar is normal. That doesn't necessarily prove he has some special ability. Kongjun turns back toward him. Tank, your marksmanship has improved quite a bit lately, hasn't it? He even nailed the 300-meter moving targets. Tank is frozen. Can you believe it? Lin Fan really got it right. Tank felt his shooting was weak, so he'd been secretly putting in extra practice hours. But only he knew that. Even Monkey and the others were in the dark. Tank finally yields and nods his head. Now everyone is stunned, their eyes fixed on him. Kong Jun shakes his head helplessly. I am officially convinced. He truly means it this time. This ability is just too powerful. Leading soldiers with this skill makes everything so much easier, allowing for the creation of a perfect training plan for every single man under his command. So they can hit their absolute peak without worrying about injuries. Everyone looks on with envy. This talent is incredible. Kongjun doesn't bother asking where he got this power, because this is pure talent, and often talent is something you just can't duplicate. After a night's rest, both teams are ready. The ace team is thrilled to have him back, eager for him to lead their training once again. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the Julong Commando unit find training alongside the elite ace team to be a fresh experience. Sun Hao stands next to Monkey and asks, Monkey, who usually handles your training sessions? Monkey replies, Lin Fan, don't tell me you don't know how amazing his training methods are. This shows Sun Hao his true status. It's clear the ace team members deeply respect his training, though it's surprising they enjoy it so much. Monkey laughs. Of course, after all, our entire fourth squad was built by him. Xiao Rongyu and the others overhear the conversation from nearby. She purses her lips, her perception of him shifting once again. She thought he was outstanding before. but he's even better than that. Before long, he arrives on the scene. He's about to order a 10-kilometer warm up run when a serious voice interrupts. Lin Fan, we have a mission. What happened? According to intelligence, a secret organization is covertly developing a new type of biological weapon. They've been suppressed by Dragon Country for years and want revenge. Trust me, our country is likely their primary target. Hearing that, his expression turns dead serious. Those four words, biological weapons, are something that must be taken seriously. Forget if it is about the Dragon Country, bioweapons like this should never even be researched. Team 4 was the plan, but since you are here, lead Bamboo Dragon with them instead. Time to see if they are the real deal. Intel shows they have already crossed the border. This is a suicide revenge mission. No time to waste. Move out and start the mission now. He salutes as the soldiers nearby catch every word of his intense and urgent conversation. Shang Feng and the others frown, knowing exactly how deadly bioweapons can be in this fight. But the Bamboo Dragon elites are hyped. First mission, and their bodies are screaming for action. He turns to the squad. Prepare yourselves. We move out in exactly 5 minutes. Gear is ready in 3. 1 minute later, an armed chopper touches down right beside them. Once they are on board, the excitement in Xiaorongyu and the team hits a peak. Shang Feng sees her nerves. Relax. With me, leading missions like this will be your life. She nods. She knows they are the top tier elites of the entire northern military region. With great power comes great responsibility, and they will always get the hardest jobs. They strategize and sleep until the chopper finally reaches a dense, humid, tropical jungle. This is it. Real combat. Move from 12 toward the 10 o'clock position right now. As they push forward, they spot trucks crawling along a narrow and distant path. Foreign fighters are visible on every vehicle. These are not people from the Dragon Country. Armed guards are everywhere protecting the cargo. These are the terrorists they are hunting. Now pay attention, because this is where our squad set the perfect trap. While waiting for the target, the leader's voice rings out. The enemy is starting to scatter. One squad heading to 4 o'clock, another flanking. Split up and engage separately. Zhuang Yong suggests mixing the two teams for better coordination during the upcoming strike. Xiaorongyu shuts it down. No, Team 4 and Bamboo Dragon will fight as separate units. Tang disagrees. This mission was supposed to be a training exercise for the new rookies. Xiaorongyu interrupts him. Bamboo Dragon was not created to be led around by other squads. We were not established to be babysat. We are built to stand on our own feet. She gives the order to pursue, but suddenly the enemy changes their entire course. The commander's calm voice updates them, and Xiaorongyu's expression starts to look quite grim. Sun Hao is frustrated. This driver is insane. How are they moving like this so fast? Xiaorongyu nods in complete agreement. Every 5 minutes, the target pivots. Setting an ambush has become a total tactical nightmare. They keep shifting. Direction changes constantly, left, right, and then back again. The agents are losing patience. Xiaorongyu is getting a massive headache from this total chaos. After every update, the commander goes silent, offering no advice or shortcuts to the team. You and I see what is happening. He wants them to think for themselves. If they can never function without him, then all his hard work training them was a waste. He lets them struggle to find their own way, and they are too proud to beg for help. Asking for a lifeline on their very first mission would make them a total joke. Suddenly, Xiaorongyu's eyes light up. Everyone get over here right now. I have got it. Sun Hao follows orders as she clicks on a small flashlight illuminating the ground. She starts sketching in the mud. The enemy moves look random, but there is a logic. Even those 180-degree turns fit into a specific and predictable pattern of movement. She draws line after line in the mud until the final picture starts to look complete. Sun Hao realizes it now. This is their trajectory. We finally know where they are headed. So what do you and I think? Is this trap enough to stop them for good? Another 90 minutes pass, and there is still no sign of the Dragon Country soldiers. He is feeling incredibly relieved. This should mean he has escaped. Trust me, you and I are about to see if his luck actually holds up. Even though he feels safe now, he still orders the car to turn around, just to be absolutely sure. A tattooed man starts to turn the vehicle, but right in the middle of the turn, the window glass suddenly shatters. The tattooed man's ear is blown away instantly, and his screams of pure agony echo loudly throughout the entire car. The skinny man's expression shifts to horror. How did the soldiers find them? He simply cannot believe his eyes right now. He immediately grabs the other two men by their heads and forces them to stay down as low as possible. Sun Hao looks frustrated. If that guy hadn't turned to check his back, that bullet would have gone straight through his skull. One of the cars behind them has already been stopped. Xiaorongyu and her squad have taken out everyone inside of it. Inside the main car, a bald man shouts in terror. The Dragon Country soldiers are here. How did they find us? The tattooed man clutches his head while blood gushes through his fingers. That shot clearly shredded more than just his ear. He is absolutely furious now. He wants to get out and kill every single one of those soldiers right this second. The skinny man glares at him and reminds him of the mission. We need to break through their line immediately. But the tattooed man has lost his mind from the pain. He screams that he wants to make them pay for his ear. He actually tries to break the car. Then a shot rings out and the tattooed man suddenly goes limp and falls over. The bald man gasps in shock because his comrade was just killed. The skinny man points his gun at the driver's head. Now do you understand? The bald man nods in fear, pushes the body aside, and slams on the gas to race forward as fast as possible. Watching the car approach, Sun Hao and the team scatter to avoid it. Xiaorongyu shouts to aim for the tires. Sun Hao reacts instantly. Before she even finishes her sentence, he already has his rifle aimed and ready to fire. Bang bang, the car swerves wildly and stops. Now watch closely because our team is about to find out who they're really facing. Xiaorongyu's team has already cleared the other vehicles. If they can catch up, this will be a complete and total massacre. They surround the skinny man's car, and Xiaorongyu shouts a final warning to the people hiding inside the vehicle. Drop your weapons or die. A voice yells back in a foreign tongue that she understands. I surrender, I surrender. The door opens slowly, but the bald man suddenly appears with his gun aimed directly at Xiaorongyu's head. The Xiaorongyu doesn't even blink. She fires a single shot that kills the bald man on the spot. She is far too experienced to ever let her guard down in a life or death situation like this one. But when her gun goes off, another shot comes from inside the car, hitting the bald man from behind as well. As he falls, the skinny man's voice calls out from the shadows, You guys finally made it here! Xiaorongyu frowns at his perfect accent. As she points her gun at him, the skinny man tosses his pistol away. He raises his hands and looks terrified. He claims to be a local resident who was tricked into helping them move cargo. Don't you want to see what is in the back? The skinny man shakes his head frantically in total fear. He claims to have no idea. Now you and I might be skeptical, but his perfect performance seems to have fooled Xiaorongyu. She signals her team to lower their weapons and take the man into custody for further questioning. The skinny man nods and pretends to be scared, but a look of pure malice and triumph flashes in his eyes. Xiaorongyu tells him to lead the way and open the truck. He walks to the back and starts messing with it. After struggling for a while, he claims that he isn't strong enough to pull the heavy handle open by himself. He looks so weak and apathetic that he actually sounds convincing. Tang Biao steps up to help him pull it open. As the heavy doors swing wide, the very first thing they see is the barrel of a gun pointed at them. Tang Biao's face goes pale. A shot rings out and the hidden gunman falls. Tang Biao is still shaking from the close call. The skinny man collapses to the ground in fake terror, though his eyes are full of regret that the plan failed. Sun Hao lets out a breath of relief. He was the one who fired that perfectly timed shot from his sniper position. Xiaorongyu glares at the skinny man. He quickly swears that he had no idea there was someone hiding inside the truck. She stares at him intensely for a long moment before finally turning her attention back to the cargo in the truck. The crates are all marked with skulls. You and I just witnessed the discovery of lethal bioweapons. This is only the beginning. All right, you and I are about to dive into a high-stakes mission where one wrong move means total disaster. Xiaorongyu frowns and shuts the crate tight. This is Xiaorongyu. Bamboo Dragon has finished the mission and secured the biochemical weapons. The command center confirms receipt of the report now. Just then, the skinny captive speaks up, his voice trembling as he tries to stall for time. He points toward a nearby car, claiming that he saw more of the same dangerous items hidden inside of it. The moment everyone looks away, the man's face suddenly twists into a mask of pure, unhinged madness. He whips a hidden pistol out from his pants, aiming straight for Tang Biao with a murderous look in his eyes. He screams for them to die with him. A gunshot echoes through the air, but Tang Biao remains standing while the traitor collapses to the ground in agony. Xiaorongyu just smiles coldly. The rat finally showed his tail, just like she expected him to do from the start. Zhuangyong was right. Everyone in this dark organization is driven by nothing but pure, unhinged madness and desperation. Sun Hao laughs it off, asking Tang Biao if he is going to count this as his second time saving his life. Tang Biao just shrugs, saying he'd do the same for him. As the pain fades, the traitor realizes that every single person there is staring him down. He stammers in shock, wondering how they knew their exact route, or that he was secretly a double agent for the enemy. He spent an entire year perfecting the language just for this revenge mission, relying on his looks to blend in perfectly. He thought his disguise was flawless, but Xiaorongyu tells him that his ultimate goal was always very clear to her. Xiaorongyu casually names a town that happens to be nearby, watching the man's confidence shatter in an instant. Now watch this closely. He kept changing his path, but his general direction never actually shifted at all. She asks him if he really thought they hadn't noticed the hidden corpse tucked away inside his vehicle. This revelation leaves the man completely stunned and filled with absolute disbelief at his massive failure. Xiao Rongyu just smiles coldly. She suspected him from the start and kept him alive for questioning. She had already signaled Sun Hao and the others to stay alert. Her signal worked perfectly, catching him red handed before he could actually pull off his desperate little stunt. They didn't expect the enemy to be so devious as to hide another person inside. The traitor's face is dark as he keeps mumbling that it shouldn't be possible, that it. Suddenly, the radio crackles with a message from Squad 4. They report that their mission is officially complete. There is a brief silence from the other side as if they are surprised by how fast the update came in. They take the traitor along and head toward the location given by Squad 4. Tank is still stunned by the news. Zhuang Yong nods. He isn't sure how it happened, but that's exactly what Xiao Rongyu just reported to the team. Shang Feng admits that they might have actually underestimated the rookie team's true combat potential. They had just captured another enemy unit, but they weren't nearly as efficient as the Bamboo Dragon squad. For a group of top tier elite veterans with so much experience, this realization is a bit of a reality check. They faced easier targets, yet still couldn't match the incredible speed of the Bamboo Dragon's special forces. The two squads meet up, both dragging captives. Xiao Rongyu and Zhuang Yong share a silent, knowing look with each other. They gather the prisoners together and start a brutal interrogation to break their will and get some real answers. They split the prisoners up and set a trap, making one of the members think his friend already talked. Damn, he even sold out his own captain. He realized there was no point in holding out any longer. Let's pause. I know what you're thinking, this plot is getting massive. And trust me, you are right. There is a secret factory producing bioweapons specifically designed to launch a massive attack on Dragon Country. Zhuang Yong turns grim. He never imagined the Black Hand would target his home on such a terrifying scale. He immediately rushes back to brief Xiao Rongyu on the dangerous intel they just managed to uncover. The team is stunned. The weight of the situation settles over them like a heavy dark cloud of dread. Stay calm for a second. We need to think this plan through properly before we move. Xiaorongyu verifies the info by discussing the factory right where the skinny man can hear her talking. The man is in total disbelief. He can't understand how their most sensitive secret could have been leaked so easily. Seeing his reaction confirms everything. Since he has no more use, she ends him right then and there. And that's where we leave them, but stick with me because you won't believe what happens next. We need two people to go and scout the area. Shang Feng is the first to step forward. Zhongyong simply nods in agreement. All right, you and I are diving into a high stakes rescue mission where every second counts. Shang Feng is the best scout in Squad 4, but going alone is too risky. Monkey steps up to volunteer, claiming his intel skills are number one, but Shang Feng shuts him down with a cold, sharp remark. Being called out in front of Sun Hao makes Monkey's blood boil, but his pride is already wounded by the truth. Even so, everyone knows Monkey's scouting skills really are among the elite few in their entire unit. So Zhuang Yong makes the final call. He is sending both Monkey and Shang Feng to scout the border. Move out now, no time to waste, he commands, and the two scouts vanish into the shadows of the forest. Time ticks away painfully fast, but not a single word of intel comes back from the scouting pair. Tank's brow furrows in concern. We have to reach them. If they don't answer, they are in serious trouble. Xiao Rongyu nods as Zhuang Yong grabs the comms, calling out for Shang Feng to report her status immediately. He tries several more times, but only static fills the air. Everyone's heart begins to sink into their chest. Now pay attention here. This is the moment the mission takes a terrifying turn when a mocking voice answers the radio. Looking for that woman, the stranger asks with a sneer. The team's expressions shift to pure horror instantly. Zhuang Yong cuts the line, but the damage is done. Their hearts feel like they have sunk to the bottom of the ocean. If the enemy has her radio, it can only mean one thing: Shang Feng has been captured by the enemy. Tank growls, I'm going after them, but suddenly the sound of heavy, frantic footsteps echoes nearby. They draw their weapons and lock eyes on the brush only to see a sight that stops them in their tracks. It's Monkey drenched in blood, coughing it up as he limps forward with a shattered arm and broken leg. He stumbles toward them, gasping through the agony. Hurry, you have to go save Shang Feng right now. Before they can react, more footsteps thud behind him. My god, this man took multiple gunshots to the chest and somehow kept running just to warn the team. Seeing the imminent threat, Xiao Rongyu and the others charge forward with lethal, focused intensity. The pursuers aren't many, but against a broken, dying man like Monkey, they were a guaranteed death sentence. For our elite team, however, these enemies are nothing. They are wiped out in a matter of seconds. Zhuang Yong, radios the commander with a grave expression. Monkey is critical. We need immediate medical support and backup right now. The message is received. After a tense wait, the commander finally arrives at the location where the team is holding their ground. Tank looks at him like he's a savior, desperately handing the broken monkey over into the commander's care. He lays Monkey down and examines the wounds. As he checks the vitals, his expression slowly turns grim. Seeing that look on the commander's face, everyone's pulse begins to race, especially Tank, who is terrified. Is he going to be okay? The commander confirms that his life is no longer in any immediate danger, making Tank sigh in relief. You and I both felt that gut punch. He'll live, but the permanent damage means his fighting days are over. The words hit the squad like a physical strike. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the entire group. After stabilizing the wounds to prevent infection, the commander stands up, his eyes set on finding Shang Feng. Tank begs him to heal Monkey completely, but the commander just stares back with a solemn, silent gaze. Monkey is alive, and for now that has to be enough. The top priority now is finding and rescuing Shang Feng. Zhuangyong offers to lead the whole team, but the commander shakes his head. Too many people will be spotted. In a large group, he has to protect everyone. Alone, he can move through the enemy lines like a ghost. Xiao Rongyu worries, but he shuts it down. Stay here and wait. I'm going in alone. Before she can argue, he is gone, a blur of impossible speed vanishing into the thick, dark tree line. She watches the spot where he disappeared, her face clouded with pure unbridled anxiety for his safety. Zhuang Yong tells her he is the strongest man alive, but that doesn't stop her heart from aching with fear. Knowing what the enemy did to Monkey, she can't help but worry about what's waiting for him out there. Now the team can only wait. For this elite squad, that feeling of helplessness is a bitter pill to swallow. Meanwhile, our lead is moving at incredible speeds, weaving through the dense forest like a predator on the hunt. He reaches Shang Feng's last known location and finds her tracking device discarded on the muddy ground. No body. That's the best news he could find. It means there is still a chance she is alive. He scans the site of a brutal struggle, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens when he catches them. Alright, you and I are about to see Tong Fong in a total nightmare alone and hunted by a mob. He instantly activates his tracking skill, watching a clear trail light up before his eyes as he sprints toward her position. Thong Fong stumbles through the dense forest, clutching a gut wound as blood seeps through her fingers, finally collapsing for a desperate breath. Angry shouts echo from the shadows behind her. Where did that brat go? Find her right now. That girl is fast as hell. How have we been chasing her this long and still haven't caught her yet? Keep moving. She is already heavily injured, and there is no way she can run much further. Thuong Fong grinds her teeth, battling waves of dizziness from the blood loss while praying that her comrade Monkey is already safe. If he made it, her sacrifice actually means something, but then she feels a sudden presence lurking right beside her in the dark. Startled, her instincts kick in, and she throws a powerful punch at the shadow appearing beside her. To her shock, he catches her fist with one hand. Don't move, a familiar voice says, and she realizes it is him. Pure joy hits her, but it is quickly replaced by total dread as she realizes the massive danger he is now in. Run now, there are too many. He just nods his radar, already confirming over 30 hostile targets closing in on their current location. Watch this. He sees the numbers and just smiles. These guys really brought a small army just to die today. Tuong Fong panics as she sees him standing his ground. Why isn't he moving? What is he doing? They are going to pay a heavy price. If they don't, how could I ever look you in the eye again? His radar shows the noose tightening. He steps out calmly, moving with light footsteps to face the first 5 attackers head on without any fear. The squad freezes when they see a second person. Where the hell did this guy come from? He wasn't here a second ago. Before he can even finish, a bullet tears through his skull. His teammates watch in absolute horror as he drops dead instantly. It is another dragon soldier. Panic sets in among the ranks as yet another enemy is sent straight to the dirt. The 3 survivors aim their rifles in a rage, but he is faster, firing 2 perfect shots before they can even blink. Pure precision. Both men collapse with identical holes in their chests, dead before they even hit the forest floor. Another shot rings out from the side. The final enemy, untouched by our lead, has a murderous look in his eyes. He is certain his shot will find its mark and end this fight right now. But his smile fades as he slumps over. Tuong Fong stands there, pale and trembling, having fired the killing shot herself. He checks on Tuong Fong. Can you still move? She nods and they push deeper into the jungle together. With those 5 enemies dead, a massive gap finally opens up in the enemy's tightening formation. The pursuers are losing their minds. Where did this guy come from? Was he hiding in the brush, waiting for her this entire time in ambush? 1 man against 30 is suicide, but the Black Hand mercs are starting to feel a real sense of dread. You and I are probably wondering the same thing as the enemy. How did he slip past 30 elite guards undetected? They assume he was already hiding there completely, failing to realize just how fast and deadly this elite soldier truly is compared to them. Following him, Tuong Fong is in total shock at the sheer level of skill she just witnessed. He dropped 4 professionals in the blink of an eye. This level of raw power is something she has never seen in her entire life. It happened so fast she almost suspects he let them shout on purpose just to bait the rest of the army into a trap. She shakes the thought away. There is no way he would intentionally give away their position like that, right? But her gut is right. He is intentionally drawing them out, knowing he can't take 30 people all at once. He knows he cannot just walk out and wipe out 30 men in a single head on collision. If he stretches the distance, he can split the enemy into smaller groups and take every single one of them down. He leads her through the thick brush, but her heavy bleeding is forcing them to move at a dangerously slow pace that puts them both at risk. They scramble through the dense, tropical forest, desperately trying to stay one step ahead of the relentless killers. The enemies are closing in, but Tong Fong notices something strange. He seems to see right through the terrain. He expertly finds every hidden slope and thicket, making it impossible for the mercs to pin them down for long. It hits her then. If he wasn't carrying her weight, he would have vanished from this forest long ago. At a steep ridge, he suddenly halts. This isn't working, he mutters. We are moving way too slow. Captain, just leave me. I am only holding you back. He glares at her. Who said anything about leaving you behind? Trust me, you and I are about to watch him perform some desperate field surgery. She thinks it's hopeless, but he is not giving up on her yet. All right, stick with me because we're about to see how a real master handles a life or death crisis. Under his intense gaze, she slowly lifts her shirt to reveal the full extent of the damage. He doesn't hesitate for a single second, looking at the wound and instantly knowing exactly how deep the damage to Tuong Fong goes. He pulls out his sharp dagger, quickly cutting away the necrotic tissue before fishing the metal shell casing right out of her open wound. After finishing the extraction with a lightning speed, he pulls out a special medicine he already had prepared and begins applying it to Tuong Fong's injuries. Tuong Fong watches in awe as his hands move in a total blur, never stopping for even a single breath. It's not just her stomach, he treats every single injury at the same time. She feels a strange itching sensation as the bleeding completely vanishes. A second later, and he's already finished wrapping her bandages. Once the treatment is done, Tuong Fong is stunned to feel her strength and lightness suddenly return to her body. He sees the pure shock in her eyes, but he doesn't offer a single word of explanation to her. These medicines were handcrafted by him for maximum recovery speed. He immediately pulls out a blood replenishing pill and orders Tuong Fong to swallow it right away. That should be enough to get you moving again, right? The two of them instantly accelerate, moving nearly twice as fast as before, and quickly widening the gap between them and the Black Hand organization members. How have we lost sight of them already? How the hell are they running so fast? The Black Hand soldiers scream in frustration as they struggle to keep up. They have no clue that her wounds are already nearly healed thanks to his genius medical skills. Now pay attention. She's matching his pace perfectly while he baits the enemy like a kite on a string. She asks if they're stopping wanting to bury every one of them right here. Then she falls silent. He's the one who saved her, so she won't argue. They keep pulling away, then letting the distance shorten again. The enemies get excited, failing to see the massive power gap as they finally reach the open mountain. Moments later, the Black Hand thugs arrive at the scene, and then he makes his move. The second they show their faces, he opens fire with a hail of lead. The man in front drops dead, instantly forcing the others to look up toward the peak. They think these two have finally run out of places to hide. They think exhaustion has finally set in, but the open terrain makes them hesitate to take another single step. How are we supposed to get up there? Do we just charge? They might be ruthless, but they aren't stupid enough to run into certain death. They hesitate. Then their leader screams, "What are you all so afraid of? You and I both know what's coming, 30 men versus 1. They actually think they have a chance." The Dragon Country soldiers charge. All 30 men rush up together. Tuong Fong frowns at the sight. These guys are truly insane, willing to die just to kill them both. He narrows his eyes. This is exactly what he wanted. One shot, one body hits the ground. To the enemy, it looks like his bullets have trackers. Every single shot finds a fresh target. The ones in the back feel a cold wave of terror. The only thing keeping them from fleeing is his oddly slow rate of fire. By the time they reach the halfway point, less than 10 of them have actually fallen. Tuong Fong is right there, adding her own fire to the fight. Between the enemy's return fire and her lingering pain, she only manages to take out 2 targets. She ducks behind one of the few trees on the peak, watching him with confusion. She knows this isn't his real speed. He is clearly slowing down on purpose. He stares coldly at the enemies on the slope, purposely keeping his trigger finger steady and slow. His reasoning is cold and simple. He's afraid they'll turn and run if he's too fast. When he said he'd bury them all here, he wasn't joking. As they cross the halfway mark, the entire battle shifts. Suddenly, the pressure is on a whole different level. Are there really only two people up there? No, it's just one man. The woman is hidden, but this one guy is pinning them down. Who is this guy? They are completely stunned. Did he suddenly pull a machine gun out of nowhere? How else could he be hitting them with this much force? They all try to turn back. His fire rate now dwarfs their combined efforts, yet he's still just using a standard assault rifle. Every single bullet claims a life. 10 more men drop. The survivors realize they're in a death trap. Trust me, you and I are about to see their final mistake. Alright, stick with me because this rescue mission is about to get incredibly intense as he uses a corpse shield. Because of their different firing positions, the gap between him and Tuong Fong starts to widen dangerously. Tuong Fong sees the enemy charging and instantly knows her only choice is to open fire right now. Running would just get her shot full of holes. Despite the stinging pain of her wounds, she holds her ground. She keeps firing, but the heavy recoil of the pistol is making her accuracy drop with every shot. From the main character's perspective, all he can see is a literal wall of dead bodies moving toward her. This sight makes him frown. He didn't expect these Black Hand thugs to be this desperate and suicidal. He aims for the tiny gaps between the corpses and fires. Every single bullet finds its mark with precision, unlike before. Since he isn't hitting their heads, they don't die instantly. They just feel the agonizing pain. They endure the trauma and keep charging toward Tuong Fong, completely ignoring the man shooting at them. Seeing this, he sprints toward her. Tuong Fong is panicked, facing 20 shooters without being able to move. As the enemies close in on her, he manages to push into a much closer position. From here, he can hit their vitals with perfect accuracy. Seeing more of their comrades fall, the thugs snap. They grit their teeth, keeping the corpses raised against him while sprinting even faster toward Tuong Fong. Now pay attention because the main character realizes that at this rate, he won't be able to drop them all. He makes his move sprinting full tilt toward Tuong Fong while maintaining his fire on the move. With his support skills active, anyone he targets is as good as dead. He doesn't miss a single shot. At this point, the Black Hand members don't care about their wounds. Even being shot won't stop them. Adrenaline gives them the power to ignore the pain. They are almost on top of Tuong Fong now. No matter how strong her mental state, seeing this level of madness makes her heart start to race. These enemies are completely insane. She aims at the front runners while desperately looking for his position. Looking at where he is, it seems almost impossible for him to reach her in time to help. Tuong Fong doesn't hesitate and pulls the trigger. If she dies here, taking them out, so be it. To them, dying on the battlefield is just coming home. She becomes hyper-focused, using the opening he created. In this state, her accuracy skyrockets. One by one, the enemies directly in front of her begin to fall. But it's not enough. A thug manages to get close and screams for her to die. She freezes. She can't turn in time, but a gunshot rings out. The enemy who just raised his gun drops dead. Tuong Fong looks into the distance and sees his silhouette. He's still coming for her. There's no time for thanks yet. She refocuses on the threat while he continues his silent, high-speed dash. He moves like a ghost. Somehow in the chaos, only 6 enemies are left standing in the area. You and I can feel the weight of this moment. She's ready for the end as she sighs. It looks like she won't escape today, but she isn't afraid. Knowing the little monkey is safe is enough. Trading her life for this many enemies is a deal she's more than willing to make right now. She lunges out, killing 2 instantly, but the remaining 4 were waiting and immediately return fire at her. 4 shots ring out at once. Tuong Fong can almost see the bullets that are meant to end her. She instinctively closes her eyes, but suddenly her body is yanked aside, flying through the air to safety. 2 sickening thuds of bullets hitting flesh echo through the air, but she doesn't feel any new pain. She turns her head and realizes he lunged in and shielded her with his own body just in time. There are 2 clear bullet holes in his back and thigh with fresh blood soaking through his clothes. She looks up, but his expression hasn't changed at all. It's like he doesn't even feel the lead. The moment they hit the ground, he rolls and stands up, ignoring his injuries to face the final 4. He puts 3 bullets into 3 heads in a flash. Tuong Fong reacts and takes out the very last one. And just like that, the hunt is over, but the cost was high, trust me on that. Tuong Fong collapses, gasping for air as her wounds bleed out. Then she remembers him and crawls over. He stands there like a statue, blood still pouring from the wounds in his back and his leg. Even if he looks unchanged, Tuong Fong sees the pale skin and that slight, uncontrollable shaking in his body. Alright, you and I are about to see if our stone cold captain can handle this. She begs him to lie down, knowing this is all her fault. He sees her wounds are still bleeding and helps her first before leading her away from this place immediately. Watching the blood pour from his back, a wave of guilt and emotion hits Tuong Fong hard. Every flicker of her expression is caught by his sharp and observant eyes. He doesn't react. His body was upgraded by the system for recovery and high pain tolerance, but seeing this Tuong Fong is still stunned. Doesn't it hurt? Is he barely bleeding? She stares in a daze, then looks down at her own stomach. It feels unreal. Her injury is just a scratch, while his looks like a devastating and deep gunshot wound. Every step she takes is pure agony, yet his face remains as calm and stoic as a still lake. He guides Tuong Fong through the dense jungle, constantly checking back to make sure she is still holding up. Now, here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Even legends have limits. He slows down just enough until they finally reach Tank and the squad. Meanwhile, Tieu Dung Ngu and the rest are like ants on a hot pan, desperate to find him. They're debating whether to go help him or stay put for backup until Tieu Dung Ngu suddenly spots a familiar figure approaching its coach Tiep. Everyone freezes for the split second, and in the very next moment, he appears with Tuong Fong. The whole squad immediately rushes over to surround them and see if they are okay. Tank and the guys crowd around Tuong Fong, who looks like she has been through an absolute war zone. I'm fine, Tuong Fong says, shaking her head. Take care of the captain first. The team stares in shock. Their invincible leader was actually wounded. To them, he is an unbeatable genius. They have never even seen him get a single scratch before. They've never even seen the man look tired. He looks at Tieu Dung Ngu's worried face and feels a bit helpless. The moment she sees the fresh blood on his back, it's like a bolt of lightning hits her brain. Her eyes turn red with tears. Her hands shake as she reaches for him. Take off your shirt right now. I need to fix this. He tries to say it's not needed. Tieu Dung Ngu's mind is a blur of panic, her voice rising with every frantic word. What do you mean it's not needed? Your back is covered in blood. If we don't fix this now, are you just never going to treat your wounds again? The team is stunned. She actually dared to yell at him, but he just looks at her worried eyes and gives in. You and I both know nobody talks to him like that. But look at him. He quietly pulls off his shirt for her. Tank and the others are speechless. Since when does the captain take orders from Tieu Dung Ngu? They are all totally confused. Tank laughs. Turns out even our captain can be bossed around by the right person. He was always the tough one, so this side of him is new. He glares at them. Bossed around. Clearly you guys aren't tough enough. When we get back, everyone is doing a 30-kilometer weighted run. Their faces drop instantly. Man, all they did was laugh a little. Why the sudden punishment? Tieu Dung Ngu isn't laughing. It's going to hurt, so please just try to bear with it. Once the shirt is off, she finally sees the bullet wound. The hole is so large it feels like she was the one who was shot, making her hands shake. The rest of the guys gasp. They can't imagine how he is still standing after taking a hit like that. He is standing as firm as a mountain. Tuong Fong especially is drowning in pure regret. He sits perfectly still, allowing Tieu Dung Ngu to work on his back. He knows deep down that this basic field dressing won't do much. Without medicine or his system's help, it can't really do anything for him. He realizes it won't provide any real medical assistance, but seeing Tieu Dung Ngu's frantic expression, he chooses to let her treat him anyway. She is the one treating him, but she looks like she's the one feeling every ounce of pain. The team watches her shaking hands and furrowed brows. She's a total nervous wreck. Meanwhile, he just sits there with a blank expression. Nearby Tank asks Tuong Fong what really happened. She explains everything. When she mentions Monkey, she asks, he is going to be okay, right? The air suddenly goes heavy. Silence falls over the group, and that silence says everything they cannot put into words. Tuong Fong's heart sinks. The reality hits Monkey might be crippled for life. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She thought she had stabilized his wounds before she left him. You and I just witnessed a heavy moment because in this world, every victory comes with a price. Tang tells her about the ambush and she clenches her fists in rage. Trangdung comforts her. Don't think like that. Without you, little monkey wouldn't have had any chance at all. Tuong Fong stays silent, head down. Stick with me. We're about to see how this heavy loss changes everything. No words can comfort her now. After Tieu Dung Ngu finishes treating him, they head back toward the base together. Tieu Dung Ngu watches his back, her eyes filled with deep worry for the man she cares about. Despite her treatment, she's still anxious. He looks at her and sees how frantic she was during the process. She wasn't happy with her work at all. She wrapped the bandages so many times he looked like a mummy. If he hadn't stopped her, she might have kept going. At the base, medical staff rush to take him away. Tieu Dung Ngu refuses to leave his side following the medics as they wheel him and Tuong Fong inside. He sees her stressed face. I'm fine. Don't frown, it just needs a little cleaning. But she won't relax. Her brow is constantly furrowed, her body tense, like she's still facing a deadly enemy on the battlefield. The medics start working on his injuries, and the further they go, the more horrified they become by the damage. The wounds are incredibly severe, yet he stays completely calm, his face only slightly paler than usual. The medic's hands start to shake. He keeps looking from the mangled flesh to the man's stoic face. Pay attention here. Even these pros are questioning if this guy is actually human. Damn it, with injuries this bad, most people would be screaming, but he hasn't even flinched once. Disinfecting, cleaning, deep cuts, the most painful stuff imaginable, and he doesn't even blink. The medics just shake their heads. They've just met a literal god in human form. This isn't normal at all. It's not just the pain tolerance. His healing speed has the doctors staring with their mouths wide open. The lead medic finishes cleaning the wound and can't help but let out a shocked curse. The other staff crowd around like they're looking at a medical miracle. They can't believe what they're seeing. There is absolutely no logical explanation for how fast his body is repairing itself right now. Are you sure this happened today? It looks like it's been healing for a whole month already. If they didn't know he just came from battle, they'd never believe these injuries were fresh. The flesh is practically knitting itself back together. Little do they know his system is doing the heavy lifting. With just a bit of basic care, his recovery speed becomes something truly terrifying to witness. After his treatment, he goes to check on Tuong Fong. A medic is currently examining her stomach wound. When the doctor sees the paste on her skin, he asks in a stunned voice, "Where did this come from?" What kind of medicine could possibly have an effect this powerful? It's unheard of. Based on her injury, she should have lost massive amounts of blood, but this strange paste stopped it completely. Tuong Fong looks over at the captain. The captain put it on me. She's just as surprised as the doctors. Now, you and I both know the captain has secrets, but this medicine is on a whole different level. Every eye in the room turns toward him. A formula like this could save countless lives in the future. I found the recipe in an old medical library back at the Tiger Regiment, he says calmly. He tells them it's simple, then grabs a scrap of paper and quickly writes down the ingredients. The experienced medics can't help themselves, they practically snatch the paper to see what's inside. Shock fills their eyes. They can't believe such common herbs could create something this effective. It seems the best cures are sometimes the ones everyone overlooks, but the captain isn't finished yet. This medicine has a side effect, he warns. He doesn't explain further, telling them to focus on Tuong Fong. More medics surround her, and Tuong Fong just holds out her arm, letting them do their work. As the doctor examines her shoulder, his face turns grim. He's found the catch. The medicine stops the bleeding instantly, but it also makes the patient lose all sensation of pain and damage. It works like a total nerve block. You feel nothing, which sounds good, but it's actually a trap. Because she couldn't feel anything, she kept moving, and that made the internal damage much, much worse. Tuong Fong looks confused. She sees the heavy expressions on their faces and knows something is wrong. The medic goes silent. "This arm, we have to cut it off. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what's next." All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a hero faces a career-ending choice. This was the brutal price of the medication. Tung Fong stood frozen, her face a mix of doubt and utter disbelief at the news of her amputation. The medical staff nodded with heavy hearts, confirming her devastating fate. Her expression shifted rapidly before settling into a calm silence as she exhaled and said it was fine, leaving the medical team completely stunned by her peaceful acceptance. They knew this meant her legendary career as a special agent was officially coming to an end. Trading a limb to crush the Black Hand organization and ensure the peace of her nation was a price she was more than willing to pay. She was just grateful to be alive, and that was enough. Everyone watched her, sensing the intense struggle hidden behind her calm face, but just as she finished speaking, a set of urgent and rapid footsteps suddenly echoed outside the room. A group of high-ranking officials arrived, their presence filling the hospital room with an intense, burning energy. Tieu Dung Ngu let the pack, his sharp eyes scanning the area as if searching for a specific person. As soon as he spotted him, he rushed over, his face pale with worry. "How could a kid like you get hurt?" The others watched him with pure confusion and deep worry, knowing that his strength was at the absolute peak of their elite ace squad's power. He was the crown jewel of the North. News of his injury had reached the leaders before he even landed back home. Now pay attention here. You and I are about to see just how high the stakes are for someone this powerful. Seeing their panic, he tried to calm them down, simply stating that he was perfectly fine. This only made Kongkwan frown deeper. How could he say he's fine while standing there covered in injuries? Tieu Dung Ngu wasn't as loud as Kongkwan, but his face was etched with deep concern as he watched. He waved his hand to silence Kongkwan, demanding a full explanation of what happened, since an injury to a top-tier soldier like him was an extremely rare and serious event. Seeing their resolve, he began to recount every detail of the battle and the situation they had just faced. Listening to the report, Tieu Dung let out a cold snort, his eyes glowing with a rage that was impossible to suppress. I avoided them before to save myself the trouble, but now they've become far too arrogant and out of control. Within 1 week, I want the Black Hand organization wiped off the face of the earth completely. Kongquan's face was cold as stone, his gaze as sharp as an arrow, ready to be fired from the bow. Fury burned in Kongquan's heart as well. The agents of the Ace Squad were his most precious treasures. You and I both know that look. It means the enemies are about to face a total nightmare, especially since Kongquan viewed every single agent in the Ace Squad as a priceless treasure and was already determined to destroy the Black Hand for nearly taking the lives of two of his very best soldiers. Are you okay? Tieu Dung stepped forward, wanting to check the injuries for himself. After checking the wounds, a look of pure confusion washed over the faces of Tieu Dung and the others. He and Kongquan exchanged a look and shook their heads, completely stunned by the impossible speed at which his injuries were already starting to heal. Tieu Dung looked at him deeply, but he didn't push for answers, simply telling him to be more careful. After checking on him, Tieu Dung turned his attention to Tung Feng, who was still resting in her bed. His gaze was heavy with the weight of a commander. You've worked hard, he said with a soft sigh. Without another word, he gave Tung Feng a formal military salute. Kongquan and the others stood with solemn faces, saluting her as a true national hero who had sacrificed her entire career as a special agent for her country. Tieu Dung expressed his deepest respect for her sacrifice. Faced with this honor, Tung Feng sat up straighter, her injured body tense and her eyes filled with determination. Even while lying in bed, she forced herself to give a standard military salute. And though she didn't say a word, the leaders could feel her silent, powerful response. This was the fearless spirit of a soldier. Tieu Dung then went to check on the other injured agent. A few minutes later, he patted the main character's shoulder. In his eyes, an agent losing a limb was the end. Their careers were over in his mind, but he had a different plan. He suddenly remembered a master level exoskeleton crafting skill he saw in the system shop, which promised that he could build any kind of advanced mechanical frame to replace lost human limbs. Though the description was short, he knew the system never provided anything less than top tier godlike quality. He spoke to the system internally, choosing to exchange his points for the master level exoskeleton crafting skill right then and there. The system chimed and the exchange was successful. A flood of complex methods and technical blueprints for building advanced human exoskeletons poured into his mind instantly. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he changes the world next. You and I are about to watch an elite soldier hit rock bottom before her captain offers a legendary upgrade. He stays silent, just watching her. She assumes he is simply struggling with the pain of letting her go. So she speaks up, telling the captain she is fine with being reassigned as a military instructor somewhere else. She thinks she is qualified, but his expression suddenly turns dead serious. Tuong Fong, do you really trust me? That intensity catches her off guard. Of course I trust you, she replies without a single second of hesitation. He tells her there is a way to stay on the ace team. Those words hit her like thunder. Her jaw drops. If there is even a sliver of hope, she wants to stay more than anything else. She had already prepared herself to be an instructor, but now he is offering her a real future. Her breath hitches. Captain, whatever you need me to do, I am willing to go through with it. Even for a soldier who lost limbs, he has the power to give her a brand new life. In the hospital room, he explains his plan. After the amputation, he will install a bionic exoskeleton for her. Tongfeng frowns. An exoskeleton, this is technology she has never even heard of in her entire life. It will replace her lost arm while functioning exactly like her original limb. Tuong Fong looks at him in shock. Restoring full functionality sounds like a total impossibility, so he asks, do you want to go through with it? She does not hesitate. She lowers her head for a moment, then looks up and grits her teeth. Install it. Between leaving the team forever or taking this one shot at hope, the choice is obvious to her now. He leaves to start the design, telling her to ask Hikon if he wants one too once he wakes. She watches him walk away, her heart filled with immense gratitude and a million questions about his true identity. He is the one who brought her to the ace team, saved her life, and now gave her hope. She vows to repay him someday, though his overwhelming strength makes her wonder if she will ever have the chance. More than anything, she wonders what kind of incredible mind is hidden behind that calm, confident face of his. Time crawls by. While the rest of Squad 4 returns to their regular training, the two of them are stuck. Watching their comrades from a distance, Kikon and Tuong Fong can only endure the long, painful recovery process. Darkness starts to creep into their hearts. Without training, even with new limbs, they might never catch up again. Now pay attention because just as they lose hope, our main character arrives like a savior for them both. He tells them to follow him and leads them directly into a specialized room within the research facility. Experts are already waiting. He thanks them knowing this installation is going to change everything for his team. After an hour of intense work, he exhales and tells Tuong Fong to give her new arm a try. She stands up and tentatively moves the mechanical limb, lifting it and then slowly letting it back down again. Tuong Fong is shocked. There is no resistance at all. It feels as if this mechanical arm was always a part of her body. Captain, this is incredible and so easy to use. It takes another 90 minutes to install a mechanical arm and a bionic leg for Kikon as well. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the room, Kikon slowly begins to stand up on his own. Once fully upright, he lets out a huge laugh. I thought I would never be able to stand again. But these limbs are not just for movement, they come packed with hidden weapons, controlled by their own consciousness. They test the system immediately, focusing their minds on the commands he just described to the two of them. Suddenly, sharp daggers pop out from the back of their mechanical hands. Man, you two look like total Wolverines. Not only that, but their arms can actually fire bullets. They are both completely stunned. This is like having a hidden high tech pistol attached to your body at all times. Now, here is where it gets crazy. Watch what happens when he tells Kikon to try a jump. He warns him not to use too much power. Kikon nods, takes a step, and then launches upward. That jump leaves every single person at the scene completely stunned by the sheer power they just witnessed. He cleared nearly 2 meters off the ground with a casual hop. That is some serious next level strength. Kikon lands staring at his new legs in disbelief. Captain, I think I love you to death right now. Instead of being weaker, these mechanical limbs have actually made him much more powerful than he was before his injury. He tells them to go practice with their new gear because a new mission might be coming very soon. So, what do you and I think with tech like this is the Ace team now completely unstoppable? Stick with me. You are about to see this legend get dragged straight to the commander. Xiao Zhangguo looks up as they enter. What is going on? Xiao Kong, Commander, it is good news, the best news. Well, what report could possibly get you this excited? Hong Quan is so pumped up that he completely forgets to maintain his usual professional and disciplined soldierly composure. Commander, you have no idea. That exoskeleton isn't just about power, it can even be equipped with its own rocket launchers. Commander Xiao tries to stay calm at first, keeping his authority, but once he hears about the 100% control, he cannot sit still. As Kong Quan finishes, the joy on the commander's face is impossible to hide. He slams the table hard. This is absolutely incredible. With this, our disabled special agents who were forced to retire won't have any more regrets. My son in law, you've given me another massive surprise. So that's why you vanished for a whole month. You were actually building this thing. This is truly fantastic news for us. If every time you disappeared, you brought back a miracle like this, I would wish you'd vanish for a few months every single year. He understands why they are so thrilled. Special agents are a nation's most precious assets, but their missions often lead to severe injuries or worse. Many of them were forced into early retirement because of permanent disabilities that ended their careers way too soon. But now, with this exoskeleton he created, these broken heroes won't just return, they will shine brighter than ever before. The total numbers of the elite Ace teams can now finally increase significantly thanks to this invention. Over at the veterans' courtyard, a quick glance reveals the price of war. Most are missing arms or legs. Hey Shangma, what are you doing? The man being called is Black Leopard, a former legend of the Ace team and the previous captain of this very group of men. Shut your mouth, Xiao Ji. Did anyone ask you? A true gentleman watches the game without speaking a single word. Black Leopard snaps at the tall man. His hands are perfectly fine, but he is currently confined to sitting in a manual wheelchair. Captain, when did you become so sophisticated? Xiaoji looks shocked. Captain, have you been spending your free time reading books lately? Even for Black Leopard, who was known for his rough and loud personality, hearing him speak like this completely stuns the others. Do you think it is still like the old days? Back then, we could rely on our raw martial power to serve the country. Now that we are like this, if we do not study, aren't we just useless trash? Hearing that, the entire courtyard falls into a heavy silence. Though they don't talk about their retirement, it's a knot in everyone's heart they can't untie. From a short distance away, he watches this emotional scene unfold quietly. This is the daily reality for most retired special agents now. They just play chess and reminisce about the glory days of their past. Now, watch this. He can see their frustration and walks straight toward them to change their lives forever. The laughing veterans notice him approaching, their faces filled with confusion. Black Leopard smiles and asks, "Hello, who are you looking for?" He looks at the young man's face and assumes he is just there for a routine visit, but he is still a little bit puzzled. Didn't they just come for a visit a few days ago? Why are they back? Still, Black Leopard and the others remain kind to the recruits. After all, they aren't instructors anymore. They just want to give the younger generation a little bit of extra encouragement and support. He nods politely toward the group. Greetings, everyone. I am the captain of Ace Team Squad 4 Lin Fan. Hearing those words, the smile on Black Leopard's face instantly freezes. Xiaoji's mouth hangs open while the others stare with wide eyes. I know what you are thinking. A kid this young, yeah, their minds are blown right now. His introduction sends a massive shockwave through the group. A young man like this actually claims to be a captain of the elite Ace team, but none of them think he is lying. After all, nobody would ever dare to fake the identity of an Ace team soldier here. Still, the title of Squad 4 captain is truly mind blowing. They all know exactly how much weight that legendary rank carries. Their expressions turn serious as they all give a crisp military salute. Greetings, Captain Lin. This salute represents their absolute respect. To become an Ace Team captain, you don't just need insane strength, you must have achieved massive legendary merits. He is so young, yet has already achieved such incredible glory and success. Back when they were his age, they were just rookies in training. Such achievements demand respect. Black Leopard looks at him with a questioning gaze. Captain Lin, may I ask why you've come here today? He looks at Black Leopard seriously. Do you all still want to return to the front lines? Black Leopard's breath hitches instantly as a sharp, intense light flashes deep within his tired eyes. He stares intensely at the young captain. Captain Lin, that's a cruel thing to say. After being disabled for so many years, there's no way back. I have a way. Xiaoji can't help himself. Captain Lin, as long as you can get me back to the front lines, I am willing to do absolutely anything you ask. And that is where we leave it, trust me. These heroes are about to get their lives back. Black Panther tests the exoskeleton face filled with shock. He moves his mechanical leg. That strange but familiar sensation makes his eyes turn red with emotion. Captain, you can actually stand up. Captain, try taking a few steps for us. You and I are watching a miracle right now. The others look on their shock and joy matching Black Panther's as he stares at Captain Ye with pure gratitude. Captain Ye, I truly cannot thank you enough. Ye nods slightly. This is exactly what you all deserve. They became disabled protecting their country, making them the most deserving of these exoskeletons. He might act humble, but Black Panther knows the truth. This is like being born again. Suddenly, Black Panther thinks of something, his voice trembling as he hesitates to speak. With a nervous look, he asks, Captain Ye, can I bring my other brothers here to get these exoskeletons installed? He quickly adds, terrified of a rejection. We will pay for the costs of these suits ourselves. They all look at him with pleading eyes. They have no idea Ye actually wants to invite every single veteran who was discharged due to their disabilities. Everyone stands stunned before erupting into pure unbridled joy. Thank you, Captain Ye. I will make sure everyone gets the word. He is beyond excited. What does this mean? It means the number of Long Kingdom's elite agents will double. Their military strength will soon be impossible to measure. Imagining that glorious future, Black Panther breathes heavily, eyes red. Captain Ye, you are just too incredible. He is a simple man, so this is the only way he knows how to show his respect. Yi tries to speak about the money, but Black Panther cuts him off instantly. It does not matter how much it costs. My point is, I am personally covering all the costs for their exoskeleton installations for free. Now, watch how fast this spreads. News of the exoskeletons flies through the veteran community like wildfire. Team 4 of the Ace squad is currently training with the Dragon Strike Special Forces. Shang Feng and Little Monkey have fully recovered. With the exoskeleton boosting their strength, they are now performing far better than anyone else on the field. Seeing this, everyone else is dying of pure envy. Suddenly, a series of urgent whistles pierce the air. Everyone immediately snaps into formation. Once assembled, Xiao Rongyu notices that every single Ace squad agent is present. Today, we eliminate a major border threat, the Black Hand organization. Xiao Rongyu looks up to see Kongjun addressing the entire group. Without anyone noticing, Captain Ye has also joined them at their side. The Black Hand has become lawless lately, loitering around our borders. Your mission is to hit them hard until they simply cease to exist. Everyone roars their response. They are hyped, not just for the mission, but because this is their chance to finally get an exoskeleton upgrade. Big missions mean injuries, and if they push hard enough, they might actually get hurt. Finally, a real mission. I am going in first, so do not even try to stop me. Damn, you want a robot arm too. Get back, I am first. You saw that, right? These guys actually want to get hurt. Kongjun hears every word, his face darkening. Full of passion, but you are all a bunch of idiots. Kongjun shouts, silencing the entire crowd. What are you thinking? Are you all really planning to get injured just for a mechanical suit? Their faces freeze, exposing their true thoughts. I had no idea you all were this foolish. Your bodies belong to you, so do whatever you want with them. Robot arms might make you stronger, but have you thought about the people who love you, your partners, families, and friends? How will they feel? Everyone shudders, bowing their heads. They do not care about powers or robot arms. They just want you home in one piece. They know you are protecting the country and making sacrifices. Missions are dangerous, but they are constantly praying for your safety. The nation feels the same. Your life is the top priority. Everyone keeps their heads down, feeling a wave of deep shame wash over them. I feel the same way. I want you safe, so stop thinking about getting hurt for an upgrade. They board the military plane heading for the border. 100 kilometers away in a large, messy office, the enemy leader looks annoyed. The most striking thing about him is his pitch black arm. It is covered in tattoos, making it look like a hand of shadow. Beside him is an elegant looking man, along with several thugs. The elegant man speaks up. Boss, we have to abandon another factory. Trust me, you and I are about to see this villain regret ever crossing the Long Kingdom. Damn those agents. All right, you and I are diving straight into the nest of the Black Hand organization's big boss. This guy is beyond frustrated because his bioweapons had two goals: revenge on the Dragon Kingdom and selling to their worst enemies. But things went south when a recent Dragon Kingdom raid wiped out most of his elite personnel. Now the Black Hand organization is facing a massive shortage of soldiers. With most of their factories empty, this is their last stand. High above, a mechanical bird watches with glowing eyes. That bird is our main character's drone, and the intel it's feeding back is crystal clear. The surrounding enemies are already cleared. Kong Jun's teams lead from one side while our hero's squad creates a perfect pincer. Thanks to that drone footage, everyone knows exactly where to go. Guards are taken out like it's nothing, and the Black Hand doesn't suspect a single thing. Inside the factory, a refined man frowns. Why haven't the guards checked in yet? The boss just scoffs, thinking those brats are probably slacking off and playing cards again. But that elegant strategist feels something is off. How could every single guard be silent at the same time? He orders a full alert, but the boss thinks he's just being paranoid. No way the Dragon Kingdom attacks in broad daylight, he claims, but the strategist remains on edge. Meanwhile, our team is already in position, watching for the slightest shift in the factory's rhythm. Now watch closely because the strategist is about to send out their top heavy hitter to investigate. Meet Hazy, the third in command and the organization's most brutal brawler. He heads out with a small team. As soon as they show their faces, our hero grins and tells the team to get ready. The rabbits are here, he whispers. The squad gets hyped because they know what that smile means. If the main character is this excited, you know a world-class beatdown is about to start. While the enemies are still confused, our hero makes his move. He's had them targeted since the start. As Hazy's footsteps get louder, the order is given 10 targets. Don't worry about the numbers. Our hero trash talks them, saying they're already finished and he'd rather just take a nap. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he lunges straight at the nearest Black Hand member. Xiaorongyu is right behind him, throwing a lethal kick toward another target. You can see the pure terror on the guy's face as that kick lands exactly where it hurts most. A sickening sound rings out as the enemy collapses in agony. The rest of the team charges in. Shang Feng swings his mechanical arm at a tough-looking thug who barely manages to block. The force sends him flying, but he rolls and manages to get back on his feet instantly. Shang Feng is impressed. He survived that punch, but Hazy is actually the one in total shock. He can feel the searing pain radiating through his arm and chest. His expression shifts to pure disbelief. If that hit was any stronger, his arm would have snapped. In the next second, Hazy realizes almost all of his men are already face down on the dirt. He curses the guards, wondering how anyone could have snuck this close without being spotted. Before he can finish that thought, a massive black mechanical fist is already closing in on his face. Hazy barely rolls away to survive. Shang Feng realizes this organization actually has a real fighter. While retreating, Hazy fumbles for his radio to report the enemy's location. He shouts the warning as he sprints back. Suddenly, the factory's emergency sirens scream to life. Back in the control room, the elegant strategist's face turns pale with worry. The boss slams his tattooed hand onto the table, furious that a tiny group dared to attack them. He's seeing red, cursing the guards he fed and paid who let this disaster happen. He slams the redwood table so hard it literally splits down the middle from his rage. The strategist realizes these must be Dragon Kingdom agents. No one else has this kind of power. On the other side, the ace team arrives and hears the sirens. They look at Kongjun in confusion. You and I have to admit, these enemies have some terrifyingly fast instincts to detect them this quickly. You and I are jumping right into the heat of battle as Kongguan hears the signal to move. The team is fired up, ready to wipe out those Black Hand bastards once and for all as they charge the factory. Meanwhile, on the other side, the captain leads Squad 4 to a nearby plant, signaling his team to breach the building immediately. Tank takes the lead, but freezes when he sees a gun barrel pointed directly at his head. A shot rings out before the enemy can fire. The captain took him down and calmly told Tank to keep moving. Tank stares at the captain's back, feeling a mix of pure awe and terrifying respect. He exhales a heavy breath, muttering that the captain almost gave him a heart attack by being so quiet. They pass through the doors to see the horrifying scale of the facility, with bioweapons lining the conveyor belts. The sight of so many chemical weapons makes everyone's blood run cold as the gravity of the mission sinks in. Beyond the main floor, there are several central hubs, and the team moves forward with extreme caution. With a quick signal, Tuong Fong checks the first few rooms, but they find nothing but empty shadows. As Tuong Fong opens the final door, a bullet whizzes past his head, missing by a fraction of an inch. But he was already one step ahead, dropping low the moment he sensed the ambush waiting inside. Tuong Fong draws his hidden blade and plunges it into an enemy's throat, leaving the others frozen in shock. The terrorists cannot comprehend how the team knew exactly where they were hiding. Now watch this coordination before they can even aim. The ace team lands perfect headshots to finish the job. The captain watches from the rear, knowing if they cannot handle this, they have no business being on his team. Once the room is clear, they hide the bioweapons and advance toward the next production wing. In the next facility, they find more than just thugs, as scientists are performing horrific experiments right then and there. To make matters worse, the test subjects are innocent civilians captured from the surrounding areas. Tuong Fong's team wipes out the guards, but they are forced to watch the victims suffer, unable to help. They cannot even offer a mercy kill because entering that contaminated zone would risk spreading the virus everywhere. After clearing the main plants, the squad arrives at what looks like the smallest workshop on the site. But stick with me because what is inside this tiny building is about to change everything. It is a massive hidden space where the most advanced bioweapons are being churned out by high tech machines. They find tubes filled with a thick, glowing green liquid, the ultimate product of this nightmare factory. The color is much darker than the other samples, signaling that this stuff is incredibly lethal. Suddenly, voices echo from the shadows, henchmen complaining about why the second brother wants this gear moved now. They wonder if he is losing faith in the big boss's ability to crush the intruders. One guard explains it is just a precaution, as the second brother is the real brains behind the operation. The captain signals the team to stay low, and they quickly knock out the two guards before they can react. Tuong Fong asks the captain for orders, worried since a large shipment has already been moved out. The captain decides to track the shipment himself, using his radar skill, leaving the team to dismantle the factory. Meanwhile, the Black Hand leader is feeling the pressure as his forces are being systematically dismantled. Now that Tieu Dung Ngu has joined the fray, the enemy is being forced into a desperate retreat. Tieu Dung Ngu's raw power and tactical genius are proving to be too much for the organization to handle. The leader orders his men to create a distraction on the right, hoping to sneak through the chaos. He demands suppressive fire at any cost while the high value targets try to disappear into the night. It looks like their plan might actually work as the right flank seems completely unguarded. Feeling victorious, the leader signals his men to charge forward and tear through the opposition. The Black Hand thugs rush in with insane confidence, thinking they have finally found a hole in the defense. They charge with brutal intensity, believing they are about to turn the tide of the battle. But Tieu Dung Ngu does not even blink. She just calmly gives the order to detonate the traps. Trust me, you and I are about to see one hell of a blowout as Sun Hao triggers the hidden mines. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a bunch of mines meet an arrogant criminal organization. The mines go off like a deadly fireworks show, celebrating the absolute destruction of the enemy. The blast hits the Black Hand goons on the right, sending them flying as men and horses go down. Screams of agony fill the air while most of them get their legs charred black by the explosion. Their leader watches, eyes wide with fury, and his face turning incredibly dark. Damn it, he never expected these special agents to be this cunning and ruthless. Li Trung and the others are even more shocked, having no idea Tieu Dung Ngu's plan would actually work this well. Seeing so many enemies wiped out in a single heartbeat, everyone looks at Tieu Dung Ngu with pure amazement. Suddenly, Tieu Dung Ngu spots a new arrival approaching the Black Hand leader from behind to deliver a message. Boss, the second brother already moved the cargo far away and our main shipment is finally ready to go. The leader grins, staring at the agents like a hungry wolf. I know what you're thinking, this retreat feels way too easy. And our main character feels that bad vibe too, inside the smallest warehouse. Tuong Fong and the team are moving the most concentrated bioweapons. Suddenly, Monkey snaps into focus, whispering that someone is coming. Everyone goes on high alert instantly. A few seconds later, the Black Hand thugs burst through the doors. They move cautiously, but there's still no match for the brutal ambush Tuong Fong's team has waiting. When top tier agents strike, it's no joke, fast, precise, and lethal. In seconds, the entire enemy squad is hitting the floor. They finish cleaning up and prepare to move the bioweapons again when they hear a rush of heavy footsteps. Before they can react, a massive punch slams directly into Trang Dong's stomach. The force is insane, sending Trang Dong tumbling across the ground. He uses the momentum to roll and push himself back up. Feeling the sharp sting in his gut, Trang Dong just smirks and mutters about that being a real hit. If it wasn't for his protective gear and all that endurance training, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand right now. Tank and the others rush in to stop the follow up attack. These Black Hand goons might have basic weapons, but their bodies are trained to absolute peak levels. That's exactly why they're forcing our heroes into a brutal close quarters fistfight. Tuong Fong and her team don't even have time to pull their guns before the brawl begins. Tuong Fong charges first, heading straight for the nearest enemy. The guy just stands there, completely confused by her sudden aggression. Her teammates were just supposed to block the path, so why is she charging in alone? He instinctively raises his arms to block the black mechanical fist coming his way, but Tuong Fong predicted that, shifting her target from his chest to his stomach mid-swing. And that's not all, a hidden dagger suddenly snaps out from the top of her fist. The sound of steel tearing through flesh echoes out. The enemy stares at her in pure disbelief as he slowly collapses. You saw that too, right? A fist with a hidden blade. Tank's eyes are practically popping out of his head. He punches an enemy with all his might, but the guy doesn't even flinch. How is she dropping them so easily? Thuong Fong swings again, catching an enemy's head with such force that his neck snaps back in a sickening twist. The sheer violence of the scene leaves everyone stunned for a second. What kind of monster are they dealing with? Is she even human? But there's no time to think because Tuong Fong is already moving again. Looking at her ruthless speed, the team realizes she's just letting out all her bottled up rage. She's a literal angel of death right now. Monkey sees this and tells Trangdong he's going in to back her up. Since Tuong Fong has gone totally berserk, he needs to be there to watch her six. Monkey activates his mechanical legs. He launches himself 3 meters into the air, flying high over the heads of everyone in the room. The Black Hand thugs just freeze in shock as Monkey uses his mechanical legs to launch 3 meters into the air. They've never seen anything like this. First an angel of death and now some kind of jumping tiger. Monkey sticks the landing without needing to absorb the shock, immediately launching his second attack. He stomps the ground and rockets toward the closest enemy who's still standing there with a blank stare. A flying knee strike slams into the guy's chest like a cannonball, sending him flying back several meters and knocking others down. What the hell was that? Did a literal cannon just hit him? Everyone is questioning their reality. It's not just the enemies, Trang Dung and the others are completely speechless too. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this mission ends, because the real chaos is just beginning. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total monster dismantle an entire crime syndicate. These Black Hand thugs have lost all hope. They used to believe their enhanced bodies were way tougher than any elite squad. But who could have expected two absolute monsters to show up, one punch kills, slaps that literally snap necks, and jumping 3 meters high? Is this something a normal human can even do? The Black Hand has lost its will to fight. These lunatics, usually so crazy, are finally tasting true terror. Can we even survive this? We have to try unless you really want to be tortured to death by second brother. One guy grits his teeth and tells everyone to hold the line. They have numbers, but their courage is already shattered. Meanwhile, our hero is hunting down the runners. That refined looking guy is busy loading up his illegal bioweapons. As soon as he shows up, the guards spot him. The elegant leader is stunned to see he came all this way alone. He asks his men, is he really by himself? The scouts scan the area, but there is nobody else coming. This just leaves the leader even more confused than before. He didn't think anyone would be brave enough to hunt him solo. Are you here to surrender to him? Showing up alone means giving up. Now pay attention here. Watch what happens when he stares down those loaded guns. Second brother thinks he has already won. Do I look like the type to surrender? This piques the leader's interest. Surely you do not think you can take out more than 10 of us here all by yourself. Before he can even finish, our guy suddenly lunges toward the men, aiming their guns at him. In a single second, the shooters do not even have time to react or defend themselves, falling straight to the ground. Second brother is speechless, his jaw hitting the floor, unable to say a word. He realizes instantly that 10 men aren't enough to stop this monster. He dives into the truck, screaming, "Drive! Get us out of here!" The rest scramble into the vehicle after him. They floor it, leaving their unfinished bioweapons behind in a desperate, frantic rush to escape. Once he hears the engine roar, second brother finally manages to catch his breath, but his face is still frozen in pure shock. What kind of freak was that? He has never seen anyone that terrifying in his life. wiping out an entire squad in different positions in 1 second. That is not human. He's smart though. He decided to run immediately. Watching the vehicle speed away, our hero just smiles coldly. You and I both know he is not letting them go. Watch this. He actually starts chasing the car on foot. Since it is a steep mountain road, the car is slow. In a heartbeat, he is right on their tail. The leader snaps out of his daze when his lackey screams, "Boss, he is catching up. He is right behind us." Those 5 words make no sense to him. We are in a truck. How can he catch us? Is he really just running? He looks back and sees our guy sprinting after them with his rifle. The sight leaves him absolutely paralyzed. Can a human really outrun a car on foot? Even if it is slow, this mountain terrain is a nightmare for a runner. What kind of monster are they dealing with? He's literally matching the car's speed step for step. To everyone's horror, he slowly raises his gun while sprinting. Bang bang, he lands every shot perfectly on the rear bulletproof glass. Sparks fly off the glass, sending the elegant leader scrambling back in total terror. Our guy frowns, bulletproof glass, huh? Meanwhile, the boss is panicking like a trapped rat on a hot stove. He turns pale and screams at his men, "Do not just sit there, fire back, he cannot possibly aim while running." His thugs finally react, grabbing their weapons and opening the doors to take a shot at him. But the moment the doors open, 2 guards get tagged in the chest and slump forward. The others slam the doors shut in a panic. Seeing his men fall like that, the leader's soul nearly leaves his body. He's looking at our guy like he's seeing a ghost. How can someone run and shoot with such deadly precision? Even though he's keeping up sprinting at full tilt like this won't last forever, he needs a way to stop them. He has to force that truck to halt. Suddenly, one of the thugs in the back yells, "Boss, you need to see this." By now, the leader has managed to calm himself down a little bit. This vehicle was specially modified, the body is armored, and the tires can keep rolling even after being shot out. He cannot imagine how a guy on foot could stop them, but what he sees next is absolutely terrifying. Our hero is running with explosives in his hand. He grabs a massive tree, uses the momentum to swing, and launches the charge. Everyone in the truck watches with their eyes wide in pure horror. The bomb arcs perfectly right into their path. You and I are about to see this go boom, turn the wheel. All right, stick with me, the man screams in terror, but there is no time to react. Boom! A deafening explosion rings out, and our hero's body trembles from the force of that massive impact. Using that momentum put an insane load on his body. The power was simply overwhelming. It even left a deep mark on the tree trunk. He relaxes his stiff muscles, bones cracking loudly, then begins walking toward the wreckage of the vehicle. The thick smoke clears, revealing the flipped vehicle. The Black Hand members slowly crawl out of the wreckage. The third brother crawls out, shaking his head. He is so dizzy that he can barely keep his balance. As he regains his senses, he sees the man standing right in front of him. In an instant, the second brother falls back in pure shock, asking who he is. "It seems you still do not know how your previous base was wiped out." Those words immediately snap the second brother back to reality. "Did you really kill all those men of ours?" He does not answer, instead choosing to kill every member crawling out of the car. After taking them all out, he points his gun at the second brother. "You had better give me the information I need right now." With a gun to his head, the second brother knows there is no escape. He just laughs and tells him to guess. Pay attention here. He claims he left bombs at the factory. He says those explosives will give the team a surprise they will definitely enjoy. Hearing this, his brow furrows as his grip on the gun tightens. Bang! Second brother falls with a crazed smile, his eyes reflecting our hero's frantic silhouette. He can already see the grim end waiting at the factory. Shang Feng and the others have finished off the remaining enemies. Everyone is covered in a significant number of wounds. They enter the factory once more, intending to transport the remaining biochemical weapons out of the facility. But they have no idea that several pairs of eyes are watching them from the shadows. They never expected anyone to be waiting for the bomb to explode. In the eyes of the hidden enemies, Shang Feng and her team are already as good as dead. Meanwhile, the team has no idea they are being watched. Tank and the others carry part of the weapons and run outside. Only Monkey and Shang Feng remain inside, preparing to leave. As they step toward the exit, a sudden rapid sound begins to echo. They know that sound all too well. It is definitely explosives. At that exact moment, the factory doors automatically slam shut, locking them inside. In this life or death moment, Shang Feng reacts with lightning speed and pushes Monkey out to safety. A massive explosion erupts, blowing the factory doors apart. The team scrambles to their feet and looks at the devastation inside the facility. A thick green gas begins to spread from the center of the blast. Shang Feng is knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion. He struggles to stand, while the others try to rush in and save him. But suddenly, several figures wearing gas masks appear on the other side of the room. This sight causes everyone to grit their teeth in absolute frustration. They did not expect an enemy ambush to be waiting here. The masked enemies look at Tank and the others mockingly gesturing for them to enter. Shang Feng struggles to get back on her feet despite the pain. She looks at Tank with a weak gaze before gritting her teeth and running deeper into the factory. Monkey sees this and tries to follow with bloodshot eyes, but Zhuang Yong manages to hold him back. The entire factory is now filled with lethal toxic gas. Rushing in now would be a total suicide mission. Shang Feng ran deeper into the facility because she wants us to leave her behind. Hearing this, Monkey struggles even harder. He screams at Zhuang Yong, asking if she really does not want them to save her. Are we really just going to give up on her? Yes, Zhuang Yong shouts back, leaving Monkey completely stunned as he stares at him. You and I both know the rule. We cannot waste more lives for someone already declared dead. Did you forget everything the captain taught us? Saying those words breaks Zhuang Yong's heart, but he has no choice. As the acting captain, he is responsible for the lives of everyone else in Team 4. Monkey collapses, staring blankly into the factory. Right then, the sound of rapid footsteps catches everyone's attention. What is happening? Where is Shang Feng Tank and the others turn around to see him panting as he reaches the group? Monkey frantically explains that Shang Feng is trapped by bombs and toxic gas. His heart sinks. He arrived one step too late to prevent this disaster. Captain, we have to leave. All the weapons are destroyed and the gas makes a rescue mission impossible. Seeing him nod, Zhuang Yong feels a sense of relief, but then he suddenly charges straight toward the factory. He moves so fast that the others cannot even react to his movement. And there he goes straight into the toxic gas. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how far he will go for his team. Inside the factory, the Black Hand members in gas masks are relentlessly searching for Shang Feng. She is hiding under the staircase, clutching her chest and gasping for air. The gas is already shutting down her vital signs. Shang Feng reaches the roof, but the enemies are right behind her. They have finally cornered the woman they were looking for. You and I are diving into a rescue that is about to go south. Hearing a voice behind her, Shang Feng realizes she has been spotted, but then catches a familiar tone. Shang Feng, follow me. She spins around and sees him standing there looking incredibly weak behind the enemy lines. Having inhaled too much toxic gas, he clutches his chest, gasping for air while cold sweat pours down his face. Oh, an idiot actually showed up. These Long Nation agents really are brainless. The Black Hand members begin to mock him mercilessly. Captain, you have to leave. I cannot move anymore. Shang Feng speaks in a faint, barely audible whisper. He looks at Shang Feng with total determination. Understanding his signal, she smiles and uses her last bit of strength to leap backward. This sudden move by Shang Feng leaves the Black Hand operatives completely stunned and frozen in place. They never expected him to actually show up for a rescue, and they certainly did not expect her to jump off the cliff. Since she is gone, you can stay here. I thought Long Nation agents were supposed to be smart, but you came here to die. The masked members of the Black Hand organization quickly surround him, closing in from every side. Here is where it gets heavy. His eyes stay locked on where Shang Feng jumped, his hands still frozen in the air. Shang Feng. His eyes turn bloodshot as he mumbles her name under his breath in a low, pained tone. They have known each other for years, from the hunter trials to him personally training her for the elite 4th squad. Seeing her disappear right before his eyes fills his heart with an agonizing, overwhelming sense of loss. Memories of their time together flash through his mind, and a bitter, hollow smile slowly spreads across his face. The Black Hand soldiers are confused by his expression. They have no idea what is going on with this man. Instead of showing fear, he just stands there. One enemy laughs, asking if he is simply paralyzed with terror. Since you dared to show up, your life no longer belongs to you, the man yells as he prepares to charge. Now I know what you are thinking, but this is where he finally snaps. Like a demon's whisper, he tells them they are all dying. He has never sounded this cold, and for a moment the entire Black Hand group freezes in pure, unadulterated shock. He feels an eerie, terrifying sense of calm washing over him. But a second later, one of them laughs, asking if he really thinks he can threaten them in his current state. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind slams into the speaker as a massive fist crashes directly into his chest. In that split second, the man feels as if he has been struck head on by a speeding car. The sound of shattering ribs fills the air as the enemy is sent flying over 3 meters away by the impact. After just a few exchanges, most of the Black Hand soldiers are down. The survivors stare at him with absolute horror. You are a demon, they scream. He walks toward them, repeating that everyone in this place is going to die. Seconds later, every single member of the Black Hand organization lies on the ground, no longer breathing. With the job done, he drops to one knee, clutching his chest and gasping for any air he can find. His face is an unnatural shade of red. The enemies were right, he really did inhale a lethal amount of gas. He had been holding his breath just to kill them all. Below, Shang Feng lies motionless on a large shipping crate. Reaching her, he checks for a pulse and finds she is still breathing, letting out a massive sigh of relief. As long as she's breathing, there is hope. He puts a mask on her and rushes toward the rest of his team. He is back. The captain is back. Tank is the first one to shout out in excitement. Little Monkey hears this and leads the charge toward him with the rest of the squad following close behind. Their joy vanishes instantly when they see Shang Feng limp on his back. Little Monkey's eyes redden, fearing the worst. Shang Feng is not moving at all, and her face has turned a deathly terrifying shade of pale. Tank stands there in disbelief. The scene before him is grim. She only has one tiny breath of life left. The mood turns heavy. If the captain says it is this bad, then Shang Feng is in critical life-threatening danger. Send a few men to take her back to the base for emergency care immediately, or we will lose her forever. Realizing how dire the situation is, several soldiers quickly carry Shang Feng toward the transport units. As he watches them carry her away, he finally allows himself to let out a slow, shaky breath. That is when Tank and the others notice that something is very wrong with the captain himself. His face is hidden by the mask, but his entire body is trembling and his hands are shaking uncontrollably. Captain, should you rest? Trust me, you and I can see he is barely holding on after that fight. All right, you and I are about to watch one hell of a rescue mission. But just as he is leaving, the radio crackles with a desperate plea. Dragon agent Xiao Rongyu is in danger and needs immediate backup. The sound is faint, but he hears it clearly. He stops dead, turns on a dime, and sprints toward the Black Hand headquarters with everything he has. He moves so fast that the soldiers and even the tanks are left in shock. A second later, the team snaps out of it and chases him. Tank shouts, "Hurry up, we have to keep up with him." The captain is in bad shape, but he is pushing past every possible limit. Hearing that she was in real danger has sent his heart and soul into a total tailspin. He is terrified she will die again just like she did in his past life. That was the one thing he vowed to avoid this time. He will not let Xiao Rongyu die on a mission in this lifetime. Xiao Rongyu, wait for me. With that thought, his speed pushes into a whole new level. Facing the Black Hand boss, Xiao Rongyu is feeling the pressure. She can't see any way out of this deadly situation. Now pay attention because the odds are about to get even worse as the gang starts swarming in to attack her from all sides. Dealing with the boss was already hard enough, but now she has to fight off everyone else at once. In an instant, she is beaten back. Her body is screaming in pain as the strikes land one after another. Knocked down again, she grits her teeth to rise, but the boss kicks her hard before she can even move, sending her flying. Her vision starts to blur, and her consciousness begins to fade into the dark. Ribs shattered, arm dislocated, and a broken leg. She struggles mentally, refusing to give in, but her body just won't move an inch, no matter how hard she tries. The boss is stunned. She is still alive. This woman is tougher than he thought. He frowns, staring at her. He wonders what kind of monster could survive such a brutal beating. He remembers her command skills and combat prowess from the operation. Her strategy and physical stats were totally off the charts. He realizes she's a legendary female soldier. The boss approaches her, a look of pure crazed joy on his face. He wants to kill this dragon country genius. As he raises his foot, Xiao Rongyu feels a wave of bitter regret wash over her. Completely paralyzed, she can only watch in silence as the inevitable end comes for her. With eyes full of cruelty, the boss lets out a crazed laugh and stamps his foot down toward her head. Her mind goes blank. "Goodbye," she whispers in her heart. "You saw that too, right? That shadow just changed everything right before she lost consciousness, saving her at the very last second." He has pushed himself to the absolute max. Seeing the boss attacking and her lying there helpless, it breaks something inside of him. His eyes turn blood red. The sheer rage boiling in his soul is unlike anything he's ever felt before. In that split second, he bursts forward with speed that shatters his own records. He is there in a blink. The gang can't even react as a massive force slams directly into their boss like a hurricane. The boss's eyes bulge out as he coughs up a huge spray of blood. He flies through the air for seconds before crashing down. Everyone freezes, realizing the captain has suddenly appeared right beside her. What the hell? What kind of freaks are these Dragon Country agents? First a woman, and now this guy is even more of a monster. His men help the boss up. He growls, "Damn it, who is this guy? Why do these guys just keep coming, and why are they all so overpowered that the captain ignores them entirely?" He gently picks her up to check her injuries. What he finds makes his anger explode. Broken arms, legs, and ribs, the damage is severe. Countless wounds cover her body, and the sight of her in this state is almost more than he can bear. After checking, he lets out a shaky breath. Xiao Yu is alive. That's all that matters. He turns around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Only the boss manages to stand his ground. The others are paralyzed by his aura, their bodies stiff with fear. The boss shouts at them, "Attack! He's almost at his limit. He can't last much longer." He's right, the captain is about to collapse, but he won't take a single step back with Xiao Yu behind him. He knows he has to end this fast. Every single blow he throws is packed with maximum power. The men he hits stay down for good. They can't believe this guy is still such a monster while exhausted. He can't even imagine how terrifying this man would be at full strength. So, what do you and I take from this? Never mess with a man who has everything to lose, especially when he's pushed to his absolute limit to save the person he loves most. Alright, you and I are about to watch a brutal face off. He notices a detail, and the hidden leader notices it too. A sinister smile finally spreads across that dark and gloomy face as he sees his chance to strike. Knowing he is exhausted, the hero blocks an attack from the left while catching a glimpse of another enemy rushing in from his blind right side. His reflexes are usually lightning fast, but his exhausted body is completely collapsing and he suddenly finds himself unable to make the quick moves required to survive. A massive kick sends him flying 3 meters away, tumbling and rolling across the dusty ground. The villain gloats, thrilled that today he will get to take down two legendary geniuses of Long Country. In his weakened state, he is simply no match for the Black Hand leader. He is beaten down over and over again until he hits his limit and can no longer stand. The leader looks down with eyes full of both pity and pure murderous intent. "Blame yourself for being an agent of Long Country," he sneers, while aiming a lethal hook kick at his head. The strike is powerful enough to shatter his skull like a watermelon. Now pay attention. At the very end of his rope, his body suddenly tenses and explodes with a massive burst of power. As the leader stares in total shock, our hero uses his very last bit of strength to throw a punch into the same spot he was just attacked. The villain's chest caves in instantly, sending him flying backward through the air like a broken kite. He slams into the ground, his expression frozen in shock as his pupils slowly begin to dilate, telling everyone that he is officially dead. His vision starts to fade away. "Xiao Yu, he thinks I will be with you in this life." Bang bang gunshots ring out as his vision fades. "Xiao Yu, it seems I cannot stay by your side in this life." Bang bang gunshots ring out as Tank and the others race forward in a panic. They simply cannot match his speed, and soon they lose sight of him completely. While they run, Earthwolf quickly explains the dire situation of the battlefield to the entire team. The leader of the Black Hand is there with over 10 enemies. Xiao Dongyu chose to stay behind and fight them all alone so I could find help. After saying that, Earthwolf's face turns incredibly dark as they race forward. Despite being a veteran ace agent, he feels completely useless and ashamed that he had to rely on a rookie's help and sacrifice just to survive this encounter. The rest of the team turns pale. They have trained with the Bamboo Dragon Squad and know exactly how dangerous this situation is. They know her true strength. Chongyong realizes that Xiao Dongyu is likely in a life or death situation. Monkey frowns and pushes his speed to the limit. If that is true, we must hurry even more. Everyone pushes themselves to the max. 10 minutes later, Earthwolf leads the entire group to his location. They find him kneeling silently on the ground, completely still, as if he has been turned to stone. You and I see it too. Xiao Dongyu is lying behind him, and the enemies have their weapons pointed right at him. The team's hearts sink and their rage sets in as they watch the Black Hand members prepare to fire their weapons. Since he came to save the girl, the enemies decide to cruelly take her life right in front of him. In his final moments before fainting, our hero sees the barrels of their guns shifting to aim directly at her. With his very last ounce of strength, he throws himself over Xiao Dongyu. Bang, loud gunshots tear through the air. Xiao Dongyu hears the noise. Her sheer willpower forces her to wake up from her deep coma. Opening her eyes, she sees him right in front of her. Blood sprays from Lin Fan's shoulder, splashing across her shocked face. Her eyes go wide with shock. She struggles to reach out and hold him, but she feels like her body no longer belongs to her. Screaming internally from the pain, her mind once again sinks into a deep and dark slumber. Tank and the team charge forward with bloodshot eyes, terrifying the enemies with their sheer raw fury. The enemies panic. Our leader is dead and the agents are here. Is there even a point in running? Some want to fight, while others realize that staying here is just a certain death sentence. Without a leader, the Black Hand organization falls apart, instantly descending into a chaotic mess. Some fire back wildly, while the others turn their backs and run for their lives in total fear. They were never a match for Tank's team to begin with, and with deserters among them, they are completely wiped out in an instant. In less than 20 seconds, the entire Black Hand group is eliminated by the vengeful agents. Tank and the others rush to his side to check if he is still alive or dead. Tang carefully checks for any sign of life while everyone watches his hands with heavy hearts. He frowns, but finally confirms he is still breathing. A massive wave of relief washes over every single person at the scene after hearing that news. What do you and I take from this? He survived, but his body is totally spent. His breathing is faint and the pressure is overwhelming. On the other side, a soldier checking Xiao Rongyu calls out, "She is still breathing." The team immediately grabs both of them and sprints toward the extraction point. Once they reach the landing zone, the waiting helicopter hauls everyone back to the base. Inside the special ops base, Trang Yong and the team follow the medics as they rush the stretchers into the emergency room. All right, you and I are about to witness the absolute desperation as they watch this scene in shock. They had no idea his injuries were this brutal. On the way to the emergency room, medics report his vitals are fading fast, his life signs barely registering on the monitors. His breathing is shallow and oxygen levels are crashing. Even without medical training, everyone can tell that Instructor Ye is in a catastrophic state. Finally, everyone is blocked from the operating theater. Hours pass in heavy silence before the red light finally flickers off. The doctor steps out and they immediately crowd him. How are they doing? The doctor's mask hides his face, but that heavy look in his eyes makes their hearts sink. Xiao Rongyu is stable. She has multiple fractures and deep wounds across her body. But pay attention here because while she will recover, the doctor delivers the news that Instructor Ye is in a total nightmare. According to our tests, his body has been pushed way past the breaking point. Every single function is at its absolute limit. Not only that, his lungs were ravaged by chemical toxins, causing severe internal scarring and aging. The medic shakes his head. He has never seen a human body this destroyed before. What is insane is that he is even still alive after being totally drained. Will he ever wake up? His body is hanging by a thread, kept alive only by machines for now. Whether he ever opens his eyes again is anyone's guess. Sun Hao and Liu Ruyan stand there like they have been struck by lightning, their eyes losing focus. They never imagined his injuries would be this fatal, to the point where even waking up is not guaranteed. Elsewhere, Kong Jun gives the full mission report to Xiao Jiangguo. Xiao Jiangguo's face is a mask of stone, his gaze appearing calm to the outside world. But his white knuckled grip tells the real story. I mean, how could he be calm? His daughter and his son in law are both in comas because of this mission. You and I both knew he would win, but at what cost? Let us see what is left of the enemy. And the bioweapon samples were taken for study, and the rest were burned to ash. Xiao Jianggo nods slowly. Just then, an aide arrives with a medical update on the couple. The news leaves both men in silence. It is the first time they have seen him broken like this. He was always invincible, but now he is barely there. Xiao Jiangguo growls, "Save him. Use every elite drug we have. I do not care what it takes. You fix him, that man is a national hero." Xiao Jiangguo looks at a photo in his hand. It is Lin Fan and Xiao Rongyu together. These two were his greatest pride, but right now he feels zero joy. He sighs, the weight of worry crushing him. 2 days later, where am I? A sterile white ceiling fades into view for Xiao Rongyu as she hears voices nearby. It has been so long, why have they not woken up? Did the doctor not say they would be okay? Their condition is critical, especially Instructor Ye. Can Xiao Rongyu even recover from this? Why is she still unconscious? Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu can no longer stay quiet. What what about Lin Fan? Sun Hao and Liu Ruyan jump as they realize she is finally awake. Seeing her eyes open, they are hit with relief. Sun Hao rushes for the doctor while Liu stays by her side. Xiao Rongyu stares at her trembling. What did you just say about Lin Fan? Liu Ruyan's joy turns into a pained silence, unable to meet her gaze. Wait for the doctor first. Soon the medical team arrives and begins a thorough examination of the female lead. She is recovering well, but she needs to avoid any strain, especially on her legs and arms. After the medics leave, the two look at her with tears of joy. Thank God you are back, Rongyu. You have been in a coma for nearly a week. Xiao Rongyu looks at them, her voice shaking. And that is where we leave it. You and I have to wait and see if Lin Fan survives. All right, you and I are about to witness the devastating aftermath of an impossible choice. Tieu Dung Ngu sees their faces and knows something is wrong. Liu Ruyan finally tells her everything. Instructor Ye used every last ounce of strength to kill the Black Hand before collapsing into a coma. Where is he now? Tieu Dung Ngu asks, her heart sinking as she sees their heavy expressions. Instructor Ye survived the battle, but between total exhaustion and toxic gas, he is in critical condition. He still has not woken up. The doctors are not even sure if he will ever open his eyes again. Tieu Dung Ngu's breath catches. A storm of shock and guilt instantly surges through her mind. She realizes he fought 10 men alone just to save her, despite his own body being badly injured. Gasping for air, she tries to crawl out of bed. Liu Ruyan immediately stops her, pinning her down. Tieu Dung Ngu struggles with everything she has, but her battered body is far too weak to move. I need to find him, she cries, but Sun Hao frowns and tells her she cannot see him. The toxic gas is still affecting him. He is in total isolation and no one is allowed inside. You have to recover first if you want to see him. Quietly, Tiudungu sinks back down. Deep down, she knows Sun Hao is right. Liu Ruyan looks at her friend and sighs with sadness. They have been watching over him constantly, but there has been absolutely no sign of improvement. Now, pay attention to this. The doctor says his condition is like a fish gasping on dry land. He is at his limit, only kept alive by small bursts of treatment. Teodong looks gloomy. Her mind is flooded with images of him taking a bullet for her right before everything went black. Clutching her chest, she feels warmth and sharp pain. Why were you so foolish? She whispers. Her friends watch in the silence, unsure how to comfort her. Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps echoes nearby. Teochin Kwok rushes into the room, his eyes full of joy and relief as he sees her. Seeing Teodong sitting up and safe, a wave of intense emotion hits him like a blow. Sun Hao and Liu Ruyan quietly stand up and leave, giving the father and daughter some private space. As soon as they are alone, Teodong breaks down, sobbing loudly in her father's arms. Father, what about Lam Pham? She cries. He took a bullet for me. Is he going to die? In front of the man she trusts most, she finally releases all the pain she had been holding. Since she grew up, she had rarely cried like this, let alone collapsed into her father's embrace. Teochin Kwok holds her tightly, gently patting her back while listening to her pour out her heart. She cries for a long time before finally regaining control of her emotions and pulling away. Seeing his precious daughter in so much agony, Teochin Kwok's own eyes turn red with tears. Now she is the one trying to comfort him. I believe I will get better and him too. They talk for a while longer and slowly her mood begins to lift after the emotional release. You and I both know this feeling, she asks. If mom knows, and her father instantly freezes. He would not dare tell her. If she knew, she would not just tear the house down, she would kill him. Seeing her father's awkward and terrified reaction, Tieu Dung Ngu cannot help but burst out laughing. He knows she is teasing him, but seeing her smile makes every bit of the embarrassment worth it. I have work to finish, so you must take good care of yourself, he says before leaving. Her friends stay to care for her, and she pushes herself every day to recover her strength. Within a few days, she is finally walking. Her first stop is rushing to find the instructor. Reaching the isolation room, she sees him covered in tubes. Her eyes immediately fill with tears again. He looks so fragile and pale, like he might shatter. Her friends can only sigh in sympathy. He has been in that hospital bed for an entire month, trapped in a long, endless dream. In his sleep, he can faintly hear the voices of Tieu Dung Ngu and the others calling out. But the frustration is unbearable. His body refuses to move, and he cannot say a single word back. And that is where we leave it. You and I are left wondering if he will ever wake up. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where life and death hang by a single desperate thread. He hears her voice and can feel his very life essence slipping away into the void, unable to stop the decline. But after who knows how long, the sound of Xiaorongyu's desperate sobbing voice finally reaches his ears. Please wake up. The doctor says you're dying. I'm begging you. Please just open your eyes for me. Her desperate scream pierces his soul, shaking his consciousness until he suddenly detaches from his body and floats toward a specific place. His eyes snap open, but instead of darkness, he is greeted by the sight of a stark white hospital ceiling. Xiao Rongyu is there, clutching his hand and trembling uncontrollably after hearing the doctor's final grim report. He can only hold on for 3 more days at most, if he doesn't wake up right now. His severely damaged body will lose all chance of recovery. Hearing that was why Xiao Rongyu let out that gut-wrenching cry. His trembling hand rises, and through her shocked gaze, he gently reaches out to wipe away her tears. Xiao Rongyu is stunned into silence, thinking the host has awakened and the system's life-sustaining function has officially come to an end. During this entire time, his survival was being managed and maintained by the power of the system. That is the real reason the doctors couldn't understand how he was even still alive in this situation. He exhales softly, realizing how weak his body is. He feels like he might break at any moment, but luckily the system kept him alive. In this state, anyone else would have already died 10,000 times over. As he is thinking, a notification pops up. Due to severe damage, his physical stats have plummeted to zero point 0.1. He stares at the screen with a bitter smile, realizing that all of his intense training from before has completely gone to waste. But as a special agent, he knows as long as you're breathing, there is always hope for the future. Being alive is enough. He is confident he can rebuild his physical strength from the ground up once again. While he is lost in thought, Xiao Rongyu rushes back into the room with the doctor following closely behind. The doctor examines him, stunned to find his body brimming with vitality like a fresh spring, unlike the stagnant pool before. Before this, no matter what nutrients or life saving functions they pumped into his body, nothing worked. His body just kept fading away despite all the vitamins and medical treatments they gave him. But now that he's awake, his body is regenerating. The doctor is absolutely floored by this incredible discovery. Seeing the doctor's shocked expression, Xiao Rongyu panics. Is there something wrong? Is his body having a problem? There is no problem at all. In fact, he is doing better than anyone could have ever imagined. Hearing those words, Xiao Rongyu's crushing anxiety finally transforms into a feeling of pure and overwhelming joy. He is recovering fast, but the doctor warns that his old injuries might still leave some lasting scars. For now, he needs to stay completely still and avoid making any movements at all. The doctor finishes his instructions and leaves the room still muttering to himself about how this man's recovery rate is actually so insane. You and I both know how obsessed researchers can get. Since the general arranged this, he can't, but he really wants to slice the MC open. He rolls his eyes, thinking these scientific types all have serious mental problems, just like that guy Wei Gong-hun from before. Just then, Little Monkey and the rest of the crew burst into the hospital room to see him. Seeing him awake, they're overcome with emotion. Some have faces flushed deep red, while others have eyes filled with a joy they can't describe. Captain, you're finally back with us. Do you realize how long you've been unconscious? We were all so incredibly worried about you, but thank God you finally managed to wake up. Their voices overlap, filling the room with a sense of warmth that truly touches the main character's heart. But then Little Monkey's face darkens. Captain is awake, but what about Shangfeng's condition? The MC's heart sinks. He checked her before and knew she wasn't in mortal danger, so he definitely couldn't have been wrong about her. Tell me, Little Monkey grits his teeth. Shangfeng has multiple fractures and several of her ribs are broken as well. The main character stays silent. He knew about the physical injuries, but modern medicine can fix those easily. He realizes Little Monkey is hiding something worse. Monkey avoids his gaze, unable to continue speaking. Zhuangyong sighs. When Shangfeng fell, she hit her head hard, causing a very severe concussion. And that's where we leave it. The gas damaged her brain. She's stuck in a vegetative state, unable to move at all. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a moment where our main character faces a harsh reality he just cannot punch his way out of. The hospital doctors are blunt. There is almost zero chance of recovery. Seeing this, the atmosphere among the group instantly turns heavy and suffocating. Many people there are on the verge of tears, their eyes turning red. He frowns, his mind racing with worry. Shangfeng's situation is much worse than he ever imagined. After resting for a few days, he finally starts to feel his physical body slowly recovering. Looking at the point 0.3 physical stat on his status screen, he sighs. Honestly, this level of weakness is just pathetic to him. At this current recovery rate, his physical stats will probably peak at only 0.7. That is a far cry from his former prime self. He curses his own luck. Suddenly, Xiao Rongyu enters the room smiling as she asks him what he is doing in there. She warns him that he is in no condition for any fighting yet. He just smiles and suggests they visit Shangfeng together. The two of them walk side by side until they reach the door of Shangfeng's quiet hospital room. Suddenly, he starts struggling to breathe. His recovery process seemed to be going so well, so she never expected him to be out of breath after just a few simple steps. It is a truly harsh wake up call for both of them. He insists he is fine, just out of practice with walking. He knows his body better than anyone and honestly considers this current state quite an improvement. Just 2 days ago, he would have collapsed onto the floor after taking only 2 steps. He's pushing himself to the limit. Xiao Rongyu is still worried and reaches out to support him with her hand. He refuses her help, not wanting the others in the room to gossip about how incredibly weak he has become. Now pay attention because even while he is struggling to breathe, his pride is still as stubborn as ever. He waves her off and walks inside. He might be out of breath, but he refuses to let anyone see him as vulnerable, feeling helpless. Xiao Rongyu gives up on the idea and follows him into the room. They immediately see Little Monkey sitting silently by the side of Shangfeng's bed, looking completely lost in thought. Their conditions are completely different from one another. His body just cannot absorb nutrients, making him waste away, but Shangfeng is in a complete and total vegetative state. He observes closely and realizes Shangfeng shows absolutely no signs of conscious activity. It is clear just how critical and severe the situation has truly become. This is a problem that even he, with all his knowledge, has no way of solving right now. Little Monkey looks up at him with desperation. Captain, is there really no way to help him wake up from this? Having run out of options, he can only place his hopes on the leader he trusts more than anyone else in the world. Xiao Rongyu also looks at him with hope in her eyes. He slowly shakes his head, saying there is always hope as long as he lives. After spending a few quiet minutes with Little Monkey, they finally decide to leave Shangfeng's hospital room for now. Walking down the hall, Xiao Rongyu feels her mood crashing into a deep depression. Seeing Shangfeng's condition firsthand has made her realize the true meaning of hopelessness. He has no words to comfort her. Let's pause here. You and I both know this recovery is a brutal uphill battle, but look at these new stats. He is frustrated by how slow his progress is. Why is it so hard to increase his physical strength lately? All that grueling rehabilitation, and he only managed to gain point 0.2 in his stats. Since walking is no longer a problem, he asks his superiors for permission to leave the hospital and return to the ACE team. Xiaorong Yu is strictly against it. She cannot understand why he wants to go back to the ACE team in his current physical condition. He clarifies that he is only going back to continue his recovery, not to resume active training. Her expression softens slightly, but she still disagrees because she feels his body is nowhere near ready for the harsh environment of the base. She just wants him to be safe. He admits he is bored to death and just wants to see the team, but she insists he stays in the hospital. She remembers him gasping for air after only 2 steps, so he finally gives in to her demands. He agrees to stay, letting her leave in peace, but once she is gone, he immediately sends a request to Xiao Zhanguo. Xiao Zhanguo receives the news and immediately heads straight to the hospital room. Seeing the powerful Xiao Zhanguo walk in, he is overjoyed. Father-in-law, please let me go back. I am dying of boredom here. Xiao Zhanguo looks at him sternly and asks if he is just trying to cause trouble. He argues that he is perfectly fine now and even suggests calling a doctor to perform a full medical checkup right there in the room. He is desperate to leave. Xiao Zhangguo actually brings in a doctor. After the exam, the doctor admits his recovery speed is incredibly rare and almost fully complete. However, he warns that the body is still very weak due to the massive energy depletion from before. Xiao Zhangguo finally nods, allowing him to return to the ACE team. And just like that, we're back. But trust me, there are way more people here than we remember. Something's definitely up. Take a close look, and you will see it. Every soldier here is rocking high tech bionic limbs, either arms or legs. Stick with me because you and I are about to see some elite veterans back in action. With these exoskeletons, the High Command now fully recognizes these mechanical parts as being equal to their original limbs. Someone spots Xiao Rongyu and walks over asking, Captain Xiao, who is this guest you brought along? Xiao Rongyu is legendary in the ACE team. A female special agent rising to captain always leaves an impression. Just a tour, she says. The surrounding agents immediately frown. A tourist here in the elite ACE team. Noticing their growing annoyance, he looks at Xiao Rongyu helplessly. She is definitely stirring up trouble for him. She looks back with a playful glint. Yep, just a tour. He said he wanted to see the ACE team. As soon as she says that, the vibe shifts. The stares from the agents become cold and unwelcome. Usually, tourists like this are just spoiled brats with connections and zero actual skill, trying to act tough. They see it all the time in other units, kids using family ties just to hang out with elite squads. The veterans glare at him with pure disdain. Feeling their hate, he does not even bother trying to explain himself. Whose rich kid is this anyway? How can he just come and tour our elite base like this? I hate these types relying on family power while they would not last a second in real combat. Looking at his small and weak frame, I bet his body was worn out long ago. Xiao Rongyu can barely hold back her laughter. Now here is the crazy part. The famous Captain Ye was just called a spoiled rich brat by his own men. Seeing her playful smile, he knows she is doing this on purpose. He just shakes his head and then they suddenly run into Black Leopard. Black Leopard freezes in shock, then erupts with pure joy. His voice booms across the entire base. Captain Ye, you are finally back. It turns out Black Leopard rejoined the squad after getting his own exoskeleton. Captain Ye, are you truly all right? You look really weak right now. He replies calmly, I am fine, just had a little accident. I just need a few days of rest. Damn it, this kid is actually the legendary Captain Ye. You and I can probably guess what they are feeling right now. It is absolute shock that their savior is actually this young. To them, he is like a god, the creator of the exoskeletons that saved their lives, but they had never met him. They expected a middle-aged veteran, not someone so young. Now they are drowning in a sea of guilt and regret. Every insult they just hurled now feels like a blade turning back on them. They feel absolutely pathetic. After catching up with his old comrades for a bit, he heads back to his room. Back in his room, he is gasping for air. This feeling of being exhausted after just a few steps, unbearable. He thinks back, if his team had been any slower, Xiao Rongyu would have died right in front of him, just like in his previous life. That thought weighs on his soul like a mountain of lead and regret. I am still too weak. Damn it, I have to recover my physical strength and get stronger than ever before. Next morning, 5 kilometers in 16 minutes, move it, the ace team is out on the track pushing limits. While the elite squad charges ahead with burning spirit, there is one soldier just slowly jogging along the side. Even though he is slow, every soldier passing him looks on with deep respect. Of course, that man is him. Recovering his physical body has drained almost all of his energy. Even this slow jog feels like an impossible task right now. Xiaorong Yu waits for him after her session. Looking at his exhausted state, her face fills with worry. Instructor Ye, you do not have to push yourself this hard. To her, he is still a recovering patient, so there is no rush. But looking at his weak zero point 0.6 physical stat, he is in a hurry. All this training and he is still stuck below zero point 0.7. It is frustratingly slow progress. Gritting his teeth, he looks at the track and decides to force himself through one more grueling lap. Pushing for 1 more kilometer, he hits his limit. Drenched in sweat and totally spent, he collapses right there on the track. Right as he is gasping for air, a system alert suddenly pings host physical attribute has finally recovered to zero point 0.7. The system's recovery assistance is now closing. From now on, the host must train and level up manually. And trust me, you and I can feel his relief, damn it. He's finally back to normal. Before his recovery, that weak body was a total nightmare. Damn, things are finally looking up for me. Alright, you and I are about to see just how obsessed a soldier can get with his stats. Today, he is hitting that 1.0 mark. As he starts running, he feels his true strength returning. Damn, this is what my body is supposed to feel like. Before it felt like junk parts thrown together. Now he pushes his limits until his muscles begin to scream in protest. This exhaustion doesn't bother him. It actually gets him hyped. He grits his teeth, ready to charge forward with everything. Next second, Ding physique increases by zero point 0.1. He gets the system notification and feels a rush of relief. Breaking through feels incredible. Tieu Dung Ngu and the soldiers nearby just stare in total shock. Wasn't he about to collapse? How did he suddenly find a second wind and speed up like that? Now watch closely because he is about to push past the red line. He wants to shatter his limits once more. Only God knows how much that broken body annoyed him. He hits another threshold and feels a rush of pure energy. He's about to keep going when suddenly a sharp snapping sound echoes from somewhere inside his own body. Damn it! Panic hits and he knows something is wrong. Before he can react, his vision goes dark and his body collapses forward, rolling twice across the hard dirt. Tieu Dung Ngu was already worried about to tell him to stop when she suddenly sees him go down. Her concern instantly turns into pure shock. He actually did it. He ran himself right into the ground. Meanwhile, Dr. Tu Kiet is relaxing with some tea, thinking about how peaceful life has finally become. Suddenly, a roar like thunder makes him spit out his tea in shock. He turns around furious about the noise, only to see Tieu Dung Ngu carrying him in. Tu Kiet sees the main character unconscious again, and his heart nearly stops from the stress. Seriously, he just got discharged. What did he do to himself? He was perfectly healthy just 2 days ago. He ran until he fainted. Tu Kiet just stares at Tieu Dung Ngu, completely speechless at the situation. He can't believe a guy who just left a hospital bed would go and run himself into a coma. Tieu Dung Ngu looks embarrassed. She thought he was doing well, so she let him keep running. For how long? 3 hours. You and I both know 3 hours is insane for a recovery run, right? The doctor is fuming and she just hangs her head. They rush to the emergency room. Tukiet throws him on a bed and starts a frantic medical checkup. He is annoyed but mostly relieved that it is nothing fatal. This kid is just way too stubborn. Total exhaustion. He got too hyped, his heart and lungs could not keep up, and his oxygen levels simply tanked. After waking up and getting some oxygen, he heads straight back to the dorms instead of resting. He looks at his zero point 0.9 physique stat and sighs. Still not enough. He needs to keep pushing. For the next few days, he is consistent. Recovery training and more frequent visits to the hospital. The other higher ups see this and praise Tieu Ching-kwok for having such a dedicated future son-in-law. Tieu Ching-kwok calls him in. Don't overdo it. Your body is a soldier's greatest asset. He hears the concern. I got it, Pops. Don't worry. Tieu Ching-kwok gives them a few days off, so he and Tieu Dung Ngu head home. Thinking about his parents, he can't help but smile. He wonders if his dad's secret stash of money was found yet. As soon as they enter, Lile asks, Son, did you come back alone? Where is Tieu Ngu? She's with her mom. She will visit in 2 days. This news makes his parents beam with joy. Good, good. I knew she'd remember us, but she's family. This is her home, not just a visit. His dad, Diep Kok Kwan, nods in agreement. Exactly. When she comes here, she is coming home. And tell her not to bring any gifts. Seeing them this excited, he realizes the daughter-in-law is the favorite. After a massive meal, he heads back to his room. He stares at that zero point 0.9 stat and it is eating him alive. He can't just lie there. A little jog to digest dinner won't hurt. He tells his parents he is going out for a quick run. The sun is setting, painting the sky in deep colors. He takes a deep breath and begins his jog. He is going slow, so slow that an old man jogging nearby starts staring at him in confusion. The old man can't believe a youngster is slower than him. Kids these days are so weak, he mutters. The main character nearly chokes. But you and I know he is keeping a promise, even if it makes him look like a turtle. He lets the old man pass. Watching the old man's figure, I vow to surpass him one day. Stick with me as we witness a hero who never looks back, just as he begins a slow jog. A sudden whistle catches his ear. He turns to find a pack of thugs cornering two defenseless girls. Huddling together in terror, the girls edge forward with sheer panic written on their faces. The blonde leader lets out a sharp whistle. Do not be scared, we just want to treat you to some BBQ. You in. The girls frantically shake their heads. Seeing this, he scowls. His soldier's instinct won't let him ignore it. He walks toward them slowly. No BBQ today. Fine, then let's at least swap socials. Trembling with fear, one girl pulls out her phone to scan the blonde thug's code. Seeing her submit, the blonde punk's grin grows wider by the second. Suddenly, a hand grips the girl's wrist. No need to be friends with them. The crowd freezes, shocked that someone actually dared to interfere. The blonde leader was so close to success, he scowls. Who the hell are you? You dare ruin my fun. His lackeys step up to add pressure, but our hero has faced far worse than this. He tells the girls behind him to go first. The girls are stunned, whispering a quick thank you before bolting away from the scene. Now watch this. The leader is furious his prey got away. What do you want? Looking for a beating. The thugs try to out-anger their boss. Do you even know who we are? How dare you mess with our leader? We own this territory. What gang are you from? You really came here just to start a fight with us. He hears their empty boasts and lets out a scoff. They claim to own this area. I've never heard of anyone ruling these streets. These words are nothing but the delusional lies of a few low-life street punks. His laugh makes them feel humiliated. Damn it, you're still laughing. We weren't going to hit you today, but you're asking for it. He glares coldly at the group, his face radiating a terrifying natural authority. His aura shifts instantly into something deadly. Get away from me. He speaks every word with heavy weight. The blonde leader standing in front is paralyzed by those four words. He can't help but take a step back. As a veteran special agent who's seen countless battles, his ruthless pressure is unlike anything these thugs have ever felt. The punks look at his expression and his movements, instinctively swallowing hard as their survival instincts scream at them. Boss, this guy doesn't seem normal. Should we, the surrounding lackeys, all have looks of pure shock? Even the leader is spooked by the sheer pressure. He stares back, unsure how to react. If they fight, they might not win. But if they run, how could he ever show his face on these streets as a leader again? He stares calmly at the blonde thug with eyes as sharp as blades. After hesitating, the leader decides it's better to avoid trouble. After all, those who live on the streets know exactly which people you should never ever provoke. I'll let you off this time. But if you ruin my business again, I'm really going to kill you. The lackeys sigh in relief as their boss backs down. He gives them one last look and walks away. They don't dare stop him, just watching him run off. The next morning, he heads out for another jog. But after only 5 minutes, he hears that same annoying sound. Hey, beautiful, want to go grab some late night snacks? You and I both know where this is going. Same thugs, same spot. The girl they've cornered is shaking in fear. The blonde leader beams at the girl. Let's go, sweetheart. Tonight is going to be a long, boring night otherwise. My brothers haven't even finished talking before he interrupts. It's pretty clear she doesn't want to go with you, doesn't it? Hearing that, the blonde thug's face instantly turns sour. Damn it, who is the bastard this time? Being blocked like this every single day is getting on his nerves. The thugs glare at the source. You guys never get bored. Damn it, it is you again. The blonde leader is stunned before letting out a roar. He stops 1 meter away. Don't you guys have anything better to do than harass girls? As he approaches, the thugs remain on high alert. Their bodies are completely tense, ready for a fight at any moment. The blonde leader realizes he's actually terrified of this one guy. His face turns ugly as he curses internally. Damn it, there is only one of him. What am I afraid of? But his words give him another shock. What does this have to do with you? He signals for the girl to leave. You and I can see his patience is gone. Harassing girls, who do you think you are? The blonde leader screams in a total rage. Damn it, I gave you face yesterday. I warned you, if you keep ruining my business, I will break you. He signals his crew and steps forward. All right, you and I are about to see if our hero can actually back up that tough look. Boss, he looks like a trained fighter, one minion whispers. What do we do now? The blonde leader's face darkens. Feeling his men's doubt, he grit his teeth. I said what I said today, he gets a beat down. He talked big yesterday. If he runs now, he'll lose every bit of respect in front of his crew. You've messed with me twice now. Today, I'm teaching you a lesson you'll never forget. Everyone get him. With that, the blonde leader is the first to lung straight at him. Our main character stays calm like the win is already his. He watches the fist fly closer. With his elite combat instincts, he sees a dozen openings. In one smooth move, he reaches out and grabs the leader's wrist. The leader's expression flips to pure terror. He never expected someone to actually catch his strike like that. Nobody he's ever fought before had reflexes this fast. Grabbing the wrist, our main character tries to use the momentum for a takedown. The leader looks terrified, expecting to hit the pavement. Suddenly, everything stops. Watch closely. Here is where reality hits hard. His pull does nothing. His weakened body can't even move a grown man an inch. The blonde leader is even more confused now, his look of terror totally frozen on his face. He stares at our hero's cold, frowning face, his mind filled with questions. Is this guy seriously joking right now? That epic reaction and instinct made it seem like something huge was coming. Instead, it was like a total letdown, all hype and no delivery. He feels completely helpless. With his shattered physique, there's just nothing he can do. The leader snaps back to reality and shoves him away. So that's all you've got. I thought you were actually tough. Go on, kill him. This guy is a total joke. Hearing their boss, the minions swarm him. Our hero won't just take it though. He raises his hands ready to meet the attack head on. 5 minutes later, the gang is literally grinding him into the dirt, landing punch after punch. They keep mocking him. Is this really it? And here I thought you were some martial arts master. He can only cover his face and vitals enduring the brutal assault. After a few minutes of beating, the blonde leader stands up and shakes out his hand. All right, that's enough. Don't kill the guy. Take this as a lesson. If you ruin my plans again, you're dead. He gives him one final kick before waving his men away. Once the thugs are gone, he finally drops his hands and lies there gasping for air. Instead of anger, a bitter smile creeps onto his face. I know what you're thinking. How did he fall this far? If the squad saw this, they'd never let him hear the end of it. An elite ace, commander, and instructor beaten down by punk. He feels the throbbing pain throughout his body and a deep sense of powerlessness. After resting a while, he slowly crawls up. Jogging is out of the question, so he limps home. The second he walks in, his father Gojun sees the dirt and bruises. Son, what happened? He just waves it off. Nothing, I just fell while running. His mother Lily looks up from the television, skeptical. A grown man like you fell while jogging. He screams internally. He definitely can't tell them he got jumped by thugs. He knows his mom's temper. She'd be out the door with a meat cleaver in seconds looking for them. Ignoring them, he heads to the shower. Another day passes. After dinner, he changes into simple clothes and heads out again. Once outside, he starts his jog, scanning his surroundings with his internal radar switched on. After a careful search, he finds the group in a small park. The thugs are just lounging around when they hear footsteps nearby. They all turn around and see him walking straight toward them. Everyone is stunned. The blonde leader scowls at him. You again, we aren't even bothering anyone today, and you still come looking for trouble. He doesn't say a word. He just holds out his hand, palm up, and curls his fingers. A classic come at me gesture. This blatant provocation is more than the leader can handle. Damn it, we beat the hell out of you yesterday, and you're already back for more. They aren't afraid anymore. Get him. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Trust me, you and I are about to see a main character who actually wants to get beaten up. The blonde leader barks an order and the thugs charge. Our hero has some serious skills, quickly knocking two of these punks to the pavement with a sharp counterattack. But he only lasts about a minute before getting ground into the dirt again. The inconstitution increases by zero point 0.1. He hears the system alert and loses his focus. Great, his stats only go up when he is being used as a punching bag. At first, the blonde leader was actually worried seeing two of his men go down so fast. But seeing our guy face down in the dirt restores his ego. He mocks him for being a weakling looking for a fight. With a final insult to go train harder, the gang turns around and leaves him there. He just lies there gasping for air, feeling helpless. Even the local thugs know he is a total pushover. He only fights them to keep his combat skills sharp, but constantly losing is starting to feel a little uncomfortable. It is finally time for a change. He picks himself up and heads back home. Next morning, he heads to Xiao Rongyu's place downtown. After a quick breakfast, they head out for a stroll together. His mom is thrilled to see Xiao Rongyu. Our main character basically feels like a complete stranger in his own house. After lunch, they go for a walk. He finally tells her the whole story about his run-ins with the local thugs. He tries to skip the embarrassing parts to save face, but she is already way ahead of him. She holds back a laugh, teasing him that he and the thugs seem perfectly evenly matched lately. He turns red with embarrassment, knowing her words are actually much kinder than the reality of the situation. She pats his shoulder and promises to get his honor back. He smiles, happy to let her take the lead. Despite her confidence, they spend 10 minutes searching the streets, but the gang is nowhere to be found. Now pay attention here, because just as they are about to give up, the thugs suddenly reappear. The blonde leader and his crew are surrounding another girl, tossing out trashy pickup lines and acting tough. Our hero recognizes the routine and face palms. Seriously, do these guys ever come up with a new script? Same spots, same words. It is like they are obsessed with inviting random girls out for barbecue and nothing else. While he is busy sighing, Xiao Rongyu has already seen enough and marches straight toward them. One thug is grabbing the girl's wrist, acting like a big shot while trying to look cool. He claims they just want to buy her milk tea, but suddenly his own wrist is locked in a grip of steel. The gang looks up and sees Xiao Rongyu. They are stunned by how beautiful she is. They are happy for a split second, but then their expressions completely freeze in terror. Xiao Rongyu throws a direct punch. A loud crack echoes as the thug falls screaming and clutching his broken arm. Everyone except our main character is staring in absolute disbelief at what just happened. You and I saw that coming, right? This girl just shattered a man's bone with one single punch. She is actually surprised herself. She did not think these guys were quite this fragile. She looks up at the rest of the gang, her voice cold as ice. Who is next? They all look at their massive leader. He wipes away cold sweat and orders them all to attack together. They are not stupid. They know going one by one against someone that strong is just asking for trouble. With a desperate shout, the whole gang charges at Xiao Rongyu all at once. Amidst the chaos, she stands her ground against 9 guys, taking them on single-handedly. 5 minutes later, the entire crew is face down on the pavement, looking at her with pure horror. To them, this woman is not just strong. She is a straight-up monster in human form. She plants her foot on the leader. Will you harass another girl? He trembles, begging for his life. Never again, he cries out. She moves from thug to thug, making sure each one gets the message. Under her absolute dominance, they all swear to change. Our hero just watches the show. He gives her a big thumbs up before turning to mock the losers on the ground. The thugs glare at him with pure hatred. Seriously, you are really hiding behind a woman. He does not care. He puts his arm around her, proud to be the one with the powerhouse bodyguard. And that's where we leave it. Our hero might be weak, but his thick skin is definitely legendary. Alright, you and I are about to see a classic training arc turn into a brutal revenge mission. On the way back, Xiao Rongyu laughs at him, mocking his claim of being an equal match with those thugs. He feels totally helpless because his body still hasn't recovered yet. Xiao Rongyu does not even give him a chance to practice right now. He obviously cannot fight a crowd like that yet, but after today, he is determined to start training. Xiao Yu, I need to get my strength back. Hearing this, her expression shifts immediately and she almost says no. Wait, do not rush into it. I will start with light jogging and listen to my body. She looks into his eyes and sees that he is completely serious. After a tense standoff, she sighs. Fine, but you have to pay attention to your health. She sees his burning determination. If he does not train, he will be miserable. Plus, he definitely will not be their equal for much longer. This comment makes her burst out laughing. She just ripped away his last bit of dignity. Equal, you just got beat up. This makes him flush red. Xiaoyu, you are getting brave teasing me. Just wait until I catch you. He lunges for her, but his speed and explosive power are still painfully slow right now. She dodges easily and runs toward his house. Over the next few days, she joins him for every morning workout. Besides his morning runs, he starts sneaking in a second session every single night. Then he transitions into heavy strength training. His progress is way faster than any normal person. Thanks to his strict regimen, his physical stats finally return to peak form by the first of the month. Checking his status on the system panel, he finally exhales. It is time. He heads out immediately to hunt down those thugs. It does not take long to find them at their usual hangout in the park. Right now, the gang is just idling around. After promising Xiao Rongyu to behave, they have nothing to do. Boss, we are bored. Should we go back to our old ways? Do not worry, I am here to supervise you. Seeing him, the thugs scramble back in fear, searching the area for his backup. Stop looking, it is just me. Once they realize he is alone, they let out a massive sigh of relief. The big blonde leader steps forward. I thought you brought help again. You really came here alone just to get trashed. He just smiles at their arrogance. Now watch this. He sees them laughing and decides right then to make them cry instead. While they are still mocking him, he charges. The second blonde thug is the fastest to react and lunges forward. Damn it, last time your woman beat me, so this time I'm wrecking you. His face stays calm as he throws a straight punch. It is his fastest strike, yet flying out like a cannonball. The thug sees the fist coming for his chest, but his body cannot even move fast enough to block. Right in front of everyone's eyes. The thug is sent flying by a single blow, rolling 3 times on the ground. Everyone is frozen in disbelief. Seconds pass and the guy does not get up. He just curls into a ball, clutching his chest in agony. The leader's face pales. Oh no, something is wrong. He cannot believe this guy just took out his number 2 with one hit. Before this moment, he never would have imagined this was possible. Everyone, get him at once. You and I can see it clearly. This guy has evolved into something else. The blonde leader is absolutely terrified. Seeing them all rush him, he does not panic. He actually looks relieved. Good. This way, no one can run away. Within minutes, the park is filled with the non-stop sounds of screaming and thugs groaning. The fight ends with the big blonde leader being blasted backward. He sits on the dirt trembling. How? How can you fight back? It makes no sense to him. Just a few days ago, they had beaten this guy twice. He looks at the thug's shocked face and kicks him in the chest. Have you ever heard the saying, first you are the grandson, then the grandfather? Well, right now I am your grandfather. He does not stop there. He starts raining slaps across the leader's face until it is swollen and he is sobbing. Stop, please stop. He controls his strength perfectly, ensuring the guy feels maximum pain without dying. Do you still want to fight me? At this point, the big blonde is literally on the verge of crying. He tries to speak, but every word earns him another slap. He cannot even answer the question. One more slap lands before he realizes his mistake. Oh, my bad. You could not talk. Go ahead now. The thug looks totally miserable. Please do not beat me anymore. You already crippled us. Just be gentle. And trust me, you and I just saw a masterclass in revenge. He laughs and lands one final slap. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when you mess with the wrong main character. He glares at them and asks if there is a problem. The blonde thug shakes his head fast. He is way too terrified to argue. After that slap, he moves to the others. Just like their leader, every single thug gets a brutal palm to the face. Their faces end up swollen like oversized pig heads. Our hero is finally letting out some serious steam today. Since getting his system, this is the most fun he has ever had. He stands up and dusts off his hands. He tells them he misses their arrogant attitudes, making them tremble. The blonde leader just forces a smile and begs for mercy. He claims that in front of a master like him, they are nothing but tiny shrimp who need to bow. The leader thinks he is being very smart by acting submissive. He tells himself that a real man knows when to crawl. Our hero nods and asks if they have been harassing civilians lately. Suddenly, every single thug starts sweating bullets. The blonde leader frantically shakes his head. No, no, they would never do something like that. Now pay attention, because this is where our main character gets a truly brilliant or maybe just evil idea. Without saying another word, he jumps right back in and starts beating them all over again. The blonde leader lies on the ground in total despair. After knocking them all down, our hero just walks away. The very next day, he finds the gang and gives them another brutal round of discipline. After several days of this, the thugs finally break. They beg him to just kill them instead of this torture. Seeing them completely broken, he tells them he will stop if they agree to one simple condition. Every thug stares at him with desperate eyes. Their leader promises to accept any condition without question. They start calling him dad and promise to do anything he says just to make him happy. The crew offers to be his personal hitman and handle anyone he does not like immediately. Hearing this, our hero slaps the second blonde thug hard. The poor guy just holds his head in confusion. He tells them his demand is simple. Every single one of them is going to enlist in the army. You and I both know joining the military is the last thing these thugs wanted, right? He stares them down with a clear threat in his eyes. They must enlist or things will get much worse. The thugs look at each other while trembling. In the end, nobody dares to say no to him. Seeing they have finally become obedient, he pats the leader on the shoulder and calls him a good boy. The blonde leader turns bright red from the embarrassment but remains completely silent. Once our hero leaves, the gang huddles up. They ask their boss if they really have to join the army. The leader is clearly annoyed by the question. He does not want to go any more than they do. The number 2 thug whispers something to the boss, hoping for a way out of this mess. But the leader remembers the beatings from the last few days and realizes they have no choice but to obey. He takes a deep breath and tells his men that they are all signing up tomorrow morning. After that, nobody says a word. For the next few days, our hero goes back to training with Xiao Rongyu. The only difference is that he no longer goes out for his nightly beatdown sessions. While lying in bed, he actually regrets letting them sign up so soon. He misses having someone to punch. But since he gave his word, he cannot hit them anymore. The next day, he goes to check on their status. He asks the recruitment officer if the group actually showed up to register for the service. He was worried about not knowing their names, but as soon as he described them, the officer knew. The official suddenly gets very excited and looks at him with pure shock in his eyes. He explains that a massive crowd of thugs with dyed hair suddenly stormed the office a few days ago. The staff thought they were being attacked until the lead thug shouted that they wanted to enlist immediately. It was a totally bizarre scene that almost gave the poor employee a heart attack. Our hero smiles, glad to see the punks kept their promise. Later, he finds them at the old park. They jump when they see him, but quickly relax once they remember they have already signed their papers. The blonde leader proudly tells him that every single one of them is officially headed to the military. And that is how you clean up the streets, trust me. Those guys will never be the same. All right, you and I are watching a legend in the making. Just as they relax, he charges back in with a smile that makes everyone's faces turn pale with fear. 3 minutes later, they are all sprawled out on the ground, staring up at him with pure resentment. Didn't you say you'd stop hitting us if we signed up for the military? He just brushes his hands off. This is the most important army lesson I can give. Never assume it's over until the final second. The group stands there completely confused. Bruised and angry, they can only grit their teeth. He just gives them a chilling grin, reminding them that skipping out now would make them official deserters. Everyone is stunned into silence, forced to swallow their anger and endure. He turns his back with a casual wave, telling them it's the last time. He walks away under their doubtful and confused stares. Days later, he's back to training his physical limits with Xiao Rongyu. His body is recovering fast, so he's pushing himself to a level that can only be described as terrifying. After the session, Xiao Rongyu watches him gasping for air, her eyes filled with deep concern. She's worried about him overdoing it. It's been less than a month since he woke up, and she's terrified his body hasn't fully recovered yet. He catches his breath for a moment, telling her he's fine, and his body is back to 100%. A week later, his physical stats go up by zero point 0.1. Hearing the system alert makes him grin with joy. All that brutal training finally paid off. The second he hears the power up notification, he stops and finds a spot to finally sit down and rest. Xiao Rongyu stays by his side. Over these past few weeks, she has truly learned what the word training really means. She used to think the drills he gave her were intense and exhausting, but seeing him train himself, he's a total demon. Those 20 or 30 kilometers they used to run feel like nothing compared to this. This week, his daily running distance has stayed well over 50 kilometers every single day. Sometimes she wonders if he's even human. I mean, how can a normal person run like that day after day without breaking? She even tried to stop him a few times, fearing he'd push too far. He notices her staring at him with a mix of shock and doubt. What's wrong? She just asks if he is actually a human being or something else entirely. He jokes back, but secretly thinks to himself that having a system definitely helps with all this heavy lifting. They rest for a while until she asks if he's running more. Honestly, you and I can see he's finally satisfied with his level 2.0 stats today, so he suggests a shopping trip instead. Xiao Rongyu lights up immediately, grabbing his arm in pure excitement. It's been way too long since they've just walked around together. Seeing her this happy makes him feel a sudden pang of guilt. He's been so focused on his recovery that he forgot she's been the one supporting him and following his lead this whole time. They spend the day out and eventually pass a hospital. A man suddenly rushes out of the building looking incredibly frantic and hurried. He catches our lead's eye because he looks strangely familiar, so he takes a moment to watch him. As the man exits, two other guys immediately move in to intercept him and start a conversation. They whisper something that makes the man's face light up with pure hope. He starts nodding frantically, looking incredibly relieved and excited as he talks to them. Tieu Dung Ngu notices him, spacing out, and pulls him along. What are you looking at? We should keep moving. He finally looks away. The man leaves right after they walk away, so our main character completely misses what happens next. As the man leaves, those two flash a sinister smile. You and I both know that look means trouble is coming. His training stays intense over the next few days, but he stops being so reckless about pushing his limits. They eventually head home, and he jumps in the shower. In the living room, his mother Lily is sighing heavily. Look at this poor child. Why does so much bad luck happen to one person? We should really donate something to help. His father Yegojun sighs and nods. They both have soft hearts and can't stand seeing people suffer like this. What's going on? Seeing his parents looking so heavy-hearted makes our main character wonder what exactly they're looking at. But their expressions stay dark. Son, you really need to take a look at this news story. He takes the paper, and the first thing he sees is a photo of a small child in a hospital bed. He gasps, recognizing the boy instantly. It's the same kid he helped with a toy gun back at the shopping mall. As he reads further, his brow furrows even deeper with every word. The boy is seriously ill, and the medical bills have completely destroyed the family's finances and their spirit. The worst blow came when the father, the family's main provider, was scammed a few days ago and has since vanished without a trace. His mother keeps talking about how heartbreaking it is, The boy's mom was apparently so desperate she had to plead with the press just to find some hope. What about the police? You and I will find out if they can help soon. The police were called, but without a suspect, they found nothing. He hears them talking but says nothing, focused only on the screen. The child's father is definitely the man from before. He stands up and tells Lile, Mom, I'm going out for a while. Bridge number one hook. Stick with me as he heads to the hospital where the boy is staying. Right outside the ward, he spots a woman alone secretly wiping away her tears. He walks straight up to the mother and asks, Is the child doing okay? The mother finally notices his face and gasps in shock. It is you. She quickly leads him inside the hospital room. Lam Lam, look who came to visit. The boy is playing with a toy gun, but looks up and smiles the moment he sees him. Big brother, you came. After chatting for a bit, he and the mother step back out into the hallway to speak privately. What is the situation? It is bad. She explains that Lam Lam has been diagnosed with leukemia. The treatment drained their savings, and they even sold their house. So, have you found a matching bone marrow donor yet? Bridge number two. Tension builder. We found one, but we have no money left. He stays silent. Money, trust me, it is something you cannot live without. Even after borrowing from every relative, they are still short. Then she mentions what the father said before he disappeared. She starts crying. What happened to the father? They were desperate for surgery money when he suddenly came up with a plan. One day he came home and told her he found a very high paying job with a great salary. Apparently, it was some kind of scientific research project that needed a lot of talented people for their team. If he took the job, he would have to follow them to a secret research facility far away. Desperate for the cash, they agreed, but once he left, he vanished. That sounds like a total scam, he sighs heavily. I will do my best to help you. For now, just focus on taking care of Lam Lam as best as you can. Do not trust anyone who contacts you except for me and the police. The mother nods quickly, trembling. After what happened to her husband, she is naturally terrified of trusting anyone else ever again. He heads to the front desk and hands over a card. Pay 100,000 yuan for his fees and prepay another 100,000. The nurse is stunned. She takes the card, processes the massive payment, and hands it back with deep respect. He leaves his contact info, telling her to call if anything happens. As he turns to leave, the nurses are all staring. Their eyes are sparkling as they watch him walk away. Wow, that guy is incredibly handsome and cool. Bridge number three, the midpoint pivot. A rich, kind, handsome soldier. You and I both know he is the ultimate catch. Who could ever be his lucky girlfriend? As soon as he steps outside the hospital doors, he pulls out his phone to make an urgent call. Hello, Chief Chu, this is Lam Pham. Hearing his name, Chu Lam remembers him immediately. He has helped them a lot lately. I need you to help me look into two specific people right away. Chu Lam thinks for a second. Come down to the station, I will wait for you there. He knows this case is about to explode. He arrives at the office and gets straight to the point. He is hunting a dangerous gang of scammers. They lure people to their territory, but their true goal is still a mystery. This makes Chulam jump to his feet. You found them too. We have had several missing persons reports lately with the exact same pattern. He hands over a thick case file. He looks through it carefully, his brow furrowing as he reads the details. This is identical to what happened to Lam Lam's father. The task force is lost with zero clues to follow. If you trust me, let me investigate. Those two men are definitely connected to this massive fraud ring. Chulam agrees instantly. I have to trust you. At this point, you are our only hope for an answer. Give me the descriptions of the two men you saw that day. 2 minutes later, an officer rushes in with a file full of detailed information. Their names are Vuong Fong and Ngok Son. They are both from Vuong village on the outskirts. Apparently, they have been missing for a while. He already expected they would be long gone. Chulam sighs, saying they will have to check the surveillance cameras now. I will leave the cameras to you then, Chief. I am heading out for now. A few days later, his phone rings. Chulam's voice sounds heavy. Something bad has clearly happened. He arrives at the station to find someone already waiting. They lead him straight into a crowded meeting room. The atmosphere is suffocatingly serious. Everyone looks grim. When Chulam sees him, he manages a forced, tired smile. You are finally here. Every eye in the room suddenly turns toward him with intense curiosity. Bridge number 4, the closer. He nods calmly, but a fierce man growls, Who is this? Chulam starts the introductions. Trust me, things are about to get wild. This is Lin Fan. Stick with me as he helps the police nab a dangerous criminal and a drug ring before meeting the rest of the task force. Chulam points at a fierce-looking man. This is Captain Lu, the leader of our case. Soon everyone is introduced. He nods to everyone, but his gaze finally settles on the aggressive captain standing before him. Captain Lu tells Chulam director we really need to discuss the details of this case first. 2 days ago, we found two suspects near Ren Eye Hospital, but we did not arrest them. Instead, we sent an undercover agent. We originally thought this was just a simple labor fraud case. We had no idea it would become this complicated. Everything was going well until our agent reached their base. Suddenly, all communication between us was completely cut off. Until just now, we received a faint signal that indicates a very serious situation. Trust me, you and I can see Lin Fan's gaze turning sharp. If the communication equipment was cut off, it means they have high tech signal jammers in their hands. This proves they are an organized group with a specific goal. We did not know things would get this messy. Now we have no leads. Can we not just send someone else? As he speaks, he realizes the grim truth. They sent one man who never returned. They are too afraid to send another. Why did you not just track them? Chulam shakes his head. We tried, but their counter surveillance skills are extremely powerful. Our officers simply could not get anywhere near them. Lin Fan stays silent. He clearly overestimated the police. If his elite unit were here, the enemy base would already be dust. As Chulam continues to speak, the faces of the other officers start to look quite annoyed. To them, what use is telling this kid anything? It is not like he can actually help them solve the case. Captain Lu loses his patience. Director, we are running out of time. The longer we wait, the more danger our man is in. Why are you talking to this young guy? He looks like he just graduated from the police academy. His youthful look inspires zero confidence. We can both see the rest of the team nodding in total agreement. Chulam's face turns sour immediately. Lu, why are you being so immature? You cannot even wait a few minutes. I just feel like wasting time here is completely unnecessary. As he says this, he glares at Lin Fan, clearly blaming him for wasting their precious time. Then, let me be the one to go in. Chulam freezes while Captain Lu immediately shouts his loud objection. The room erupts into a noisy mess. No one wants him going anywhere near the enemy. In their eyes, he is just a kid who has not proven himself yet. Hearing everyone's protest, even Chulam begins to have some serious second thoughts. What will it take for you to let me go since you want proof of my skills? Let us settle this in a fight. If I can beat you in combat, then I will be the one going in for you. Someone pipes up, Director, let the kid challenge Captain Lu. If he wins, I will agree to let him go. Lu raises an eyebrow. Fine, let us go to the ring. Lin Fan looks around the room. No need for that. Everyone is stunned. Right here. This meeting room is full of tables with only a small space open by the screen. Even Chulam feels like this space is way too cramped for any kind of real combat. You cannot move freely here. Lin Fan just says no time is short. Now Captain Lu is actually getting angry. Damn, is he really being looked down on? Move the tables back. Everyone starts clearing the furniture. 30 seconds later, they have cleared just enough room for a proper showdown. Chulam warns them both this is just a spar for practice, so do not go too hard on each other. The officers are tense, whispering among themselves. Who do you think is going to win this one? One says the kid looks capable, but the other scoffs. Are you crazy? Do you not know how strong Lu is? Captain Lu is a national police combat champion. This kid has no idea what he is getting into. Lu stands opposite him, his expression turning cold. Fighting me. You just ran out of luck, kid. My combat skills are on par with special agents. Lin Fan looks at him with a hidden smirk in his eyes. You and I know he is actually an elite special agent, but Lu just thinks the kid is frozen in pure fear. Regret is useless now. You should stay here, or going there is just a suicide mission for you. He stays silent, just dropping into a combat stance. Seeing this defiance, Captain Liu roars and charges straight at him like a wild beast. He closes the gap in a flash, throwing a heavy direct punch toward the chest. Our main character doesn't even move. Everyone watching sighs, thinking this match is already over. But suddenly Liu's fist stops dead in the air, blocked by a single hand. Total shock. No one expected him to actually catch a strike from the captain. He feels the sheer weight of it. Yeah, this guy is a national champion for a reason. Liu scowls, pulls back, and launches a lightning fast uppercut. He's sure this one will land. Cold and calm, he just tilts his body, letting the punch graze the empty air. Liu's jaw drops. This kid's reaction speed is absolutely insane. He keeps the pressure on, but every single strike gets effortlessly brushed aside. The crowd is baffled. This weird defensive style is making everyone's head spin. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Why is he only defending? He's backed into a corner. One final shove from Liu and his back hits the wall. Liu smirks, telling him to just give up. In his eyes, the fight is over. But our guy just looks up, a sharp smile spreading across his face. That grin sends a chill through Liu. He charges again, and then the room goes silent. Before Liu can even cock his fist, a brutal punch slams into his gut. Liu gasps, doubling over. He staggers back, then tries a desperate left hook. But his moves are read like an open book. A sharp elbow strike hits his joint. Liu screams in agony, but he's not done. He crouches low for one last shot. He aims a right straight at the chest. If this hits, it's game over for real. Now pay attention here. This is where everything changes in an instant. But before the blow lands, the captain feels like he's been hit by a literal cannonball, sending him flying backward while the surrounding police stare in utter disbelief at the scene. The tables turned in just a few seconds. He won, but it wasn't as easy as he made it look. Leo stands up his face, a mix of pride and defeat. I lost, he admits. He tells the chief they can't afford to delay and to get ready immediately. Later, near the hospital, he spots his two targets, Wang Feng and Wang Shan, lurking in the distance. Clutching a job flyer, he stands just close enough to catch their greedy eyes. And trust me, you and I both know they're about to take the bait. He's taken to a remote office building. The whole day is just spent editing news drafts with absolutely nothing else happening around the place. 4:30 p.m. The boss walks in and tells everyone they're done for the day. He plays the nice boss perfectly and the workers are eating it up. Wang Shan has men hand out phones before he goes around scanning QR codes to transfer their pay one by one. Everyone's thrilled with the easy money. The next day starts exactly the same way. After 10 minutes, the boss approaches him. Hey kid, time for a full medical checkup. He claims it's company care, making sure everyone stays healthy. Right. He follows him into a room, senses on high alert, but nothing happens yet. As he leaves, he catches a glimpse of that dark, mysterious smile on the boss. Back in the hall, he notices a middle aged man is missing. His heart drops. Where is the man from yesterday? Wang Shan just smiles and says he's been sent to headquarters. He knows the truth. That man was definitely taken by them. And it's not just him. Everyone who stayed back to rest yesterday has also completely vanished without a trace. The entire day passes without another incident. He immediately heads to the station to report today's suspicious events. The officers are puzzled. They can't figure out what the boss is really up to. He is just trying to make us lower our guard while he kidnaps more people. And that's the plan. You and I are going to help him catch that monster tonight. You and I are about to watch a legendary undercover sting finally play out. Every single night, Wong Fong heads out alone for a midnight snack, a predictable habit that gives the police their perfect opening. Late at night, he arrives at his usual barbecue spot, but he immediately senses that something is not right. The usually crowded shop is deathly silent, and as he tries to flee, undercover officers suddenly surround him from all sides. Wang Feng's face pales, never expecting so many police officers to be lying in wait just for him. Knowing he is exposed, he bolts for an exit, but our main character suddenly appears to block his path. Shocked to see him there, he realizes his partner was actually an undercover cop this whole time. Seeing no other way out, he charges at the main character, thinking the small guy cannot possibly stop his momentum. You little brat, since you are a cop, do not blame me for not holding back. Wong Fong charges like a wild bull, but our hero does not flinch and slams right back into him with the same force. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoes through the air as they both crash violently into the dirt. Our hero groans on the ground, calling him a damn bull while the police move in for the final arrest. Once the handcuffs are finally on Wong Fong, the entire team can finally take a sigh of relief. Wong Fong glares at the harmless looking young man who fooled him before the scene shifts to the Nan Ai hospital. Now pay attention because this is where the mission takes a dark turn and things get very real. The headquarters needs more people, so he asks if the boy wants to go, and our hero simply nods. Wong Sun calms down slightly but remains completely silent and cold during the long car ride to their destination. He knows the man is in a foul mood because Ngokson was captured when a phone suddenly rings. Fongtu, have you found them? Who in the world actually has the guts to move against us? We cannot stay here anymore. We must go back and discuss what happened to Fongtu together. Listening to the conversation, the main character finally understands the terrifying truth of what they are really doing. Pure rage burns in his heart, unable to believe this kind of sick trade is happening inside the city. After hanging up, Wong Son explains that only those who pass the health check can go to the main base. If your health is too poor, you will not survive the environment, and our hero just nods in agreement. But he knows the truth. Damn it, passing the health check just means your organs are in top condition. He hides his anger and asks where the actual company headquarters is located. It is in Singapore, and they have already booked a flight for him to head to the airport immediately. He frowns, realizing these people have a massive underground network to get his personal data so easily. Soon they arrive at the airport, and our hero makes a quick excuse to head to the restroom. He whispers into his radio, telling Chief Chu to contact the Southern Border Police to be ready for action. Chulam is shocked by the sudden news and asks if the enemy headquarters is really there. This is no simple matter as they would never run these dirty operations in a major international city. His logic makes perfect sense to the officers as he finally prepares to board the plane. Just look at these people. They have no idea what is actually waiting for them. Looking at the excited faces, he can only imagine the nightmare they will face once they land. Sure enough, after landing and taking a bus, they are thrown into a building that looks exactly like a prison. The next day, the door slams open and the terrified people inside all look up in pure horror. Everyone is shaking except for our hero as a thug named Akao walks straight toward him. Your name is Lam Pham, right? Our hero remains silent and just gives a small nod. Then get out here. The boy slowly stands up and follows the thug out into the dark hallway. A cow stops suddenly and turns around, asking the boy why he does not seem afraid at all. Before he can even speak, a cow throws a brutal punch directly into the boy's stomach. I hate people like you who pretend to be tough when you are actually dying of fear inside. He begins kicking the main character repeatedly while he curls on the floor without saying a single word. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss the next part. Alright, you and I are about to see a total psycho realize he messed with the wrong guy. Akao sneers, promising a brutal welcome if he ever makes it back. He just glares at Akao, silently burning the man's face into his memory for the payback that is definitely coming. You're a pathetic one, sold off the second you got here. Akao mocks while leading him further into the dark. They stop before Wong Son and a few others. The boss doesn't flinch, just gives a twisted, welcoming grin. So you finally arrived. He stays silent, eyes locked on the boss. Hey, don't look at me like that, Wong Sun says with a cold laugh. Weren't we like brothers once? I'm just curious, why aren't you shaking? Don't you know exactly what happens to people in this place? Suddenly, the side door swings open. A nurse walks out with a sealed professional box. Everything is moving along perfectly. Wong Sun smiles and nods, patting the container as if he were handling a precious treasure. Take this away. This is our biggest gold mine. He turns back to the MC. Tell me, little brother, do you know what's in here? Now watch closely as the door swings wide, revealing a nightmare that you and I won't soon forget. A middle aged man lies motionless on the bed, but the real horror is the massive incision on his chest, like someone opened him up and took whatever they wanted. The other captives catch a glimpse of the butchery behind the door. Their eyes turn red with terror. They stumble back, gagging and clutching their stomachs as the horrific reality finally sinks in. Wong Sun loves the reaction, but stops when he sees our hero. Not a single trace of fear, he looks completely unfazed. It's irritating. He lives for the moment people break, finding his greatest satisfaction in watching others tremble before him. He expected tears and begging, but all he gets is a calm, focused frown. It's like his psychological games aren't even working. Wong Sun laughs. He's going to enjoy watching this tough guy eventually sink into a pit of absolute soul crushing despair. Congrats, he tells the group. Your bodies don't match the criteria. You won't have to suffer that specific kind of pain. The others practically collapse in relief, their eyes softening, but our MC's frown only gets deeper. He knows better. There is no such thing as a free pass here. Wong Sun continues, but someone did buy your lives for another purpose. Ever heard of the Black Hand? They want you for their bioweapon research. You're basically lab rats now. His eyes flash. The Black Hand is still active. He realizes their lives are being sold for something far worse than organs. The other prisoners hit the floor in shock. They thought they escaped death only to find a fate even more terrifying. Everyone is falling apart, which makes Wong Son feel like a god, except for the one man who still hasn't moved. The boss is ecstatic, while even Akao looks at him like he's a complete freak. This guy is beyond twisted. Akao thinks his boss is a freak, but you and I see the real story. Our hero hasn't flinched once. The boss is genuinely intrigued now. He wants to know exactly what it takes to make a man like this finally shatter. Not afraid, brave, but useless. Tell me, do you want to join us? You're a natural for this kind of work. Someone like you was born for greatness. He waves off any refusal. Don't say no just yet. Think about it. You have no idea how powerful we are. Our reach extends much further than just this single building. See that house 100 meters away? That's ours too. His frown tightens. This organization is bigger than he thought. If they have multiple locations nearby, he realizes he has to move fast and be absolutely surgical with his strikes. Wong Sun thinks he's winning him over. He starts getting nostalgic, hoping to recruit him after breaking his spirit. My dad died of cancer, and just like you, I was tricked into coming here for quick cash. I wasn't nearly as calm as you are when I first saw what happened behind those doors. I was terrified, begging for mercy, but then the cops raided us. I didn't want to die, so I helped the gang escape. They made it out safely because of me, and that's how I earned my place in this family. I wanted to leave at first, but after that first job, I knew there was no turning back for me. Plus, with over 30 men in this house alone, all carrying heavy firepower, where exactly are you supposed to run? He blinks, stunned. He just got every piece of intel he needed without even having to ask for it. Agree to join, and you'll be second only to me and the big boss himself. What do you say? A cow's face darkens with jealousy. He just beat this guy, and now he's going to be his boss. Our hero looks at a cow and finally smiles. That's great. Now I don't have to go looking for you anymore. Seeing that smile, Wong Sun genuinely thinks his little recruitment speech actually worked on him. He cracks his wrists, gives a cold smile, and delivers a punch that you and I have been waiting for. All right, you and I are about to watch one man take on an entire syndicate. He insults a dog, making the gang roar in fury. They think he has a death wish, but a dog. He is actually thrilled to finally have an excuse to kill him. To him, this is pure suicide. He went from wanting to humiliate the main character to watching him practically dig his own grave. The excitement is too much for him to handle. A dog lunges forward, throwing a massive punch straight at our hero. He thinks he is caught, but before that fist even lands, the main character has already snatched his wrist out of the air. With a brutal snap of his elbow, he breaks the guy's arm. A dog's face twists from madness into pure agony. He slams him into the dirt and stomps on his other hand. You liked hitting people so much, right? He asks coldly. The others scream, but nobody dares to move. He lands another punch, making a dog's face twitch from the force of the impact. Weren't you the one acting tough? How about now a dog is shaking, now looking up at him with absolute terror? Between the physical pain and the humiliation of being crushed underfoot, he is spiraling into a deep state of fear. 10 men surround him, but he has zero fear. Since I started fighting, he says, nobody who has hit me has stayed alive. A dog's eyes are pleading now. Please, he whimpers, please do not kill me. Now pay attention. Here, this is where he shows his true nature. I never finished my sentence, he whispers. Do you know why they die? Because every person I have fought has blood on their hands. I am only here to collect the debt they owe the innocent. A dog's panic hits a new level. He starts thrashing wildly, trying everything he can to break free from that iron grip. Do not look at me like that. I have seen those eyes way more than you have. Then he reaches for his throat. The struggling stops as he loses air. His head slumps to the side, and just like that, he is gone. His cold blooded ruthlessness makes the others swallow hard. He turns his gaze toward Wong Son, who is now being heavily guarded. All that rage he had been bottling up, it is finally being unleashed without a single shred of mercy or hesitation. Wong Sun recovers from the shock and actually smiles. He asks where he got the courage to pull a stunt like this. Seeing the main character's blank face, Wong Son's smile fades. You clearly forgot how powerful my organization really is. He just lets out a cold laugh before dropping a truth that sends shockwaves through the entire room. How strong? Because from what I saw, Wong Fong was nothing special. Wong Sun's eyes widen in total disbelief. It is obvious now Wong Fong is someone incredibly important to him. The connection between them is the key. So, you caught him. Did you really beat him? The main character just stares. If not me, then who? You and I both saw that shock on their faces, right? The minions are looking at him like he's a monster. That reaction, it just makes him smirk. Wong Son scoffs, asking how someone with his build could capture a guy like Wong Fong. But our hero just charges. Seeing him move, Wong Son finally starts to panic. Why are you all just standing there? He screams at his men. Kill him, the subordinates rush in, but they are absolutely no match for a fighter of his caliber. Wong Sun's face grows darker with every second as he watches his men get dismantled one by one. He realizes he underestimated this guy's strength. Maybe with this kind of power you actually could do it, he mumbles. But before he can finish, our main character senses something. He ignores the boss and sprints straight up the stairs. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing the men with guns, Wong Sun finally lets out a long, shaky sigh of relief. Get upstairs and hunt him down. I do not care how strong he is. Nobody can survive this much lead. Our hero is searching for cover, cursing that old fox for playing him. He realizes Wong Son was only stalling for time. He waits patiently, hiding in the shadows of the empty house. The door slowly creaks open. 2 men enter the pitch black room, moving cautiously until they find the switch and flood the area with light. They scan the room, seeing nothing. Damn it, they mutter, he's not even in here. We lost him. Suddenly, a voice whispers right behind them, looking for me. He sounds like a ghost, manifesting out of thin air. They jump spinning around to fire, but they are way too slow. He's not giving them even a single second. A lightning-fast strike knocks one guy out while his hand clamps around the other man's throat like a vice. The gunman can only stare into those emotionless eyes before his whole body goes limp and he loses consciousness. After dropping them, he ties the survivor up tight. Even if he wakes up, there is no way he is making a sound. He grabs their guns and checks the ammo. Trust me, you and I are sticking around to see how he uses every bullet. Gunshots echo through the air as he coldly ends his enemies one by one. You and I are watching 10 men get whittled down until only 4 terrified survivors remain. Those 4 exchange looks. In their eyes, you can see nothing but pure terror. He is landing every sneak attack like he has a wall hack enabled. Everyone watching the scene is starting to break out in a cold sweat. This is bad. We really cannot beat this guy. Should we call for backup right now? While they panic, he is slowly closing the gap. Call for backup from Brother Wang. This guy is way too terrifying to handle alone. 4 more shots ring out and they all drop with a look of horror. How is the situation over there? Why do I keep hearing gunshots? The voice of Wang Shan crackles through a walkie talkie lying on the floor. He picks up the radio slowly. Wang Shan, you are next on the list. The boss curses in a fit of rage. He never imagined he would bring back such a monster. Over 10 men went to find him and they were all wiped out. With a blank expression, he follows the radar signal downstairs. To him, these people are not even a threat. Wang Shan rushes down, but hears rapid footsteps coming from above. His face instantly turns pale as a ghost. His heart is filled with regret. He should have just left after Wang Fong disappeared instead of bringing back a demon like this. The main character stares him down with cold eyes and suddenly sprints forward. He raises his gun and fires a single shot into Wang Shan's leg. The man screams in agony and collapses. Now pay attention because he isn't just going for the kill, he's going for total humiliation by stepping on his head. He keeps his foot pressed down on Wang Shan's face, his expression remaining completely icy. Even if I don't join you, can't I still crush you under my boot? Wang Shan is a trembling mess. Have you thought about the consequences? Even if you step on me, you will never leave this place alive. He sneers and presses down harder. So what? There is an old saying about knowing the times. You should understand that. The main character goes silent. Seeing this, Wang Shan starts to feel a glimmer of hope. I failed back then, and I am sure you think you cannot do it either. If you let me go, I will forget everything. You can still be our third leader. We can enjoy all the wealth and glory together. Wang Shan's face is filled with crazy excitement. Wang Shan almost believes his own lies, but the main character just flashes a mocking smile. This time, the contempt is even more obvious. When you were hurting those innocent people, what was going through your head? Were you proud of your choice? Or was it just fun? His final 2 words are whispered very softly. But Wang Shan feels an overwhelming wave of killing intent. He turns white with fear and forgets about his leg. He begins to beg like a madman. No, that is not it. My heart was always full of regret. The main character stays cold and presses the gun against Wang Shan's head. The man's eyes turn bloodshot as he realizes the end is near. He remembers something and screams at the top of his lungs, "Do not kill me." The people from the Black Hand organization are almost here. You might not know them, but they are far stronger than us. The main character just frowns and pulls the trigger, leaving Wang Shan with a face full of terror. The resentment in his eyes is clear. He was never sorry for what he did. He was just terrified of dying. You and I just saw 6 new dots appear on the radar. The Black Hand organization has officially arrived. The Black Hand is like a persistent snake. Last time, not a single one escaped, but it looks like there are more. Since they decided to show up, he might as well finish them all off right here. Outside the base, the boss named Bingu is leading the Black Hand members toward the entrance. One of the Black Hand members speaks casually. Bingu gave us some good test subjects. The last ones died too quickly. Hearing this, Bingu just gives a sinister laugh. This batch is full of high-quality young people. They will be enough for you. Bingu is not afraid of them. Our organization has strong backing. Follow me. The arrogant leader of the Black Hand just nods at him. This attitude makes Bingu curse. These people were already wiped out once, yet they still act so tough. As they reach the entrance, they see him standing there, waiting for them. Holding his gun, he looks absolutely majestic. Everyone freezes. The Black Hand members can tell he is not an ordinary man. You and I just witnessed one hell of a standoff. Where did Bingu find such a powerhouse? Trust me, you and I are about to watch this boss realize he messed with the wrong person. Banko is stunned, unable to figure out where this guy came from. After all, aside from Wong Son, no one in the organization can actually remember every single face in the crowd. He looks at the fat man in front of him, brow furrowed in disgust. This reaction leaves everyone standing there speechless. The Black Hand thugs look at Banko, their eyes doubting him as if to say, "This guy has zero respect for you, boss." Feeling their judgment, Banko snaps. He stomps over, points a finger and screams, "What the hell is your problem, kid? Don't you know who I am? I am your boss." His stubby body shakes with rage, fat jiggling across his face. Hearing the shout, our lead finally looks him in the eye. So you are the big boss, Bang Company. Banco thinks his authority is finally working and brags that is right, I am the boss around here. The Black Hand gang members are frozen by the sudden sound of a gunshot, their eyes locked onto the main character. His face is expressionless, gun still raised, while Banco falls to the ground with a look of pure terrified shock. Now pay attention. This is where the organization realizes they are in serious trouble. They react immediately to the chaos. We are the Black Hand. He does not care at all, simply shifting his aim toward the men standing directly in front of him. The thugs are quick diving for cover behind crates and various containers the moment they see him move, but his aim is even faster. He fires a shot, does not even look back, and immediately switches to the next target. For every shot he fires, another body hits the floor. 2 seconds later, the gunfire stops. Only he is left standing. Without a glance at the corpses, he heads deep into the base. The first floor is packed with kidnapped prisoners. You're all safe now. He begins searching everywhere, looking for his former colleagues from the Liu team. After a quick sweep, he finally finds a man with a determined face sitting alone inside one of the rooms. The man is sitting on a bed, brow furrowed. When the door opens, he springs up into a defensive stance. Seeing this reaction, our lead is certain this is exactly the person he was sent here to find. Loingame watches him warily, his face covered in bruises from what looks like a series of brutal beatings. Chu Lam. Hearing that name, Loingame freezes for a second before answering cautiously, I have no idea what you are talking about. Because he displayed elite fighting skills during his captivity, they have been constantly interrogating him about who sent him. His caution earns a slight nod. Director Chu and Captain Liu sent me. I do not have time to verify identities. Just help me get everyone out of here first. Loingham slowly realizes, so they actually sent you to save me. He nods and tosses him a set of keys. Everyone in this base has been dealt with, so help me round up the survivors. Then he leaves the room. Loingham stands there, stunned, keys in hand. He never actually expected someone would come to his rescue. He had already prepared himself to die here. Walking out of the room, this miraculous feeling seems impossible to believe. Watching the main character open every door, Loinium looks around and realizes he came here completely alone. I know what you are thinking. Watching one man dismantle a whole base. It is enough to leave anyone speechless. What are you doing? Help me. Loinium snaps back to reality and gives a clear response. Hearing this, our lead continues opening the remaining doors. He opens another door and a middle-aged man inside screams, If you come any closer, I will kill you. The man is clutching a small, jagged blade he must have scavenged from somewhere. I have a son. You won't let me save my boy, so I have nothing left to live for. This disheveled man matches a specific file in his mind. He speaks gently, Lam's father, please stay calm. Hearing this, the father pauses, but then he turns aggressive again in the very next second. He figures these bastards just found out his son's name somehow. Seeing this, our lead speaks up again, Lam's father. Lam is already being treated at Nanai Hospital. Hearing this, he drops the blade and rushes toward him. How is my boy Lam? Is doing great, and his surgery has already been scheduled. He breathes a sigh of relief, thanking him repeatedly. Outside, Loingham has already gathered all the prisoners together. Using his radar, he leads them to a hidden spot. Wait here, I'm going to check base number 2. Base number 2 is nearby, and the layout is almost identical to the first one. The enemy has no idea what just happened at base 1, allowing him to approach them with ease. They all fall in shock. Trust me, you and I have to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when the wrong people mess with a hidden soldier. They didn't even see him coming as he clears the prison cells. Early the next morning, the distant roar of a car engine suddenly echoes through the quiet air. Lei Yan watches the vehicle approach and asks excitedly if Lin Fan thinks these people have finally come to rescue them. The others are just as hopeful. Lin Fan stares at the car in silence as it pulls closer. Once the soldiers step out, he recognizes their uniforms immediately. These men belong to the northern region. They aim their weapons at the group and shout for everyone to put their hands in the air. Terrified, the crowd quickly obeys. Lei Yan looks over at Lin Fan with a worried and questioning gaze. Lin Fan takes a single step forward, identifying himself and the group as citizens of the Dragon Country before reaching for his identification papers. The northern soldiers bark a command for him to drop whatever he is holding. Feeling helpless for a moment, he is forced to toss his papers onto the ground. Suddenly, a massive roar fills the sky. A helicopter approaches with a bright red flag. Pay attention because the rescue we have been waiting for is finally here. Lin Fan looks up at the helicopter descending from the clouds, and a small smile plays on his lips. The northern soldiers stand there in total shock, realizing they are one step too late. They frantically begin debating whether they should just let these people go. What choice do they have? They are terrified of trying to take these people right in front of the dragon country soldiers. Lin Fan watches them coolly. When Lei Yan walks over, he points toward the sky and says their country has finally come to get them. He speaks loudly enough so that every single person standing nearby can hear his words clearly. Those words act like a surge of adrenaline, instantly lifting the spirits of everyone present at the scene. Seeing that familiar red flag, the crowd begins to choke up with emotion. Even Lei Yan is moved, realizing the country really did come for them. As a soldier himself, Lin Fan knows better than anyone how much the military truly cares for its people and the nation. It does not matter if you are in the northern region or Africa. The country will overcome any obstacle to bring you home as long as you are a citizen. The northern soldiers suddenly change their tune and act friendly. They claim they had no idea the group was from the dragon country and were only acting out of concern for safety. They shamelessly insist that if they had known the truth earlier, they never would have treated them this way. He sneers as their attitudes flip, instantly leaving Lei Yan and the others totally stunned. You and I both know those guys are just faking it now because they are terrified. Today, they are definitely getting a front row seat to pure hypocrisy. Lei Yan whispers that they should just ignore these bullies who only fear the strong. Lin Fan just nods, looking more dominant than ever. He does not need to explain anything because he knows exactly how much respect the Dragon Country military commands on the international stage. Realizing he is ignoring them, the northern soldiers use their thick skin to push past the awkwardness without feeling any shame at all. One of them actually squats down and helpfully picks up the identification papers that Lin Fan had dropped earlier. The man opens the ID and freezes, a major from the Dragon Country. His face turns pale instantly, and he begins to stutter as he speaks. He thinks his eyes must be playing tricks on him, looking back and forth between the ID and the young man. The other soldiers are even more shocked. What? This young guy is actually a major. They are completely speechless, stunned by his youthful appearance. Meanwhile, the helicopter finds a clear spot and finally touches down on the ground. Several soldiers from the Dragon Country step out and loudly ask for a comrade named Lin Fan. I am him, he replies. The soldiers walk toward him and salute, stating they have been briefed on the entire situation. They look at the ragged and exhausted people around him and thank Lin Fan for his incredible sacrifice. Lin Fan simply shakes his head. The northern soldiers move in to apologize for their earlier disrespect toward a high ranking officer. Through a translator, the Dragon Country soldiers look confused, as they did not realize there was a major among the group. The northern soldiers keep their eyes fixed on Lin Fan. The rescue team quickly realizes who they are talking about and looks on in surprise. Lin Fan nods and hands over his official documents for them to inspect. After a quick look, they realize the papers are authentic. They snap to attention and give him a formal salute. He salutes back and tells them to prioritize getting everyone else home safely. Lei Yan stands there in total disbelief, asking Lin Fan if he is really a major despite what the ID says. Lin Fan hands the documents over to him. After reading them, the shock on Lei Yan's face turns into a numb silence. This is not something anyone would dare to fake. He never imagined someone so young could hold such a high military rank. It finally makes sense why his strength was so overwhelming. He looks at Lin Fan with a much more complex set of emotions. Eventually, they finally reach the airport. Trust me, you and I just witnessed an absolute legend in action. Alright, stick with me. You're about to see the epic homecoming of a hero who just survived a mission from hell. Stretching out in the transport, he watches the final handover between the two armies. With everything finally settled, the whole team boards the plane home. High in the air, everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief, feeling truly safe. Lei Yan sits beside him, reflecting on just how dangerously close they came to disaster this time. Hearing that, the main character's mouth twitches. Damn, you were in danger. I'm the one who did all the heavy lifting. Lei Yan laughs at his expression, admitting that he was definitely in the most danger. They all owe him their lives, but he just closes his eyes. He drifts off and wakes up just as the wheels hit the tarmac. They're back. They are finally back on home soil. It's all thanks to the strength of their country and military. Without them, getting home this fast would have been impossible. Excitement ripples through the cabin as cheering and emotional voices echo from every single passenger. After a long journey, they're finally back in their motherland. He stretches one more time and joins the line to head out as soon as his feet touch the ground. Now, watch this. He sees a massive banner and flowers everywhere. It's so grand, he actually thinks they're welcoming some high level leader. Confused, he looks around for a VIP, but seeing no one special, he just keeps walking forward. From a distance, he spots Chulin and Captain Liu frantically waving their hands at him. Chulin hopes he likes the welcome ceremony they put together. Before he can even process what's happening, a huge bouquet of flowers is shoved into his hands. Stunned by the celebrity treatment, his mind races. What is going on? Why did director Chu make such a scene? Is it not a big deal? You saved countless families. You have no idea the magnitude of the heroic merit you've just earned. They even offered him a job. He could join the station and probably jump straight to being the deputy director. He rubs his nose and politely declines. Joining the police sounds nice, but he still feels the army is his true home. Layan watches with a complicated look. Damn, the guy's already a major. Why on earth would he downgrade to this tiny police station? Soon after, he enters the waiting lounge and spots Xiao Rongyu from afar, holding a welcome sign with his name on it. Her eyes light up the moment she sees him and she throws herself into his arms. He's shocked. How did she even know he was landing today? She huffs, complaining that he didn't tell her about such a dangerous mission. She demands to check him over right now for any injuries. A warm feeling fills his chest as he stands there like a puppet, letting her inspect every inch of him. I'm fine, Zhao Yu. No injuries this time, he promises. Relieved, she grabs his arm but warns that if he ever gets hurt, she'll be the first one to hit him. Time for dinner. Throughout the meal, she's practically glued to him, begging for every single detail about the mission. So he starts telling her everything. Even though he makes it sound easy, she looks incredibly tense as he speaks, which he finds both sweet and a little funny. Why are you so worried? Xiao Yu, you're an ace team member yourself. You know how these things go. It was really nothing special. Let's pause you. And I know he's an absolute beast. But she's right. Facing down a dozen guns all by yourself, that's a whole different level of stress. He rubs his head, realizing he can't really argue with that logic. She insists that next time he goes on a mission like this, she's coming along for her own peace of mind. He hesitates for a second and immediately her face drops. She is definitely not happy with that reaction. Don't look down on me. I'm an ace team soldier now, too, she snaps. Suddenly it clicks. She really has grown into a formidable warrior herself. All right, fine. Next time a mission like this comes up, you're coming with me. He'd almost forgotten just how much she's matured lately. She isn't just someone who needs protection anymore, she's a partner he can truly count on. After dinner, he takes her to visit little Lin Lin. The boy's father, knowing exactly what he's done for them, looks at him with pure gratitude. Lin Lin sees him and shouts, Brother Ye, with a huge smile. He laughs, asking how the boy's feeling and making sure everything is finally back to normal. His mother's eyes immediately well up with tears. The surgery was a total success, she says. The doctors say he's perfectly fine now. The father adds that without his help, they wouldn't have known what to do. Rest assured, as soon as we have the money, we'll pay you back every cent, the father promises. Don't worry about it. There's no need to pay me back, he replies. I just did what I could to help out. Xiao Rongyu smiles beside him, telling the parents that as a soldier it was just his natural instinct to step up and help out. If you really feel bad, she suggests, just let Lin Lin serve in the military for a couple of years when he grows up. Lin Lin shouts out that he wants to be just like Brother Ye and join the army when he's older. Hearing the boy's declaration, everyone bursts into laughter. Everything has truly been resolved in the most perfect way. He looks over at Xiao Rongyu, who gives him a playful wink, her eyes practically asking if she handled that well. He just smiles and nods, and that's where we leave it with a promise for the future. You and I just witnessed a hero's true victory. He turns back with a smile. Rest assured, as long as you come, I will be there. All right, you and I need to watch this part because little Lin Lin has no idea how hard this one promise will make his future military life. Leaving the hospital, Xiao Yue follows him home for dinner. Inside the car, she cannot help but admire the warm family atmosphere at the Lin Lin's place. She asks if they will be just like that in the future. Hearing this, he laughs and says, Of course we will, and we will have more than just one child. Our family is definitely going to be even warmer. Xiao Yue blushes. Who said I want to have kids with you? He pretends to be shocked and asks with doubt, What? Little fish, if you do not have kids with me, who else would you choose? She just laughs at his silly face and says she won't have kids for anyone. After dinner and seeing Xiao Yue off, he gets in some quick training before heading home to get some sleep. The next day, after finishing his workout, he heads to the police station. Outside the chief's office, he hears Chulin talking to someone inside with a very serious tone. 10 minutes later, the door finally opens and a very familiar face walks out of the office. It is Captain Li Tu Tui, the man he previously teamed up with to take down a major criminal organization. Chulin spots him and calls him in. Once inside, Lam Pham immediately starts asking about the status of the people they recently rescued. Have they all been taken care of? We have already sent everyone we could find families for back to their homes. For those who have no family to turn to, we have arranged temporary housing while we continue the search. He nods. If you need anything, just let me know. Money is not an issue for me at all. Since he already saved them, he decides to show some kindness and help them to the end. Chulin solemnly says he thanks him on their behalf. With that matter settled, he stands up and prepares to make his way out. Chulin suddenly remembers something, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. You are not too busy right now, are you? Lam Pham nods confused. He is basically on vacation now, so besides training, he has nothing to do. Do you remember Captain Li Thu Tui? The man he just saw at the door is the leader of the Northern Military Region's anti-drug squad. Of course he remembers him. Remember that criminal organization we all worked together to crush last time? Now pay attention because even though that group went quiet, new criminals are already on the move. His expression turns cold. This is a serious issue for the nation. He does not waste time and simply asks what he needs to do. This new gang is incredibly aggressive. Many members of the anti drug squad have already been seriously injured. He is here to borrow men, but our local guys just are not strong enough. Can you give them a hand? Of course, stopping these criminals is everyone's responsibility. On his face, Chu Lin finally wears a look of relief. Let me contact Captain Lee. 10 minutes later, Li Tu Tui rushes back to the station and heads straight for the office. He sees Lin Pham and immediately rushes over to grab his hand tight. Comrade Lin Pham, are you really willing to help our squad? He nods calmly, making Li Tu Tui even more excited than before. Great, these criminals have been way too arrogant lately. With you joining us, we can definitely wipe them all out for good. Captain Lee, why don't you start by telling me the current situation? You and I both know how fast crime spreads. This gang appeared 2 weeks ago and already took over every local criminal element. He frowns. If they move that quickly, then this organization is definitely not some simple group of thugs. Plus, they are incredibly cunning. Every deal involves strict buyer screening. Only those they fully trust are allowed to purchase their goods. It is almost impossible to get close. We cannot get inside to pull them out by the roots, so we are forced to face them head on. We try to arrest them during deals, but that just leads to us trading lives for theirs every single time. Li Tu Tui looks devastated. We just do not have enough people to keep up with their numbers anymore. Lin Pham frowns, unable to find an easy solution. Seeing his face, Chu Lin pats his shoulder and says this will not be solved overnight. Captain Lee, send me all the files on this gang. I will head home and look them over. Once home, he opens up the data files that Li Tu Tui sent him. Judging by the intel from the captain, a direct head-on collision is absolutely out of the question. Never mind if he could handle that many desperate criminals alone, a sweep like that would take forever to finish. It is just not efficient. He texts Li Tu Tui. Do we have any moles inside their high-level leadership? The answer is no. So here is the plan. You and I knew was coming. He's going undercover to wipe them all out for good. After watching for nearly an hour, his eyes lit up with a grin. Finally, I have found you. Alright, stick with me as our main character targets the most vulnerable link in this criminal chain. This guy's mind is fried from the gear, the perfect low-level target to blend in with. Next day, he's at a back alley door knocking. A weak, tired voice calls out from inside asking who it is. He gives the secret code from his intelligence files. Management is here for the trash. Lisan checks the coast is clear, then opens the door and whispers for him to get inside quickly. Once inside, he is asked what kind of trash he is looking for. He casually lists off several illegal substances. Lisan's eyes widen with greed, but he is still on guard. Why do you need to buy so much at once? He scoffs coldly, asking if having money isn't enough of a reason. That thug energy immediately terrifies Lisan. Lisan curses internally. He absolutely hates these arrogant, newly rich types who think they own everything. But he forces a smile, explaining the organization has strict limits. The main character snaps back, asking if they even want to make money. In the end, Lee San only hands over a small amount, and our guy is forced to agree for now. He leaves and returns the next day exactly on time. Staring at the tiny hall, he lets out a contemptuous laugh. Lee San keeps smiling, but you can see the sheer helplessness in his eyes. He is stuck with this guy. He has been sitting here for 10 minutes and won't leave. He keeps asking if there is any way to get more gear. It is impossible, brother. The main character pouts, telling him to have the same amount ready tomorrow before walking out. Back at home, he watches his phone as Lee San's location moves constantly before finally stopping at one specific spot. Is this the source, the main hub where the supplies are coming from? Now pay attention. While he was stalling for time earlier, he was actually waiting for the perfect chance to plant a tracker on Lee San. He is determined to find this criminal organization's hidden base. He marks the spot on the map and keeps visiting Lee San daily. A week later, Lee San has made a fortune. Lee San's smile is much more genuine now. Seizing the moment, the main character asks for a larger supply again. Finally, Lee San drops his guard and leads him directly to a small hidden base. The doors open to a massive, luxurious room surrounded by smaller chambers. It is surprisingly high end for a hideout. Laughter and voices echo from every room. Lee San leads him deeper into a much quieter section of the building. At the furthest door, Lee San asks the guard to tell Brother Chow that he has arrived for a meeting. A moment later, the guard waves them in. Lee San enters timidly while the main character follows with a cocky swagger. Inside, a portly man with glasses sits at a desk. He looks sharp, calculating, and very dangerous. He is talking to a middle aged man with slicked back hair. They are both laughing seemingly in the middle of a great conversation. Lisan quickly retreats to a corner and pulls the main character back, whispering that they need to wait here. Apparently, Brother Kiao hates eavesdroppers. Our hero recognizes the man from his secret intelligence files. This is Chow Chow, a high level executive who handles massive illegal deals and major negotiations for the group. You and I both know this is a huge win. He has just found the highest ranking target in his files, a catch he never expected. After waiting patiently for 30 minutes, the meeting finally ends. It is time for them to step up. The guards lead them forward. Chow Chow is in a great mood after his big deal and smiles at Lee San. Brother Chow, I have brought a major client. He wants more than my low status is allowed to handle. This sparks Chow Chow's curiosity. He turns his gaze toward the main character, sizing him up instantly. So you are the one who hasn't said a word. Chow Chow had been watching him acting like he just noticed. Even though there is business to be done, Chow Chow does not really need this specific deal. He is playing hardball. He wants the upper hand. Lee San quickly introduces him as Ye Fan, the guy who has been buying their stock lately. He explains that Ye Fan wants to scale up, and since he is a regular, he should be trustworthy. But looking at Chow Chow's eyes, it is clear he does not trust this new guy one bit. Nice to meet you, Brother Chow. I am Ye Fan and I am here because I need a much bigger supply. That bluntness makes Chow Chow relax a little. He asks why he needs such a massive amount of gear. I won't lie to you, Brother Chow. I run a small crew of my own. I used to just share with my boys, but Chow Chow nods, signaling that he understands the situation, and that's where we leave it for now. He's playing the greedy boss perfectly. Let's see if it works. Stick with me. We're about to watch our hero convince a dangerous drug boss that he's a real criminal. If he didn't have that dangerous vibe, the boss wouldn't trust him for a second. But since he does, everything looks good. But I hope if your middleman gets caught, you keep our names out of it. Otherwise, our reaction won't be very gentle. Boss Q's smile carries a heavy threat. Our main character acts shocked for a second before promising there won't be any issues. Just like that, a massive deal is closed. To help the police, he's posing as a buyer to infiltrate the enemy's lair. At this point, Kyo Chao isn't even slightly worried about what our hero might be up to. First off, by buying the product, the main character is technically part of the criminal world now, too. Besides that, drug task force has been a massive headache lately. Why would a big boss fear a small time gang leader? He stays at the luxury club with Lee San for a while. During his stay, there is a small incident where he shows off just a fraction of his real combat strength. After crushing a reckless thug in an alleyway, he wanders around to shake any tails before taking a taxi home. He doesn't regret what happened. He knows to make this deal work, he has to show he's not someone to be messed with. If he didn't show some muscle and skill, the other side would definitely try to control him like a puppet. He purposefully showed off for Kyo Chao. Even if that guy wanted revenge for the display, our hero just didn't care. Remembering the filth inside that club, he vows to tear it all down. Once home, Lee Tu Tui calls for an update. He tells her he's successfully moved inside, but he's going to need a bit more time to reach the top. They exchange a few more brief words before hanging up the phone to keep things secure. Slumping onto the sofa, he sighs. He has to wait on Kyo Chao because taking him down alone won't lead to the real bosses. He needs that recognition. He gives a cold laugh, finding it ironic that he actually needs validation from a high level drug dealer. For the next few days, he keeps picking up shipments, but he hasn't found a single opening to move higher up. Today he heads back to the office. As he enters, a woman with heavy makeup, acha, and bright red lips blocks his path. She gives him a seductive look and asks for his number, clearly trying to reel him in. She reaches out to touch him, but he catches her hand, coldly telling her he's not interested in her at all. He brushes past her toward the office. Damn, what a total headache. Now pay attention here. As he reaches the office door, he hears Kyo Chao mentioning a very important transaction, making him stop dead in his tracks. The office door isn't fully closed, allowing him to overhear every single word being said inside the room. This trade is just a stepping stone for our future massive deals. It's absolutely critical for us. Hearing this, he's secretly thrilled but stays silent. Once the voices stop, he finally knocks on the door. He walks in acting confused and asking if something happened with those idiots working under the boss. Kyukao hides his emotions, not wanting to reveal too much. Our hero steps forward and hands over the cash. The boss takes the money with a grin, noting that little Yi has been bringing in some serious results lately. He just smiles and says it's all thanks to the boss providing the goods, otherwise his crew couldn't even survive. By the way, have those two guys been giving you any more trouble lately? He shakes his head, saying everything has been quiet. The boss tells him to head out and get back to work. Trust me, you and I both see that suspicious look in Kyo Chao's eyes. He thinks he's being subtle, but our hero sees right through him. That old fox wants me to solve his problems for him. It's a classic setup. It's a test to see if I'm worthy to join their inner circle. He's surprised Kyo Chao wants him so soon. Forget it. Time to stop thinking and go meet up with Li Tu Tui and the others. He takes a long, winding route before finally catching a taxi to the secret police station. Back at the office, the boss gets a call saying they lost track of the main character again. How is his anti-surveillance skill so strong? Kyo Chao asks his bodyguard if they should really recruit this guy. The bodyguard Xiao Hu stands firm and says he doesn't see any problem with bringing him in. In fact, his actual combat ability is likely on par with mine. The boss is genuinely impressed by that. Where does a small time leader get that kind of power? Remember, Xiao Hu is an elite former special forces soldier. Looking at the photo, the boss admits he's lucky someone higher up wants him in their circle. And that's where we leave it. Our hero just secured today's shipment, moving one step closer to the truth. Alright, you and I are diving into a high stakes meeting with Kyo Chao. He smiles, asking why our hero is here so early today. Looking into Kyo Chao's eyes, he stays silent. The boss just laughs and tells him to go ahead. It is a tense moment of understanding. He nods and walks out of the office. He leaves the club easily, which feels strange. Something about this smooth exit bothers him quite a bit. Surprisingly, nobody tries to stop him this time. He doesn't overthink it and heads straight for the drop zone. The air is thick with tension. He feels eyes watching him from the shadows. Perfect. This is exactly what he wanted. After all, if no one sees him, how can they trust him? 30 minutes later, he reaches the trade site and hides. Now he waits. He needs to see exactly how this play is going to unfold. 20 minutes pass. Suddenly, a car pulls up to the intersection. Moments later, another vehicle arrives from the opposite direction. The game is finally on. Two cars, two groups of men. They step out wearing sharp suits and ties, looking more like successful businessmen than dangerous criminals. One side holds a small suitcase, the other has a briefcase. They just stand there on the side of the road, starting the deal. Now, pay attention here, their arrogance is insane, doing this out in the open. Maybe the most dangerous place is actually the safest. Surprisingly, this bold, direct strategy of theirs seems to be working out perfectly for them. Passers-by give them a quick glance, but suspect nothing. To the average person, it just looks like a standard corporate meeting. But he notices the streets getting quiet. The two groups swap their bags, shake hands, and head back to their cars. They trust each other enough to skip the inspection. But just as they turn around, bang, a gunshot rings out, shattering the silence. The man with the briefcase drops instantly. Those in front scramble, ducking for cover and clutching their heads in pure panic. A loud shout echoes through the street. Everyone sees them now. The anti-drug police have finally arrived to crash the party. The cops are here, so it is time to move. He watches the chaos unfold. It is his turn now as he slips into a dark alley and waits for them. Several men sprint toward his hiding spot looking terrified. One of them is still clutching that briefcase like his life depends on it. Behind them, the police are closing in, firing round after round. He steps out and tells them to follow him if they want to live. The man with the briefcase looks at him with pure relief. He thanks him, but our hero just brushes it off. He tells them he works for Kyoka and needs to ensure the deal succeeds. Hearing this, the man actually starts to smile with relief. He thinks Kyoka sent backup and promises to give a good report. Little does he know what is coming. He leads them through a maze of turns into a dead end. Then, with lightning speed, he strikes, knocking every single one of them out in a flash. With the criminals down, he calls Chulam to pick them up. Chulam says they haven't heard back from Li Tu Tui yet and fears something is wrong. Something is wrong. You and I can feel the trouble coming now. He realizes the operation should have ended by now. Feeling uneasy, he hangs up and sprints back toward the scene of the shootout. As he nears the alley, heavy gunfire erupts. His heart sinks. The groups from earlier were small, so why does this sound like a war zone? Li Tutui and the team should have handled them easily. This level of violence makes no sense. It is a setup. Another faction is using this chaos to hunt down the police. He realizes he has to move very fast. He keeps running forward, his mind racing through the possibilities. He ducks into a clothing store and emerges seconds later in a completely different outfit, pulling a hood low over his face to hide his identity. His vibe changes instantly. He goes from a common thug to a cold, calculated shadow. The gunshots get louder. He can hear the criminals shouting over the noise, and they sound like they are enjoying the carnage. They are gloating about teaching the cops a lesson, and he is shocked. Why are there so many high level cartel members suddenly appearing at this transaction right now? The situation is getting worse by the second. He hides in the shadows, desperately trying to figure out how to help. In all the madness, nobody notices the hooded man lurking in the corner. He is the ghost they never saw coming. Not far away, Teo Ho is watching the entire scene unfold. He whispers into his phone that everything is going perfectly. Teo Ho believes they have a great chance to land a devastating blow on the police force today while our hero finds a surprise. But then something miraculous happens. Two discarded guns slide right to his feet. It feels like destiny stepped in to help. Even without weapons, he would have fought for them, but with these guns, he can make sure every officer makes it out alive. He reaches down and grips the cold steel. Nearby, the pinned down officers take a deep breath, preparing for a final desperate charge out. But the moment they rush out, they freeze in total shock. In just a few seconds, several criminals are wiped out. Gunfire continues to roar as he moves like a god of death. All Lee Tutui sees is a hooded figure with a gun putting so much pressure on the enemy that they can't even breathe. Who the hell is this guy? You and I just witnessed a miracle. He disappears into the night. All right, you and I are jumping right into a brutal ambush where the bad guys don't stand a chance. The criminal organization is caught completely off guard as their numbers dwindle. And by the time they react, our main character has already vanished into thin air. Where did that hooded man go? Where did he even come from? How is it possible for one guy to single handedly launch a sneak attack on all of us? Damn it, are we really going to lose this many brothers just like that? Before they can even track him down, they are pinned by Li Tui's overwhelming firepower. While the two side straight shots, our hero takes the chance to snatch a few more of them from the shadows. The criminals are panicking, torn between two fronts, and having no idea how to fight back. In an instant, their entire defense crumbles into a total defeat. Seeing the chaos, he knows the police have this covered. He's about to leave, but then he spots Little Tiger nearby, looking frustrated and deep in thought. Got you now, buddy. You are not getting away this time. Without a second thought, he sprints straight toward his target. At this moment, Little Tiger is completely baffled by how they are being crushed so easily. It all traces back to the sudden appearance of that mysterious hooded man. Little Tiger glares at him. He has no clue who this masked fighter is, but in just a few seconds, his side has been decimated and their advantage is totally gone. Watching his men get wiped out by the anti drug task force, Little Tiger retreats with a dark expression. Suddenly, that same hooded figure appears right in his line of sight. To make matters worse, the hooded man is charging straight at him. Little Tiger scowls and immediately turns around, kicking his speed into high gear. If he gets caught here, it is game over for him. Now, watch this. Chase closely. It's about to get intense. Little Tiger is fast, and without his special radar, our hero would never keep up in this maze. Seeing him tailing like a ghost, Little Tiger is starting to lose his cool. Damn it, where did this guy come from? He is so fast. At this point, the pursuer seems even more impatient than the prey. This agent has some serious skills to keep me chasing this long. The two of them engage in a high stakes game of cat and mouse racing through the streets in a thrilling pursuit. To shake him off, Little Tiger uses every trick in the book, vaulting over obstacles and diving through tight gaps. He leaps over a massive iron gate and takes a detour from the other side. Gasping for air, Little Tiger looks back convinced that he has finally lost the guy. But the very next second, he sees the hooded man still barreling toward him with no signs of slowing down. Little Tiger stares in disbelief. You really are a hunting dog, aren't you? How did you even catch up? Hearing that, he just gives a cold laugh. Of course I caught you. I can smell the stench of you foreign rats from 2 kilometers away. Little Tiger's face darkens. It seems you can't wait to die. I'm going to beat you into a bloody pulp right here. Oh, is that so? Our hero cracks his wrists. How did you know I love crushing foreign agents who don't know their place? It is actually quite therapeutic. Little Tiger's expression turns murderous. You sure talk big kid. Without a word, he just smirks and beckons with his finger, a blatant provocation. With a wild roar, Little Tiger lunges forward to tear him apart. In the blink of an eye, they exchange 5 brutal blows. He's forced back 2 steps by a heavy kick, and his gaze sharpens with caution. I thought your fighting skills would be as sharp as your tongue. Guess not. Ignoring the taunt, he charges again. After 10 more high-speed exchanges, he is once again pushed back by the sheer force of the enemy's strikes. Little Tiger wears a confident grin now. Looks like I will be smashing that mouth of yours today. But despite his cocky attitude, he is secretly starting to worry. He can feel the hooded man's movements becoming lighter and more fluid with every passing second. You saw that too, right? He is reading every move like an open book. This is a very bad sign. Little Tiger decides he has to end this now before things get worse. But our hero isn't worried at all as he is knocked back. Instead, he just laughs. So, this is how foreign special agents fight. Thanks for the lesson, buddy. I finally understand your style. But honestly, it's a bit disappointing. Little Tiger scowls. You still dare to talk big. Let's see how loud you scream when I break you. With a darkened face, Little Tiger explodes forward with everything he's got. In just 5 short seconds, they clash several more times, but now he isn't just taking hits, he is parrying every single strike with effortless grace. The way you foreign agents fight is honestly just way too crude and predictable. Little Tiger narrows his eyes to respond, but suddenly feels a stinging slap across his face. A few more moves, and he's slammed hard into the dirt. He walks slowly toward the fallen man. So, do you still think I am just talking big? Anger, shock, and pure confusion swirl inside Little Tiger. He can't even keep his face steady as his world gets turned upside down. It's unbelievable. In just a few minutes of combat, this hooded stranger has completely dissected his entire fighting style. He is struggling to process that this is even happening. Who the hell are you? Our hero just sighs. Is there something wrong with your head? I am wearing a hood for a reason. Do you really expect me to just give you my name? Little Tiger's face turns even darker. The outcome is decided and he walks toward the defeated man, but suddenly Little Tiger lunges up, aiming a desperate strike at his chest. You and I need to see this. But in the very next moment. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character's expression turn dead serious. His hand suddenly snaps back, while his other hand strikes at his hood. Damn, the fabric gets ripped right off. He turns away fast to hide his face, and Little Tiger is thrilled to take the chance and run. Hearing Little Tiger's footsteps fade away as he escapes, he doesn't give chase. If he goes after him now, his face will be exposed. If he alerts Kyo Chao right now, all of his hard work in this place will go right down the drain. Damn it, since when did this guy get so incredibly crafty? He curses under his breath while moving to a more hidden spot. Suddenly, bang, a gunshot rings out and a hole of blood instantly appears on his shoulder. On the other side of things, Little Tiger is gasping for air as he stumbles back into the club. In the office, Kyokao takes one look at him and knows something is wrong. Why are you back here in this state? Where is everyone else? Little Tiger coughs twice, they're all gone. Hearing that, Kyochao's face turns absolutely stone cold. I sent an entire squad, and you lost to a few short-handed cops. What the hell am I even paying you for? You are a bunch of worthless trash. Little Tiger just bows, barely breathing. Kyo Chao finally settles down and asks, what really happened out there? Tell me everything clearly. So Little Tiger starts explaining every single thing that just went down. Are you kidding me? One guy in a hood did all this. One man actually managed to wipe out my entire team. Now pay attention here because Kyo Chao is thinking fast. A hood means the attacker was hiding his identity. The special forces wouldn't bother with that. This had to be someone we have dealt with before. Hearing Kyo Kao say that, Little Tiger's face starts looking pretty damn worried too. Kyo Kao frowns even deeper. A specific name flashes in his mind, but then there is a sudden knock at the door. Right when his suspicion hits its peak, the door opens. It is our guy, and he is holding a few briefcases. Their eyes snap toward him. Little Tiger suddenly reaches for a gun. He just walks in. Brother Q, mission complete. His voice sounds weak. Blood is literally pouring from that hole in his shoulder. Q Cow glances at Little Tiger, basically asking about the injury. Little Tiger just shakes his head. He has no clue. He never saw the hooded man take a hit. In fact, no one even pulled a gun during that entire brawl. He ignores their stares. Damn, those cops were actually tough. One of them managed to get a lucky shot off. Kyukao speaks slowly now. So you are saying a cop did that to your shoulder? Exactly. If I was a second slower, I would be dead. Why are you two looking at me like that? He looks at them with pure confusion, acting like he has no idea why they are being so weird. Kyukao quickly masks his face. It is nothing. We are just frustrated that the other mission failed. He looks curious. Oh, you sent out another team, and they actually messed up. So there was another deal happening. His innocent look is so good it seems completely genuine. The two of them exchange a look and finally relax. Kyochao just waves his hand to drop it. But then he spots that familiar briefcase in our hero's hand. Suspicion starts creeping back in. What is that you have there? He just gives a harmless smile. The cops wiped out the buyers, so I salvaged this. Now you and I have to admit those two are feeling a real chill down their spines right now. Kyukao looks incredibly serious. How could you just take the goods like that? They were our partners. We have to have some honor. He just scratches his head. Did I do something wrong? Fine, I will go give it back. Wait. Kyo Chao stops him fast. Forget it, that would just cause more trouble. He keeps playing the naive rookie, but inside he is laughing at how well this old man can lie. Kyo Kao looks at the haul. At least this is worth a lot. It will cover their recent losses. Kyo Kao looks pleased. Little Diep go grab some cash from the front and fix that shoulder. Take a few days off. He just nods, says thanks, and heads out of there. 3 days later, thanks to his insane recovery speed, his body is already back to 100%. Time is running out, so he heads straight back to the club and walks into Kyo Chao's office. When he knocks and walks in, Kyo Chao looks genuinely surprised. He knew the kid would be back, everyone is greedy, but he didn't expect him this soon. His shoulder was wounded, but he says he is healed. Kyo Chao stays silent. Now you and I know he really needs the help. You and I are about to see a real pro in action. He says his fighting is just average, but we know better. Little Tiger tells me you are almost on his level in a brawl, but tell me, how is your aim with a gun? Hearing that he curses this old man is still testing him. Terrible. Kiaogao nods, as that was exactly the answer he expected. Since you have joined our ranks, I will walk you through exactly how our organization actually operates. After giving a brief description of the group's business, the leader falls silent for a long moment. Since you are a powerhouse in close combat, you will work as a bodyguard. Guard the deals and ensure they are completed. Kiaogao gives him a few more words of encouragement before sending him off to wait for further orders. He barely sits down in the small lounge area for 5 minutes before that familiar, beautiful woman starts heading his way. She hands him a drink, congratulating him on joining Brother Kiao's inner circle. He is suspicious. How does she already know that? He is curious but keeps his mouth shut. The beauty just smiles, says nothing more, and stops bothering him for now. He sips his drink in silence while she just sits there next to him. He is confused, planning his escape from this situation. Lucky for him, Kiao calls him back to the office. Let's see if he can escape that woman's eyes for long. Watching him walk away, the woman licks her lips with a predatory look. You will not escape my grasp. Back in the office, Kiao Gao looks at him and simply says, We have got a job for you. He is shocked. This is only the first day on the job, and there is already an operation. He takes the files and leaves. Watching him walk away, Kiao Gao nods. He likes people who take action immediately without asking a million questions. He checks the intel. Locations, targets, and methods are all written clearly. Information really is power in this dangerous game. Outside the club, he immediately calls Li Tutui. Captain Li, there is a deal going down. I need your coordination. After alerting Captain Li, he calmly walks toward the vehicle that will take him to the transaction site. The drive feels like forever, but they finally arrive. At exactly deal time, the car creeps slowly down the road. Every time they pass a vehicle, their headlights flash a rhythmic coded signal to confirm their identity. It is broad daylight. If the other side is not the target, they will not notice. Suddenly, a car approaches them. Seeing the flashes, it signals back. The two cars then head toward a crowded, bustling street to blend in. He hops out with the goods. A man from the other car exits with a briefcase. They lock eyes for a moment. The swap happens instantly. A second later, both men turn and vanish into the crowd without saying a single word. Back in the car, everyone exhales in relief. The driver floors it, wanting to get away from the scene as fast as possible. As the driver follows the planned route, he speaks up. Do not go that way. Turn here. The driver obeys his command. This new path is winding and a bit strange, but nobody dares to question his judgment right now. After a short detour, the sound of police sirens suddenly wails through the air, terrifying everyone in the vehicle. Panic hits the whole crew as the driver floors the gas to escape, but pay attention to how calm our guy is. Everyone is confused. They are carrying illegal goods, so who else would those sirens be for, if not them? Hell, they are literally mid-deal. Who else could it be? But then they look in the direction he's pointing. Police cars are swarming the next street over, surrounding the vehicle of the people they just traded with moments ago. He crosses his arms. Those guys were just unlucky. The rest of the crew is left absolutely speechless by the sight. Even though the cops are not after them, the group is still panicking. The driver instinctively hammers the gas to flee. There is no helping it. For people like them, police sirens are like a natural psychological predator. Back at the club, he hops out and sees Little Tiger, who looks gloomy until he finally spots him. I thought you guys got busted. He smiles, holding up the briefcase. Luckily, I brought the cash back safe and sound. What exactly happened? Did it make the news already? Little Tiger just nods his head in response. Brother Kiao and I were watching the news. He sent me to find you. Good thing you were being careful. He laughs. Of course, I'm not looking to eat prison food on my first day. Tiger just nods silently. Seeing that he is not in a joking mood, our hero just shrugs and follows him inside the building. The rest of the crew follows closely. Now little Tiger and him are the most respected guys under Kiao. Seeing the bosses ignoring them, the henchmen finally start to relax and let go of their previous stress. That was a close call. If they had taken the normal route, they would be in handcuffs, and you and I know it. Alright, you and I are jumping into the middle of a high stakes undercover game right now. He starts searching for an excuse, noticing the other car is heading the same way. Perfect. He will let them scout the path only for them to get caught. Lucky break. He keeps his cool, looking totally relieved to have narrowly escaped a disaster. At the office, Kyo frowns before faking a look of terror, asking if he is okay. Big brother Kyo, I brought this back. He holds up the briefcase, though the goods are gone. Once he sees that briefcase, Kyo finally gives him a genuine, greedy smile. It is fine as long as you are safe. Seeing this fake concern makes him feel sick. This guy only cares about profit and money, not his safety. That much is obvious. Kyukao fakes a bit more concern before telling him to go home and rest for now. Wait, a top boss wants to meet you for dinner in 3 days at the club. Now pay attention here. This meeting is about to change everything for our guy. You are lucky though, getting to meet one of the big bosses this early on. It took me forever to get that chance. He just nods, promising to be on time. Leaving, he wonders why a boss would notice him, then decides to just stop overthinking it. Meeting the elite is a good thing. 3 days pass and Kyu Chao calls him up. Little Ye, wear a suit today. You need to look sharp and respectable for this. Also get there early. The boss hates waiting. He rushes to change and heads out. Tiu Ho is already waiting in the alley. He follows him deep into the private club area. Inside the room, Kyokao is busy barking orders at bodyguards to set the table. The lights are low and 2 candles on the table create a dim, mysterious vibe. It is all Western food. He hates it. These bosses really love acting all fancy. Tiu Ho announces his arrival. Kyokao beams, praising him for being exactly on time. He is stunned. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Since when does he give compliments? He forces a smile. Kyokao walks over and pats his shoulder with a strange look. That is the spirit. Having that kind of mindset is how you survive in this world. The boss arrives in 10 minutes, so stay here. Kyokao leaves with his guards. Left alone, he is confused. What was with that cryptic warning from Kyokao? Is this boss some kind of monster, whatever he has faced down drug lords before? 10 minutes fly by, and suddenly he hears the door begin to creak open. And yeah, you and I saw that look. Absolute pure shock. Walking in is that same seductive woman who has been haunting his steps lately. Surprised, he's floored. He never expected the big boss to be a woman. He shakes his head, admitting he just finds her surprisingly powerful and impressive. She sits across from him, resting her chin on her hand with a hungry, obsessed gaze. Her voice is dripping with desire. He asks if a high status woman like her lacks men. She just laughs at him. Do not call me that. Call me Hong. Big Sister Hong is fine. Men should be lining up from here to France for her. Ngui Hong keeps smiling. Why are you feeling a little bit jealous right now? He is speechless. She claims she rejected everyone else because they lack his unique charm. Her eyes are burning, trying to look straight through his very soul. He feels incredibly uncomfortable under her intense heat. Damn, this woman is way too much. Even facing the worst criminals was easier than dealing with her. He tries to play it cool. She starts to speak again, but he quickly cuts her off to focus on the food. You and I just witnessed a very dangerous game start. She is confident she will win him. Let's dive in. While talking to her, he is secretly terrified because this woman, Ngui Hong, is a total master manipulator. One wrong word and she will strip all his secrets bare. Keeping his guard all the way up, he makes sure not to leak a single piece of real information to her. Mixing truth with lies, he's confident she won't spot the gaps in his story. Pretty soon, their meal is almost over. Ngui Hong smiles and asks if he's interested in visiting her villa, which has a pool and everything he'd ever need. Looking at her face, he curses internally. Does this woman really think she's already got him hooked? On the outside, he just acts shy and tells her maybe he'll come by another time. She giggles, asking if he thinks she's too old, but he quickly denies it, saying she looks like a college student. He fakes a polite goodbye and practically runs out of that shady, dim room as fast as he can. Once he's gone, a bodyguard enters. She stares at the path the main character took, her eyes lingering with intent. She tells them to leave the room as it is and bring the top star from Night Banquet here immediately. A flash of madness glints in her eyes. On his way out, the main character runs into Teo Ho, who looks regretful. He asks Teo Ho why he's so gloomy and tells him that things went very well with Sister Hong. Then he winks at Teo Ho, but watch this, that look in the guy's eyes, it is pure pity. Sometimes what looks good on the surface isn't actually good at all. The main character pretends not to understand the warning. Teo Ho just waves it off and heads out to find Brother Q without saying another word to him. Watching him leave, the main character realizes being noticed by Nui Hong might actually be a curse, not a blessing. Days pass. He keeps working for Kyo Chao while secretly funneling intelligence and news over to Li Tu Tui. But he's getting frustrated. He feels stuck and doesn't see a clear way to move up the ladder right now. Nui Hong notices him spacing out and asks why he is so distracted while they are eating together. With her looks, that pouty act would normally make any man want to protect her at all costs. But trust me, seeing her act like this only gives him chills. He can sense how dangerous she really is. Even though she hasn't shown any malice yet, he's convinced she's a black widow waiting for the right moment. Seeing he hasn't answered, she frowns and asks what is wrong with him today to be so completely distracted. He shakes his head, saying he's just worried there haven't been any big deals lately to help him get ahead. She says climbing higher is easy, but he quickly waves her off, saying she's overestimating him. He claims he's not worthy of her. Suddenly, Nui Hong's expression turns serious and she gets straight to the point. She tells him she's not just interested in his face, his actual skills have impressed her quite a lot. So, even if he won't give himself to her, he can still work under her. He hesitates, wanting one big job first. His answer doesn't surprise her. After finishing the meal, he heads out to find Kyo Chow to get some news. Watching him go, her bodyguard coldly asks if they should finally take some action against the guy. He's never seen anyone reject her so many times. She snaps back, asking who gave him permission to think. The guard immediately slaps himself hard across the face, drawing blood. He doesn't hold back at all. She watches the main character's back unfazed. She doesn't believe for a second that her charms won't eventually work. She's certain that sooner or later he'll be kneeling at her feet, begging for her attention. Little does she know he's not attracted to her at all. In fact, he's avoiding her like the plague. One morning, Kyukao calls and tells him to come to the office because there's some good news. He asks what the good news is, but the boss just says he'll see it for himself when he arrives. He's left confused, wondering if this good news has something to do with him and Sister Hong. Kyukao's behavior almost makes him want to run away, but he decides to check it out anyway. The next morning, he arrives at the club and asks straight away about the big news he was promised. The boss reminds him he wanted a big job, and it turns out he finally found one. His excitement is real, only he knows how much these past few days of being stuck have really sucked. Kyukao is finally giving him exactly what he needs, a truly massive and important opportunity. Everything is set. He just needs to meet the contacts and then take them to Sister Hong for the trade. And that's where we leave it, but you and I have to wonder why her place specifically. Listen close, because you and I are about to see our main character step into the underworld big leagues. Small deals are easy, but for the massive money we have to deal directly with Sister Hong. He never dared to imagine this getting face to face with the crime lord. Kyo Chao and Teo Ho just exchanged looks, realizing he was already deep in. It seemed obvious to them now he and Sister Hong definitely had something going on behind the scenes. He realized he was way too excited. Brother Kyo, I actually had a special agreement with her before. All right, we get it. We really truly understand what is going on here. Kyo Kao interrupted with a smirk, while even Teo Ho looked like he was expecting something juicy. He was stunned. They didn't understand at all, but he was too tired to explain the truth. Seeing his silence, Kyo Chao hid his hands under the table and wiped away the nervous sweat. Damn, thank God he stopped talking. If the boss found out about our gossip, we would be dead. Brother Q, when can I talk to them? They are arriving very soon, he asked, focused on mission. He nodded, thinking about how smoothly things were going. Was this what it felt like to be carried? If it was not for his girl and the fact that Sister Hong was dangerous, he might enjoy this. Now watch these things are about to get tense as the big players finally walk through that door. The main character followed closely behind as 5 men in sharp suits stepped into the room. In the center was a middle-aged man with a ruthless aura. It was clear he was the leader. Kyu Kao broke into a massive smile. Mr. Bet, welcome. We have been waiting for you all. His voice was incredibly enthusiastic. The man nodded and smiled back. Mr. Kyo, it has been a long time. They were ushered inside immediately. As soon as Bate sat down, our hero served him a cup of tea. Kyu Kao saw the initiative he was taking and gave him a look of pure approval. After some small talk, Bate got right to the point. Let us discuss the details of our trade. The plan was laid out. Our lead had finally infiltrated the high-level business circles with these major clients. Bet spoke fast, laying out every single detail of their complex operation within just a few minutes. He finished with a provocative look toward the young man, stunned by my genius plan, kid. For trades like this, the plan is everything. It is the difference between life and a prison cell. Future profits depended entirely on whose plan was more solid. After all, if the trade fails, there is no money and everyone ends up in handcuffs. Bet was feeling incredibly smug. Usually, nobody's plans were better than the ones he and Kyu Chao made. And now he was facing off against a mere rookie. There was no way the kid could do better. Our hero just gave a faint smile. Mr. Bet, your plan? It has some massive holes in it. Bet's face darkened instantly. If you are just trying to steal a bigger cut, then we are done. This was the kid's first big deal, and he was already calling the master's plan a total failure. Bet stood up ready to walk out, but then the young man spoke again, stopping him cold. Watch closely, because you and I are about to see him trap the veteran by mentioning one specific police intersection. Everyone looked exactly where he was pointing. Bet was about to laugh it off, but suddenly he felt something was very, very wrong. Why would the cops be there? But as the words left his mouth, his confidence started to crumble. Are you sure they won't show Bet's expression turn grim while even Kyo Chao looked on in shock? The situation was getting ugly. How could there possibly be a problem at that specific spot? The hero smiled calmly. It is simple. Traffic is heavy there, and we would be driving our team straight into a dead end trap. Before anyone noticed, Bet had sat back down, his entire demeanor shifting from arrogance to dead serious. He listened as every flaw in his plan was pointed out, unable to find a single word to argue. This insight came from the secret police records he had studied all night, crucial information gathered directly by the local narcotics task force. His eyes were practically bulging from exhaustion. If this did not pay off, he was going to lose it. The more flaws our hero found, the more Bete realized he was dealing with a true genius. Finally, Bet raised his hands. Stop, stop, is there really nothing good about our plan at all? And that's where we leave it. You and I both know this kid is playing a very dangerous game. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character play a dangerous and truly brilliant game of psychological chess. Bete takes the praise and stops worrying. Fine, he admits, I guess I finally understand what you are truly capable of. Sister Hong clearly did not choose the wrong person. Now tell me the plan. He lays the whole thing out. Now pay attention here, because this plan he just dropped, it is absolutely genius and catches everyone off guard. Bet is shocked. Sister Hong actually agreed to lend her private villa. Of course she did, he explains very calmly. She does not just agree, she is looking forward to it. It is not about trust. It is about her confidence. Trading on her turf makes her feel secure, so he asks, is the guy satisfied with this whole arrangement? Bet cannot find a single flaw in it no matter how hard he looks. He is definitely satisfied with it. But then Bet's face turns sour in an instant. There is one big problem left for them to discuss now. How do they split the cash? He demands the usual cut plus an extra 5% on top for them. Bet is absolutely furious and prepares to walk away, but our main character just leans back and smiles, looking completely and utterly unbothered by it. Seeing that confident look, Bet grumbles and sits back down. Fine, they will do it exactly as he said. The main character's smile grows. To a successful partnership, then. We will settle this in 3 days. Later, he finds Sister Hong watching a recording of his negotiation on her tablet. She saw every single move he made. He realizes she has hidden cameras even in the office. This woman is much more dangerous than she looks. He mentally bumps her danger level up. She smiles and waves him over with a very playful look on her face. She praises his negotiation skills and asks how he wants that extra 5% reward delivered to him right now. He tells her to wait until the deal is finished. She laughs, surprised by how humble he is staying. She promises a very special reward once the job is done. He can barely hide the chills he feels inside. Leaving the club, he feels eyes on his back. Someone is following him through the dark and empty city streets. Has that old man finally lost his patience? He pretends not to notice and takes the long way around. The tail gets frustrated as the target wanders aimlessly. His phone rings, it is Kyo Chow asking for updates. He reports that the target is just walking in circles and showing zero signs of going back home at all. Before he can finish, a hand taps his shoulder. A voice asks if he is looking for someone right now. Kyo Kao hears that familiar voice and panics instantly. What happened? A full minute passes in a terrifyingly heavy silence. You feel that, right? That silence is never a good sign. The main character picks up. He asks Kyo Chow why he did not just call instead of sending his spies. Kyo Chow stammers that he did not want to bother him. He lets out a cold and mocking laugh. He reminds Kyo Chow who put him in power. He cannot believe the man is being so ungrateful after everything. He says he might not be a saint, but he is not a fool who rewards someone for their betrayal. He is done playing nice after this. The boss stands there completely stunned by the direct and cold confrontation. Kyukao warns him that if this plan for the higher-ups fails, he will not survive the fallout. He tells him not to worry. He will handle it himself before hanging up on the boss immediately after that. 3 days later, the night of the deal arrives. Rain is pouring down like the sky is weeping for them. He enters the office at the club. It feels like the heavens know something massive is about to happen tonight. Kyukao ignores him entirely, but little Hu gives a small nod. The mask has officially been torn off now. He does not care about the attitude. He just asks Kyo if it is finally time to leave yet. Outside, Kyokao orders him into the lead car while he and Little Hu take the vehicle parked behind. The location is a mountain villa. It is a long, winding drive to reach that isolated and hidden spot. Once they arrive and greet the hostess, he heads straight for the security team near the front gates. He tells the guards to follow him to welcome the guests. They look surprised but obey him immediately. At the main entrance, Bet and his crew are already waiting. The atmosphere is thick with real anticipation. He apologizes for the wait and invites Bette inside. The man nods and follows him without any hesitation. After walking a few steps, he stops and addresses the shadows. Come out, bodyguard, we know you are there. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this deal ends. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a master pull off a wild infiltration mission. The hidden guard is stunned. He never expected to be spotted, but his goal was to keep our hero from running. The guard acts polite, mentioning how much Ngui Hong values him. Our lead just shrugs and smiles. Then, out of nowhere, bam! He chops the guard's neck, dropping him instantly. Pete is left speechless. Pete stands there with his eyes wide in pure shock as everything falls apart in a split second. Everything goes dark for Pete. His entire team is wiped out by the hero's secret guards. With the enemies on the ground, he waves his hand. It is finally time to get to work. If Kyokao saw this, he would lose it. These are elite anti-drug officers led by Liu Tui. This was all planned. He has some serious pull as Ngui Hong's favorite after all. He turns to Lai Tui and asks for the gear, the professional makeup kit he requested. Li Tui nods and hands over the set. Our hero smiles as he prepares for showtime. He does not explain. He just checks his system. High-level makeup skill, ready to go. Silent and focused, he begins applying the makeup. Moments later, the entire team is staring in awe. Now watch this, his face has completely changed. He looks exactly like the man named Pete. He touches his face and asks if it is convincing. Their stunned reactions tell him everything. Seeing the skill works, he tells the officers to line up. Time for their own disguises. 10 minutes later, they are staring at each other. The transformation is absolutely flawless. They talk about their new faces totally stunned. Then our hero puts on Pete's clothes. Li Tui and the others suit up as Pete's men. The disguise is finally complete. Walking into the villa, their hearts are pounding. One mistake and they are all dead. Wai Hong's sharp gaze locks onto them. The tension in the air is heavy and suffocating. But then she asks where the Lam Pham is. Everyone breathes a massive sigh of relief. She did not suspect a thing. He says the Lam Pham is handling business and will arrive soon. Ngui Yong frowns but does not press. Since her guards are silent, she assumes everything is okay. He walks right up to her and starts negotiating the final details of their secret trade. After some back and forth, he plays the part giving up profit to look believable. The deal is finalized. He stands up, thanking her for the quality of their goods. In this underworld, there are no contracts. It all depends on the word of the bosses. You and I know the real move is coming soon. Litu Tui signals, is it time to strike? Not yet. He signals back to stay calm. Ngui Hong is too careful. He chooses to leave. He claims they have an emergency. Ngui Hong's eyes flicker with a bit of suspicion. She nods eventually. If they need to go, they can leave the villa now. He senses trouble as they turn toward the exit. A cold feeling hits his spine. Just as they reach the door, Ngui Hong signals. Her guard pulls a gun and fires. He was ready. He spots the move, heart racing as the bullet whizzes right past him. He pulls his team down, barely dodging. He shouts, asking what the hell her problem is. Ngui Hong just smiles. She is actually impressed by how calm he stays under fire. She reveals the truth. The real Pete always uses a special hand signal. He failed the test. He curses under his breath. These criminals and their secret little games are the worst. The cover is blown. He yells for everyone to run and starts firing back at Ngui Hong. After a wild shootout with the guards, they manage to push back into the room. Only Kyokao and Ngui Hong are left. He tells them they are coming with him tonight. He mocks her composure. He did not expect her to stay calm while being trapped. He tells her she needs better guards. Is she really not afraid of what happens next? She calls herself adorable. You and I are going to find out what that means very soon. All right, stick with me. This mission is at its breaking point. If he doesn't act now, those guards will be here. He charges toward Kyo Chao and Ngui Hong. Kyo Kao sees him coming and his legs start shaking like a leaf. The coward tries to run, but he doesn't even get 2 steps before the main character's hand is around his throat. Even with all that extra weight, the guy gets lifted into the air like he is a sack of flour. One massive slam to the ground and a sharp slap later and the big guy is out cold. Problem solved. No mercy for criminals. He wipes his hands, turns around, and locks eyes with the real boss, Sister Hong. She is standing there perfectly calm, like nothing even happened. He asks if she is really just gonna watch this unfold. She fakes a little pout and acts scared for a second, but then her face goes completely stone cold. She asks if he is satisfied yet. He just glares back and tells her he is nowhere near finished with her. He lunges forward again, reaching out to grab her arm and bring her down to the floor once and for all. He is moving too fast. There is no way Sister Hong can dodge this. Now pay attention. This is where things go south. He pulls her back, but suddenly a heavy kick slams into his spine. He turns in shock. That kick definitely came from her. He never expected Sister Hong to have such insane leg strength in that small frame. She teases him for being so rough with a lady. He doesn't laugh, his face gets more serious than ever. He realizes she has been hiding the secret weapon. He clenches his fists and goes in for another strike. She is like a ghost, slipping past every punch. She is not just dodging either, she is finding every opening to hit back. Another kick sends him back a step. Now he is on full alert. This isn't just some boss, she is a fighter. She is way stronger than he imagined, but honestly, she is even more shocked by how well he is holding his own. She wonders who this fake actually is. He takes a deep breath and throws himself back into the fire. She waits for her moment and aims a kick at his chest. He tenses up, realizing this is his only chance. Just as her foot connects, he drives a massive punch straight into her stomach, a double hit at full power. The impact is brutal. Both of them are sent flying backward, gasping for air as they hit the ground. They both scramble up, staring each other down. Neither one dares to make the next move just yet. He hates his current body. If his power was over 2.0, he would not be struggling. You and I both know if he had more power, this would be over. He is already way beyond her expectations. She asks who he really is and offers him a deal. Stay with them, and she will make it worth his while. She tells him her word is gold in this city. Sister Hong's favor isn't something you just throw away. He just smiles. He asks if she still hasn't figured out his true identity after all this time. She laughs it off. Even if he is a cop, she thinks everyone has a price. Money talks, right? His expression turns to ice. He tells her he is not a monster like them. Her face falls instantly. She tells him he chose the hard way. Now she is truly angry and she is the one leading the attack. Her strikes are faster and heavier. He is forced onto the defensive, barely managing to block her constant barrage. He gets kicked away again, feeling humiliated. He hasn't been overpowered like this by anyone in a long time. Suddenly, a guard bursts into the room. It is Little Tiger, the guy who was supposed to be Kyo Chow's man. He rushes to Sister Hong's side. He warns her that the police are already on their way to the scene. Her face darkens at the news. Our hero stays on guard, but his mind is racing with this new reveal. It turns out Little Tiger was her spy all along, even though Kyo Chow trusted him with his life. The whole group was always in her palm. She stares at him and asks if he is actually Lam Pham. He gives her a thin smile and admits it. Sister Hong finally realized who she was dealing with. She is impressed he hid right under her nose for so long. She suspected him, but he played it perfectly. He wipes away the disguise, showing his real face. Her expression shifts from anger to something much more intense. Little Tiger stands there in shock. He can't believe the guy he knew was actually a high-level cop. Our hero admits he didn't see Little Tiger's betrayal coming either. Sister Hong just watches him, her eyes glowing. She smiles and tells him he has finally earned the right to be her man. His power is just too good. His power and wits are exactly what she wants in a man. She licks her lips and trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright, stick with me. We are about to see a promise that is as dangerous as it is bold. This time, Nui Hong totally ignores his teasing, just gives a little laugh and walks away. He frowns, wanting to grab her, but stops when a roar echoes from upstairs. I will kill you. Glancing at her back, he grits his teeth and sprints upstairs. His friends' lives come first. On the third floor, Lee Tu Tui and the narcotics team are in a brutal brawl with guards. They are soaked in blood, theirs and the enemy's. Ammo is gone. It is down to blades and fists. Our main character hits the floor, and this is exactly the chaotic scene he finds. His team is wounded and losing ground, but to him, these guards are just easy prey. He vents all his frustration from earlier. All she hears are breaking bones and desperate screams. It is crazy that even with the whole group, they could not finish these guys off. He wipes them out single-handedly. Catching his breath, he hears sirens wailing from outside the building. Knowing help is finally here, he drops to the floor and lets out a long sigh. Back at the station, it is a hero's welcome. This was not just a win, it was a total massacre. This operation effectively wiped out the entire supply chain for illegal substances in the area. Just as he is savoring the victory, his phone rings. Trust me, you are going to want to hear this. Captain Diep is finally on the line, and the news is not good at all. The Ace team is cornered on a mission and needs immediate backup. Send me the coordinates now. Their situation is critical. He needs to move fast if he wants to save them in time. His expression goes cold. Once the location pings his phone, he is out the door like a bullet. Out in the brush, Earthwolf rolls for cover behind a small, dusty slope to dodge fire. The enemy is relentless. They have a way of tracking them, and their target is crystal clear. Loitap is shot, Tan Lang's leg is mangled, and Tank's head is wrapped like a mummy. Units 1 and 4 are pinned down. The enemy is slowly closing the gap for the kill. The circle is closing on the Ace team until a shadow appears right behind the enemy lines. He wipes sweat from his brow, relieved he made it. Time to turn the tables on these guys. The hostiles keep moving forward, completely unaware that a monster is stalking them from the rear. He knocks out the rear guard, grabs his rifle, and starts raining lead on the enemy's back. He is just one man, but his lethal accuracy makes it feel like an entire squad just arrived. These guys are tough, he actually gets hit. You and I saw that coming, right? Damn lucky he was wearing a vest. He keeps firing until every last enemy is neutralized. Exhausted, the survivors collapse onto the dirt. I can't believe it. We actually won. Tank is the first to speak up. Who the hell was that who saved our lives? They look up and see a familiar face. Tan Lang's eyes go wide. Captain, is that really you? I got here just in time to watch you guys almost get yourselves killed, he jokes. He sighs in relief. If you hadn't come, Captain, we were toast. Are you fully healed now? Everyone looks at him with hope. It has been way too long since they worked as a team. He just gives them a faint smile. Not quite. My body is still mending step by step. If he were at his peak, he would not have taken that bullet. The team lets out a sigh. But Tank is not giving up. He looks at his former captain with those puppy dog eyes again. Captain, even if you are not at 100%, you are still better than anyone. Come back. I'm not sure yet. I need to see how my recovery goes first. Their faces fall instantly. Seeing their sad faces, he almost loses it. He puts on his best angry captain face instead. What, you can't finish a mission without me? Instantly, they all snap to attention. We can do it ourselves, sir. His face softens. Fine then, let's get out of here. 30 kilometers, 90 minutes, move you and I just witnessed the birth of a legend's return. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where even an elite soldier can't escape drama. The squads keep sprinting under his cold, heavy gaze. He was planning to stay and push their training further, but right then his phone starts buzzing in his pocket. You brat! Why haven't I heard from you in days? Little Fish has been waiting forever and you haven't even sent a single text. That was the voice of Lile. Her literal lion's roar on the other end of the line is enough to make his ears ring. He's stunned. Mom Lile is furious. Oh, so you still remember you have a mother? Where on earth have you been? You didn't even say a word, and now that girl came looking for you at our house. She's been waiting without a single complaint. Hearing this, he feels guilty. Lyle is dead set on him coming home immediately. It looks like he has to leave for now, but he'll be back at the base soon. Before long, he's back at the house. Deep Kwok Kwan keeps winking at him as a warning. He signals back, then sits on the sofa next to his mother. Lila shoots him a sharp glare. There's no way he's getting out of this without a serious, long-winded earful. Honestly, everything she's saying is just because she cares about Little Fish. Now that I'm done lecturing, go find her yourself, and you better comfort her. He nods and prepares to head out. His movements are impossibly fast, and he's out the door in a literal flash. Leela yells after him to bring her home for dinner. He takes Tieu Dung Ngu out for lunch, and they spend the afternoon at the amusement park. By evening, Tieu Dung Ngu is heading back with him for that dinner. In the taxi, she leans her head softly on his shoulder. The amusement park was a blast, but it's exhausting. He thinks how he can run 30 kilometers in the army, but a theme park drains him completely. Now, pay attention here. This is where a stranger noticed something we already knew. The taxi driver asks if they're both in the military. No wonder I could tell you both had such a strong, disciplined aura about you. Being soldiers is impressive, but you two look like the perfect match. A military couple, that's really something to admire. His words make her beam with joy. Sir, do you really think we look that good together? The driver nods without hesitation. Of course you do. You're both talented and good looking. If you two aren't a perfect match, then who is? Tieu Dung Ngu's smile widens even more. For the rest of the ride, she keeps chatting with the driver. She's basically fishing for more compliments, laughing every time he calls them a great couple. When it's time to get out, she's so happy that she tries to give the driver double the fare. The driver tries to refuse, saying he can't take extra money. But she's insistent, finally just tossing the cash onto the passenger seat. I had so much fun talking to you. Think of this as a little extra for the great conversation we just had. Well, if that's the case, I'll take it. Let's just say you two are getting married and this is my wedding gift money. With that, the driver speeds off, leaving a blushing Tieu Dung Ngu standing there. He looks at her with a smirk and asks, "What's so funny? Was talking to that driver really that much fun for you?" She grabs his arm and pulls him toward the house. "Obviously, you have no idea what he said. He kept saying how perfectly we fit together." He pats her hand gently. "Of course I heard him." Tieu Dung Ngu pouts playfully, her smile growing. "He even said we're going to get married." He laughs and says, "Well, we are. Let's just do it. Let's get married, little fish." She freezes and looks up at him with blurry eyes. "Are you actually proposing to me right now?" He rubs his nose. He wasn't prepared, but he knows he'll find a better time for a real proposal later. Let's pause for a second. You saw that coming, right? He almost wants to slap himself for being so blunt about something so important. A proposal is supposed to be incredibly romantic. Why did he just blurt it out like that in the middle of the street? It's awkward and he's at a loss for words. But a second later, Tieu Dung Ngu speaks with pure certainty. "I do." Hearing that, he's completely stunned. "Little fish, you don't have to agree that fast. I haven't prepared anything properly yet. Let me do this again the right way next time." She just laughs at his flustered reaction. "No need. What I want has never been about some grand, flashy proposal. I just want to live a simple, quiet life with you." Moved by her words, he pulls her into a tight, meaningful embrace. He knows she means every word. After dinner, once he drops her off, he tells his parents that he finally popped the question: "What our son actually proposed. This is great. I've wanted you two to tie the knot and keep her in the family forever." Deep Kwok Kwan and Lai Le are instantly buzzing with excitement and pure joy. "We should start planning the wedding immediately." Lai Le can't stop talking about how perfect this is. "Yes, finally. You should have done this a long time ago. It's time to make things official and give her the status she deserves. If you wait until you're called back for a mission, we'll never have time for a ceremony." The next day, he buys the most expensive rings. Then both sets of parents meet up to hash out the perfect venue and the big date. After all the preparation, the big day finally arrives. The wedding is packed. His parents and Wong Kam are already at the hotel making sure it's perfect. But suddenly, a massive commotion breaks out at the banquet hall entrance. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to witness a wedding day that turns into an absolute showdown. Amidst a flurry of footsteps, our main character spots a very familiar face. It is that same young master Wong who tried to outbid him for the most expensive ring at the jewelry store that day. The guy looks shocked to see him. After a moment, he turns to the sweating manager. "Is this the guest you were talking about?" Wong looks around the hall and smirks. "Getting married, are we?" Our main character ignores him completely and just looks at the manager. "I do not want him here. Please kick him out." The manager tries to step in, but Wong raises a hand to stop him. "Since you are getting married, I do not want to cause a scene. I will pay for everything out of my own pocket. I will book the second hall next door for you and handle the decorations, but I need this hall to propose to my girlfriend today." Our main character looks at him like he is a complete idiot. He does not care who this guy is proposing to at all. It does not matter if he is proposing to his girlfriend or her mother. He just tells the manager to handle this fast. This blatant lack of respect makes Wong's face turn dark instantly. He is clearly not used to being ignored like this. Our main character is losing his patience. If it was not his wedding day, he would have thrown this brat out. Just then his parents arrive. Deep Kwok Kwan looks at Wong and freezes. Young Master Wong, the rich kid, just gives a cold, mocking laugh in response. "And here I thought you were someone special. Turns out your father is just a common, ordinary worker after all. I thought you were some big shot I could not afford to offend." Knowing his family background, the jerk finally reveals his true nature. "Do you even know who I am? Stick with me here, because this jerk thinks a family name makes him invincible. He tells our lead to give up the hall or lose the wedding." He was going to just kick him out, but now his mind has changed. Before he can act, the ace team arrives on the scene. They are all in plain clothes for the wedding. Kikon runs over and shouts, "Commander, congratulations on your big day." Zetang and the rest follow with smiles, but a second later they realize the atmosphere is heavy and something is wrong. "Why is their leader not smiling?" Zetang asks in a low, serious voice. "Captain, do you need us to handle this?" He just shakes his head. "You guys just stand back and watch." With that, he walks right up to young Master Wong. The Ace team members surround the scene, their eyes fixed on the rich kid. One order and they will absolutely crush him. Even in normal clothes, their battle-hardened aura is terrifying. Wong starts to get nervous as the pressure builds up around him. He scowls at our main character, calling for backup. "You think I do not have powerful people on my side too? I will give you 10 minutes. Call every single person you know. If you do not, you will never get another chance." Wong grits his teeth and pulls out his phone. You just wait right there. You are going to regret this. It turns out this brat actually has a lot of connections. He spends the full 10 minutes frantically making phone calls. Our main character and his elite team just stand there calmly waiting for the rich kid to finish his little show. Once he is done, Vuong acts tough again. His friends arrive incredibly fast in less than 30 minutes. The hall is packed with heirs. Brother Vuong, is this the trouble you mentioned? They look like they might know a bit of martial arts, though. A tall, handsome guy mocks our main character. Vuong just laughs. So, what if they can fight a little? Do they really think they can touch us? He points at his friend. Open your dog eyes and look at who this is. This is the second son of the Liet Duong group. If you want to live, you better not lay a finger on him. He goes on a long rant introducing every single wealthy heir in the room one by one with a smug, arrogant grin. His expression becomes more condescending as he glares at the main character. These corporations are some of the most famous in the city. Individually, they are powerful, but together they are a force that most people would never dare to challenge. You and I both know what is coming, right? This rich brat really thinks some corporate names are going to scare a legendary commander. Who said we were going to use our hands on you? Wong looks at him with total confusion and doubt. The guys standing behind the main character look like they want to tear him apart, yet he says they won't fight. We won't fight because you would all die instantly. But tell me, is this really everyone you could possibly call here? Hearing such a dismissive tone, the group of wealthy heirs immediately loses their temper. They have never been treated this way. These spoiled brats have been pampered their entire lives. They cannot stand being looked down upon by a commoner like him. What do you mean by that? We have more than enough power to crush all of you. They stare at him with pure contempt. Hikon and the team can barely hold back their rage, but our main character remains perfectly calm through it all. You and I just witnessed the ultimate calm before the storm. Kikon leans in and whispers, Captain, let me wipe them all out. Stick with me. You are about to see a spoiled brat pick the absolute wrong fight. I cannot take this anymore. If I get disciplined, I will take the hit. He shook his head. We are law abiding citizens. We cannot do things like that. Just then, the young master's uncle arrived, saw the crowd, and his face instantly dropped. He rushed over to the young master's side and barked, What are you doing now, planning another street fight? The kid was clearly terrified of his uncle. He stuttered, I was just proposing to my girl, but some jerk started bullying me. I only called these guys for a little protection. Hearing that, Tietba's expression softened just a little bit. As long as it was not a gang fight, he figured he should help his nephew save some face, since he had been bullied. With that in mind, he turned to look at our main character, but the moment his eyes landed on him, he froze in pure shock. Tietba whipped his head back toward the boy. Is this the person who bullied you with his uncle? Backing him, the young master got cocky. Exactly, uncle, but before he could finish, Tietba delivered a massive slap right to the back of his head. You absolute disgrace. After shouting, he hurried over to the main character with a polite greeting. Mr. Diep, hello, I never expected to run into you here of all places. I did not expect you to be his uncle either. See, Tietba was actually the deputy chief of the station. They had worked together before when the main character helped bust a human trafficking ring and took down a major drug cartel. He knew that in the bureau, the main character was treated as a literal hero. Mr. Diep, please tell me what exactly happened here. Now watch this carefully, things are about to get very uncomfortable. As the main character explained the situation, cold sweat started pouring down the uncle's face. By the time the story was over, the uncle was drenched in sweat. In his mind, he was screaming this kid was a total idiot. Of all the people to provoke, he chose Lin Fan. And on the man's wedding day, that is a death wish. Tietba bowed and apologized profusely before turning to the boy with a dark, furious expression. Get over here and apologize right now. The kid thought his uncle was here to back him up, so hearing those words made his heart sink into his shoes. Tietba slapped him again. Are you deaf? I said, apologize to Mr. Diep this instant. The young master was 100% against it. Apologizing felt worse than being killed right then and there. His dad is just a worker. His family has no power. Why on earth should a person like that get an apology from me? Just then another man walked in. He spotted the main character and walked over with a wide grin. Lin Fan, congratulations on your wedding. Why is the station chief here? The kid's mind was racing. He and his uncle had met Chulam before and knew exactly how powerful he was. Chulam frowned at the group of thugs. Do you need some help with this, Lin Fan? The main character just smiled and shook his head. No need, go ahead and take a seat inside. Chulam nodded, then his eyes landed on Tietpa. Tietpa, what are you doing here? With a miserable face, the uncle stammered, Oh, I was just keeping an eye on things, making sure they do not cause trouble. Chulam's face relaxed slightly. Is that so? Well, then you had better watch them very closely. After scanning the crowd of rich brats with a sharp glare, he headed inside. That single look sent cold shivers down their spines. You and I know the nightmare is just starting for these guys. Every new guest walking through that door made their hearts skip a beat. Every single influential figure in the entire city was showing up today. The rich brats looked at their leader in pure terror. They were panicking now. Why did he not mention these heavy hitters would be here? The boy's mind went completely blank. Even though these people were his father's peers, his entire family relied on them to survive. As more guests filed in, these kids did not even recognize half of them. A few faces from television were enough to turn their blood cold. Why are there military officials here? Who exactly is this guy? Their voices were trembling as they turned to their leader, begging for a plan. Feeling their eyes on him, the boy cursed under his breath. How should I know what to do? The line of guests was almost finished. Finally, two dignified middle aged men with powerful auras stepped through the entrance. They looked healthy and radiated authority. I am so jealous of old Tieu. How did he find such an amazing son in law? I wanted to bring him to my family too. Tieu Ching Kwok laughed loudly, his stern face softening with visible pride. Why is this old man always eyeing my son in law Fan Yung Kwan? Felt helpless, but his envy was very real. Still joking around, the two of them walked in and noticed the two opposing groups standing there. When these two appeared, the bullies completely collapsed. They had seen them on the news. One was a corps commander, and the other was a high ranking chief. Long time no see, Chulam. I cannot believe such massive figures came just for your wedding. Tietba stood there, with his mouth agape, completely re evaluating the main character's background. The rich brat's legs finally gave out and they sank to the floor. You and I just witnessed a massive power shift. Tieu Chien Kwok and Fan Yung Kwan finally stepped directly in front of him. All right, stick with me as the military's top brass crashes this wedding. They both nod. Commander Xiao asks, Son in law, what on earth is happening here? The moment those words hit the air, several rich brats pass out on the spot. Fan Yung Kwan looks at the commander, wondering if the old man is just flexing on him. Commander Xiao returns the look with pure provocative energy. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Our main character says it is nothing, just friends hanging out. The commander eyes the rich brats. His gaze carries 10 times the pressure of the last guy. Multiple bullies fall to the floor. The commander scoffs at their weak spirits. He tells his son in law to finish up for the ceremony. With that, the two high ranking officials finally head inside. Once they are gone, the main character glares at the young masters. Who was yelling the loudest just now? Everyone is dead silent and terrified. He points at a tall guy. You, come here. The tall, skinny guy trembles as he steps forward. He is the second son of the Liang group, nodding in absolute terror. He suddenly drops to his knees, begging the main character for mercy. Mr. Ye, please forgive me. Seeing this pathetic display, the main character's face darkens as he stands up. I despise seeing our people acting so pathetic and spineless. If you don't stand up right now, I will make sure your family's entire company goes bankrupt before sunset. You're all just brainless rich kids with zero vision. If I had to guess, not a single one of you is actually the first heir to your family fortune, are you? He can't believe such idiots would ever be allowed to inherit anything. Everyone turns bright red from the insult, but no one dares to speak back. Now watch closely, this is where our main character stops playing around with Mr. Wang. Wang is pale and gasping for air. His status means nothing here anymore. Didn't you call me a worker's son before look down on me, didn't you? Wang just gulps. The main character raises an eyebrow. Oh, right, you're supposedly the one with all the money. He pulls out a card and tells his friend Monkey to withdraw 2 suitcases of cash. Monkey returns quickly with the bags. The main character opens them, revealing stacks of $100 bills. He grabs a stack and hurls it straight at the Mr. Wang's face. The main character has more than enough cash, throwing bundle after bundle at the guy like some kind of vengeful god of wealth. A friend smirks at the scene. Our captain is so cool, literally crushing him with cash. Monkey just shakes his head. That's a number you can't even imagine, buddy. It takes a while to throw it all. He looks at Wang mockingly. How's that feel? You have no power and now even less money than me. Wang's spirit completely shatters. There is no way Wang could ever pull that much cash from a bank so quickly. Let's pause for a second. That's a boss move, telling them to apologize, then get out. They run off like they've been pardoned while the main character heads to the dressing room. He checks himself in the mirror. Even without makeup, he looks incredibly sharp. Thinking of his bride, he smiles. Today is the day. He fixes his suit and walks out. Sun Hao is waiting at the door, grinning as the groom appears. How's our groom feeling today? The main character just shrugs. It's just a wedding rite. Sun Hao sighs. Only a top tier special forces instructor could be this calm before his own wedding. I guess compared to a life or death mission, this is a walk in the park. The main character teases him. You've gotten pretty bold while I was away, haven't you? Sun Hao laughs, bragging about all the missions he's completed lately. The main character smirks. If you're so tough, maybe I need a different best man. That immediately makes Sun Hao's face go pale. No, 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 wait. Instructor Ye being your best man is the greatest honor of my life. He had been begging for this best man spot for ages. Finally, the main character couldn't take the nagging anymore and gave him a reluctant yes. He finally confesses he's only here because his crush is the bridesmaid. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a legend in the making. As he heads to the hall, the crowd can't stop praising him. All right, you and I are about to witness the most heart melting wedding for our main character. Stick with me. Sure enough, hearing those respectful words, Xiao Zhangguo grinned from ear to ear instantly. He greeted him as uncle, but the general teased him for it. Father in law, he corrected. His lip twitched before finally forcing those words out, making the general laugh uncontrollably with pure happiness at his daughter's wedding. This is my son in law, he announced. I hope you all look after him from now on. Everyone knew his power, but the general couldn't help showing off his legendary son in law to the guests. Chulin was the first one to start clapping loudly for the couple. He knew the kid was special, but discovering he was the general's son in law, that left everyone stunned. Without a hint of pride, he simply nodded to the many guests gathered around them. Servers arrived at every table with plates of food, signaling the start of the massive wedding feast. He sat down right beside the general, his food left completely untouched as his eyes stayed locked on the far entrance. Fan Yungquan laughed, teasing that he looked like an ancient statue waiting for his wife to arrive. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he admitted he was just wondering when Xiao Yu would finally show up. At this point, the host stepped onto the stage to start interacting with the guests down below. Seeing the smiles everywhere, he invited everyone to welcome the beautiful bride to the stage. Now, watch closely as the soft music begins. You and I are about to witness the beautiful moment we have all been waiting for. A moment later, the little flower girl stepped out to lead the way. Following behind was the general with Xiao Yu leaning gently on his strong arm. Time slowed down as she appeared, making him lose his breath while staring at her gentle smile. Her eyes met his as she walked closer, his heart racing faster with every single step. Feeling an unexpected wave of nerves, he let out a long, heavy breath. Halfway through the music, the general brought her to him for the official handoff. Take good care of my daughter, the general said, suddenly feeling a surge of fatherly sadness. That emotion wasn't there before, but the groom didn't even hear the old man's words. You and I both know she's pretty, but in this dress, she looks like an actual goddess to him. Noticing him dazing off, the host spoke up quickly to ask if he was ready to welcome his bride. It seems our bride is so stunning that the groom has completely lost his mind. The crowd burst into laughter while Xiaoyu smiled, her eyes shimmering with love. Taking her hand, a sense of peace washed over him, leaving a silly grin on his face. Throughout the entire process, his gaze never left her face for even a single second. The host joked that while she was gorgeous, the groom needed to prepare for the vows. He stood tall and began reciting the marriage vows he had practiced so many times. He pledged to take Xiao Yu as his wife, partner, and his one and only love. On this special day, he gave her his promise for the future. Through good times and bad, he vowed to always be by her side as a husband. He promised to love and respect her, using all his strength to provide for her needs, to protect you in danger, comfort you in sorrow, and grow together in spirit. I promise to stay faithful and love you with everything I have for all eternity. His voice was soft, yet every guest heard the deep emotion behind his words. Tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes with every beautiful and sincere sentence that he spoke. I do, she sobbed through her hands, nodding her head repeatedly as she finally accepted his vow. Dropping down to one knee, he lifted her hand and carefully slid the wedding ring onto her finger. She placed the other ring on him, finally letting his heart settle in peace. She was finally his wife. The host cheered for everyone to celebrate the newly married couple. The room exploded into thunderous applause as everyone started chanting for them to kiss. Surrounded by their cheers, he pulled her in and sealed their union with a deep kiss. And that's where we leave them, an ending you and I can both be happy with. You and I are about to see just how deep their bond really goes. After he was hurt, she lived in constant fear because his status meant danger was always lurking. It wasn't until they finally married that her heart found peace. He squeezes Tieu Dung Ngu's hand tight, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. He feels like the lucky one who finally got to marry her. He truly owes Tieu Dung Ngu so much across both his past and present lives. Everyone watches them with smiles, but Hao Tu's gaze is filled with a hidden sorrow. He wonders if Tung Feng would be happy seeing this if he were awake. Tankak senses his friend's sadness and sighs. He knows what's on Hautu's mind, but also knows words of comfort are useless right now. After their intimate moment, the announcer calls out for the next part of the show. It's time for the bouquet toss. Liu Nguyen is buzzing with excitement, admiring their love and secretly wishing for a romance just like theirs. And Don Hao, he's been watching Liu Nguyen's every move and seeing her expression, he secretly vows to catch those flowers no matter what. The staff brings the bouquet over and he leads Tieu Dung Ngu to the front of the stage. Come on, let's go throw the flowers. They stand at the edge of the stage and he turns his back to the crowd. With a big swing, he launches the bouquet behind him. The crowd tenses up, every eye tracking the flowers as they hope to be the lucky one to grab them. Now watch this. Hautu is so lost in his grief he doesn't notice the bouquet flying at his head until he catches it by reflex. He just stands there dazed, looking around in confusion. Everyone else is staring at Hautu with pure envy. He has no clue what's happening. His blank expression makes the guests laugh, even though they're jealous he caught it without even trying. Tankak pats him, explaining the captain's bouquet will bring him great luck. Finally, Hautu starts to cheer up. I didn't even know what was happening, and I got this. I guess my luck is better than I thought. Tankak smiles and tells him that Tung Feng will definitely recover thanks to his luck and everyone's prayers. Hearing that, Hautu's eyes turn red with emotion. If giving up all my luck would wake Tung Feng up, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Let's jump ahead 1 week. They're cuddling during a movie when Tieu Dung Ngu asks if they're really married or if she's just dreaming. She's still processing the reality while he just yawns. You've asked me that same question hundreds of times these last few days. He jokes that if they weren't married, she wouldn't be here. She's just so happy, but now she's wondering when the honeymoon starts. Even the brothers at home are getting bored. He thinks for a second and decides they should leave as early as tomorrow. Since Tieu Dung Ngu is ready to go, they leave immediately. The next day, they're already on a plane, and you and I can see they're finally happy. Yeah,